Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter and Hermione found the path to the perfect future. Here is short summary. When Harry and Hermione, guided by Luna's wisdom, uncover a hidden path of magic long ignored by the wizarding world, they set out to shape a future free from war and manipulation. But every choice comes with a cost. Can they truly create the perfect future, or will their path change everything they know forever? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Hermione, why are you crying? The Git has abandoned us again, just like he did before. In our 4th year, he spent the whole year being jealous of nothing. And 6th year, yeesh, all he did was go out of his way to make you feel bad, sucking face with lavender. Harry was starting to get mad, not at his best friend, but at the actions of his so-called mate. Hermione stopped crying and looked up at her friend, who by this time was pacing back and forth angrily. Sure, I was a bit of a git, what with the book and all, but you know I would have shared everything with you if you had wanted. He spun on her. You know I have made you my heir in all things. If anything happens to me, everything I own is yours, including the titles. Anything you want, Hermione, if I can possibly give it or do it for you I will. Ron's a git, a fool and a jerk. All he has been doing to us for the past 4 months is drag us down, hold us back and eat all our food. He got down on his knees in front of the bushy-haired woman, keeping her from speaking, for she wanted to protest his declarations. She sat on the edge of the cot, her hands covering her mouth in shock, unable to speak what was bubbling in her heart. Hermione, you are the smartest woman I have ever met. Hell, you are the smartest person I have ever met. I would like you to do something for me, one small task, and I will leave you alone. She looked up and met his eyes. Nothing was said, and everything was said. Think back, all the way back to the time you met us on the train, all the way up until today. Has Ron ever really thanked you for carrying him through school, for giving him all your notes and homework help, your tutoring and advice, putting up with his rudeness and crudeness? Has he ever respected you, even once? Think about that, Hermione, and get back to me with your answer. I'll be back in a bit and we are breaking camp when I do. I've had it with this eternal camping trip. We're straying in a hotel from now on. With that, he strode out of the tent and into the night, placing assorted warning wards and detection around and about the area. Hermione looked inward, all the way back to the first time she met Harry and Ron. And with almost perfect recall, for she had an eidetic memory, scanned through 7 years of arguments, conversations, meals and classes, and could not find a single place here Ron had given a true and honest thank you to her, and a myriad of times where he had mocked and belittled her for her desire to learn and success, and conversely turned right around immediately thereafter, and asked for homework help, notes or tutoring. Anger crept across her face, as she realized that without her support, at least 2 years Ron Weasley would have failed out a year in school. He had horrible manners, and no desire to improve himself, and was quite fond of using Harry's fame to get in, wherever he could. In fact, it was probably only Harry's presence that made it possible for the Weasleys to get into the top box at the World Quidditch Cup. Without Harry staying with the family, they would have been relegated to the cheap seats. She stood and began to pace, following the pattern Harry had established earlier, all thoughts of loss and abandonment gone. Any thoughts of a lost relationship were vanquished. The magic and anger in her was burning out the long-term potions in her system. Harry returned, a small bag with the logo of an apothecary in Glasgow on the side. He silently held out a green bottle to her. She read the label, and nodded, twisting the top off, throwing it back like a shot as Harry watched. She shuddered and began sweating, and her whole body exuded a oily sheen, vaguely opalescent in color. Go take a shower to wash it off. I'll make some tea, I got us Chinese. She turned to go, but thought better of it, and threw herself into Harry's arms, burying her head into his chest. Her voice was muffled, but clear enough. He has never once shown me any respect, or love, where, you have shown me all your love and respect from the day you met me. I'm sorry that I hadn't noticed properly, and I realize now that you have shown me true love. Wanting what's best for me, even if it hurt you. She leaned back and looked him in the eyes. I love you, Harry James, and I always will, no matter what. He smiled and gazed back. And ever since I became aware of my true feelings, I have loved you, Hermione Jane, and I will always be there for you, if you will have me. Can we pack up and head to that hotel now rather than later? Sure. Got everything in your bag? She acioed a few items and looked around. Yep. Sure do. Grab the takeout and let's go. A moment later, the tent stood empty in the glen where it was set up. The snow crunched with the sound of footprints, and a tall redhead came out of the woods, watching the lights on a device in his hand. He found the tent and looked inside, checking all the nooks and crannies, finding no one, sat down at the table and wondered who would feed him. Sun shone in the windows of the 13th floor hotel room, the rumpled bed covers barely covering the entwined couple. The golden winter light shone horizontally across the room, walking across the wall and down to the bed occupied by the pair. Harry had taken them to a property owned by the Potter clan since the first inn was built and an hosteling empire was formed. Every hotel and motel in this chain had a floor or room set aside for the owners, and there was no tracking or magical signature that could be found to detect these suites. This suite was a smaller one, only 2 bedrooms, a sitting room, a kitchenette and a huge bath shared between the 2 bedrooms. They had decided that they didn't need the huge hospitality suite that was on the same floor, that the cozy smaller one would do nicely. Harry groaned and rolled over on his back, a huge smile on his face. Life was good. They had shown up here the night before, bypassed the check-in, as Harry had the Potter ring, and that was the passkey to a private elevator. They had come to claim the suite, and while Hermione had taken a shower to wash off the potion sweat, Harry had contacted the hotel elves and gotten a tea service set up, along with some extra food, as the Chinese takeaway was already gone. Ron really had eaten all the food. They had indulged in strawberries and chocolate, some nice wine, and giddily fell into bed together. They partook of each other and did many of the things young lovers do with each other, many times, until they nestled together in an embrace which would last the night and a lifetime. A few hours later. The sun has risen. Hermione, shall we be about our day? She sat up, the sheet wrapped around herself, as he sat on the edge of the bed. No. I just want to grab you and take you into that huge bath in there and have my way with you. Well, that did occur to me also, so, just in case, I put that particular item as the first thing on our list to do today, okay? She didn't speak, but held her arms up, and let the sheet fall. He stood and scooped her up in his arms as hers were wrapped around his neck, and he carried her into the waiting tub. Later, they were sitting at the breakfast table eating a light breakfast with coffee and juice, making plans for the day. The magical world cannot deal with the muggle world and not be noticed, Harry was expounding. We can slip in and out and capture whoever the combatants are and put them on ice, to be dealt with later. All we need is a place where we can trap them in, a rat trap which will drain their magic. Since we both know that the wizarding world doesn't have a bit of common sense, we should be able to take the upper hand, as it were. But we can't do it alone, I don't think. We need help. But who can we trust? Harry, the ministry has been taken over by Umbridge and Voldemort. The Trace is capturing people and putting them in camps with the Snatchers. It seems untenable. He pondered for a minute. Well, first we need to find out who we can trust. I want to trust the twins, but I don't know if they were involved in the potions that were given to us. If they were, that means we can't trust them. If they weren't, then we can probably trust them. I think. Hermione sipped her coffee and looked out at the clouds of steam rising above the city. We need to destroy that Horcrux right now, so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. And find a way to track the others. Quickly, and get that done with. We also need to get that link out of your head, once and for all. I don't believe that old man. All those years he knew and never did anything about it. It seems like he was setting you up as a martyr. That's not right. Hermione groused. We need to stop the ministry under Tom. They are using the Trace to capture and control people. Quote. Harry agreed with Hermione. Do we know how the Trace is done, for that matter? How do they catch us for underage magic? It all seems to be out of Matilda Hopkirk's office. She's the one who sends out the owls. Quote. Can we contact Arthur Weasley? He might know how it's done and where. Good idea. As soon as he gets a telly, I'll call him up. Harry looked very dour, thinking about Hedwig. He stood looking out the suite's windows at the steam rising from the businesses and buildings of the city. Their suite was on a corner of the building and had windows on two sides and thus had a panoramic view of the city. Gulls and pigeons arced and whirled around in the rising heat from the tops of the structures. Hermione came up behind him and put her arms around him, her chin resting on his shoulder. He spoke. I can't trust the Order anymore. Love, look at that half-baked plan they came up with to get me away from Privet Drive. We lost Moody, we lost Hedwig. For what? He leaned his head into hers and turned around in her arms and buried his face in her hair. His voice was quiet in her ear. I can't trust and depend on anyone but you. Hermione, you are the only one who has always been there for me. Only you. She gasped as he held her tightly and could feel the tears running down his cheeks. Harry has never cried in my memory, never. Not when he was in extreme pain, not ever. Her mind was reeling. She clung to him tightly, murmuring in his ear a litany of encouragement. I'll never leave you. Not ever. I love you too much. You are my Harry. You are my love. I trust you with my life. I trust you with my heart. She kept on like this for a time as she felt his breathing calm down. Her words had helped him. He felt them pierce through the darkness enveloping his heart. The words flowed around his soul and washed away much of the pain and grief he felt. They strengthened him in a way he had never experienced before. Her words made him stand tall and strong, and made him feel as if he could do anything. He let her go and stood up straight and took her face in his hands and kissed her with all the love he could muster. After a while they sorted themselves out and got dressed for the day. The tenuous golden threads were stretched to the point of breaking. More and more changed, and the past became the future. And one by one, they snapped, leaving this possibility to dissipate into nothingness. A couple years before. Boy, there will be no funny business in my house. Yes, Uncle Vernon, I will write my godfather, Sirius Black, and ask him to come visit soon. He can advise me on how to get away from here, as you don't want me here as much as I don't want to be here. Vernon grunted at the mention of the dangerous criminal. The old man said you were to have no visitors, so don't invite Black here. I met him once and didn't like him then, either. Vernon slammed and locked the door to the smallest bedroom and stomped away. Harry shook his head in disgust, and pulled out his books, hidden under the bed. He had to sneak downstairs after midnight, pick the lock to the cupboard and retrieve the contents of his trunk, so he could do his necessary work. He ignored the assigned homework and opened his runes book to the appropriate pages and continued his reading. The example given was a simple Scourgify charm converted into a runic phrase. He took a stick he had found with the name of a paint company on one side, and carefully drew in the runes in the proper order. The next step was to incant a phrase and activate it with his wand, but since he didn't want to get another letter from the underage magic office, he did it manually. He held the stick and forced his magic into it, with the intent of activating and powering up the runes. It worked, as far as he could tell, as the figures glowed briefly and the stick felt as if it were warm and vibrating. He waved it over the east side of the room and the accumulated hair and dust bunnies disappeared without a sound. He waved it all around the room, over the bed, over his clothes, and things became cleaner as he watched. There were fingerprints on the window and there was a bit of mess in the bottom of Hedwig's cage. A wave and they were clean and spotless. He wiggled the door locks and slipped out of the room, and listened carefully. Petunia was in the kitchen, Vernon was obviously in front of the telly, and Dudley was out somewhere. Beating someone up. He slipped into Dudley's room and waved the stick. Immediately the room was cleaner, visibly so. Nodding in satisfaction that it worked, he put it away and settled down to the next bit of reading and experiment. The knot of golden threads began to unravel, one at a time, and as each did, it evaporated into nothingness. Harry was unaware of these threads. Dumbledore was unaware. Almost everyone was unaware, except one young girl. The next few weeks of summer, Harry translated many spells and charms into runic equivalents. He had a key that would open almost any door. He made a bag that would hold a huge amount of stuff in a small space. The most useful thing he figured out was the "Notice Me Not" charm, which would make any muggle ignore his presence while he was wearing it. He inscribed a white t-shirt with the runes, and walked through the house, right in front of his relatives, and they looked toward him, saw the runes, and their attention was deflected away. He did an experiment, and stood in front of the telly, and Vernon started to yell, but upon seeing the runes, the grumbling turned into a comment about needing a new antennae. Another time he and Sirius sat at the dinner table with the Dursleys making rude comments and faces at the normal family. That summer, Harry worked diligently on learning a number of rune-based spells. He acquired a book detailing how wards worked and the basic spells to erect them. While looking at this book and several others, he noticed that every book on warding referred to Gallinard's as the authority on wards. Harry made inquiries into finding a copy of Gallinard's book, as they were rare and only sold directly to the final user by Jack Gallinard himself, as they were self-updating, and as such, expensive. Harry wrote a letter describing his situation and actions and sent it via Hedwig to Gallinard himself. A couple hours later, a message arrived that the old man himself was going to visit, because of what Hedwig had done. Gallinard hid himself behind family wards that had been added to over the centuries, as the entire clan had always been warders and curse breakers. Hedwig flew to the location where she sensed the recipient of the letter and traversed the wards without too much effort, and it was a very surprised old man who read Harry's letter at his lunch that day. The fact that Hedwig had traversed the wards indicated to Gallinard that the owl was owned by a powerful and intelligent wizard. Being not only a post owl, she was his familiar, and thus, sharing in the magical benefits. He asked the snowy owl to wait while he wrote a reply. Mr. Potter, it is with some surprise that your owl reached me this morning, as I have some very complex wards guarding my residence these days. Her arrival indicates to me the power that an intelligence you have working for you. I assume she is your familiar, and not just a post owl. I have read your letter and request, and I find myself intrigued enough to come and visit your location. I would like to examine the so-called blood wards that Dumbledore thinks are impenetrable. If Tuesday at 10 is inconvenient, please let me know. Jack Gallinard. Tuesday arrived and Harry watched from the front stoop, wanting to see how the Master Warder and Curse Breaker perceived and checked the wards from the outside. He kept a pole with a sign on it handy, and when the Master arrived he stepped out to the street to greet him. Welcome, Master Gallinard, and Assistant. I am Harry Potter and this is where I was dumped 14 years ago. Point 4 Privet Drive. Hello Mr. Potter. Harry, I am pleased to meet you. This is my assistant and head curse breaker, J. Bernheimer. Quote. Harry shook hands with the man, who was using his wand and some detection equipment to feel the warding. Gallinard looked at the sign Harry was carrying. It was an old broomstick with a piece of posterboard nailed to it, with the "Notice Me Not" and "Anti-Muggle" runes painted on it. I figured you might want to do some checking around outside, and this should keep any unwanted attention away from us. Both of the older men's eyes were widened a bit at this small piece of diversion, and Harry's status in their eyes went up a little bit as well. Good thinking. Sometimes you have to work in a mundane area and you need every tool you can get. Nice shirt, by the way. Harry was proud of that, and told the men about the dinner he and Sirius had eaten with his family. Bernheimer came back from his walk-around of the wards and the property with a look on his face. The data he had collected was all there written on his clipboard. The clipboard was a recording device tied in with a set of spells and charms the man had used, and as he walked, ward strength was recorded, types of wards, everything magical. Gallinard took the clipboard and looked it over. He raised an eyebrow to his assistant, who pointed back at the notations with a shrug. Mr. Potter. Harry, I don't know how to tell you this, but what you have over this property are not wards. Blood wards or otherwise. Really? The old man claims that they are blood wards created by my mother's self-sacrifice, and that as long as I live with my blood relative, that is, my aunt, I am safe from anyone intending me harm. The two professionals looked at each other in disbelief. Harry, someone is lying to you. My family has been involved in the warding business for over 800 years, and I have never heard of anything like that. Ever. Another data point stored away in his mind. So, what is actually over this property? Well, according to our initial survey, the things set up are to influence the mundanes you live with. Harry learned a lot that day in the summer before his 4th year. He created a set of anti-sensing wards to block the ministry from locating him, or anyone else for that matter. He was informed of several tracking charms on his person and property, which he transferred to an inert object which he could dispose of at will. He kept the object in his trunk so that Dumbledore would see he was well and healthy, from his ivory tower. Harry asked Gallinard to disable the spells influencing the Dursleys, letting them possibly have something of a normal life. He may eventually forgive, but he would never forget. Nor would he let his guard down, for Vernon's natural propensity may just be to be a bullying, bigoted bastard. The night he set up the personal wards that he had designed, he sat on the roof of 4 Privet Drive and looked out over the estate where the house was sitting. One house exactly the same as every other house, except for the inhabitants. He wanted better. He wanted to have someone to love and be loved by. He wanted children, and happiness in his house. He knew that he was a bit young to think of this, but the fact was, his circumstance had forced him to mature and be adult in many things. Even when he wanted to go and play. He just wanted to go with Hermione and swing, to drag his feet in the dirt and jump to see how far he could go. He wanted to have a mum, or someone who acted like his mum to hold him when he felt bad. He wanted someone to talk to about guy things. He couldn't talk to Ron. The boy acted so jealous and childish and selfish, that Harry just felt he couldn't trust him, and wouldn't. The next year would show how true this was. Harry made some progress with his family. They were not actively hostile to him, but they were also not accepting him with open arms either. Vernon still had his outbursts, and more than once Harry had to duck to avoid the fat man's slap. It usually never went beyond that, as Vernon got winded easily, and encouraged Dudley to knock the skinny wizard around. The episode with Master Warder and Curse-breaker Gallinard was eye-opening to Harry. He got way more than he had asked for. All he wanted at the outset was a copy of the book. What he ended up with was a signed copy of the book, and a personal lesson in runic warding from the expert in the field, not to mention an invitation to apply for an apprenticeship when he was older. Harry was pleased with this development. He had found that he had enough money for his education and was planning on using it wisely, to hire tutors and specialists. Sirius had suggested several things that he do, one of which was to find his solicitor, and failing that, ask his cousin Andromeda to represent him. This was one of the few sensible things that Sirius had come up with, as his brain was still a bit addled from his years in Azkaban. Harry loved his godfather, but had enough common sense to think about what was suggested before doing it. He recalled a comment that Hermione had made in their first year. "I don't think that wizards have an ounce of common sense or logic." Harry had taken that to heart, and assumed the worst. July ended and his birthday came and went. August was upon them and he had spoken with Hermione and her parents. They had been invited to go to the Quidditch World Cup with the Weasleys, but Harry had declined, as he was going with his godfather. Arrangements were put in place and he boded his time. Between his work and his daily calls to Hermione, his life was getting much better. Harry pretty much stayed to his room and worked on various runic magic projects. Along the way he learned a lot of applied arithmancy and how to use it in his creations, for over on this side of the equation a long series of formulae were the arithmetical description of the other side of the same equation, where there was a rune or series of runes. He figured out a sorting spell, where something was dropped into one side of the ring he made, and the objects dropped were sorted into various piles. He experimented with a large bucket of mixed hardware he found at the curb in front of someone's house. He accumulated a bunch of soup tins and washed them, and inscribed them with a progression of runes, and had a ring made from an old embroidery hoop Mrs. Fig threw out. The hoop had the same runes with redirection modifiers applied. It took about 20 tries before he got it sorted out. Another joke he laughed at. And it worked. He dumped the mixed screws and nuts and bolts and unidentified stuff out a handful at a time and it was all sorted into the soup tins. A small victory. His next step was to make the sorting work over a distance, and he set up his experiment in the back garden. He lined up his soup tins at the back fence and he stood behind the garage with the hoop ring. He dumped a handful at a time and watched as the hardware flew across the yard to its target. Now if he could do it without occupying the intervening space. Something to figure out over the next school year, as September was looming. And he was going to the World Cup with Sirius, Moony, Hermione and her parents. Sirius had located a place to live where the ministry couldn't find him, as he was still listed as an escaped convict, so he wore his rune shirt that Harry had made for him, only this one included more comprehensive runes, which included wizard-repelling charms. Hermione was glad to see her wizard. She had taken to thinking of Harry as her wizard. Even though she didn't think too far about what that meant. Both for her and for him. Her mother had a look that she knew something was up when the girl talked about her wizard. Even unstated it was a given. Sirius and Harry came to the Granger home and parked Sirius' new bike behind the garage, out of sight, unless you were in the back garden and no one was supposed to be there without permission. Harry dropped off a small crate that had several rocks carved with ward runes on them, to be dealt with later. Right now they were heading for the World Cup. Sirius produced some appropriate clothing for the Grangers to wear, so they would blend in with the crowd. And he also put a bracelet on every member of the group with a password to get them out in an emergency. One rock Harry took and with Hermione's guidance he dug a small hole. And planted it in the ground in the center of a grassy area. He took the sod and packed it tidily over the hole, leaving very little indication that it was there. This was something they had planned ahead on doing. Sirius had bought the stone from a specialist, and the bracelets were tied to the stone. If the wearer had to bug out or just wanted to return home, they had to use the password and when spoken, would be portkeyed back. Harry had paid close attention to the runes and description of the spell. He had examined the bracelets, and copied down a mass of information on the subject to be studied later. His drawing pad and notebook was growing by the day, with all manner of things. Sirius joked that he would be the only fourth year who had created his own grimoire. The 4 adults and 2 teens spun through the ether towards the QWC landing zone, and when the ground came up toward them, they did as they were instructed and landed with slightly flexed legs and all 5 kept their balance. Earlier Sirius had instructed Harry on using the flow and portkeys and the young man was a bit angry with his so-called friends who just laughed as he fell over himself every time he used either. Apparently to the average wizard, falling on your face is considered high comedy. This, of course, explained a lot to Hermione, who wondered why everyone thought the Weasley twins' pranks were the biggest hoot around. They entered the midway working its way up to the stadium, saw all manner of crazy and lunatic things, people dressed oddly, people doing things normal wizards shouldn't do, the Aurors were having a time keeping the crowds under control. So why is everyone here waiting for the show? If the portkeys were made correctly, you could port directly to your ticketed seat. In theory. Harry asked of Sirius, but it was Miranda who came up with the answer. People want to be witness to the spectacle, the silly costumes and odd behavior of others. They want to have permission to act out in ways they would not usually act at home or with their peers. Oh, I see. So it's like when the football hooligans go to Spain to start fights. And kick ass, regardless of if it's their team or not. Exactly. Everyone keep their bracelets tight and be ready to bug out in an instant. Please, I don't want anyone hurt. This was mature adult Harry talking. Jake and Miranda looked over the kids' heads to Sirius, who just nodded quietly as the teens walked hand in hand ahead of them. Harry bought 3 pair of omnioculars, one for Sirius and Moony, one for the Grangers and one for himself and Hermione. He stuffed them in his pouch, which he had taken to keeping with him at all times. Your basic fanny pack with enlarging charms on the inside, giving him quite a bit of space to work with. He had shown the things to do to Hermione and she was excited about doing the same to her book bag before she went to school. They came in contact with the Weasleys along the way, and Ron didn't notice the couple. He didn't recognize any of them, because they were all disguised, at least Harry and Hermione were. Sirius looked completely different than his wanted poster, and Moony, he just blended in with the background, casting a silent disillusionment spell and activating his notice me not charms. They were a bit of an inconvenience in a crowd like this. People tried to walk right through the space you occupied, so he walked directly behind Harry with his hand on the young man's shoulder, and Sirius brought up to the rear. Harry whispered in the girl's ear, "Did you see that? How he looked you up and down? Even I felt violated." Hermione had been speaking the week before about how males treated females in wizarding society. The more pureblood you were, the more second class everyone around you became. The QWC was quite exciting to watch. The events with leprechauns and Vila were odd feelings for the men in the group, and amusement for the women. Harry acted correctly when the Vila danced onto the field, and burrowed his face in Hermione's neck, holding her tightly. When questioned about it, he spoke of feeling an odd pressure in an undefinable place, but instinctively he knew that holding the brunette girl was the cure. Jake stood up at the same occurrence, but held onto Miranda's hand. He quirked his head, watching the silvery dancers, but kept a hold. Sirius had acquired a box up and behind the ministry box, and as such Harry could watch the events within said box. Ron immediately got up and started toward the front of that balcony when Arthur grabbed the back of his jacket and pulled him back. The twins acted a bit antsy, but stayed put. The game finally began and the wizards explained the game and the players to the non-wizards, and after a bit, even the non-fans could see the excitement of the game. The players flew about with astonishing speed, and everyone gasped as Victor Crumb dove toward the field, as if diving for the snitch, and the opposing seeker assumed it was a feint. Unfortunately for Bulgaria, it was not. Crumb caught the snitch and Ireland was still far enough ahead. They won the game. The crowd surged to their feet, and were jumping about cheering, and something odd caught Harry's eye. He touched Hermione's arm and spoke in her ear. "There, see the elf, it looks as if she is trying to stop someone there under a cloak, an invisibility cloak." Quote. The little female elf in the pretty blue dress fell as if cast off, and cringed as someone or something smacked at her. She fell back, helpless as her charge moved away, toward the right behind where the Weasleys were milling about. The ripple passed by the Weasleys and Harry noted that Ron had his wand sticking out of his back pocket. And then he didn't. The little elf started running toward the exit, and just about where they had seen the last ripple, she popped away. The Grangers suggested staying in the stands for a while to let the crowds diminish, and everyone thought that was a reasonably good idea. They did find a spot overlooking the midway and the campgrounds and talked about the game and magic and things as they watched the thousands of witches and wizards mill about. Below, they reviewed their omniocular recordings and used the devices to people watch in the crowd. They heard screams and noticed that there were people being tossed about in the air, like they were rag dolls being thrown about by a jealous little brother teasing his sister. "Oh my lord, what are they doing?" Miranda pointed down the way at 5 or 6 people in dark cloaks and masks who were the ones tormenting the flying people. Sirius glared. "Death Eaters. The worst of our people, all good citizens, as long as they buy off the right people in our ministry," he snarled. "What I would give to have a long-range weapon now." Jake estimated the range. "My squatty Jeremy could take them out quite nicely from here. I have seen him hit a target 1,600 meters away." The wizards all looked at Jake Granger with a question in their eyes. Jake looked around at his hosts. "What? I was in the SAS as a medic. Those guys are deadly accurate, and the target never knew what hit them." Just then, a huge glowing green skull and snake formed in the air above the midway, and Sirius and Harry grabbed their guests and yelled, "Bug out." A whirling trip through the ether and everyone landed in a pile in the Granger back garden. Harry got up swiftly, pulling Hermione up with him, and they picked up her parents together. "What was that?" Jake demanded. He and Miranda were somewhat fearful of the answer they might receive. Sirius and Moony were solemn-faced, and not really wanting to talk about it, because they were both shocked to their core. "It can't be. It just can't. You saw it as well as I. Moony, they're back. At least they are getting bolder. What are you two going on about?" The group had moved into the house by now. Moony took the initiative. "What you saw tonight was Death Eater's muggle baiting, and the sign in the sky was the Dark Lord's signature. They are coming out of hiding, and I fear for our world." He turned to Jake and Miranda. "If you care about your lives and your daughter's life, sell everything and get out of the country, as soon as you can." He looked scared. "Go as far from here as possible, Australia, New Zealand." Tristan da Cunha. Hermione's parents looked shocked at this pronouncement. They had come to find Moony as a calm and reasonably sane person for a wizard. Harry looked to his girlfriend at the last. She whispered an answer to the unasked question. "Farthest inhabited place on Earth." "Oh." Harry thought quietly for a few minutes as the older wizards filled in the Granger family on the whole Death Eater situation, ideology and activities in the past. He held Hermione's hand and looked her in the eyes, saying nothing. But he never stopped thinking. He was still looking at her when he interrupted his godfather. Sirius, could you stop giving Voldemort so much credit and start thinking about what we could do now? Sirius drew up short in his words. What? Harry turned to him. We have no proof that Voldemort is back, just that some of his followers are acting out. Now it is the hands of the Ministry to deal with, am I correct? Yes, I suppose so. What are you saying? Is it our task to do any more than look out after our own families? Well, I suppose not, but who will? Hermione interjected. Won't the headmaster do something about it? He should. He heads up 2 out of the 3 branches of our government. And he is a full-time headmaster of our biggest magical school. This got the attention of all the Grangers and Harry. There are other magical schools. Sure. There's Dublin School of Magical Arts and Sciences, there's the Headington School in Oxford, it has both mundane and magical sides. Mooney, isn't there one in London too? Yes, but it is by audition only, the Globe School of Theatre and Musical Arts, started by Will Shakespeare back in 1500-something. Harry and Hermione felt they had been cheated somehow. Oh, yes, the Dragon School in Oxford. They begin teaching basics of magic in primary school, so you could have been taught since you were 6, I believe. Miranda spoke first. And why were we not told of these schools back then, when it might have given our Hermione a good start? Is there someone blocking us from hearing about it? Sirius answered. I don't know. There is a book in the Ministry that records every magical birth in the country, and those names are supposed to be forwarded to the correct parties. I do recall that both I and my brother Regulus received invitations to the Oxford schools, but my mother refused them. I don't know why, other than she was a bigoted by.ch. These revelations made the teens think long and hard about it. Some years in the future, when the teens had time to think about it, they interviewed the staff of those schools, and found out that they had been blocked from speaking to Harry, and Hermione was never on their list. 4th year started, and by the 2nd day of school, Harry had descended into confusion, forgetting many of the things he had learned over the summer. His ever-present notebook full of drawings and ideas was not to be found. Hermione tracked him down to the Quidditch pitch where he was standing in the stands holding his broom, looking at the grounds, which were all torn up and hedgerows being planted. Harry, are you all right? Harry. Hermione quietly trod the risers of the stands to the platform where her best friend was standing, looking out over the grounds. His eyes did not leave the maze as he spoke. I don't know, Hermione, I don't know what I do know and what I don't. It's like I have bare spots in my mind, and I know something is missing, but I cannot tell what it is. He turned his face to her. I think I have been obliviated. Hermione immediately scanned her memory, and having the blessing, and sometime curse of an eidetic memory, she found discrepancies. Things that didn't quite jibe. She sat down on the bleachers and quieted her mind. A basic yoga technique she sometimes practiced with her mother over the summer, the memories that pointed to her and Harry being in a relationship, the events of the World Cup were off somehow, the images of running through the forest at night away from the masked wizards didn't seem to feel real, and seeing the little elf be cast out of her family by Mr. Crouch, well, that didn't set well with Hermione's sensibilities. Harry had sat on the bleacher next to her, and took her hands. One thing I do remember is that you agreed to be my girlfriend. I don't think anyone or anything could take that away from me. Their eyes met. I don't recall going to the Weasleys, do you? No, but that doesn't explain the memory of us staying there for a week and going to the World Cup with them. It seems like a very complete sequence of events. I know. Do you recall who we met that morning? Cedric Diggory, wasn't it? Who wants us to have these memories, and why the hell did they block my memories of what we learned this summer? And why can't I remember the rune sequence that Mr. I can't remember his name. I can see him in my mind, but I can't remember his name. Harry looked angry. I have his book on. Gallinard's Compendium of Wards and Their Manipulation. Hermione quoted the title as if reading it. She continued. Inside the front cover it is signed. For my new friend, Harry Potter. You remind me a great deal of my Old friend Charles Potter. Use this book well and may the power of magic be with you always. Signed Jack Gallinard. She looked to him. The man is Jack Gallinard, the world's master warder and curse breaker. Harry was looking deep into his best friend's eyes, as if seeing something. The truth was, he was seeing something. As she spoke of the book, he could see it in her memory, the inscription and the cover. I saw that, I think, just as you saw it. Let's try something. Saw it? How? She blinked and then felt a kind of pressure on her frontal lobe. She was seeing the castle and grounds of Hogwarts from Harry's perspective, from his broom, zooming and flying about. In that instant she knew how much he loved flying, and the fact that he really didn't care all that much about Quidditch, as it was a means to an end, to be flying. She also felt an overlay of the best she could describe it, was a compulsion to spend time and effort playing the game and reading and talking about it, as if it were programmed into him. She whispered, "Think about just flying, and how you feel about that, and not the game." He did so and she reveled in the feelings of the wind in her face, and the force of the turns and twists of the maneuvers. She disconnected and stretched. "Harry, I would like to try something, do you trust me?" "Of course I do. With what?" "My life, my broom, my vaults." He became aware of what he had just said, vaults. Until this point he had no idea that he had more than just the one where his school money came from. Hermione's voice brought him back to the present. "Just loan me your broom for a moment, I want to try something." "Are you sure? You haven't flown since first year flying classes, and this is a fast broom." She stood and smiled at him. "I think we may have had a breakthrough of sorts, trust me, I'll be careful." Reluctantly he handed her the broomstick. "I can replace the firebolt, Hermione, I can't replace you." She smiled sweetly and threw her leg over the shaft and smoothly swooped out and over the pitch, making a wide arc, and some smooth turns, a mild dive and climb, then a spiral up to an altitude of about 300 feet, flipping over on her back and diving at a steep angle toward the grass, and swooping with her toes leaving marks in the grass, all the while laughing. Harry's heart had stopped, and he had forgotten to breathe until she had landed with a light step, and handed the speedy broomstick back to him. He didn't even look as he dropped it aside and grabbed her and held her tightly. "I am so sorry, Hermione, I am so sorry that I worried you so much these last 3 years, seeing you fly like that scared me, I thought I hadn't realized what it did to you to see me fly like I do." He released the hug he held her in and searched her face, her eyes. "How? I felt your mind. I asked you to think about flying and I concentrated on receiving what you know about flying, and although I haven't had the physical experience that you do, I feel I could probably do anything on a broom that you can, now." His eyebrows vanished into his hairline. "Oh, really? I guess I know what I'm getting you for your birthday, then." She tossed her hair merrily. "I want at least a Nimbus 2000, with a laugh." They hugged tightly for a few moments, then reality came back to them. What about whoever obliviated us and added these false memories? It can only be a few people, the primary candidate is Dumbledore. My whole life he has been manipulating me, putting me where I live, controlling my money, my classes, my friends. Shock crossed the girl's face. Money. Friends. I was not told how to get through to platform 934. And Mrs. Weasley was loudly asking where the platform was, like she was calling to me. The Weasleys were planted, I am sure of it. Next, how many compartments were empty the first time you got on the express? She thought about it a minute. 11, by my count. Harry was impressed that she remembered an exact number. Ron came into my compartment saying that everywhere else was full, could he join me? His face darkened. I believe he was a setup as well. He grimaced. I keep getting this desire to go and play Quidditch, when in truth it's a stupid game as a seeker. All I do is fly around. If I were a chaser, maybe. All I really want to do is fly. I feel as if there is a compulsion to make me want to be on the team. I felt that also, when I was feeling your mind. She blushed. And looked him in the eyes. Is it true that adolescent males think about, say, every 3 minutes? It was Harry's turn to blush as an image flashed across his thoughts. That's not fair. Miss Granger, you are abusing the magic, I think. He projected an image to her that made all previous blushes insignificant. He picked up his broom and straddled it. Well, with your newfound skills at flying, would you like to go on a fly with me? She grinned and got on behind him, and snuggled close, putting her arms around him. He grinned and they took off. Next flight, I am sitting behind you, so watch where you are putting your hands, fair play and all. Her hands suddenly moved to a neutral, inoffensive position. Sirius was ensconced in 12 Grimald Place, and Moony was there with him. Moony, this letter I just got from Harry says that he was obliviated the first day of school, and he suspects Dumbledore. What can we do? I can't pull him out of there. He's relatively safe there. And until I get pardoned, I can't be his guardian, the ministry will arrest me. Remus John Lupin was the thinker of the Marauders. James was brilliant with charms, Sirius had ideas and plans, Moony worked out the magic and the order of things, Peter. He ran errands and go food and butterbeer and was the lookout. Lupin spun on his friend. Do you still have the mirrors? Sirius' eyes widened. Ah. Yes. I think I do. He jumped up and ran for his room upstairs. He had dug out his school trunk that had been forwarded from his vault by the goblins. He pulled it out and threw it open. Moony strolled in and leaned against the doorjamb. Books and old clothes flew this way and that, a half-empty Ogden's bottle rolled across the floor, fetching up against Moony's foot. He bent down and casually picked it up, undid the lid and took a swig. Ah, good stuff. Sirius looked up at his cohort, who held out the bottle. Yeah, thanks. Sirius took a swig and the steam poured out his ears, he shook his head and went cross-eyed. Whoa, been a while. He corked it back up and set it aside. Here we are. He pulled out 3 wood frames about 6 inches square, which surrounded a mirror. The outside of the frame was engraved with a series of Nordic runes, and the frame had what appeared to be buttons along one edge. I have mine, James's and Peter's, do you still have yours, you think? Lupin nodded. I surely do, it's back at my cottage, I use it to shave every morning. He sighed. The first couple years after James and Lily I called James more than once, I called you, if nothing more than to curse you. The old man had me convinced that you had betrayed them. Sirius sat back and picked up the bottle again. In a way, I did. I trusted the wrong person, and now my brother is dead. Moony knew Sirius wasn't talking about Regulus. Peter fooled us and we trusted him. Yeah, him too, I meant the old man. He idly poked at the trunk and its contents. We all fell for the cult of Dumbledore, and because of that trust, too many people are dead. Remember Giddy and Fabulous? If it weren't for that scumsucking Snape and his bad intel, they would still be alive. Moony took back the bottle and took a drink. I wonder how much real useful information, Snape ever provided. It always seemed, too little, too late. Moony slid down the doorjamb and sat on the floor. He leaned back and closed his eyes. What about Harry? He needs tools to fight back. He needs to keep his memories to himself and stop whoever is trying to lead him around by the nose. Is there anything Andy can do to help? I don't know. She is working on it. Gimme the bottle, Moo. Moony looked at the bottle. There was not much left in it, so he passed it over. Sirius drank the remains of the Ogdens and thumped the bottle off down the hallway. They heard it bounce off a wall and roll over to the stairway and go over the edge. Bonk. 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 They waited in anticipation. Bonk. It had stopped 5 steps down. Sirius giggled and Moony snorted, laughing at Sirius more than the situation. Having a lichen metabolism meant that it took more than a few drinks to alter his consciousness. Seriously, Sirius. No, don't say it. He shot a silencio at the other wizard. We need to send Harry and Hermione as many tools as we can so they can fight whoever and whatever they are dealing with there. Dump out your trunk, we'll fill it up with useful stuff and send it to him, okay? Sirius just giggled and slumped down a bit more. Moony looked at him there. Lightweight. He levitated the trunk and opened all the compartments, and dumped everything out on the floor. Scourgify, a few cleaning charms to get rid of the odd smell and suspicious stains. There were robes and clothes and shoes and a variety of decent quality clothes, all too small. A quick cleaning and folding charm and placed in the clothes section of the trunk. I think that Harry or Hermione can resize these to fit him, since the clothes he wears are pure rags. I wonder what the old man was thinking, sending Harry there. Lupin spoke to the now sleeping Sirius Black, who was leaning happily against the footboard of the bed, a pile of school-age debris around him. Mooney leaned out the door of the room and achioed the Ogden's bottle off the steps, laid it on top of the stack of 3 mirrors and did a charm, converting it into a replica of the others, bringing the total of mirrors up to 5. 1 for each and 1 for Andy Tonks. He murmured to himself. 2 mirrors and a note indicating how to use them, in the first compartment, right on top. Okay, books. He sorted out all the books from the pile, put them in order, tossing the girly mags aside. Hermione won't like that. Dotto, this is good. Basic occlumency and legilimency. Protecting your mind. This will be helpful to Harry and his friends. We both know that Snape and the old man are notorious for scanning minds. They had learned this lesson early in the Marauder years. Back then, Snape was not as much of a threat, but the old man was. Harry and Hermione spent the rest of that day flying around, over the Forbidden Forest, where Harry pointed out the Acromantula nests and where he and Ron had faced down Aragog. They kept quite a bit higher than normal for that area. They flew out over the lake, waving at Lenny, the giant squid. Peering down through the water, they could see what looked like structures of a small town down there. Harry led the way and they went around and about the spires and towers of the castle, over the top of the Great Hall, wondering if they were seen by those inside. From the outside, it looked like any other slated roof. They circled Gryffindor Tower. Hermione pointed out her dorm room window, and Harry pointed out his. They wondered about what looked like another level of tower above the 7th-year dorms on the top floor. Harry pulled the broom up and hovered, looking in through the turrets visible when you were high enough. Look at this. From the ground, you cannot see there is another level. It looks like just crenellation like any other tower here. We should investigate this soon. Hermione's arms held him tightly and she snuggled into his back. You're right, but I think we need to go and eat now. I'm getting hungry. They swooped away from the tower and found a nook out of sight of the front door to set down. They got off and stretched, Hermione trying discreetly to get the butt cramps out. Harry, of course, didn't mind, so he stretched and did a few knee bends while grinning at the bushy-haired girl. Here, take my hands. She did, and together they did knee bends and some long muscle stretching. He picked up his broom and activated the shrinking runes he had placed on it and put it in his pouch. Shall we go to dinner, milady? Yes, but first I need to stop by the ladies, and brush out my hair. It looks as if I have been flying all day. They laughed and walked into the castle. Harry was sitting in the common room working on his first couple days' homework, and idly sketching out some ideas for a gift for Hermione's birthday. The girl in question came into the room and dropped her book bag and notebooks on the table, and sat down with a weary sigh. Harry flipped the page over in his sketchbook, hiding his drawings. Tired? He asked her. Yes, very much so. You know I am keeping up with my normal education as well as our magical education. Yes, I have seen you reading literature books and physics. How do you do it? By mail, or is there a teacher somewhere accepting your owls? I do the assignments and send them to my mother, who forwards them to an office in the Headington school. They both looked at each other, remembering the conversation after the QWC when they had portkeyed back to the Granger's garden. I suppose now that we know Headington is a magical mundane school, I can expand my course load somewhat. At least look at their curriculum. I think that's a great idea. Let's send Hedwig with an inquiry into what they offer on both sides. I need to finish my mundane education. I dropped out of public school when I came to Hogwarts. A thought occurred to Harry. How far from Headington do you live? A couple miles. I can walk there in less than an hour. I have, since it's good exercise. He got a far-off look on his face. I'll be right back. He jumped up and ran up the steps to the dorm, dug around in some papers and things in his trunk and brought out a notebook. He noticed that all his chocolate frogs were gone again. Ron! He humphed in disgust. He came back down and dropped into his chair. Flipping open the notebook, he read through the alphabetical list of cities and towns until he reached Oxford. Okay. Have you heard of the Ritz Montague Hotel? He looked up at his friend. She nodded. Yes, it's a pretty classy place in the center of town, not a cheap place to stay, from what I recall. Well, for you, it wouldn't be a problem, as I, that is, the great, ancient and noble house of Potter owns it. I have an entire floor to use as my own. All I need is the Potter ring. There is a private entrance and everything. On the 7th floor is a big hospitality suite, a 2-bedroom middle-size suite, and a pair of singles. He read some more. Okay. This is something. According to this, my head of house ring had portkey charms on it. All I have to do is name the place I want to go and say activate, and I will be ported there directly. He looked at her with glee. I need to find that ring and get this underway. I'm moving to Oxford to be near my girlfriend. Sirius groaned as he woke up. His trunk was sitting upright and had quite a bit of stuff placed inside. Books, clothes, potions, equipment, the mirrors. What's this about? Moo. We're sending Harry some help with his problems. Books, tools, potions. I need to go to the apothecary and get him some nutrient potions and something to help his eyes. He shouldn't have to wear glasses at his age. Moony was writing something, making a list. There's a bag of gold over there. Take what you need. He waved over in the vague direction of the dressing table. What kind of books? Well, I started with all 7 years of your school books, a copy of the Marauder's Manifesto and Animagus Journal to start, potions reference manuals. I know he actually likes potions, but Snape makes it a hateful thing. Moony, put in any books you can find on runes, arithmancy, spell creation. I think in the library we have something on portkeys and traveling stones. He needs that. We do have the copyright charm in the manual, don't we? Yes, why? You know his girlfriend better than I do, so don't you think she's gonna want to make the start of her own library? Lupin laughed. In the short time he had taught at Hogwarts he had learned about Hermione's addiction to knowledge-seeking. Better add a couple cases of blank books. Moony nodded and added it to his list. Blank books made it easier to copy books. You placed one next to the other and used the copyright charm, copyright, and everything in one was printed in the other, exactly as the first. This was the way a great many wizarding books were distributed. One copy is handwritten and every copy thereafter is exactly like the first. Moony gathered the requisite books, including a complete 15-volume set of the Master's Complete Guide to Potions and their creation. This set of works was a holy grail to the potions masters of the world. In reality, there were fewer than 50 sets of these books printed, and of those, fewer than 10 were complete. It was common knowledge that if you went through the first 5 books, you could qualify as a potions master in any country in the world. Snape had heard of this set of books and had acquired one of the first 5 volumes, and handwritten copies of the other 4. This set that was being given to Harry was virtually priceless, and there were those in the world who would literally kill to acquire them. Moony brought the books in and copied them, and the copies went into Harry's new trunk. Moony went to return the original set to the library, and while he was out of the room, Sirius grabbed the girly magazines and slipped them into the trunk, hidden behind something else. What about the summer, when he is stuck with his relatives? Moony returned, smirking. He knew what Sirius had just done. If I recall correctly, Harry is stuck with Lily's sister, and doesn't get enough to eat. He does all the work, and the old man won't let anyone do anything about it. Not so much anymore. Harry has figured out how to ward against his relatives. He lives in their house, and they hardly know he's there. Ward? How? Sirius got up, stumbled a little, as he hadn't had anything to drink in 13 years and was still a bit of a lightweight. He dug in a pile of clothes and victoriously pulled out a shirt. Aha! Here it is. Harry made this for me. We sat right there in the same room with the Muggles and they ignored us completely. His voice was a bit muffled as he pulled the shirt over his head. Moony was impressed, as he had taken runes for 4 of his 7 years at Hogwarts. He recognized the runic phrasing and was impressed at how elegantly it was done. Sirius was pointing to various bits. This here is a notice me not, and this here is a mild compulsion to not hear anything, a muffiliato, I think he called it. Quite impressive, Siri, I don't think I could have done it. I mean, it's quite inspired work. Sirius nodded and spun around. The spiral of runes wrapped around his body. He held his arms up like a flamenco dancer as he did. The only problem with this is you have to activate it by spinning to the right. The first time I had to spin around so much I got dizzy. The runes on the shirt glowed for a second as they were powered up. There, I am now invisible. Invisibile. Muggles can't see me. He flopped down on the edge of the bed. Harry found a quiet spot and pulled out his map. He activated it with the phrase, and his fingers followed over the familiar runes and numbers drawn all around the edges of the thing. He recognized several of the sequences, but not all. He needed to contact Moony and Sirius and find out what he could. That thought went through his mind as he looked for his best friend. There, she was sitting at her table in the back of the library. Padma and Luna were there also. He nodded, and put the map away, thinking that it would be nice to have a quicker way to contact someone. Hermione and Padma had become friends, study partners and to some extent, confidants. A third-year Ravenclaw girl had joined them, Luna Lovegood. Harry approached what he thought of as the smart girl's corner. "Good afternoon, ladies, I hope you are all well today." The feminine group smiled and greeted the dark-haired wizard. "I have come by to ask if Hermione wanted to go flying with me, and now that you are all here, ladies, would you all like to go flying with me? There's work that I have to get done, I can't, another time." Hermione gave an apologetic look. Harry whispered in his mind. "Anytime, for you." Padma also demurred. "I don't have a broom, but I do have a personal flying carpet if you would like to try it sometime, my sister and I share it often." This interested Harry, as he had never seen a flying carpet or flown on one. "I would be very interested in that, Padma, thank you." The South Asian girl blushed, and wondered if his interest was personal or he was really interested in the flying carpet. Luna had begun to pack up her books and equipment as soon as Harry had asked. She began to speak. "I would like to fly with you, Harry." She turned and looked to Hermione, who smiled and nodded slightly. Luna turned her full attention to the green-eyed wizard. "I was just reading ahead, it wasn't anything for class." The other girl's eyes were drawn to Luna's stack of books as she slipped them into her book bag. Luna and Harry left, going to the Ravenclaw common room so Luna could retrieve her broomstick. She returned to the common area a few moments later, dressed oddly, carrying what Harry recognized as a classic Van Hull darter, a handmade broom that was every bit of 100 years old, and from what he could see, in perfect condition. "Are you going to be warm enough, Luna?" Harry eyed her odd clothing. "Oh, I will use some warming charms if I need to. Daddy and I have been in quite hostile environments in our searches for the strange and unusual creatures we hunt." Harry looked dubious. "If you are sure, if you get cold, let me know. I don't want my friends getting sick." He turned and went toward the door, and Luna felt a thrill at the comment about his friends. She quickly caught up with him and they walked together out the main door of the castle, and launched into the air on their brooms. They wandered along the edge of the lake while they talked, toes skimming the top of the water on occasion. "Why are you dressed so oddly, Luna? It looks like you put on whatever you could find." The October chill had come to the Scottish Highlands, and Harry could feel it seeping through his heavy cloak. "My roommates think it is quite funny to hide my clothes. I find them dressing gargoyles, hanging from the flagpoles. I just retrieve them and go about my business." She sighed as if it were the only way to do things. "Have you talked to Professor Flitwick, or one of the prefects?" Luna didn't answer. She hovered, very bug-like, and circled a stand of water grass poking up out of the shallows. Harry was somewhat awed in that while she was circling, she was flying sideways, like a bug. "I have never seen a broom that could do that, Luna, that is amazing." "Oh yes, this broom was my mummy's and her mummy's before her. It is designed after a dragonfly, that's why it is backward compared to yours. The Van Hull darter is made for close-in work, where silence and maneuverability is essential," she quoted from the manual that had come with it. "Although the high-end speed is not as quick as some brooms, the advantage for observation and access far outweighs the others." She smiled at her friend and giggled, then hovered straight up, slid sideways over the forest and headed in the general direction of the castle. Harry laughed and caught up with her, and they cruised above the forest. Harry pointed out the Acromantula colony and they saw a few of the smaller spiders on the tops of the trees, reaching out for them. "We need to remove those spiders from the forest. You know, they are not natural to this ecology." Luna spoke firmly and with conviction. "What do you mean?" They slowed and circled around the area. "The spiders will breed until they have eaten everything in the area, and there is no more wildlife to capture. It is needed for both food and reproduction, you know. Harry and his friends were quickly finding out the depth and breadth of knowledge that Luna apparently had, even in spite of some of her more colorful creatures. The spiders in this colony, and those around the world, capture wildlife and paralyze it, injecting it with a digestive agent. See the pods there. That's probably a dog or something. That one is bigger, possibly even a troll. They are captured alive, and then as their body is digested, the spiders eat the liquefied protein. Some of them are saved, however, where they inject the eggs into the living creatures and they grow, while eating their host. Harry turned to the side and lost his lunch thinking about the process. Sorry about that. It's just. She turned into him as they were flying forward and was going along sideways facing him. It's all right. Many biological processes can be fairly unsettling. In order to take his mind off the spiders, he looked at her broom. They were going fairly slow, not much more than a brisk walk, and it seemed as if the woven bristles protruding from the front of her broom were vibrating like wings. In fact, it looked as if she were riding a huge dragonfly. The wings were in the front, the tail had nothing attached that he could see, and at the very point of the broom was what appeared to be huge eyes. Luna, can your broom see? He looked suspiciously at the eyes. Oh yes, my grandmother was a creative person, and she was using this to search for seven-toed singtwaddlers in the Amazonian rainforest, and she modified her standard broom to emulate the dragonfly. You know that in that forest there are dragonflies with a 2-foot wingspan. We have pictures. She said this proudly. The eyes record and store the visuals to be searched later, or to see anything we missed in our search. I still have some images of my mummy from when she was a little girl. In truth, these were some of her most precious possessions. That is awesome. If you would let me, I would really like to look closely at her work. I promise I won't hurt anything. The blonde girl's eyes gazed at him, and she spoke. It is essential that I let you see, because you need the tools to fulfill your destiny. They were heading toward the castle, and Luna was speaking of the alien species in the Forbidden Forest. The spiders here, once they have eaten everything, including the centaurs, they will come out and start capturing people in Hogsmeade and Hogwarts. They need to be removed. She said this with a surety that made Harry believe it to his bones. Then we will do something about it. Okay, Luna, you and I, Hermione and Padma would help also, I believe. She gave a look which he had seen minutes earlier. She said 4 words. Oh, yes, we will. They came to a clearing in the forest, and saw a group of people setting up tents and what looked like big corrals, with a huge iron stake in the center of each. They swooped down into the clearing and landed. Red hair had attracted his eye. Hi, are you Charlie Weasley? I'm Harry Potter. The muscular young man turned and faced Harry. I certainly am. You know my brother Ron, I believe. I do, and I also know Fred and George. We have worked together on some things. His attitude toward Ron had cooled some, but he wasn't about to jump up and claim the Git as his best friend, knowing what the old man had done to him, trying to make Ron his best friend. So what's going on here? Oh sorry, you know Luna Lovegood, she lives near your family. Hello again, Charles. I see you are surviving the dragons. Yes, nice to see you again. Luna, I heard about your mother. I am sorry. The girl closed her eyes and bowed her head slightly in acceptance. Thank you, Charles. So, you are setting up dragon pens. She indicated the corrals. Yes, it's for the Tri-Wizard tournament. Are you too excited? This should be quite interesting to watch. I'm sure it will be interesting, but I don't want anything to do with it. Thank you very much. Luna just faced the young wizard and touched his cheek with a sad look on her face. Just after Harry and Luna left the smart girl's corner. Hermione, what are you doing? Letting Harry get away? Going out flying with Luna, aren't you worried? Padma whispered. Hermione's face had a few emotions flitting across. If I get clingy or territorial, he might rebel, and I trust him. He has already told me that I am important to him, and I believe him. She sighed and looked off into some distance. He asked me to be his girlfriend this summer, and someone obliviated both Harry and myself over it. And fabricated some memories that we spent time with the Weasleys, at the QWC, when I really spent it with my parents, Harry's godfather and Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin. Isn't he a quote? Yes, he's a lichen, but he locks himself away on the nights of the full moon, so there's no risk, plus he was friends with Harry's parents. Realization dawned on Padma. So Sirius Black really is Harry's godfather. Yes, Sirius is a great guy. He's innocent. You know. The Gryffindor girl closed her notebooks and put away her trigonometry books and gathered the papers she had written to be sent back to the Headington school. Both girls were surprised when Hedwig flew into the back of the library where they were working. Hello, Hedwig, are you well? Hermione stroked the fine bird. Do you have a message from Harry? The great Snowy nodded once and Hermione got an image of the top of Gryffindor Tower, the hidden place that she and Harry had found their first flight together. Okay, I will go to him. Do you think you could deliver this packet to my mother? Hedwig nodded again, and the girl tied the packet to the great owl. A quick charm, the window opened and let her out, then closed. Hermione fell back in her chair. Wow, I have never had that happen before. Padma raised an eyebrow in question. Hedwig showed me an image of what Harry wanted, I saw in my eye. Mind. Whatever, I saw a place we had found and I believe he wants me to go there now. Padma's other eyebrow raised to match the first. What could a boy want his girlfriend to come to a hidden place for? Hermione's blush extended to well beneath her clothes, but was interrupted by the silent pop of Dobby appearing. Good afternoon, Mistress Hermione. Master Harry asked that I bring you and Miss Padma to the tower, if you are available. Padma had seen house elves, and this looked nothing like a house elf. Yes, Dobby, give me a minute. Padma, would you come? The Asian girl was not about to turn this down. She knew that if Harry was involved, it was likely to be exciting and interesting. They gathered up their things and put them away, and Dobby took both young women away with a pop. Madame Pants came back to the table and pushed in an errant chair, looking around for signs of misdoing, owl mess, damaged books, anything, but found nothing. The girls popped into place in the hidden level of Gryffindor Tower, and found Harry and Luna there sitting at a table, assorted clothes, that is outer clothes, spread across the table, with parchment and books in between. Ah, good, you're here. Luna and I had an interesting afternoon, and I think both of you should hear some of this. He turned to Padma. You are a year ahead of Luna, but you are in Ravenclaw territory with her. It would be a huge favor to me if you would watch her back, as it were. Her roommates seem to think it's funny to steal and hide Luna's clothes and belongings. I am showing her some warding and retrieval charms that will help her, and I thought you might be interested, both of you. The young women were a bit excited about this, because they had begun to see the natural brilliance that Harry exhibited with runic work. It far surpassed the things they were taught in the classes. Certainly, Professor Babbling was the premier runes master in the UK, the only one better worked for the unspeakables, and no one knew his or her name. See, here, Luna, put this sequence on your clothes, somewhere, and the item will always come back to its designated spot. I recommend in your case, inside your trunk, or do you have an armoire in the girls' dorms over there? Padma answered. We have an armoire and a vanity each in third year, and as we go up in years, the dorms provide a few more amenities. By seventh year we each have a private room with an ensuite. Hermione's face shadowed a bit. I have to share with Lavender and Parvati for 7 years, unless I get the head girl, in which I will have my own rooms. Padma sighed. I love my sister, but I understand. She patted the other girl's hand. Harry drew out a sequence. These 3, and this one at the end as your personal identifier. Also we will put a lock on the armoire. Now, this sequence identifies your clothes or possessions as yours and makes them want to be where they belong. See. The young women all were awed by the symmetry of the runes. We can get stick-on labels and put it on whatever you want and you will not have to damage anything or mark it permanently. How did you learn all this, Harry? He shrugged. I live with my muggle relatives. They hate me. They hate magic in any form. I can't do magic over the summer due to the ministry and their laws. It's unfair, because the ministry doesn't track pureblood families, just the muggleborn or those like me. In fact, I think they watch me extra close. Hermione interjected. Harry and his godfather put up wards to block the ministry at my home, and so this summer was the first time my parents could see me do any magic at all. They have never seen me do anything before this. She continued. Harry created a shirt that he wears that he can be in the same room as his relatives and they don't see him. This time it was Harry's turn to blush. He distracted the girls by pulling a book out of his ever-present pouch. This is the best book on warding that there is. You can't get this book except directly from the author, as his family has been warding and curse breaking for 800 years. They gathered around and were impressed by the inscription by the author, Jack Gallinard, and then Harry flipped through the book, to a set of warding sequences. These will work on trunks, armoires, your liquor cabinet, whatever. I have modified it a bit. We can create a blood key or a ring key, however you want to do it. The blood key is nearly impossible to get through, unless you or your direct descendant want to get into something. Your spouse, your half-cousin, no one else but you or your child can get into this. He showed them the steps in creating this lock, and it was all stored away for future use. Luna chose a ring, a simple ring with a pearl in it as the trigger. Harry expanded the ring to about 2 feet across and inscribed the proper runes inside, and reshrunk it, handing it to the blonde Ravenclaw. There was a cabinet in the tower room they occupied. He drew out the cabinet lock and seal on parchment and stuck it inside the door of the cabinet. He closed it, and invited Hermione and Padma to try and unlock it. They did so, and came up with nothing, short of going through the side of the casement. Luna, the younger girl, got up from the table and sauntered over to the case, and with a wave of her hand, the case popped open. Very elegant, Miss Lovegood, it looked just like wandless magic, Harry intoned. The girls all giggled. Now then, your clothes. He hadn't noticed that Hermione and Padma had slipped his book off the table and were quietly flipping through it and whispering to each other. Here is the target sequence. He wrote it out and stuck it on the back of the cabinet they were using as an example. And here is the sequence to use on your possessions. He drew this out also and looked up to see if Luna understood. She smiled and her eyes flicked to the right, where the other girls were flipping and reading and whispering. The young wizard smiled and spoke up, using his best professor voice. Ladies, if you would pay attention. The 2 girls looked up with a bit of shock on their faces at getting caught out. They didn't, however, give up the book. I will let you look at it at your leisure, but you cannot copy it. You have to get your own from Master Gallinard. He held out his hand. 2 red faces, and they grudgingly handed the book over. Luna and Harry laughed out loud at the look on their faces. I'm hungry. Shall we go to the Great Hall, or have dinner here? Harry asked his guests. Here? Hermione didn't even look up from the book she was reading. Padma was helping Luna mark all her clothes with the tags they had designed. Dobby had asked Winky to bring everything of Luna's up to the tower, and they were busy. Yes, here please. They both agreed on it. Dobby, Winky, could you get us some dinner, please? The elves popped away, and were back in a few moments with a variety of foods that the students would like. Halloween came up. The schools from afar had arrived, from Durmstrang and from Beauxbatons, great and wondrous arrivals, flying carriages and undersea sailing boats. Harry had found his sketchbook with Dobby's help. Once he had reacquired it, he made a copy and stashed it away, with the binding spell shown as an example in his latest runes text. This made it possible to have a backup copy of everything he wrote and drew in his daily journal, so if it was ever lost or stolen again, he wouldn't actually lose it. The memory of Tom's diary was still fresh in his mind after 2 years, and he wondered about how that came to be. Putting a bit of your soul in something didn't seem like a good idea. Dobby, where did you find my sketchbook? Harry asked of the elf when it had been returned. It was in the headmaster's office. Along with your invisibility cloak. Harry was enjoying the new and improved Dobby, not so excitable and much easier to understand. I see. I didn't even know I had misplaced the cloak. I better lock it up better. It seems my trunk is not too secure. I just found out Ron had taken all my chocolate frogs the other day. The weasel is taking more than your frogs, Harry, sir. Harry started at this statement and was about to ask what else Ron had done when he was interrupted by the red-haired boy bursting into the room. Dobby vanished with a barely audible pop. Hey mate, what you doing? Harry carefully put away his pen and closed his sketchbook, placing it inside the trunk and closing the lid. Working on some projects, writing in my sketchbook. Ron ignored his statement and the quiet look on Harry's face. Did you hear? Crumb is here. He came with Durmstrang. Maybe I can meet him, Crumb. Ron dug in his trunk and pulled out his crumb action figure with real broomstick, and flew him around the room like a 5-year-old. Do you think you can introduce me, huh? How would I do that? I don't know him. You're the boy who lived, you're famous, you can get by anybody. Harry rolled his eyes in disgust. I'd like to think that I have something more to offer than that. What? Don't you like being famous? You could get any girl you want. You could get in to see the minister if you wanted. Ron zoomed his action figure. I've met the minister. He's a jerk. Harry mumbled and got up to leave. He opened his trunk and retrieved his sketchbook, stuffing it into his pouch, getting his broom and locking the trunk, left the room in disgust. His footsteps echoed down the stairwell as he left. Ron stuffed his action figure in his pocket and tried to open the trunk. He tried an Alohomora, and a few other charms and spells. Nothing worked. He gave up and stood. He kicked the trunk and turned to Seamus, looking for some chocolate. The next day was the 31 Street. Harry felt like going to hide somewhere for the whole day, since it was the anniversary of his parents' murder, and he just wanted to get away from everyone. Reluctantly he went to the feast, and saw that the goblet of fire had been set up in the entry hall. He just stood at the back as people from the various schools put their names into the flames. That evening there was a great dinner and the goblet was brought forth. Champions were drawn for each school, and Harry cheered when Cedric's name was pulled out. Everyone got up and was milling about when another name came out of the flames. His anger flowed through him. He looked at Dumbledore, and projected his denial that he had put his name in. The old man just nodded, as if satisfied that things were proceeding apace, and the champions were called into the anteroom. McGonagall came to Harry. Mr. Potter, you are to come to the anteroom. I didn't put my name in, you have to believe me. He sounded desperate. He sounded like a 14-year-old boy in trouble. Professor, please call Sirius, get him here quickly. He asked as he was dragged into the back room. Sirius Black. The flow flared green and Sirius turned to answer it. Few people knew he was here at 12. Before he answered it, he looked to see who it was. McGonagall. He could trust her. He thought. Yes, Professor, is Harry okay? No, Mr. Black, he is not. He's not hurt, but he needs you. He asked me to call you. Ah, so that's how she found out. Can I come through? Please do, Mr. Black. The Scott professor looked disturbed. It was near a full moon and Moony was feeling poorly, so he didn't leave a note. The note wouldn't be seen for 3 days anyway. Sirius knew he was forgetting something, but couldn't remember what. There were gaps in his memory, gaps filled with dementors and screaming. Mr. Potter, you must participate. Your name came out of the goblet. It is a binding contract. I'm 14, I couldn't get past the age line if I wanted to. I didn't put my name in. I tell you, idiots, every one of them. How do I prove to you that I didn't do it? Your name came out, so you must have, therefore you must participate. This was from Barty Crouch Sr. Harry noticed that the old mont's eyes looked a bit odd, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by the French girl, Fleur something. Delacroix. He is obviously lying. Make him confess or drop out. Harry spun on the French girl, his anger radiating. She tried to put up a front with her Vila allure to manipulate him. The other men in the room all felt it, some more than others, but Harry shrugged it off. I did not put my name in. His eyes drilled into hers, and she flinched first, scurrying back to the protective arms of Madame Maxine. He looked to Dumbledore, who was entirely unaffected by the allure for some reason. I'm sorry, young Harry, it appears you must participate. I will look into how your name got into the goblet. You probably put it there, you old asshole. Harry pulled out his wand and held it up for all to see. I wish Sirius were here. I solemnly swear on my life and my magic that I did not put my name in the goblet. I did not ask anyone to put my name in the goblet. I do not know how my name got into the goblet. His wand and his whole body glowed blue, so brightly everyone flinched. He levitated a chair without a word. I didn't enter into this fucking contest in any way, shape, or form. If my name came out of that bloody goblet, then the person who put it there should suffer the consequences. With that he turned and marched out of the room. Sirius changed into Padfoot in front of McGonagall and galloped away down the hall as fast as he could run. Mr. Black. Sirius, Come back. McGonagall shouted as he ran away. Her voice trailed off. There are Aurors and the minister there. She ended up in a whisper. Harry pulled his invisibility cloak closely and moved as quickly and quietly as he could out of the Great Hall, and didn't notice as he turned to go up the steps to his dorm that a large black dog came galloping up an adjacent corridor. Padfoot came running into the room where the champions were, along with the minister, and several ministry officials. He transformed just as he entered the door, yelling for Harry. He was completely inside when he realized just what he had run into. He was grabbed by 4 Aurors who bound him and incarcerated him. The last thing he heard was the minister shouting, "Get a Dementor in here, I want him kissed immediately." Harry had gone to his dorm and was banging around in anger at the lack of support from the old man, and the fact that he asked McGonagall to call Sirius and he hadn't shown up. Dobby. The elf popped into the room. He waited silently for Harry to speak. "Would you keep an eye out for when Sirius shows up? I really need to talk to him." Dobby just summoned the Marauder's map from out of his locked trunk and handed it to him. "Mr. Padfoot Black is already here." Harry was about to jump up and rush off again when Dobby stopped him. "He is captured." Harry stopped dead. "I'm doing it again, aren't I? Okay, I need to think." He opened the map and activated it. He looked around and quickly found Sirius, surrounded by Aurors, and there in the same room was Fudge, Snape and Dumbledore. "Gotta do something. Something. What to do?" He mumbled to himself. "We could go in there and jump him out of there, like when you took the girls up to the tower." He was looking at Dobby. "No, they would know who it was. No one has seen you yet, right?" Dobby shook his head. "No. I have been keeping a low profile. A few elves know I am here, but none of the staff." Dobby stood out as an elf, because Harry had freed him from part of the bondage on the elf race. His body had grown considerably, and he looked healthier, and on a personal level was smarter, more coherent, and his speech was quite a bit better. "I would rather not, just at this moment, but if needs to be, I will do it." "Thank you, Dobby. As long as there are no Dementors around, we should be all right. I need to call someone for help. Mrs. Tonks. I can use the flow in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will let me." They were interrupted when a delivery was made. Hedwig had stopped at the call of Moony, as she somehow knew that she needed to pick up a package for her hairy wizard. She dropped the package in his hands, and he looked closely at it. It was a miniature trunk, with a tag on it which said, "You know the passphrase." In Moony's handwriting. He set the trunk down at his feet and intoned, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The trunk expanded to full size and Harry fingered the lock. He utilized the phrase again and realized he would have to change it. Too many people knew the phrase. If even one person knew it who was not authorized. He stood there for a moment before he opened the trunk. He sighed and opened the trunk. There on top were a pair of mirrors, each had a yellow post-it saying Harry, Hermione, with a small bit about how to utilize them. Harry picked one up and activated it. "Moony, are you there? Anybody? Help." There was a pause as the mirror fogged and Andromeda Tonks appeared. "What's wrong, Harry? Are you hurt?" "Everything's wrong. Sirius has been captured and the minister wants him kissed. He's being held at Hogwarts, the minister is here, and I don't know what to do. I mean, I can get him out of there, but then what? And the tournament and all this came out in a rush." "Calm down, Harry, calm down. First, do you think Sirius is in immediate danger? Do I have time to get there?" He looked at the map. Sirius was inside a locked room with 2 Aurors. Fudge, Dumbledore and Snape were outside that door. Sirius is inside a locked room with 2 Aurors. Fudge, the old man and Snape are outside the door. How do you intend to get him out of there? "I have Dobby with me. He is an elf and he can pop in past any wards and retrieve Sirius. Is there any other way besides snatch and grab? Well, if he still has it on. We all had targeted portkeys after the Quidditch World Cup, but the target stone is in the Grangers' back garden, and if they traced it, the Grangers might get in trouble." He was feeling a bit frantic, not knowing what was going on. "Can the target stone be moved?" "I don't see why not." "Sure. Okay. I will call Jake Granger and ask him to move it to a safe location. You go and find out if Sirius still has his portkey with him, and see if you can cause any delays, confuse or stop the ministry." "Okay. I will. I will take the mirror with me also, and give one to Hermione. That's good idea. Harry, stay safe. I will call you as soon as I know something. Harry stuffed the mirror and the map in his pockets and raced out of the room, but not before shrinking and hiding the trunk. Andy Tonks left a few messages with members of the Wizengamot that she had a relationship with. She made a call to the media outlets to meet her at Hogwarts. There were reporters from several of the media outlets there anyway, since today was to be the drawing of names for the Triwizard Tournament. Once her calls were done, she apparated to the Granger household, appearing in the back garden as was the usual for Sirius and Moony. She had met with the Grangers a few times and had spoken at length about raising a daughter in the magical world. She was about to knock on the back door when Miranda Granger noticed her in the back garden and opened the door for her. Andy, what are you doing here? Is everything all right? No, Miranda, I'm afraid it's not. The kids are unhurt as far as I know, it's serious. From what I can figure out, Harry needed help because he was entered into that stupid tournament against his will, and Sirius just charged in without thinking, right into the arms of the Aurors and the minister himself. He's been arrested and is held in a locked room with no escape and they want to execute him on the spot. Andy's normally calm demeanor, which had served her well in court many times, was slipping, as she realized just how much trouble her cousin was in right now. Miranda hugged the older woman and called for her husband. Jake came in and heard most of the explanation, and asked, "What are you here for? What can we do to help?" Harry remembered that Sirius might still have his portkey on him, and he wanted to port Sirius out of there, but the target stone is in your back garden. He wanted to move it somewhere anonymous, so you don't get into trouble. You see. I understand. I will just go dig it up and we'll toss it in the rover and take a ride, okay? Miranda, take care of Andy. Jake bolted out the back door and trotted to the shed. He pulled out a spade and quickly dug the target stone out of the ground. He refilled the hole and put the shovel under the stone. It was too heavy to carry. He dragged the stone out the side gate and up to the front of the garage, and with a heave, lifted it into the back of the rover. Miranda, Andy, get the medical kit and get out to the rover, now. He went back and closed the gate, closed the garage door and opened the passenger doors as the ladies came out, bearing a first aid kit and a blanket. They piled in and hit the road. Jake was concentrating on the road, and he quietly told the ladies where he was going. There is an industrial construction site outside town a bit. It's late, Saturday night. I think we can slip in and out without too much trouble. Miranda nodded in agreement. This was a place familiar to her as well. They were part of a consortium of doctors and medical professionals who were investing in real estate as a retirement opportunity. This construction site was wide open and several buildings were underway. On the whole, it was an anonymous place. Andy, can you get in contact with Moony or Harry? Yes, I can. Let me do that. She got out the mirror that Sirius had sent her, and that Harry had just called her on. She sent the signal to Harry while she spoke. Moony isn't available tonight. It's the full moon and moonrise is in an hour or so. I see. Okay, here we are. Oh, police. Jake pulled over and waved the police car down. Hello, officers. I just wanted to let you know. My wife and I are investors in these properties and we were showing our friend around tonight. So, we are authorized to be here. By the way, I am Dr. Jake Granger, and my wife is Dr. Miranda Granger. He kept it friendly and upbeat. He was an upstanding citizen and had nothing to hide. One of the officers recognized him. I thought I recognized you. You and your wife are my family dentists, my wife Joyce and the kids Anya and Aaron. Jake smiled. I recall them quite well. Aaron had one single filling and a chipped front tooth, and Anya had some issues with a crooked incisor that we fixed. Good to see you, officer. The officers in the car were all smiles as the doctor's bona fides were expressed. Have a good evening. Be seeing you. The police wagon moved away, down the road and out of sight. Jake returned to the rover. Officer James Crespic, daughter Anya, son Aaron. We have free rein here. He grinned and they moved out. 3 minutes later they pulled up to a site where some masonry was being set in place. There were piles of bricks, and near the mortar mixer was a huge pile of sand. Andy realized what Jake was doing as he opened the tailgate of the rover. He was about to lift the rock when she interrupted with her wand. Let me. He nodded and took the shovel and quickly dug a hole in the sandpile. The rock was set in place as Miranda get the medikit ready. Call Harry. Andy activated the mirror again. We're ready. She kept it active but muted. Harry ran down to the Great Hall, pushing past people and heading toward the anteroom door. Hey, watch it. Malfoy got in Harry's face and shoved a badge in his vision. Potter stinks. It flashed in a repetitive pattern. Hey Scarhead, what do you think, huh? Harry never stopped his forward motion. I think you are a poof, with daddy issues, and you are destined for a career in gay theater. And as much as this was said while making his way through a great crowd of people from all three schools, there was considerable laughter. Draco drew his wand and shot a curse at Potter's back, missing him entirely. Unfortunately, it hit a Beauxbatons student, a female. The girl's teeth started growing at an alarming rate. Malfoy was immediately seized and dragged screaming before Madame Maxime. The blonde boy's actions were explained, and Madame Maxime had her security detail take Malfoy into custody, to be turned over to French Ours. You can't do this to me, you know who I am, you know who my father is. He was shouting. Maxime turned around at this last, and bent down to face the boy directly. Oh yes, I know who your father is, a pathetic Death Eater toady with delusions of grandeur. A perfect example of why the last of the Malfoy clan was driven out of Francais in 1789. You, however, will be our guest in the Bastille until the court can be convened. She turned to the security detail. Take him away. They did as Dumbledore attempted to intervene. Maxime, surely you don't need to incarcerate the boy, I'm sure it was just a harmless prank. Maxime turned on the old wizard. You may consider it a harmless prank, but I consider it an attack on one of my students. Do not make me reconsider Beauxbatons' participation in your event. She turned and marched away, followed by all her students. Hermione watched wistfully, wondering what her schooling would have been like if she had gone to Beauxbatons. Harry slipped into the anteroom under his cloak, backed up with a wizard grade notice me not spell. The occupants of the room did not even realize that their eyes slipped right over his existence. He slid over to the door of the room where Sirius was being held and used his runic key to enter. The Aurors watching over Sirius turned to see what was going on, but when their eyes encountered Harry's, notice me not, they seemed to lose interest in the door. Sirius, however, said nothing. He didn't even look toward the door. He had seen this scenario before with James. One of the two Aurors stood directly in front of Sirius, taunting him with their capture of the heinous criminal he was. The other stood back, watching. He was taken out silently, bound and petrified in a moment. The other Auror noticed Black's eyes twitch behind him for a nanosecond. He turned to question why, and didn't see the stunner and petrificus that got him. Sirius grunted, but was freed in a second when Harry did a finite on his bindings. The mirror was activated. Incoming. Harry turned to Sirius. Go. Be safe, we'll work something out. Sirius nodded, held his wrist up to his mouth and whispered, bug out. Harry renewed his charms and got under his cloak and moved into the corner. Finite. He whispered, and the two Aurors were revived and freed. What happened? Where's Black? How did he get out? Oh shit. There goes my pension. They opened the door of the room and stomped out. Who let Black out? What are you people thinking? The other was loudly stating, if I find out which one of you people let Black out, I will arrest you and have you kissed in his place. Harry used the confusion and ranting to slip out of the room and back to quieter climes. On the way he saw Hermione and whispered into her ear, meet me in the tower at midnight. She kept walking as if nothing had been said, but he saw a slight nod of understanding. Sirius spun through the ether, and landed in a pile of sand with a thump. Andy Tonks and Jake Granger pulled him up, and Jake was frantically unburying the target rock. As soon as Sirius figured out what was going on, he helped, and within a minute they had it loaded in the back of the rover, and another minute, they were driving down the A23, Jake and Miranda in the front, Andy in the back, and Padfoot on the floor, hidden under a blanket. The real Aurors, not the blowhards that were assigned to guard Fudge, came into the room which had held Black. They did the appropriate tests and found that a portkey had been used. They copied the signature, and had to leave the wards to be able to use their tools. The two working Aurors stepped outside the gate and stood back to back, wands drawn. They hooked their left arm over their partner's wand arm, and that way they were ready for anything upon arrival. Their programmable tracer portkey was voice activated, so once set in place, they activated it. Trace 1. The lead or set things in motion. The two found themselves standing in a pile of sand at a construction site in Lambsgreen, West Sus. Harry returned to his room and slumped down in his bed. He had a mirror to contact people now, just now those people needed to be available. Something came to him. He realized he may have made a mistake. He looked at the time. 10:23, good. Winky, the small elf, appeared and curtsied. Yes, Mr. Harry. Harry got off the bed and knelt on one knee so he could be face to face with the small elf. Winky, would you like to be free of the curse that was set upon the elves and be whole, like Dobby? The small elf's eyes went wide. You can do that. I thought that it was because Dobby was not. You know, right. This was a bit of a surprise to Harry, that even the elves thought that Dobby was a bit off. Right. No, the curse can be ended by one of the descendants of Godric Gryffindor or anyone who can access the sword of Gryffindor. He held out his hand, and the sword appeared. The curse was generational, and apparently it was passed from parent to child for many generations. I have the book that describes this curse and how it works. I would be glad to remove it for you. I would like that very much. Very well. I will speak the spell in English so you understand it. He stood and pointed the sword at the small elf. Let the bondage curse of generations be cast off this good elf Winky. I find her innocent of any wrongdoing, and as such she is set free, now, by the truth of magic, so mote it be. A light shot out of the sword and enveloped the elf, cutting all ties to a curse, cutting all bondage. She was free and able to do anything she wanted from this point on in her life. Harry called Dobby. Winky's older brother popped into the room, and was ecstatic that she was set free. He made her drink a few potions that were to help her stabilize her new growth, and have strong bones and muscles. Winky sat, resting, because having your body regrown was somewhat strenuous. Harry was talking to her. Winky, I would like to offer you the same deal as Dobby has. I will pay you for your services, and over your expenses, since you will be wanting some nice clothes for yourself, and maybe a comb for your hair. He grinned. She was wide-eyed, as she grabbed her head, finding hair there for the first time in her life. Long, wavy and pure black with a bronze tint, which offset her greenish skin nicely. He held up a mirror for her to see, and was pleased by her happiness. She calmed herself and asked, What do you want me to do for you, Mr. Harry? Harry looked at his watch. Still time. I want you to look out after 3 ladies who are friends of mine. I will give you access to an account to take care of any expenses, and you are to have a savings of your own, in case you want something someday. Never mind that. Who are the ladies? The elf seemed excited. Hermione Granger, Luna Lovegood, and Padma Patil. They are all friends of mine and I want them to be safe. Luna has been having her clothes stolen and damaged, Hermione sometimes gets pushed around by the bigots, and Padma, well, I don't know what she needs, but she's friend with Hermione and Luna. I will see to it starting right now. Winky was about to pop away. Wait a moment please. First, you are not my South Avenue, you are my friend, and you also work for me. No one can order you to do anything ever again, not even me. What you do is your own decision and choice. Second, there are evil people after me, and by association, my friends. Hermione in particular is very important to me. I would give my life for her without hesitation. That's good to hear. Harry spun around to see Hermione standing in the doorway. Hello, Hermione, I was about to ask Winky to bring you something. He reached into his new trunk and pulled out the mirror with her name on it. Here you go. When it vibrates, push the button on the corner and talk. He pulled out his and spoke. Hermione. She looked up to answer, but then her mirror vibrated. She looked down to see his grinning face. Now you don't have to risk curfew so we can talk, and Sirius and Moony have one also. If you want we can make some for your parents, but I would have to put a charging rune on it to keep it working. She put the thing down and hurried into Harry's arms. Can we make them for Luna and Padma also? He frowned. I don't know. I am not sure who owns the patent. I will ask. She hugged him. After Winky was squared away, Harry called Andy Tonks to find out about Sirius. Mrs. Tonks. Andy. It took a moment, but he mirror cleared and Andromeda Tonks' face was visible. Yes, Harry, are you all right? Sirius was worried about you getting out of there. No worries, I walked right past them, leaving chaos in my wake. He joked, relieved that Sirius was free. Harry heard a bark. The light in the mirror was odd, moving. Andy noticed his look. We're in the Granger's vehicle. Jake is taking the target stone somewhere safe for now. Harry felt Hermione jump at the mention of her parents. He grinned. Hermione is here with me. I think she's feeling antsy about talking to her parents, so maybe we can make some time later, okay? That will be fine. Did you give her the mirror Moony made for her? Yes. How easy is it to make these mirrors? Is there a limit? No. Look in the Marauder's manual. That's what Moony tells me. It is there. Now on to important things. When you called Sirius before, you indicated that you were in trouble. Harry's face fell. Yes. Someone has entered me into the Tri-Wizard tournament. I didn't put my name in, but my name came out. I'm sorry, but I got mad and cursed at the headmaster and everybody, and I swore an oath that I had nothing to do with it. As you can see, I can still do magic. That's unfortunate. You have not admitted to anything at all. No. Good. I will be there in the morning. Dumbledore had better have some good answers. All right. Can Hermione's parents talk to her now? Sure. Here, I'll pass this over, and we'll have a mirror for them by tomorrow, okay? That would be great. Thanks. Harry smiled and passed the mirror to Hermione, who was excited about being in almost real contact. Hi, sweetie. How are you doing? Harry could hear Miranda's voice coming out of the mirror. He moved away and put away his tools and cloak into his pouch. I'm going to have to make a bigger pouch soon, or maybe pants with more pockets. Something. The thought crossed his mind. He pulled the new trunk out of his hiding space and opened it, setting aside Hermione's mirror. They were the same or not. He looked at it closely and read the control runes on the back and there in the fine print. Harry's stream of consciousness. Hermione. Oh well, this one was hers, then. Might be useful in tracking her or the like. Andy had said that it was in the Marauder's manual. Go through the book section. Merlin. How many books did they stick in here anyway? Oh. An index. 15,000. Holy crap, that's a lot of books. Better start with this one. He took the trunk and everything and climbed into his bed, silenced the curtains and sat back to read. Some time later he was woken by a warm presence which was laying against his side. He shifted and saw Hermione sleeping quietly, leaning against him, a book in her lap. Hey. Hey there. He quietly nudged the bushy-haired girl. You should wake up and go to bed, you'll get sore lying there like that. She shifted and sat up. Harry quickly checked his silencing and sealing charms. His bed was bigger on the inside than the outside, but only when things were sealed up and charmed correctly. He had shown Hermione his charms and runes to do this, and she had done the same to her bed. What time is it? She was a bit groggy. Tempest. Oh. It's 3 a.m. She came awake in an instant. Oh no. What will people think? Oh my god, what am I going to do? They'll gossip and. Calm down. Calm down. We can get you into bed without anyone knowing, no problem. First, did you leave anything out there? He pointed out to the dorm room. No, I have my mirror, and yours, I have everything. Good. Winky. He was whispering. There were silencing charms, but he whispered anyway. Winky popped into the enclosed bed. Hello, Mr. Harry, Miss Hermione. What can I do for you? I'm sorry if I woke you, Winky, but Hermione needs to get to her bed without being seen. Can you handle that? I wasn't sleeping. Too much energy. Your magic is powerful, and the magic of 3 powerful and smart witches. I don't think I will have to sleep at all now. Winky and Dobby were not bound to Harry or anybody, but by being associated they drew magic from their friends and employers. It was a win-win situation. Hermione had an idea for improving the conditions for house elves and maybe freeing themselves from the ancient curse and bondage. Are you ready, miss? Hermione smiled at her new elven friend. 1 second. She quickly grabbed Harry and kissed him, and then the 2 females were gone, leaving behind a stunned Harry. Sirius. The next day. Sirius stayed with the Grangers the next day. he kept to his animagus form, of a large black dog. They figured he looked close enough to a black lab that he would look like a family pet. He conjured up a food and water dish, and a loose collar with license tags so he blended in and wasn't taken in by animal control. He also had a tag which stated, "If found, call Drs. Granger at." The Grangers were glad to have someone from the magical world who was sympathetic to their worries over their child, and could explain a lot of things they didn't understand. Andromeda and her husband Ted both commanded Sirius to stay undercover at all times, until they could clear his name, both in the magical and the mundane world. Andy Tonks the next day. Andromeda Tonks worked full-time in the magical world's version of the legal profession. Her full-time job from this point on was to represent the Black and Potter clans, both legally and in media, news and commercial ventures. Her husband, Ted Tonks, was working full-time on the mundane side of that same equation. Apparently the Potter clans owned quite a few businesses and properties. Ted was spending many hours a day finding out the status of each and every one. He had a team of Muggle-born witches and wizards who were working for him, as interns and assistants. The people who did the scut work of the legal professionals. Mr. Tonks. Yes, Mindy, what can I do for you? I have the real estate reports for you, sir. Alphabetically by city, with an addendum concerning each, as you requested. Ted scanned the lists, which took up several pages. He grunted at a few of these in surprise, knowing what he knew of the client. Very good, Mindy, you have done quite well. This is very thorough, thank you. The young legal witch turned to leave. Mindy. Yes, Mr. Tonks. My wife, Andromeda, has been looking for an assistant. Would you like to be considered for the job? Oh, yes. Please, I would love to be her assistant. All right then. We will be talking to you tomorrow about it. There are some risks you need to know about. As I said before, you did a good job on this. Take the rest of the day off with pay. On me. The young witch squeaked and smiled and ran out of the room, then came back in. Thank you. And whizzed out again. Ted picked up the phone and pushed the button on his wife's side of the practice. I think I have your assistant, dear. Harry. The next day. Harry stretched and creaked as he woke up. His roommates were all gone. Apparently he had overslept, but he didn't particularly care. He knew that Sirius was safe, and Mrs. Tonks was doing whatever she could legally to get him free. Doesn't make any sense how magical people do things, he grumbled. It's like they will believe any lie that is told to them. Not a one seems to check out the facts, unless it supports their particular bias. He came out of the showers, wrapped in a towel, drying his hair, when he was petrified and bound. He found himself lying on his bed, wrapped up in ropes, nothing able to move, but his eyes. Albus Dumbledore moved into his field of vision. You are correct, young Harry. People will believe any lies they are told. I have used that to my advantage for many years. Now then. Your outburst last night was not a useful thing. You see, I need you to be a part of this tournament, and I will see it happen, or some of your, shall we say, friends, might have an unfortunate accident. Harry blanked his mind and brought up thoughts of Ron being captured and tortured by Voldemort. The old man's eyes twinkled. Ah, yes, there it is. Now, did you have anything to do with the escape of Sirius Black last night? Harry brought up thoughts of Sirius last year in the Shrieking Shack, the confrontation with Pettigrew, where Peter admitted to betraying the Potters. Oh, I see, you still believe Peter to be in the wrong. I'm sorry, but Peter has to stay where he is. Obliviate. Harry felt the magic wash over him, and he assumed a blank look on his face, hoping he didn't lose too much. He felt his shields do their job, and the entire conversation thus far. Your name came out of the Goblet of Fire and you accepted that you must participate in the Tri-Wizard tournament. You have no knowledge of where Black is, and will not attempt to contact him again. Ronald Weasley is your best friend, and you trust him implicitly. Miss Weasley is a pretty girl and she is your soulmate. You have feelings for her, and someday you will marry her. Harry just looked blankly at the wall and slowly let consciousness seep back into his eyes. He found himself walking out of the shower room, drying his hair, but his skin was completely air-dried. He then found his clothes in his old trunk and managed to dress privately, assuming there was a voyeur in the room. Hermione. The next day. The bushy-haired Gryffindor was up and dressed early and was sitting in the common room waiting for her Harry, while reading a book. She heard a whisper, "Tower, after breakfast, Winky will get you there." She didn't react to the voice, but put a bookmark in and closed her book and put it away. She walked over to the boy's side of the stairway and yelled up the spiral, "Harry, I'm going to breakfast now," and gathered her things and left through the entrance hole, swinging the portrait a bit wider than was necessary. She walked a while and met up with Padma and they walked to breakfast together. "Mrs. Tonks, Andy, yes, I remember. I had another incident this morning." "What kind of incident?" "Dumbledore came into my dorm room and obliviated me." "And how do you remember this, if he obliviated you?" "Well, first he talked about how I needed to participate in the tournament, and how much trouble I was causing him. He told me that if I didn't, some of my friends would suffer, or possibly die. He asked questions about Sirius and where he was hiding. The first about my friends, I imagined Ron being Crucioed, and when he asked about Sirius, I replayed the memory of when we had Wormtail in our hands." Harry looked disgusted. "I think he sent Wormtail to Voldemort to make sure my parents were killed." Andy looked at the young man in the mirror. "How did you keep from being obliviated?" "I can throw off the Imperius. Moody cast it on us in class. I imagined my mind as if it were me, and I cast a shield spell. I could feel the magic he cast slipping off like oil and ice." "Good. You need to teach what you did to your friends as well, and make them exercise it. You need to practice meditation and centering yourself every day. I am going to line up an occlumency tutor for you as soon as I can, so if you want your friends to participate, let me know." "That would be great. Thank you. For now, I want you to act as if you are following orders. Don't worry about the so-called contract. You did not sign anything with intent to enter the contest. It cannot affect you. However, it can affect the one who did the deed." "Okay. I will keep a low profile if I can." "Good man. Next. You will be getting interview requests because you are younger than the other champions by 3 years. You have to take control of the interview. Don't let people manipulate you into saying something you don't want said. As of this time, there is no law in the wizarding world against slanderous or libelous statements." What does that mean? That they can say anything they want about me and get away with it?" "That's right. So get the reporter or whomever on your side." "Yes, ma'am. Now for the biggest problem you might run into with the media. Rita Skeeter. Isn't she a gossip writer? I've seen her name with some outrageous stories." "Yes, and a great deal of them are, shall we say, enhanced." "I see. Got it. So what do I do? Kill her?" Harry was feeling a bit pressured. "No, I don't think it will come to that, quite yet. Get her on your side. Tell her what you want her to write about. Don't let her lead you. Use that power of yours to charm women." "Oh, really? Then what about Hermione and Miranda Granger? My daughter Dora speaks well of you. Need I list more?" "Yes, ma'am. What else?" He sighed. Andy Tonks smiled at the young man in her mirror. "It will be okay. Harry, we'll get you through this. I know, it's just that." He sighed again. "Excuse me a minute, Harry. I need to take this call quickly." She muted the mirror and called Winky. She had been told of the freeing of the small elf, and how she had taken on the protection and care of 3 witches. Winky popped in. "You are not anyone I have met before. What can I do for you?" "Hello, Winky. I am Andromeda Tonks, and I am Harry's solicitor. I take care of his legal needs, and anything else I can do for him, much like you and Dobby look out for him." Winky turned her head to look at the witch, then stood straight. "What can I do for you, Ms. Andromeda? Harry is feeling lonely, and needs someone to hug him. Could you go find Hermione and get her to wherever Harry is hiding?" "No, sorry, I cannot. She is in classes right now, but I will see to his need." She popped away silently. Andy rolled her eyes and turned back to the mirror. In the mirror, which was still muted, she saw Winky holding Harry tightly, hugging him like a baby. His eyes were closed, but she could see the pain in his spirit was receding. She unmuted the mirror. Harry noticed her patiently waiting and disentangled himself from the elf. "Thank you, Winky. I needed that." "Yes, ma'am. What do I need to do with Rita Skeeter?" "Well, first thing, Harry, do not let her use an acid green quill, Provide her with one of your own to use. If you can engrave the runes of truth on it so she can only write the truth. Next, offer her an exclusive. Make her the promise that every interview this year will be hers only, and go from there. Give her an exclusive headline story, and she'll be your friend for life, or until the next exclusive comes along. Just remember what and who you are dealing with. Andromeda got a sly grin on her face, as she went to school with Rita. Tell her that if she doesn't cooperate with you, you will squash her like a bug. Remember that phrase, Harry. Like a bug. They talked for almost an hour more after that. Harry stayed in the hidden level of Gryffindor Tower the whole day. He didn't come out for meals, anything. Hermione made it up there after breakfast with Winky's help, and they talked all the way through the first class of the day. Padma shared that class, so she was taking notes. Harry told her of how Dumbledore had obliviated him and the commands that were placed on him. He told of the way he felt there was a voyeur in his room while getting dressed. He wished he had an eye like Moody's where he could see invisible people. Hermione said she had an idea, and would tell him later. The time came for the next class, and Hermione had to leave. Harry stayed where he was and meditated on the kiss she gave him before she left. He was beginning to like this. He called Andromeda Tonks and they talked for a long, long time. Daily Prophet headline. Boy Who Lived makes offer of 10,000 galleon bounty on dead hero. By Rita Skeeter. Harry Potter, The Boy Who Lived has made an offer to the general public. To anyone who can provide the live and mostly undamaged Peter Pettigrew. To the DMLE for questioning under Veritaserum, he stated that Pettigrew is not the hero he was made out to be, and was in fact the betrayer of his parents, James and Lily Potter. Everyone knows the story of that night when he who must not be named attacked the Potters' home in Godric's Hollow, killing the two young parents and attempting to kill Harry himself, but by some arcane magic, the killing curse bounced off the young child and destroyed the Dark Lord. What Mr. Potter asks is that the truth be told and his godfather Sirius Black be given a trial, and questioned under Veritaserum. As the escaped Black has never had a trial, or has ever been questioned in any way, by the ministry, by the Aurors, anybody. At the time, Minister Bagnold, at the behest of Mr. Barty Crouch and others, cast Black into Azkaban, assuming he was responsible for the betrayal and death of the Potters. I was there when we cornered Peter Pettigrew. Had him bound and he admitted to betraying my parents. He admitted to killing 13 muggles and cutting off his finger as a diversion. When asked how Pettigrew escaped the explosion, Potter answered, he is an illegal animagus, a rat. To be specific, he changed as the street blew up, escaping into the sewers. When asked about the betrayal of the Potters, the young man said this. My godfather was not a perfect person, but then none of us are perfect, not you, not me, no one. But this is the truth. Sirius Black was not only my father's best friend, but he was his bonded blood brother. He couldn't betray his brother without dying himself. When asked about the Fidelius charm that supposedly hid his parents at Godric's Hollow, he replied, ask the headmaster. He cast the charm, and he knows who the secret keeper is, and he's known all along. So why did Headmaster Dumbledore never say anything in Black's defense? Potter shrugged. I don't know why the man does anything. You'll have to ask him. This reporter could not get any further answers out of Harry Potter, but the young man did permit us to photograph his memories in a pensieve of Pettigrew in both his human and animagus form. If you should have knowledge of where this criminal is, you can be awarded the 10,000 galleon reward for his capture, preferably alive. Contact the DMLE with your prisoner, and they will release the funds upon proof. On another note, concerning the ongoing controversy which seems to always surround Potter, he was asked about his entry into the Tri-Wizard tournament, and he said this. I swore on my magic and my life that I did not enter this tournament, in any way, shape or form. I swore this in front of the ministry officials, in front of the headmasters of 3 schools of magic. I am still alive, I can still do magic, so that proves something, I think. When asked why he was still participating in the TWT, He's sad. The headmaster told me that the contract was binding, and that I had to, so who's to say? It seems that if a contract I didn't sign is still binding, then we should just get an old school paper from the head boy of 1945 and write a contract that says, I, Tom Marvolo Riddle, will never attack or harm anyone ever again. Attach the name to it and there, you're completely clear and done with V. This reporter asked who this Tom Riddle was, and the boy who lived wrote out the name in fire, rearranged the letters, an anagram for, I am Lord V. The Daily Prophet was inundated with letters and howlers. There were pictures of Pettigrew in both forms, and a third picture of Harry doing the fiery letters, changing the name into a quote. This made many people angry and afraid. It also made many people look very carefully at the passers-by. 3 days later, Pettigrew was stunned in Knockturn Alley. Before he was turned in for reward, his stunned body was stolen and recaptured at least 3, possibly as many as 5 times. Eventually he was turned into the ministry and an anonymous person gathered a reward. Pettigrew was kept in anti-magic cuffs and shackles, and kept in a secure box. There were some Aurors who had some sense. Shacklebolt, Robards, a few others. Amelia Bones contacted her niece and they talked soon after via Flo. Susan, what's going on with Potter? I don't know, Auntie. It seems that every year he is in some kind of trouble or confrontation, and it's never really his fault. Is he a troublemaker? No, that's just the thing. He is the nicest, most polite boy I have met here at Hogwarts. If he got into trouble, it's because things have been thrown at him that no one should have to deal with. And it seems like the headmaster is letting it happen somehow. This did not set well with Amelia. She had worked with James Potter and Sirius Black. She knew that they were best friends and that the likelihood of one betraying the other was slim and none. She didn't recall the circumstances of the arrest and incarceration of Black, but those records were sealed by Dumbledore. There was much that she needed to know about Potter. His solicitor, Andromeda Black, had called her and informed her about their intention to offer a reward for Pettigrew. She didn't like it, but decided to let them have their way with it. Pettigrew was brought in, somewhat the worse for wear. Her Aurors, the ones she could trust, anyway, reported a running battle up through Knockturn Alley, spilling out into Diagon Alley, the last participant taking the unconscious and bound Pettigrew directly to the DMLE in the ministry. The captor was not much different than his prisoner. In fact, she thought that if they ran a check on this person, they could probably arrest him for several things. Quietly she instructed Shaq to tag the guy and obliviate him to be watched. This guy had no patrons who would bail him out later. What is your name? Peter Pettigrew. Are you an animagus? Yes. What form? A rat. Do you have a name? Wormtail. When did you become an animagus? 5th year, with Black and Potter. What were their forms? Black was a grim, Potter a stag. What about Lupin? He was a werewolf. Are you a Death Eater? Yes. How long? Since 7th year. As Black a Death Eater? Number. Have you killed anyone? Yes. Who? Edgar Bones. How? Why? He was my initiation. I crucioed and cut him up, then I act him. Name every Death Eater you can. Crouch Jr. He's dead. No, he's not. I saw him yesterday. Where? With the Master. The Master is Lord Voldemort. Voldemort is dead. No, he's not. Just mostly. Mostly dead. He's a baby thing. Where? I don't know. He calls me and I go there. I don't know. Name every Death Eater you can name. Carrows, Bellatrix, Malfoy, Snape, Nott, Goyle Crabbe, Rookwood. Jugs Pettigrew screamed until he had no air. He screamed until his voice could not be heard anymore. His eyes and ears bled. He bit his tongue out in his convulsions. Postmortem examination showed that his brain was burned out, painfully. The smart girls convened for a discussion. This time Daphne Greengrass was there also. So what's going on with Harry? He's in pain most of the time. The headmaster said he had to participate in the tournament, that he was bound by the magical contract. The pureblood girls scoffed. They knew what a magical contract entailed. Harry has to learn more of our world. It seems as if he's being kept in the dark. Daphne spoke. She didn't speak often, but when she did, people listened. She was almost as smart as Hermione, and ambitious as well. This is why she was in Slytherin. Hermione's mind was going at double speed. She had an idea. Could you teach us about these kind of things? The magical world, customs, the rules we don't know, that kind of thing. I'm sure we can come up with something equivalent in trade. Daphne considered the Gryffindor girl. Who is we? If that Weasley idiot is included, no way. Hermione's face burned in anger. Yes, he is an idiot, but Dumbledore is forcing us into a friendship with him, and we are maintaining it as cover. I can feel the IQ points leaking out whenever I am around him. She rolled her eyes. We would never willingly expose anyone to the Weasel's presence. I meant we, myself and Harry. Padma and Luna too, if they want. The black-haired Slytherin girl considered. I will. We need to arrange a location and security. We cannot be seen together. For my safety, you understand. Certainly. Speaking of security, how well is your room warded? Do you share, or do you have separate rooms? I share with Tracy Davis. She can be trusted, I think. I have lived with her for 4 years so far, and she hasn't slit my throat yet. The other girls cringed. Well, we can show you a warding scheme that Harry designed that gives layers of security. Harry slipped through the halls of the school and found the entrance to the Hufflepuff quarters. He pondered how to get in, when he saw Susan Bones coming up the corridor with Hannah Abbott. Good afternoon, ladies. How are you this fine day? Hannah answered. We're pretty good. Harry, how are you? I don't see how you can be so chipper, considering all the crap thrown your way recently. Susan spoke up. Me either. I was talking to Auntie and it shocked me how many adventures you have had in the last 3 years. You don't know the half of it, Susan. I could write a book. I sound chipper. He finger quoted at these words, because if I spent any time thinking about things, I would freak out. So, please leave me in my delusional world. He grinned at the statement. Both girls blushed at his dimples and flashing green eyes. I have a favor to ask of you, please. The girls nodded. I need to see Cedric. It's very important. Come on in, Harry, we don't mind. Hannah opened the door to the Hufflepuff common room and led Susan and Harry in. Griff in the house, Hannah called out with a laugh. Various people looked up and some waved, some scowled. Some thought he was honest in his assertion that he had not entered the TWT, some thought he was stealing Cedric's thunder. Hannah went up and called Cedric down from the dorms. Susan stayed and talked with Harry. A few people still think you cheated to get into the tournament, but most of us do not. You have never been cruel or rude to us Hufflepuffs, and we appreciate it. Hannah and Cedric came into the common and Cedric greeted Harry with a handshake. I don't know what happened, but hello, fellow champion. Harry looked a bit sheepish. Thank you, Cedric. I consider you to be the real champion for Hogwarts, and I support you 100%. If I could figure out how I was entered into this thing, I would pull out and disappear for a year or so. I don't want anything to do with this, as it's probably another attempt to kill me. Another attempt. Susan was shocked. Yes, remember, I said, I could write a book. Oh. Harry turned to Cedric. Did we meet at the top of Stout's Hill before the World Cup? Cedric looked oddly and answered. No, I saw all the Weasleys, but you weren't there. I do recall them saying something about having invited you. Why? Harry whispered. Someone planted memories that I went to the Quidditch World Cup with the Weasleys, and traveled by Portkey with them. And you and your father. Cedric looked shocked. No, as far as I recall, no, you weren't there. Okay, good enough. What I came here for is the first task as dragons. There is something to do with dragons, so study up and be careful. He held out his hand. Good luck. Cedric took his hand. You too, good luck. I am not looking to win, or even make points, all I want to do is survive this. He grinned at the older boy. See ya. Okay, Harry, thanks. Thank you, ladies, for letting me in. Bye, they waved as Harry went out the door. Cedric stood there a long time looking at the closed door. Harry's name had come out of the goblet, and Dumbledore has insisted that Harry participate. He has insisted so strenuously that he used Obliviation and a compulsion charm to do this. At this point Harry has some resistance against the Obliviate, enough to retain his memories, and certainly enough to overcome the compulsion. His outburst at the drawing of names has him making an oath that he is innocent. He calls for help from Sirius, who comes running right into the arms of the Aurors, who want to arrest him. Fudge wants to have him kissed on the spot. Andy Tonks advises that he is not bound by the magical contract, to use this to his advantage. Harry and company help Sirius escape, with the help of Hermione's parents. Who get a new family pet, a big black dog named Padfoot. Andy Tonks sets Harry and Hermione up with an occlumency tutor, who will be visiting them shortly. The next few weeks after the drawing of names is intense. Harry and Hermione have gotten mirrors so they can communicate at will. Their friends notice that they are quiet and keeping to themselves. Ron is jealous. He assumes that Harry entered the TWT, no matter the protestations of the former. Harry just gives up and walks away. He has better things to do. The couple go over the things normally learned in the fourth-year curriculum, passing through it fairly effortlessly. Harry has a pass to not take classes so he can prepare for the events, so he takes full advantage of this, further dividing him from Ron, who is the definition of slacker. Hermione, of course, has read ahead on most of the fourth and fifth-year curriculum, and they go through as much of it as possible, but has to continue to take classes. Harry encourages her to maintain her public persona, to keep separate from him after some of the more aggressive students attack the couple, leaving Hermione's teeth growing as the same curse was used that Draco had been arrested for. The 3 weeks between the drawing and the impending task are flying by. Harry is angry that Sirius has not been declared innocent yet. He writes to Amelia Bones, expecting some kind of response. She is up against a brick wall called the Wizengamot, who refuse to declare Black innocent. Harry uses his mind for once, calls Andy Tonks, who calls Rita Skeeter. They promise that he will talk to her after the first task, because Harry had decided to participate after all, as he had a plan. Harry had snuck out using his invisibility cloak, and followed Hagrid into the forest. Hagrid was meeting Madame Maxime from Beauxbatons and they were looking at the dragons. The first task was coming up and now Harry had a clue as to what he had to face. As to how he was to face it was a completely different story. Harry stood just outside the edge of the dragon handlers' encampment looking at the great beasts, watching and listening. Their sounds, their voices, yes, voices. It was understandable to him, like listening to someone who spoke English as a second language. Sometimes the words were out of context or mispronounced, but still pretty much understandable. The dragons were chained down like big dogs in the back garden. He approached the smallest who was grumbling about the food. So bad. Not even the breath will burn. The bad taste. Out of it. The dragon, a Chinese red, was burning some kind of beast and pawing at it. Hello. Humph. Who are you? Are you here to bring me something to eat? I do not have anything for you. What would you like? The dragon breathed another fireball. You will do nicely. A bit scrawny. Bring me the big one over there. Harry looked over where the dragon was looking and saw Hagrid. With Madame Maxime. Sorry. Can't do that. He's my friend. Are you saying you eat people? Whenever I can get one. I am bored with cattle and sheep. Get fur in my teeth. I will see what I can do. Harry had a fleeting thought of sending Malfoy on a ferret hunt. But thought better of it, because the authorities would kill the dragon. I will speak with you later. Bring me something good to eat. Harry shook his head as he crept around the perimeter of the compound. He came close to the Welsh Green who appeared to be asleep. Hello. The dragon snored. Harry watched for a bit and called out twice more. Receiving no response, he went on to where the Swedish short snout was pacing back and forth. Hello. The dragon stopped short, on alert. Who's there? I don't see you, but I smell you. I'm right here in front of you. I'm invisible. I have to stay invisible, or they will chase me away. The dragon was silent for a moment. I see. Are you here to torment me? No, I am not. I just wanted to see if I could talk to you. Well, you are talking. So talk. Harry was stunned for a moment and then he began to talk. He went on for quite a time, telling about how he ended up in this stupid tournament that he did not want to be in. After a while he stopped talking. Well, young one. What are you going to do about it? The Swedish dragon looked quizzically at Harry. He sat there on the stump thinking, noticed the Hungarian horntail. had shuffled as close to the Swedish short snout as her chain would reach. You heard my story. What does a dragon think of my predicament? The smaller dragon looked to the larger. You have an opinion. The huge dragon snorted fire. I do. Let us hear yours first. If a dragon could sigh, this one did. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. For you cannot beat us. We are dragons. After all. The great horntail was spouting flame as it snorted and screeched. Handlers from the encampment scurried out to see if they could subdue the raging beast. Harry of course heard it for what it was. Laughing. After a while the great beast was subdued, of course not by the handler's actions but by the creature's own control, not to mention the glaring of one Harry Potter who was standing now outside the perimeter of the compound with everything but his face covered by the cloak. Are you quite finished? Harry was somewhat indignant. The Swedish dragon went to her dinner, some assorted goat and sheep mix. She had a look on her face of disgust, and between bites could be heard to be saying, I want to go back to my mountain home, where the ice is cold, and no sheep do roam. It was almost like a lament. Harry moved within range of the horntail, although out of the range of her fiery breath. So what do you think I should do? The great beast looked at him with what could only be a smirk. Well, since you are stuck in this foolish tournament, you should make the best of it. Put on a show. If you're gonna go, go big. Harry, of course, took this advice with his usual calm demeanor. Huh, she snorted, a typical female reaction in any species. Put on a show. Make it look more dangerous and harder than it is. Look at Tubby there. She indicated the Swedish dragon next one over. She's fat and slow. No defenses to speak of. Just sharp teeth and mass. If you don't move fast enough, she might step on you. The smaller dragon just glared at the larger, but said nothing. Red over there has fire, but can't fly. Get up and behind her. And you have it made. There was no comment from the Chinese fireball. Greenie here. He tossed her head to the right. If you wait long enough, she'll take a nap. The Welsh green opened an eye and raised a lip, showing the sharp teeth, and then went back to sleep. I am the only real threat here. The great black dragon preened at her own fearsome beauty. Harry heard snorts from the other three beasts who were within hearing range. He took a deep breath and asked a question, not expecting an answer. So what do I do to get past you? The reptilian creature was sharpening her claws by scratching parallel grooves in the bedrock of the enclosure. You don't. Unless I let you. She looked at her claws as if disinterested in the mere human. Okay, let me rephrase the question. What do you want? The great head whipped around, the eyes narrowed as if to pierce through the cloak's layer of invisibility. I will give you anything within my power to give you, if you let me survive this whole. A smile crept up the face of the dragon. We don't know which of us you will face. That's true. What can we do? I will see to it. What I want is. Harry listened carefully to the great beast and said he would do his best to make it happen. That evening, Harry spoke with Andy and Ted Tonks, who were handling the management of the Potter estates and whatever else needed done. Harry was quite happy with the arrangement, for he knew that the couple could be trusted. They took down his requirements and said they would get back to him the next day. It was the next morning a great legal eagle owl came and delivered a package to Harry. It was also the same morning as the first task. Harry read the list and memorized the details and stuffed the package away as he got dressed for the event. Hermione came up behind the tent and snuck in and was able to give him a kiss for luck before she was caught by Skeeter and her photographer. Harry pointed to Bozo. Remember, no publishing outside our agreement. Bozo and Rita nodded. The champions were called to order and the choosing was made. Harry ended up being the fourth to pull a dragon, and the small dragon in question had hidden in a seam of the bag, only coming out when his hand entered into draw. The dragon handlers back at the encampment were wondering what was going on, as the horntail had settled down and looked as though she was in meditation, not coming out of it until the drawing was over. The moment the little dragon was in his hand, he could hear the voice of the great dragon in his mind. I told you I would take care of it. So you did, he thought back. Keep the little one with you, and you will always Be able to speak with me, wherever you are. He looked at the small beast in his hand and raised an eyebrow in surprise. That could be useful. If nothing else, someone to talk to. The crowd roared as the first contestant came out and did their attempt to steal the egg. While the other contestants were waiting, Harry was talking to his dragon. He was describing a property that was owned by the ancient and noble House of Potter. From what I can see, it's just what you are looking for. Mountain with pastures below, near an ocean, or lake. Here's the image. He sent a mental image of an island to her. As described in the package, the great dragon pondered the image. It looks acceptable. It's our turn now. Let's put on a show. Harry's turn came and he moved into the arena where the Horntail was chained down. He dodged and hid as she flamed and dove at him. Ha! I almost got you. I'd appreciate it if you weren't too realistic. Let's fly. I know you want to. Harry summoned his firebolt. The chain is holding me. Change the pictures on the links and set me free. Harry peered at the chain links holding the creature in place. He did a quiet transfiguration and the runes on one of the links changed, making it weak as cheese. Yeehaw! The great dragon leapt into the air and flapped her wings, blowing Harry off his feet. He jumped up and flew away as fast as his broom would take him, but not before grabbing the golden egg. The dragon blew flame over all the eggs, burning them to cinders before she flew off. Why did you destroy the eggs? They were not real. They were conjured out of wood. Harry dodged around the school bridge and walkway. The dragon following him. People screamed as they flew by. There was much laughing and shouting mentally as the two zigged and zagged, finally landing on the roof of one of the school towers, both panting for breath. That was fun. Sure was. Hold still. Let's get that chain off your leg. The dragon held up her foreleg and Harry did a finite on the object, wondering what the handlers had used to make the chain and shackle. The chain itself transformed into a tree branch and the shackle transformed back into an old boot, falling down the roof and into a courtyard below. Are you sure you can find the islands? Yes, not a problem. I will set up with the locals to supply you with some variety. Very well. Can you get there without being seen? Watch this. The Horntail leapt off the roof, dislodging several tiles and flapped her wings once, before fading into invisibility. If you could measure the speed, at the same time, she was accelerating to a significant pace above Mach 1. So how's that? That was very cool. Keep in touch. Yes, little friend. I have a question. What is it? She sounded far away. You never told me your name. The dragon laughed in his mind's ear. Shala. I am. Thank you, Shala. Harry shook his head at the absurdity of it all and flew back to the arena, and landed with the egg, which he handed to Hermione. Madame Pomfrey attended to him, because he accidentally grazed the creature's tail while they were dodging around the towers. After a bit, Madame Pomfrey let him go and he and Hermione went forth, and eventually ended up back in the Gryffindor common room, where Ron attempted to apologize for his doubt. Mate, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I should have told you about the dragons. Harry looked at his friend with an eye, wondering what he should say or do. The small Horntail sat quietly under his collar watching, waiting. Ron handed Harry and Hermione each an opened butterbeer. So, you think a butterbeer and a half-assed apology will make it all better? He placed the bottle on the table next to him. Harry looked Ron in the eye coldly. The little dragon was nestled there in the neck of his jumper, watching, and by association, so was Shala. A jumble of images flowed by, but not before Harry recognized Ron pouring some kind of potion into the bottles, and felt his fear of getting caught, glee at getting away with something. Sit down. There was command in his voice, and Ron could not but obey. He started to question, protest. Quiet. There was general revelry and people staggering around in the Gryffindor common room, celebrating their victory. Harry dug in his pouch, rummaging around until he found his wizard-grade Notice Me Not runes. He set these up on the center of the table, so this table and the people there were virtually invisible to the mass of people. Harry reached over and took Hermione's butterbeer and placed it on the table in front of her, just out of reach. Do a diagnostic. What's in the bottle? She did a few spells, and then a few more. Her face grew darker. Give me yours. He passed it over, and she did the same battery of spells. It appears to be a potion, a mind-altering potion of some sort, and there seems to be some compulsion factors. So, basically something we don't want to drink. His eyes never left Ron. I wouldn't touch it without dragonhide gloves, it might be a contact potion. This brought an idea to Harry's mind, he logged it and went on. What was it? Who helped you, since you stink at potions? Ron tried to fight the command, but failed. Mum. Send it to me. What is it supposed to do? It will make you want Ginny and Hermie want me. This as much as the thought of being dosed made Hermione mad. She hated people mangling her name. That still doesn't tell us who made the potions. Molly doesn't know about my particular requirements. Harry's particular requirements were that he had unusual levels of basilisk venom and phoenix tears in his blood. Some of the simpler potions would work for him, but some would either not work, or have drastic results. Hermione nodded in agreement. So that makes it a conspiracy, which by definition must include someone who is excellent at potions. A potions master. They looked to each other. So what do we do with him? Kill him. Which him? Him. Or him? Ron was scared. Were they talking about him, or who? I think it's inevitable that we kill him, but not right now. Can't be too public. Someone will notice. They were talking about the two obvious participants in the newfound conspiracy, Snape and Dumbledore. Harry met with Rita Skeeter the next morning. Andy Tonks was there as well. Before Rita arrived, they filled Andy in on the events of the night before. I hope you can trust Ron to not speak of this. I think so. Hermione obliviated him. What? No. Never mind. I think I really don't want to know. Harry, as your solicitor, I'm telling you once. Don't get caught. We can bribe our way out of just about anything, up to and including murder, God knows Malfoy has. She looked at the couple. I'd just rather you two keep your innocence, if you can. They both tried to look as innocent as possible. Now, what are you going to talk about with Rita? Harry straightened about this. Sirius is still a criminal in the Ministry's eyes, and they have Pettigrew in custody. Were you able to get transcripts of the interrogation? She reached into her valise and pulled out two things, a written transcript and a memory vial. These were given to me from an anonymous source, and I am going to give them to Rita. I don't think you should use the Prophet anymore. They are owned by the Ministry, well, not legally, but they are the puppet of the Ministry. I want this story spread as far as we can, every news outlet, every paper here in the UK and the continent, in the colonies as well. Let the Prophet carry the story, and let the others as well, and let's see the differences between what we release, and what they publish. That is a story in itself, I think. Hermione added. Harry spoke up. There's also a story in that Malfoy threw a curse at me and missed. Madame Maxime had him arrested and thrown in the Bastille. Dumbledore tried to talk her out of it, he called it just a prank. Have someone explore that curse and see if it is considered dark or not. One of his toadies hit Hermione with it the other day. What was the curse? Desago. Mrs. Tonks looked shocked. Yes, that should be addressed. Ah. Here she comes. Rita clattered into the pub where the interview was to take place, followed by Bozo, her photographer. She bustled about, setting up her dictation quill, and making herself comfortable across from Harry. Hermione sat on the opposite side of Mrs. Tonks, who was right next to Harry. Well, then, how's our young champion today? Rita started out. Bozo moved around to get photos but wasn't able to get the photo he wanted, that would entail making people move from their seats. He wanted to get pictures of the young couple together. He knew that any picture like that would be profitable to him, that's why he stuck with Rita all these years. Harry started to speak and Hermione whispered into Andromeda's ear. She spoke. Stop. Harry, say nothing. Rita is breaking our agreement. Harry turned to his solicitor with a question in his eyes. She glanced towards the parchment and quill that was scratching away. It was upside down to him, but he could read what it was writing. His hand struck like a cobra, snatching the quill and handing it off to the right, where Hermione took it into custody. His other hand was just as fast as the first, his fingers wrapped around the woman's throat. She made not a sound as he lifted her chin, forcing her to look him in the eyes. The deadly glare of his eyes made her quiver. Bozo whipped out his wand, but dropped it to his side when he felt a wand poking him in the throat. Andy's daughter Dora Tonks had a day off from oar training and was working as a bodyguard for the party. She appreciated the extra galleons for the task, and she got to see her young friend Harry. She had embarrassed him mildly when she told stories of holding him as a baby, and had pictures to prove it. She motioned for the photographer to set his wand down and step over to the wall, where she bound him. Meanwhile, Rita was not breathing and holding very, very still, mesmerized by those eyes. In the years as a journalist, she had met many people, many powerful and scary people. She had never met anyone like this. He spoke quietly. Rita, I thought we had an agreement, truth and honesty, and here you are using your enhanced quill. What we have here for you today is at minimum 2 stories that will go worldwide, and here you are using your gossip monger's quill. Now, if you are going to be this way and try to make up lies about me, I will make sure you never write anything again, ever. I will squash you like a bug, do you understand me? On the word squash, he slapped his free hand hard on the tabletop. She twitched and possibly wet herself. Hermione had done a finite on the disguised acid green quill, revealing its true nature, handed it over to Harry. He let Rita down. She fell back into her seat, gasping for air. She was about to say something, when Harry held out his palm, with the quill in it. She was about to reach for it when his hand flared and the thing burned up in an instant. Harry held out his hand one more time and Hermione put another quill in it. Here, use mine. This was a quill he had inscribed with the runes of truth, forcing the writer to record their notes truthfully. Harry had discovered this sequence and experimented with it for the previous month. It was quite amusing to put it on someone and watch as they couldn't lie even if they wanted to. They had used it on Ron the night before, and when they were done questioning him, they obliviated him. It wasn't as good as Veritaserum, but it was close. He had simplified it down to a sticker that he placed on a person's forehead, and while it was there, they had to speak the truth. Andy Tonks spoke. Do we need to take more drastic measures, Rita? We will if we have to. And you will not like the consequences. They had talked about this scenario before, and the steps they could take to make sure things went their way. Harry was for the permanent marking of a person, particularly someone like Rita. If they did that, the fallout could be far-reaching. No one wanted to hear the truth. They wanted entertainment. They wanted bread and circuses, throwing the gladiators to the lions. Let's start again, shall we? By the way, I want those pictures of myself and Hermione, and the negatives in my hands by this time tomorrow. Are we clear on that, bozo? Rita. Both nodded in agreement, as Harry was projecting magic in his voice, the command voice. Now, Rita, your question was, I believe, how am I today? Well, I am quite good. I think I did well in the task. In a tournament I am not supposed to be in, where someone entered me illegally. I succeeded in my goal, which was to survive. I really don't care about the tournament. Survival is and always will be my first goal. I find that the failure of the chain holding the dragon down was questionable. I don't fault the handlers. They are good and honest people. I think someone is trying to kill me yet again, as the chain and shackle reverted to their base form while in the middle of the task. I think that this is an interesting coincidence, don't you? I was lucky. Just plain dumb luck. I flew better than the dragon, and she just lost interest. I guess, maybe she saw something tastier to eat elsewhere. Harry projected the thoughts to Shala, who was by this time making a nest on the crags of an island off the coast of Scotland. So have you found anything tastier to eat at your new home? The great dragon snorted. Yes, I have. Harry won. Shall I share? She projected an image of a sea lion she had snatched out of the water. No thanks. Later maybe. The dragon laughed. The interview went on for a while. The second story they proposed to Rita was that Sirius still had not been given a chance at a trial, even though they had Pettigrew in custody for a significant time, and she was also given the written transcript and the memories of the interrogation and was reminded of the fact that Pettigrew was still in custody, bound with an anti-magic collar, cuffs and shackles on his feet. He couldn't move with any speed, he couldn't change, he was truly captured. As far as we can tell, there are some members of the Wizengamot who are actively working against us. Here is a list, not complete, but fairly so. I think you will find it interesting that one of the higher-up people here is Fudge's Undersecretary Umbridge. She has brought up more legislation than anyone in the last 100 years, taking away rights from various tribes, people and groups. If she goes on like this, soon no one at all will have any freedom. Quote. The third story they planted was about Malfoy. Harry recounted the incident where the younger Malfoy had accosted him in a public place with an insult, which by the way was against the heir apparent of the Black family, of which the Malfoy clan was in fealty to. He told his replay and the curse which hit an innocent Beauxbatons student, and the fallout which was the younger Malfoy's current residence in the Bastille for an attack against a French national. The quote of Harry's was soon spread nationally and soon after that, internationally. The younger Malfoy got some fan letters for his bravery at coming out. The senior Malfoy was furious, raging that his son was illegally held and demanded that the ministry do something about it. When asked why he didn't just go to France and get his son released, there was no answer. The French ministry, however, was glad to tell the reason, that anyone named Malfoy was to be immediately arrested and tried for treason if they entered French territory. Harry decided that he really liked French people when he heard that. Harry had sent a message to Madame Maxime with a request to meet with the young lady who had taken the brunt of Malfoy's attack. His wish was granted and soon he was able to meet Genevieve Dubois, a young blonde woman who was apparently quite adept in the runic arts. Hermione went with Harry when he went to meet the young woman. Madame Maxime welcomed them at the entrance to the great carriage that the Beauxbatons students had arrived in. Welcome, Mr. Potter, thank you for coming. He had said in his request, he wanted to apologize for the behavior of the Hogwarts students. They were escorted to a parlor where a formal tea was set. Thank you, Madame Maxime. I truly appreciate you giving me the opportunity to meet Miss Dubois. I want her to have a better opinion of my country than she has been shown. The door to the parlor opened and Miss Dubois entered with Fleur Delacour with her. Harry stood and bowed to the young women. Ladies, Miss Dubois, I would like to humbly apologize to you for the rude treatment you have received in our country. I would like to assure you that not all citizens of Britain and the UK are as crude and beep as you have been exposed to thus far. Hermione was there, partially as a translator, if she was needed, but also as moral support. She looked to the young woman, to discern if she understood Harry's words, and was about to translate, when the French champion, Fleur Delacour, stepped in. I would hope so. My Genevieve was horribly embarrassed and treated rudely at the hands of your classmates. Miss Dubois looked sad and bowed her head. Harry continued. When something like this happens, I am horribly embarrassed also. It makes my country look like fools and bigots. The unfortunate truth is, my countrymen are on the whole, fools and bigots. I, however, Miss Dubois, am embarrassed that the headmaster of my school, the leaders of my government, the people who should be in charge and responsible, not one has shown any remorse for that fool's actions, and not one has seen fit to apologize to you. He got on his knee in front of the girl and took her hand. As Lord of the ancient and noble house of Potter, I apologize to you, Miss Dubois, and anything within my power to give or do for you, I willingly do so. All you have to do is ask. Miss Dubois was shocked, Madame Maxime was shocked, Fleur Delacour was shocked. Hermione was not shocked. She and Harry had talked about it, and decided that someone had to do something. The girl was an innocent bystander, and her life was endangered by a fool. Technically, Harry didn't have to do anything, as he was the target of the curse, not the sender, but it felt like the right thing to do. Harry stood and bowed to the girl and sat down next to Hermione. Mr. Potter, that is an extremely generous thing for you to do, when the perpetrator of the crime is currently residing in the Bastille. For that, I am glad, madam, the ferret deserves nothing less. What is this ferret? Fleur asked. Harry grinned. Malfoy was assaulting some students the first day of this term and one of the professors turned him into a ferret. If you have a pensieve, I can show you. Maxime gestured, as she wanted to see a Malfoy humiliated. Harry pulled out a memory and placed it into the bowl. The ladies all watched the memory and laughed at he idiot's behavior. It seems that a lot of your people need to be taken down a bit, not all mind you, but some. Hermione spoke up. Madame Maxime, how is the pureblood versus mundane conflict dealt with in France? My dear girl, there is no conflict. The purebloods realize that if they breed together, they will be weak and die early. There are few who care about such things. I myself could not be headmistress if I were here in England, no. Both of the British students frowned at this. No, probably not. In fact, I would advise that you inform your government about the rising tide of bigotry here in this country, it will likely spill over. I would speak to you again, Mr. Potter, but we are here about Miss Dubois. Thank you, Madame Maxime, it is easy to get sidetracked when dealing with governments. Miss Dubois, do you have any needs or desires that I can help accommodate? She looked shy, as Harry was projecting a bit. Hermione pulled him back and whispered. Have some pity on the poor girl, you do that, it's like Vila allure to a guy. Oops, I'm sorry, miss, I didn't mean to do that. He directed this towards the French witches. Fleur whispered to her friend. Go ahead, ask, you never know. She smiled at Harry and put out a little bit of her own allure, just for balance. She frowned when he didn't react at all, but smiled politely. I am looking to apprentice with a runes master. Monsieur Shepherd. But it is expensive to live, and, well. Quote. Do you by any chance mean Charles Shepherd, who lives and works in San Francisco, USA? The girl nodded. I have read of him. I have considered going for an apprenticeship with him myself, aren't runes fun? He grinned at the girl. She nodded and her face lit up when she realized that he was as interested in the art as much as she was. Maxime smiled. She saw that her student was going to be taken care of. Harry pulled his notebook out of his pouch, and flipped through it. Here we are, San Francisco, California, USA. He read through the notes. Okay, I own a house there. It is within apparition distance of Master Shepherd's workshop, and it is maintained by 2 elves, free elves, good. Okay, that town's cost of living is pretty steep. From what I read here, you can have the use of the house for 7 years, and an allowance of say, 500 galleons a month. There will be no living expenses, since that is all taken care of by the house, all you need is an invitation by Master Shepherd, I guess. Genevieve Dubois was speechless, her jaw had dropped, she leapt up and hugged Harry, kissing his cheeks, she hugged Hermione and kissed her cheeks as well. She and Fleur danced around, hugging, as her dream had just come true. Maxime watched as this was going on. A warm feeling sat in her belly. Dumbledore claimed to be the leader of the light, but Harry showed that he was. Harry called Ted Tonks and made the arrangements for the girl to be given the keys to the house, introduction to the elves and a tour of the area by trustworthy people. He had the appropriate paperwork written up and arrangements made with the goblins. The magical banks in America were pretty evenly divided, between the goblins and the gnomes. They had competition and had to work to earn your business, it made for better business all around. The UK was the last place in the world where the goblins had complete control of the banking system. After all the arrangements were made, Harry got everyone's attention once more. There is no claim or cost to you, but once you have achieved your runes master status, please consider giving me first chance at whatever you design. I won't hold you to it, but I think we could have a profitable relationship. In fact, once you reach that point, I hope to be in control of all my family properties and corporations. Consider working for me, us. He was holding Hermione's hand at this point. He turned to Fleur. Miss Delacour, what field are you intending to go into, may I ask? Fleur was stunned for a millisecond, but recovered nicely. Finance, management of money and assets. I intend to work for Gringotts for a time, then, who knows? My father is high in the French ministry, maybe I can work for the Department of the Economy, either magical or mundane. Very good, I assume you have a mundane education as well as magical. Fleur nodded. Good, just like Hermione's plan, very smart. If you would consider my offer as well, I will be needing help at managing several exceedingly large businesses, and I will need intelligent people I can trust. Somehow, I know I can trust you too. Both French witches felt warmed by this pronouncement. Madame Maxime excused herself once the paperwork was underway, leaving the young women to entertain Harry and Hermione. They talked for a long time about runes and magic and assorted other things. Harry told several stories about the things he had to do to be able to do magic while at Privet Drive. He had several examples with him, and showed them to the French witches. Hermione and Fleur sat back and quietly talked while Harry and Genevieve talked runes. He put out some of the ideas he was working on, and she suggested answers, and vice versa. She was very interested in the mirror he had used to call Ted Tonks, and they created two more, one for Jen, and one for Fleur. That day Harry and Hermione gained two new friends. They made an appointment for the next day. Once they had permission, Jen was going to show Harry the massive runes cluster which made the flying coach possible. Dress, Muggle, we will be crawling through the belly of this beast. Hermione was invited as well, and whether or not she wanted to, she planned on going through with this, as she wasn't going to have Harry crawling along in tight spaces, with his face right up against any girl's behind but hers. Who knows, she might learn something. The next day, the two students showed up at the great carriage and were greeted by Jen, who hugged and kissed them both. She was still on a high from her newfound patron. They were all dressed in jeans and jumpers. Hermione's hair was braided tightly and had a scarf tied around it, as was Jen's. Come on. She merrily led the couple through the belly of the great carriage, through a kitchen, which smelled divine. Jen, when we get back, can I look at the kitchen? She nodded once Hermione explained that Harry did like to cook. They went through an assortment of spinning cylinders completely covered with runes. Hermione used a strobe spell and Harry took a series of pictures, and was satisfied that he had a complete series covering the entire cylinder. They came upon a door that was locked and Jen couldn't get it open. Harry dug in his pouch and pulled out his key, and showed her how to use it. The door opened. They all entered. From here we have to crawl, it is very tight. Low overhead. Quote. She patted the top of her head and bent to crawl into the hidden space. Hermione held Harry back and entered next, and he followed up behind. It was somewhat dark so no one saw the grin on his face as he came up behind. They lay on their backs inside the outer skin of the carriage, looking up at the structure. It was massive enough so that it could support the weight of the vehicle in neutral buoyancy, and still withstand the flight loads. Harry wondered out loud what it was like to fly in the craft. There are many stabilization charms and it is smooth as a baby's skin. Did I get that right? She still had a French accent, but her words were very clear. Exactly right. Idiom is hard to catch when it is not your language. Hermione spoke. I have a second cousin from America. He claims to speak 3 languages. She used an exaggerated accent to say it. He says he speaks American, English and a bit of Canadian. My doll laughs his butt off at this joke, every time. She rolled her eyes. Harry and Jen laughed at this, since Hermione's normal accent was proper upper-class British, very proper, thank you, and her using an Americanism was so strange. Jen was laughing so hard she had tears coming out. What's worse is my da doing his Oz thing. He puts on an awful accent like that crocodile guy. More eye rolling. Jen was smiling, but she had a tinge of sadness on her face. Harry seeing this asked, Jen, are you all right? It is nothing. Well, I just miss my papa. He was taken from my mother and I 4 years ago. The girl was crying as she sat, leaning against a support strut. Hermione moved over and hugged the older girl. Harry took her hand. I understand, Jen, I understand. I barely remember my parents, but sometimes a sound, a smell, a sight, triggers an emotion, a feeling of loss in me. He looked sadly at the girl, who had her eyes closed. Hermione gestured him in closer, and the 2 Gryffindors hugged the girl tightly. Thank you. She sniffed. You both have done so much for me, I can never repay you. We're your friends, it isn't about payment. Here's a true thing that I read from a great sage whom I will be visiting as soon as I can get to his part of the world. Shared pain is decreased, shared joy is increased. We share your pain and loss. We are blessed to share your joy. Jen sniffed and quickly hugged both of the teens. What is the name of this wise man, and where does he reside? Mike Callahan, Long Island, New York. He runs a pub called oddly enough, Callahan's. Well, we shall visit there sometime, the 3 of us. It's a date, Jen, we will. Jen and Fleur joined the smart girls' table and added much to the discussion. Daphne had instituted classes in how to deal with the pureblood etiquette, manners and the like. Harry picked up much along the way. The Yule Ball was announced, and much discussion was bandied about the table. Harry was invited into the discussion, because he was a champion as well, and found he had to participate, and dance in front of the whole school. He immediately thought of asking Hermione to go with him, but they thought again, and decided that they should not go together, for her protection. Harry asked Jen to go with him and she agreed. They had made some contact with Victor Krum, who had been hanging around the library, watching Hermione as she studied. He liked her because she wasn't impressed with his world-renowned Quidditch skills, she related to him as a person. He asked her and Harry for a favor. He knew they were a secret couple, and knew why they were not going to the ball together. He asked her to the ball after a bit of explanation. Have you solved the mystery of the egg yet? No, I haven't really looked at yet. I know it screams when you open it in the air. I was going to try it underwater this weekend. He knew this was the correct path, because the runes inscribed inside had water runes in abundance, so it seemed likely. You are on the right track. The egg says that they will take away that which is precious to you, and you have an hour to retrieve it. Victor looked uncomfortable. He had asked for an oath of secrecy. What is precious to me would destroy my reputation, and I cannot afford the risk. He looked at he couple. Karkaroff told me they will base the task on who you take to the ball, so if you took Hermione, they would take her as your hostage. Understand? Harry was drawing a blank. Hermione understood and took Victor's hand. Who is it, Sergei or Ivan? Victor blushed. Sergei. He is my trainer. He keeps me healthy, but he is also my lover. If I were to be shown out, I would lose my contract with the team. I would be. What is the word? Est. Ostracized. The girl volunteered. Yes, that is it, ostracized. You understand my problems. No. Of course we do. Victor, what can we do to help? Harry was holding his girlfriend's hand, and he didn't know for sure where they were going, but trusted her to lead the way. By this time, all the girls at the Smart Girls' Corner had mirrors to communicate, and Hermione sent out a general call. Meet at the table 6 p.m. tonight, important Yule Ball arrangements. She left that voicemail for the entire group. Victor, bring Sergei and meet Harry and I in the library at 6 p.m., okay? The Bulgarian athlete nodded and agreed. Thank you all for coming. We need to make arrangements for the Yule Ball, and getting dates with decent guys, gentlemen is the order of the day. For reasons I will not go into, I cannot go with Harry as I would like, so he will be available, as well as Victor, his trainer Sergei. Cho, I assume you and Cedric are going. The Oriental girl nodded, a smile on her face. I understand that Roger is available. He asked me to put his name into the hat, Cho put forth. Fleur, do you have any preferences? Oh, yes, I do, but he is not a student here, so I must decline him at this time. Who is he, anyway? They could see a look on the French woman's face. He is the older brother of one of the dragon trainers, Englishman, but smart, and polite. They all wondered about who could stand up to her allure as a part Vila. Well, kudos to him, I guess. By the way, Daphne is offering brush-up lessons to anyone who wants dancing instruction, so take the opportunity with your dates. So, first ladies, we offer up Harry, the fourth champion, the reluctant hero. Harry growled at this description, even if it was given by his girlfriend. Several of the girls bid, until it came down to Padma Patil and Genevieve Dubois. There was a standoff and Padma spoke first. I can see Harry anytime as I am here at Hogwarts with him. Jen, you go with him. The French girl blushed and smiled, giving a little curtsy to the Indian girl. Thank you, Mon Ami. Jen danced up and hugged onto Harry like a teddy bear. Save me a dance, Harry, Padma called out. He grinned back. Now then, we know that the participants from the Yule Ball will be taken as hostages for the second task, so, as Victor's date, you must consider that, if you do or do not wish to participate. Few of the women bid for the place, and Hermione won. Victor bowed to her, kissing her hand. Thank you, Miss Hermione, you will not regret this. Sergei was the next on the block, a short, but handsome man, polite and impeccably dressed. He gave a quick synopsis of who and where he was, what his interests were. When he spoke of his fascination with rare and unusual creatures, Luna spoke up. Dibs. The other girls were understanding of this relationship, as they had accepted Luna's peculiarities, so no one bid any further for Sergei. Does anyone have any suggestions for Fleur, since there are so few men who can stand up to her particular allure? None of the girls had any ideas, because Harry was the only one who had a chance in that area, so it came down to picking the least affected. Roger Davies was chosen and he seemed pretty cool with the idea. The group broke up after making arrangements and making sure everyone was aware of the colors of dresses involved. The group had broken up and were all going their own way, when Fleur and her friends were accosted by Ron. "Will you go to the ball with me?" Fleur was taken aback. She had had a variety of males invite her to the ball, all for less than pure reasons, but not one had acted as idiotic as this one. She stopped dead in the middle of the great hall where he had basically blocked the aisle with his presence. She looked him up and down. She suspected that this was a relative of no, it couldn't be, could it? "What is your name, little boy?" "Ah, Herr. Don't you know your name?" "Herr Runel Waslub." She took a step. A very sensual step. One pace forward, her allure projecting, and affecting every male within 50 feet. Another step, circling around the frozen Runel Waslub. "Tell you what, little boy, when you learn your own name, when you learn to dress properly, learn some manners, some hygiene and possibly educate yourself, maybe, just maybe, I will stoop to speak with you, but you, little boy, have a long, long way to go." Ron, not hearing any of this, just stood and drooled on himself. Then she turned and walked away, leading a retinue of the loveliest women in all of Hogwarts. Women from every house, every level of society, and every one, superior to Runel Waslub in every way. No one but Genevieve heard her mutter to herself, "Disgusting little horn dog." Then she turned and walked away, leading a retinue of the loveliest women in all of Hogwarts. Women from every house, every level of society, and every one, superior to Runel Waslub in every way. No one but Genevieve heard her mutter to herself, "Disgusting little horn dog." Ginny Weasley had seen the confrontation between her brother and Fleur. She blushed deeply and her anger stirred. She went back to the common room and went immediately to the table where her brothers were working hard on whatever project they were stirring up. Ginny got along with her twin brothers pretty well, as they had found out quickly what would happen to them if Hay pissed her off. Waking up in the middle of the night covered in something disgusting will do that to you. The event in question had, however, given them ideas for a prank or two. Fred, George, she was unerring on who was who, a thing that had always mystified them. Ronald has done it again. She looked a bit, more than a bit peeved. They both focused on her, surreptitiously closing their open notebooks. They were no fools. When they saw a good thing, they used it, so they had quite a stack of spiral-bound notebooks, each labeled with different subjects. This one seemed to be some kind of form. Fred sighed. What has Ronnie done now? Ginny ignored the twinspeak and sat down at their table. He has put the Weasley family to shame, in front of the whole school, in front of the other schools. He asked Fleur Delacour out to the Yule Ball like some kind of idiot, just blurted it out. She shook her head. He's my brother and I love him, but I hate it when he does things like this. He made Luna so mad that once, she won't come around when he is nearby. Both brothers nodded. They liked Luna. She had a different perspective on things. Their father Zeno had given them some business advice as well, was making arrangements with them to print up their magically enhanced catalogs. So what do you want to do, Ginnykins? She glared at the name. Me? What do you mean me? He's your brother too. But we trust your reprisals to be much more satisfying. She had a warm feeling at their implied trust in her. Their discussion went on for a while. Ginny had finished with her brothers and was sitting at another table working on her potions essay, her books spread out, looking somewhat reminiscent of Hermione the previous year. The girl was no dummy. Her limitations were those put on her by a lack of education. She had been homeschooled up to this point, for the most part by her mum. There was a time back when she was 6 or 7, she had taken some time with Luna and her mum, but then when they were 9, Luna's mum had been killed by what appeared to be an accident. Ginny didn't see Luna again for almost a year, and when she did, the girl had changed. She was more dreamy, unfocused, well, that's what it appeared to be. Ginny had come to appreciate her blonde friend, both as her friend and as someone who could see. Luna could see things that others could not. This is not something they talked about, but it was there. Luna met with Sergei and they talked for hours. She didn't feel any of the overt say. Dual frenzy she felt with many of the older Hogwarts boys, and some girls. The feeling was disconcerting, and worried her. She often wished for her mummy to talk to about things. She had no older woman she trusted. She considered Molly Weasley, but the last time she was in the older woman's presence, she felt a gray haze like smoke from wet wood in the campfire. She finally settled on Madame Pomfrey, who explained several things she had read about, and had loaned the girl some physiology books explaining the process. When she was finished, she hugged the girl closely. Luna, I'm so sorry you lost your mother. She was a dear, dear friend, and I will miss her so. Don't be afraid to ask me for help, anytime, dear. Luna nodded. And stepped back, out of the hug. I do need some help. I really don't know who to turn to. Mummy gave me these, and she was going to train me in the art. She fingered her radish earrings. Luna almost never took them out of her ears, and only when she was far, far away from anyone else. This is one of the reasons she liked going on expeditions with her father. The radish earrings worked with the charms her mother had created, which blocked the mental noise that came with being around crowds of people. Luna had examined the runes and charms to the best of her ability, and just before her first year had created a necklace that helped with the problem. So her wearing those odd accessories had marked her as more odd than normal. She was just trying to protect herself. She needed to talk to Harry, who had a certain knack for messing about with runes, along with Hermione's skill in charms. I need someone to help train me to protect my mind, to help me learn control of my gifts. She looked down at her butterbeer cork necklace. My earrings and necklace block most of the noise, but it's beginning to hurt, and I keep seeing visions of things. I did it recently with Harry when we were flying. I hate it, knowing what I know, and not being able to do anything about it. Poppy Pomfrey had seen all manner of things in her 50-plus years of taking care of the students of Hogwarts. This one was new. Not unexpected, but new. I remember that your mother had some problems with this as well. Let me look in my files and find out who she talked to. Just stay a while and Dilly will bring you some tea, okay? Luna nodded, and shortly the infirmary elf brought her the tea service and Luna spent some time talking with her. Poppy Pomfrey was an old-school healer. She tried to see the whole patient, not just a specialty. It was necessary as a school healer. She spent some time during the summers teaching at St. Mungo's, on general practice procedures, how to relate to the patient's needs. Most of her students were former Hogwarts students, and there was not a single one that she had not treated at least once. She had the respect of her students. She pulled out her old files that went back decades, and found the one she was looking for. Here we go. Celine Lovegood, née Crittenden. She went through 7 years of school treatment, the usual, skinned knees, a potions accident or two, some dueling practice. Here it was. Sent to see Alexander Cromwell for treatment and training. Cromwell before my time, I think. What else? Okay, the usual female things. Okay, after graduation, she went for her mastery, was apprenticed to. Oh my, Alexander Cromwell. She went through the woman's complete medical history, which was tied back to the files that were currently at St. Mungo's, self-updating, whenever a new entry was put in place. Poppy dictated a note, with the date and time and what her plans were, relating to Luna Celine Lovegood, and tied the files from her mother to those of her daughter, so they would be forever associated. Ginny was gathering up her books and paperwork, as she was done with her essay, when Neville quietly approached her. Hi, Ginny. The red-headed girl looked up from her work and gave a quick smile. Hello, Neville, how are you? I'm fine, nice weather we're having. Ginny recognized this. She had seen it before with older girls and a few times herself. She tossed her hair and stood up straight, which made her chest thrust out a bit. Yes, it is. She raised an eyebrow in question. Is there something you would like to say, Neville? Her petite smile almost knocked him for a loop, but inside his mind, he thought, Gryffindor's forward. Ginny, I would like to invite you to go to the Yule Ball with me. He looked as if he were holding his breath. Ginny blushed and looked around. Then she looked Neville straight in the eyes. Yes, I would like to go to the Yule Ball with you. I would be a fool not to. Neville exhaled with a burst. I understand if you don't want to. Ginny interrupted him. I do want to go, Neville, I mean, besides the fact that I can't go because it's for fourth years and above, I can go if I'm your date, and to tell the truth, you've always been polite with me, and you're kinda cute too. She was a little nervous about this act she was putting on, but she was serious. Come, sit, she led him to one of the couches. I want to warn you though, I have 3 brothers here and they will probably try to warn you off, they are very protective of me. I will tell them not to hurt you, okay? I am willing to put up with a lot to go to the ball with a girl as beautiful as you, Ginny, even if it is just as friends. She smiled at this. Good. In fact, I will tell them I asked you, as a friend, so they don't think you are coming on to me, is that okay? Neville pondered this. Actually, that makes sense. Yes, do that, and I promise I will show you a good time. He then got serious. I have here a paper that my grand sent me. As the heir apparent to the head of House Longbottom, I am supposed to give this to the girl I ask as a gift. It is a pureblood tradition, so I don't think your parents will mind. He handed over the paper. Fine parchment, actually, which stated that there was a line of credit with a fine dressmaker in Hogsmeade to supply her with her dress and all needed accessories. The agreement was non-binding and the dress was hers to keep after the ball. Neville, this is too much. I can get my own dress. Or make it. It is a family tradition. My grandfather did it for my grandmother. My father did it for my mother. Who am I to change tradition? She was dubious. I don't want to be seen as taking charity or something. My family might not be well off, but we take care of our own. It doesn't matter if you are nutless or have the biggest fortune in the world, I would have still gotten you this, so, please accept it as my gift, Ginny, please. He held the paper, wrapped her hands around it and asked. She looked deeply into his eyes, leaned up and kissed him. Thank you, Neville, you are a true gentleman. A shadow loomed over them. Something to tell us again. Something going on here. You two go away. I asked Neville to take me to the Yule Ball. You know that I can't go because I'm only a third year, and Neville is a great guy, so you two leave him alone. Got it. Fred and George leaned back, out of the range of their little sister, knowing better than to bell the dragon. Okay, he just better be well behaved, then. I dare say, he will be better behaved than you two. No bug off. She winked at Neville and he blushed. Right yo, be seeing you. The twin terrors tromped up the stairs to their dorm room. Don't mind them, they're pretty much harmless. Ginny had shown the papers to Hermione, and Hermione had received one as well, from Victor. She was stunned as she had never heard of such a thing. Harry was disturbed by this, and the dark-haired wizard sought out Daphne and asked her about this matter. Yes, it is a tradition, some families do it, some don't, it is considered a perk of being one of the fortunate few. The more money you have, the more likely it is an accepted tradition. For instance, the Weasleys would probably not do it, as they have little or no money, even though they are as pureblood as they come. They used to be quite wealthy, but they were swindled out of it several hundred years ago. Your family, the Potter, is one of the richest families around, as well as one of the oldest, so you would be expected to provide for the needs of your date. And why? Has no one ever seen the need for teaching me any of this? I know next to nothing about politics, society, finance, any of it. Harry was quite frustrated. Your parents and grandparents would be the ones to teach you. I believe you said your godfather was. Sirius Black. He should teach you all of this. Your godmother would teach you a lot about society and manners. I suppose you don't know who your godmother is, do you? He looked sad. Actually, I do, but she's in no condition to do it. Alice Longbottom. A look of understanding came across Daphne's face. You could contact her mother-in-law, Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother, and ask for her advice, I suppose. No, I will just pull another rabbit out of my hat and see to getting it done. Thank you, Daphne, I owe you one. Come on, Hermione, let's go see Fleur. Before they went to see Fleur, they called Andromeda Tonks and described what they wanted to do, and she agreed completely, and said as soon as she got off the mirror she would set up an account with the dressmaker. Fleur Delacour, please. The mirror wavered and came into focus. Hello. Hermione, how are yous today? We are well, Fleur. I am calling because I need advice, and you are the best person I know to give it. As you say, what is it yous need to know? It is tradition for the male to give a gift of the dress and accessories to the lady when going to a ball like this. I want to give Jen a gift, and I want to know if the dress shop in Hogsmeade is good enough to supply her needs. Fleur frowned and thought about it. Do you mean the one by the apothecary, Carpentier's fine clothing? He nodded. Yes, that's the one. Apparently, a person of my social and financial status is required to dress the young lady in style, and who am I to buck tradition? He grinned at her. Well, I have seen one or two designs there that would look acceptable, as long as the male was dressed accordingly. She turned an eye toward him. So you are saying I need to go there as well? I have some formal robes already. Won't they be good enough? They were not tailored for you, so likely no. You should take Genevieve to the shop and have both your measurement taken, and make them understand that your outfits go together. She looked sideways in the mirror. Hermione, you know what to do. Make, did it correctly. Andy Tonks called and told him that there was already an account at the establishment, an account that went back to the founding of the business, as one of his ancestors made the initial investment in the ancestor of the current owner. Therefore, anyone named Potter got the best and most preferential treatment. Jen. Yes, Fleur. You have a visitor in the entry hall. Who? She got up from her room and headed for the carriage's entry hall. Harry. Hermione. It is so good to see you. They hugged and laughed at the older girl hugging the shorter boy. She seemed to enjoy shoving his face into her East's, and making him blush. Hermione knew it was innocent as Jen had told her what she was doing. I just like to get him stirred up a bit. He is my patron, but he is still a young man, so, I say, why not give him a thrill? Hermione was cool with this as long as the older girl gave him back, undamaged. Harry had caught on to the game, but didn't let on. He was enjoying the face to be East experience. One of these days, however, he was going to vanish her clothes just as she did it. He had extricated himself and stood, formally, pulling out a parchment. Andy Tonks had found the original in the Potter family files, and just changed the names, but this certificate was the same one that had been used by his father, his grandfather, his great several generations of Potters. Miss Dubois, it is a tradition in my family, that when a young man invites a young lady to a formal event, that he must provide her with the means to arrange for her dress and accessories. Thus, I am formally presenting you with this certificate, which is good to be used at Carpentier's Fine Clothing here in Hogsmeade. They are a well-known clothier who has shops in London and Paris, and Rome, so their styles and quality are acceptable. When you have the time to go and be measured, and pick out your choice of dress, I shall go with you, and have the appropriate clothes made for myself, so that we don't clash. I would like you to pick out the best quality garments, and whatever you need to make your experience complete. He sighed and sagged a bit. Did I do that right? He looked to the three women, since Fleur had joined them by this time. Hermione patted him on the shoulder. You did fine, Harry, all you have to do now is go shopping, she smirked. Harry looked a bit panicked at this. It will be all right, we'll all go at once, I'll call Cho and Cedric, Victor will join us. Fleur, are you ready, or do you need to get something? Need a few things, but I am ready, I will come as what you say, morale support. 2 days later, there were all four champions and their dates meeting for a shopping trip. They entered the shop in Hogsmeade and were greeted by the owner, Mr. J. Carpentier, who had his staff immediately attend to the ladies. Being intelligent, the four ladies involved all wore something known to the Muggle world, called a danskin TM, this way they could shed their clothes in public and get their measurements fairly accurately. Each set of measurements was taken by an animated rule much like the one that Mr. Ollivander used, and when the measuring was done, the shop had 4 accurate mannequins to work with. These were taken out of sight by staff, and then colors and patterns were discussed. The men of the group were taken off to one side and their measurements were taken as well, although their clothes were somewhat easier to fabricate. Victor advised Harry. With the women, just stand back and enjoy, this is their sport, just as we have ours. Harry saw the wisdom in this. They were fitted with high-quality robes, and advised that the acromantula silk was the best material, but quite expensive. When asked about this, Harry was told that the risk of gathering the material was the main cost. You had to be able to outrun the spiders, and the silk was hard to acquire. So if you could get it cheaply, what would the cost be? Well, There really is no special handling requirements, so probably a tenth of the current cost. So who supplies it? Who turns it into cloth? Oh, we do all the processing right here. This is something he thought about, along with a statement that Luna had made earlier in the year. I would like to see the process that you use to turn it into cloth. I have an idea which might save us all money and turn a nice profit. While the ladies were all being measured and fitted, the guys tagged along with Harry as he was shown the facilities where acromantula silk was made into cloth, using charmed weaving looms. They saw every step of the process. Tea was much like that of the weaving of silk made by the silkworm, only on a larger scale. The group left the clothiers, and ended up at the Three Broomsticks to have a nice lunch together. Luna and Sergei joined them. The group had an easy camaraderie between them. There was a playful competitiveness amongst them, not the hostile glares that they received from Karkaroff, or the interscene warfare that was expected from the houses of Hogwarts. Madame Maxime was pleased to see her students interacting with the other champions and encouraged this behavior. I need an idea. People, there has to be a way to capture an acromantula without being eaten by the thing, Harry was pondering. Do you want to capture it, or kill it? What is the end result you want? Sergei asked. He had visited the colony with Hagrid and was fascinated with the beasts, cautious, but fascinated. I want to set up a location to harvest acromantula silk, safely and cheaply. So, alive, then, yeah, that would be good, I guess. You will need an island or somewhere that you control access. I don't think catching them in a box would be a good idea. How did they get the dragons here? Targeted portkeys. They stunned the dragons so they couldn't get away, chained them and then port them here, and 3 back, since you lost yours. They all laughed. It's not my fault she was better at escaping than your dragons. I'm proud of her, wherever she is. Thank you, Harry 1. You are welcome, Shala. How do you feel about giant spiders? Tasty. Good to know. They ate some of their lunch. Harry was distracted because he was thinking about things. He pulled out his ever-present notebook and began sketching out an idea. The page was covered with plain squares and circles, with line drawn between them. In the middle of the page were several large blank spots. He kept drawing and writing, but began speaking. Hermione, isn't there some kind of experiment someone did where they got rats or mice to push a lever or something for a food pellet? Or was it monkeys? He looked up at her and she began to expound. Yes, there have been many studies with both reward and aversion methods, and different rewards. As you describe, an experiment with the reward given for a certain behavior, and another experiment in which rats were subjected to many things to distract them from the reward. They were experimenting with addictive substances. This statement also set off an idea in Harry's mind. He turned the page, wrote a few notes and returned to the current page. How about this? Everybody, listen and tell me what you think. Step 1. We somehow send all the spiders in the Forbidden Forest to a desert island that they cannot escape from. Step 2. We set up a system in which they bring their silk to us, balled up in a ball, in exchange for a goat or pig or whatever. Step 3. We process or sell the gathered acromantula silk to the highest bidder, take out the costs of the goats and pigs, and make lots of money. The group chattered about this and that for a bit. Roger Davies spoke up first. Where would you get a desert island? Isn't that expensive? I suppose so. But I looked through my family holdings, and I own several islands in a chain already, so that one is solved. They already have the muggle repelling charms and runes on them, so security and safety are addressed. Next problem. Cho spoke up. Giant spiders are well, scary. I wouldn't want anything to do with them. How would we clear them out and get them to the island? Harry leaned back. Therein lies the problem, I think. Sergei here gave us the answer to that problem. I think. Portkeys. What we have to figure out is how to get a portkey onto a spider and transport it to its target destination. I want to go and see the dragon handlers and see how they did it. Me too. Sounds interesting. Duh, I'd like it as well. Everyone in the group was interested. So, after lunch, shall we visit the dragon encampment and see if there's anyone left? General assent was reached. The champions and stragglers all trooped through the forest until they came upon the encampment, where they found nothing much but the iron stakes that the dragons had been anchored to. There was a tent with 4 of the remaining crew from Romania. Hello, anyone home? The dragon handlers trooped out of the tent and greeted their guests by the fire, which was burning in the front of the tent. Hello. What's up? What can we do for you today? Charlie Weasley stepped to the fore. It must be something important. If all 4 champions are here, is there a problem? Harry was the spokesman for the group. No, not really, mostly intellectual curiosity. Hermione's blush crept into her face when she heard use of intelligent words. We were eating lunch and the thought came up. How do you transport the dragons from Romania to here? Sergei, here said you use a portkey sent to a target. Is there any way you could show us how that works? Well, actually, yes we can, with a little help from you and your friends. See the posts. Everyone nodded. We need to get them out of the ground before they can be shipped back to Romania. It's too hard to shrink them, because iron doesn't take magic well, so we will just bundle them up and send them whole. With an extra 10 wands, we should be able to get them out easily. We were thinking the 4 of us might be able to do it without help. If you don't mind. The crowd gathered around the first iron stake and with all 14 people using the same spell, they lifted it effortlessly from the ground, and laid it on its side. They did 2 more, leaving the 4th in the ground, when Harry asked if he could try something. Everyone wondered what he was up to. He climbed up to the top of the post, which was about 6 foot up and balanced there. He used his wand to write a few runes, tapped it and jumped backwards off the post. He then cast some magical power toward the rune to power it up. The post creaked and smoothly slipped up out of the ground, and took to the air. Oh! He quickly dug into his pouch and unshrinking his broom and took off after the thing, catching up when it was some 300 feet in the air. He got beside it and heaved, turning it sideways. He then raced to the front, where the runes were and erased them, leaving the 2-ton piece of iron in free fall. With deft use of his wand, he guided it to a hard landing amongst some trees, near the edge of the forest. His friends came running out of the forest to see where he had landed, to see if he was alive or not. The thing had embedded itself in the ground a bit, but with a little levitation from 4 people, it was trundled back to the pile with the others. Phew, that was fun. He grinned like a kid. It worked better than I thought it would. I forgot to change the lift parameters, and it had the same lift that it needed to be pulled from the ground, while in the air, thus, it escaped. He looked up. If I hadn't stopped it, it probably would have achieved escape velocity. Most of the stunned witches and wizards not named Hermione didn't understand what he said. Another fact was noted in his mind. So, that's done. Can you show us how you portkey a dragon? Everyone gathered around while one of Charlie's coworkers showed them a portkey. This has a sticking charm on it. We banish it toward the dragon, and when it sticks, it activates. The dragons are sedated first, since you don't want an angry dragon portkeyed into your camp. You want a sleeping, stunned dragon. The portkey is tied to the target stone, which we bury where we want the creature to land. See. They dug a hole next to where the last post had been pulled out. Just your basic portkey target. Many families have these made for their homes, and each member carries their own end of it, with their own activation. Some use a word, some use a wand. In any event, you can have as many of these as you want to tie it to a single target. That's why the Quidditch World Cup had timed portkeys and landing zones. It's easier and safer that way. No one can land on top of you while you are in the landing zone. Their portkey won't allow it. They will just wait in order of arrival until the zone is clear. Harry had a vision of a stack of spinning spiders 50 tall, waiting to land. They had excavated the target stone and Harry took pictures of it from all sides, noting the runic phrasing on it. Is there a weight limit on a portkey? I mean, can a portkey take a person or a dragon equally? Well, if you were to use a dragon-sized portkey, you would spin about 3 times as fast as the normal one. Either that or you need to take more than 1 person. A portkey big enough for a dragon could probably transport 20 people, as long as they could all grip it, a rope or a tree branch. It all has to do with mass. Interesting. Is this the one used for a dragon? He picked up a puck-looking object with familiar runes. Yes, it fell off on completion. It's dead now. Can't be used again. That's why we use junk, boots, whatever for portkeys, because they can only be used once, unless they have a special enchantment on them, such as a head of house ring. Harry shoved the dead portkey in his pocket. Everyone thanked the handlers and the camp was quickly broken down, and the area cleaned up, leaving nothing but 4 holes in the ground. Later that night he reviewed what he learned. One-time use. Size equals rotation. Have to deal with mass. Infinite use of target. One-time license. Portkey won't land on another, like magnets in a stick. He remembered something from science class when he was 10. Sticking charm banished toward target. Has to be an easier way. This was going to be an interesting project. The group was walking back towards Hogwarts when Harry called them to a stop. I have an idea, and if it works out, I promise I will share the profits with all of you. You have my word. He glowed briefly as he made his oath. Luna saw the alternates merging down to a few, rather than many. She needed to speak of this with the man who was helping her, Mr. Cromwell. She split off from the group with a farewell wave and went to her dorm to write a letter. On the couch, a few hours later. I wish I had a time turner. Harry groaned. I have so much to do, and not enough time. Not to mention brushing up my dancing skills, worrying about the old man and grease ball poisoning me. I have this prophecy hanging over my head. Quote. Hermione's heart clenched. What prophecy? It's nothing big. When Luna and I went flying, she spoke 2 prophecies, one of which is I will be the one to clear the spiders out of the forest. He sighed. It is important. The Forbidden Forest has been a magical creature sanctuary for over 1,000 years, but now it is being overrun with spiders, an alien species invasion. I know you understand what I mean. Yes, like the rabbits in Australia, no natural predators to keep ahead of their breeding. Well, these spiders don't belong there. But I think we can make a profit off of them and not have to kill them. I really don't like killing things. If I could put all of the Death Eaters out of commission without killing them, I would. Hermione went on a different tangent. Most prophecies are self-fulfilling. You know. Someone makes it and if the recipient believes it, well then, it comes to pass. I know that, you know that, but here's the thing, I can do it. I have figured out how. I just need to get things in the right order. He opened his notebook to the page he had been working on. He waved his hand and all the box scuttled off to the sides of the page. Here is our desired result. He used his finger to move the box labeled. Spiders on isolated island producing silk in exchange for livestock. Here's what we have now. On the left side of the page he moved the box labeled. Spiders eating everything in Forbidden Forest. He waved at the parts in between. All we have to do is fill in the blanks. They talked for a long time moving boxes around, making new more refined boxes, until they were satisfied with what they had. This right here is the only weak point in the process, I think, how to get the portkeys on the spiders. They are tricky and fast, I suppose you could do it from a broom, hovering. Oh, that reminds me, I need to look at Luna's broom, it hovers well anyway, there has to be an easier way, maybe a dart gun or something, I'm not sure. How hard is it to use a bow and arrow? We could ask the centaurs. They are experts at it. Maybe we could make portkey arrows and give them to the centaurs to use against the spiders. Not a bad idea. Do we know any centaurs that will talk to us? We could ask Hagrid. He knows a lot about the forest. Tomorrow. First we have to figure out how to make the portkeys. En masse. Harry about the island. I have that covered. Hermione, I already have one in use. She looked at him oddly. I know you can keep a secret. He whispered. Come here. She leaned into his voice. I stole a dragon. She turned on him, shocked, speechless. She was gaping like a fish out of water. Well, not really stole. I helped her escape. Shala, the horntail from the first task. I went and spoke to her before the event and we talked. She said she would let me buy her if I did something for her, so I did. Harry James Potter, you give that dragon back right now. I can't. She's an intelligent being. She should not be prisoner if she doesn't want to be. Some of the dragons like the preserve, but she didn't. He looked at her with a gimlet eye. Dragons, at least this one is as intelligent as you or I, and deserves her freedom. I think she has eggs now. She is nested on an island I own in the Orkneys. She looked at him, wondering. Is this why you have the little dragon with you all the time? Yes, she is my contact with Shala. I can talk to Shala any time I need to. The little dragon crawled out his collar and stood on his shoulder. looked Hermione in the eye and hissed at her. She just said, "Hello, human female." Hello. Shala. Yes, Shala. She is a very good friend of mine. The little dragon hissed some more. Harry looked at it oddly, but didn't translate. What did she say? Nothing I want to share. Right now. He blushed deeply. You can tell me anything, Harry. I'd rather not. The girl's curiosity was raging. He had an answer that she wanted. Harry, tell me what the dragon said. She said this flatly. He looked away from her face, would not meet her eyes. Very well. She said you are in heat and I should breed you today if I want young. He was very red, just as she was very red. Oh. They were quiet for a bit, deliberately ignoring the hippogriff in the outhouse. So, an island. Yes, I was thinking to make a target stone, just like the one in your back garden, put it on the island, and at the shoreline put the distribution center, one ball of silk for one animal, easy peasy. Could the spiders survive that cold? They have been in the Forbidden Forest for the last 50 years. Aragog was originally Hagrid's pet. The girl looked shocked. He was accused of opening the chamber 50 years ago, and thrown in Azkaban over it. It was Tom Riddle who did it, and he blamed Hagrid for it. Riddle got an award in the trophy case. The girl shivered at the thought of what had happened. Let me think about it, we'll come up with a good idea. Quote. The small dragon on Harry's collar smirked as if it were laughing. The next day Hermione caught up with Harry after a class. He was in the tower room with his trunk spread out, and his many books in disarray, reading from this one and that one, writing notes and doing the arithmancy that was critical to each note. He had a large chalkboard obviously taken from a classroom somewhere, and the drawing from his sketchbook was laid out in a similar manner to yesterday's arrangement. Off to the side of each box was a dialogue box filled with notes on both sides. Extensive notes. Oh, hello, pretty lady, I've been busy. He was writing something. He glanced up at her arrival, but never stopped writing. She was torn between being proud of what a scholar he had become and being mad at him for ignoring her. The pretty lady comment did, however, smooth things over a bit. He had a second chalkboard set up with a drawing of a device on it. It was a big box, 3 times longer than high. There was a cartoon of a spider putting a ball into a hopper, with arrows that flipped a door open and pushed an animal out, represented by an oval with 4 legs and a dot for an eye. The interior of the box thing was divided into 2 parts. The top was full of balls, supplied by spiders, which went downhill to a gate labeled portal. The lower half had a similar layout with the portal pointed the other way, the arrow going in, and a herd of 4-legged ovals marching toward the door side of the fixture, which was built like an airlock, so no spiders could get inside to empty the thing out. She looked closely at the notes pointing to the live creatures. Stunned or in stasis, least painful method. Sue, how do you reload your spider vending machine? Targeted portkeys. The thing is run by remote. No people on the island. Too dangerous to risk. Well, maybe it would be a good job for Ron. He drew a glass dome on top of the device with a stick figure in it labeled Ron, with a lever that controlled the mechanism. The spiders had to supply a certain weight in silk before they could receive an animal. That's evil. You shouldn't do things like that, Harry. She smiled at him. Come to the dark side. We have cookies. He tried to do an evil laugh, but it came off as adolescent. He tried to turn serious, but failed. Really, I don't want to risk anyone. But the thought of it is so tempting. You have to have someone monitor it. You know they will figure out that if they put rocks in the hopper, it will trigger the door. Nope. I figured out that one last summer. He dug through his trunk and pulled out an older version of the notebook sketchbook, and showed her the sorting runes he had used and the notes he had taken. Some more digging, and a shrunken box of things. Unshrink and out he pulled. An old embroidery hoop. He carried the box of soup tins over to the far wall, and showed her how it worked. The handfuls of hardware, screws and bolts and junk dropped through the nimbus in the hoop and fell into the separate soup tins. They spent a while experimenting with variations, and he showed her the latest improvement on the rig. Put a sheet from floor to ceiling, blocking the soup tins. She conjured up a sheet which was attached floor and ceiling. He dumped the bucket of junk into the hoop and they could hear the rattle of metal in the tin cans opposite. They bent to look at the sheet closely, to see if there was any kind of mark or passage through. She did it again, this time conjuring a wooden wall, as stone was a bit much for even a powerful fourth year. He poured more junk and hardware, and the rattle was heard again. They looked at each other in amazement, vanished the wall, and gathered up the soup tins in a box, after emptying them. What's the range, do you think? We could have Dobby or someone put these over in the Ravenclaw Tower. She gestured towards the next tower over. There would be 2 stone walls between here and there. Plus, how far is the distance? He eyeballed it. About 100 meters, I think. Dobby had heard his name mentioned, and had popped in. What's going on that you are thinking of me? Hey, Dob, how's it going? We were working on an experiment, and we're testing out some theory. We're testing the limits. They showed him the hoop and the soup tins with he sorting runes. We transported the stuff through the sheet, and through wood wall. We were going to send the cans over to Ravenclaw Tower and see what the limits are on distance. Shall I take them and we try it? Would you? Sure. He picked up the box and turned to pop over. Wait a second. Hermione, make another mirror, please. She was getting quite good at this. She made a mirror and handed it to Dobby. There, now you can call us, or we can call you anytime. The elf eyes widened a bit. This is cool, I like it. He popped away. Harry sighed. We might as well make one for Winky as well. Harry's mirror chimed. Dobby's face appeared. Ready. Harry dumped a handful of hardware and they could hear the cans rattling on the other end, over 100 meters away. Everything looked normal. Dobby picked through some random pieces and looked them over. All seems to be in order. The runes on the tins are warm though. We need to monitor temperatures, you think? He asked the girl. Is it due to mass, or type of material, you think? Dobby, dump the tins out and watch to see which one gets the most heat. We think it might be based on the mass of what goes through. Gotcha. Watching. Harry dumped the whole bucket through, and knew that 1 or 2 of the tins would get most of the mass, and some tins only a little. Dobby reported back. By weight, the tin with the most in it is the warmest of the 6 most used. We're going to do it again. You think you can get accurate numbers? Sure, no problem. Do it again. They did it again. Hermione suggested that they simplify the experiment. Dobby came back and they expanded the tin that took iron-based hardware, and then ran it out to measure distances. They took 1 kilo of iron and put it through the hoop. Dobby took the temperature, and it was noted. He made several steps each of 100 meters, and they did it again and again, making a chart. 1 kilo, at 100, 200, 300, 400 meters until they had 1600 meters, a mile each time the kilo went through, but each time the temp got hotter and hotter. They quit at a mile, because the tin was getting hot, but the hoop was getting hotter the more distance, the more heat was generated. The wooden hoop was starting to steam a bit, even char at the edges. Dobby came back with the tins in a box. Maybe we need to try this with iron or brass hoops. Harry was thinking out loud. Iron has a higher melting temperature than brass, and there are alloys that are even higher than that. Tungsten, for instance. Hermione interjected. I know where I can get some iron hoops if you want to try them. Dobby volunteered. Sure, if you don't get in trouble. Oh no, they have been laying there for many years now. BRB. The couple looked at each other with a question on their face. Did he just say BRB? Dobby reappeared with an assortment of iron hoops, that if you knew what you were looking at, were tires from old cart wheels. They were various sizes, worn and smooth on the outside, and the remains of a wooden wheel on the inside. There was a thin patina of rust on all of them. Harry pulled out 2 of the smaller ones, that were obviously a match. He vanished the wood and did a powerful cleaning spell with his wand. He did still use his wand for a great many things, and set the thing on the work table, on edge. I need to measure the inside diameter, and set the spacing for the runes. Hermione's quick wand conjured up a tool that looked like a wheel with numbers on it. He made a mark and rolled the thing around the inside, noting the number when he was done. Very good. Spacing is 7 centimeters. That will give us an edge, because 7 is an important number, arithmetically. He laid the tool aside, gently as if to protect it, and wrote out some equations. She looked them over. In runes class we were taught that this has to be a multiplier of 4, because. I didn't take the class, Hermione, I just started doing what felt right. This feels right. I suppose we can figure it backwards from the finished hoop, to figure out why it works, but trust me, it will work. She sighed, her trust in hard and fast rules falling by the wayside. He began to engrave the runes with a tool he had made, very sharp steel, with a carbide tip. He had found the piece in an old sales case of Vernon's, a drill metal sample. He made a mental note to get some more. While he was bent over working, Hermione's mind began to drift towards the Yule Ball. I'm looking forward to the ball. You know, I really wanted to go with you, but as we agreed, it's probably best that the old man doesn't know, and my going with Victor will really help him out. Harry grunted. Did you notice how close Luna and Sergei are? I mean, if he wasn't. You know, he would probably propose to her right now. They really have similar interests. Yesterday after we left the dragon encampment I heard them talking about Snurkax. Like he believed in them. Harry replied. Who knows, maybe they are something we know and recognize with a different name. You know, Kneazles look a lot like cats. After all, Snurkax might just be a big blue bunny rabbits for all we know, she agreed. I need to be a bit more understanding of Luna. She is an enigma to me, and I suspect to a lot of other people as well. You do know she lost her mum when she was 9, right? Harry straightened up from his work and adjusted it on the table. I didn't know it was that recent. Actually, I never thought of it at all. I's not something that comes up in everyday conversation, but she told me when we were flying that day. The day she made a prophecy. Yeah. He bent to his work and concentrated. I'm going to call her. Give me a yell if you need any help. She went to the far side of the tower and pulled out her mirror. Harry grunted in answer. He was concentrated on pushing his magic into the runes as he created them. Luna Lovegood. A few moments. The mirror wavered and cleared up. The face of the young blonde witch appeared. Hello, Hermione. Are you calling a meeting of the Smart Girls' Corner? No, not today, Luna. I just wanted to talk to you, and see how you are. Did the ward locks and return runes work for your clothes? Why, yes, it did, quite well. I must thank Harry for that. He is a good friend. Yes, he is. I think he would do anything for his friends, anywhere, anytime. But watch out if you cross him. He might forgive, but he won't forget. She shivered at the thought of what Harry had said he would like to do to Ron. She shook her head. Tell me, Luna, how's your life? Are things going well for you? I think so. I have been seeing a specialist, a Mr. Cromwell. Their voices faded away into the mist. His work on the first ring was complete, and he reached for the second ring. He looked up and noticed that Luna was in the tower with them, her dragonfly broom folded up and leaned against the wall. Hermione and Luna were sitting at a small table talking with some kind of silencing shield between them and him. He moved towards them and they noticed the movement. Dropping the privacy charm, Hermione stood and hugged him. You smell like burnt metal. She used her wand and did a Scourgify and clothes freshening charm. Come and sit with us, have a sandwich or something. An elf had brought tea and sandwiches at some point. Good idea. He sat down. Hello, Luna. It's always good to see you. He grinned and picked up some food. So what are you two ladies over here gossiping about? I hope you don't mind. I told Luna about the things you were working on, and the sidetrack that came up. She gestured toward the table with the iron rings. No worries, it's all part of the same idea. I will have to call Sirius and have this all fabricated. I can't do it all myself. Luna tilted her head to one side. He looked at her suspiciously. You're going to do it again, aren't you? She smiled an enigmatic smile. I must. It is my calling. Hermione looked somewhat nonplussed. What is she going to do? The things you are building now will be tools that you use to end the war. You will find your heritage and make the engines of industry run once more. The blonde girl smiled at her raven-haired friend. I'm sorry. I cannot be more specific yet. It's all I have for now. Neither Harry or Hermione could get Luna to expound on the words anymore, so they let it lie for now. Tell me about your portal thingy, Harry. They discussed the project and Luna did give them some ideas to work with. He was having trouble powering the runic clusters, so she suggested putting the ring into an axial spin. It would have to be balanced, to be sure, but the spinning, along with the correct rune in the right spot, it would be pretty close to perfect efficiency. The only real loss would be generated heat. A second outer ring with directed cooling charms would take care of that. Later, he looked at what he had done so far, and there it was an obvious gap in the sequence. He had used a 7 centimeter spacing, and there was enough space between each and every cluster to place the power rune. He did not consider it a coincidence. He engraved the power runes and suspended the ring on a levitation field and gave it a spin. He watched it for an hour, and it did not appear to slow down, or gather any heat, even without the cooling charms. The girls had left, Hermione down the stairs to the secret entrance to Gryffindor Tower, and Luna flew away on her broom. Harry was alone pondering his creation, and what Luna had said. The day of the Yule Ball came. The school was excited, no one was getting any work done. Harry had laid down his projects for a bit as well. He had been thinking about how to deal with near frozen water, getting around underwater, and the idiocy of having spectators sitting in bleachers watching a lake where they couldn't see anything at all. Neville had suggested gillyweed, and Harry had acquired some via Owl catalog. He had considered stealing some from Snape, but decided he wanted no contact with the greaseball. He learned the bubblehead, and learned to do it without a wand or incantation. He would be underwater, and that wouldn't help if he couldn't cast it. Harry and Hermione had spent a bit of quality time in the prefect's bath, experimenting with the charm and things. The Yule Ball was upon them. There was a room set aside for the champions and their dates, so Harry and his company champions all appeared in place to get dressed. The women's side was a bustle of activity, the men's side, not so much. Each of the 4 champions got dressed, adjusted their ties and whatnot. A handler from Carpentiers came by and did some last-minute adjustments and making sure things were perfect, and did what guys want. He left them alone. Fleur and Jen shared a cubicle, which was poorly named, since it was huge, and helped each other dress, along with a lady whom Fleur had known for years, who had dressed her mother and her grandmother. The woman spoke only French and there was a continuous stream of comment going on with the 2 women. Jen was a year younger than Fleur, so she was only 2 years older than Harry, a small thing, but when you are young, it can matter. Is everybody ready? Madame Maxime entered the room. The women spun so their skirts flared out. Madam. We are. Very well. There will be a signal and you will meet your escorts at the entrance to the Great Hall, and you will enter with style and grace, just like the proper ladies you are. She stepped to the door. Have fun, girls, and left. The 3 seekers were talking about the Quidditch World Cup, and asked why Victor had stopped the game when he had. Well, it was obvious that my chaser could not keep up with their chasers. It seemed the right thing to do. It was quite a game, the first professional game I have ever seen. I don't really think I would like to do it professionally. I just like to fly. It doesn't mean enough to me, you know. Harry put the idea forth. Both of the other seekers nodded. Victor expounded on the subject. If you don't have the heart for it, you will never do well, in any sport or business. I have seen many people try, but it was not their idea to do, and they have failed. Roger spoke up. I was told that I have to succeed at the family business, but I really don't care about it enough. I doubt I will do well. I really want to try farming, using magic and muggle methods together. My family's business is retail. I mean, I could do it, but. Well, Victor pointed to that. Exactly. Anyone can learn a skill and be competent, but why torment yourself? I will need some farm managers. Come see me this summer. Harry spoke quietly. Cedric looked to the younger man. You are going to end up employing everyone, aren't you? The young seeker gave a shy grin. Who's your favorite team, Cedric? Puddlemere. You know that. I just found out last month I own Puddlemere. You're shitting me. Harry looked shocked. He had never heard Cedric speak like that. No. I will ask the managers to give you a tryout if you want. Do you think Cho would like to try out also? I don't know. I'll ask her. Harry looked at the others in the room. Guys, try not to let it get around. Please, I have enough problems with fangirls as it is. The others nodded. Maybe we can do a playoff with all the houses, find the best players now at Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. There's an awful long time between the second task and the third. We all need to keep in shape, no? Not a bad idea. Maybe we could do something for charity, sell tickets for a galleon apiece, Crumb versus the schoolboys. A trouncing. He made like a marquee. I beat Potter. You know. Cedric looked smug, then his face sagged. Of course it was because Dementors were on the pitch. No, it wasn't, I admit. The Dementors affected me, but you were closer to the snitch. You got it fair and square. There's no way I would have beaten you. Harry jostled the older boy. Hey now. Watch it. You might wrinkle me. Cedric joked. Gentlemen. They looked up. 3 champions and Roger. The ball is about to begin. The ladies will come out the main entrance to the Great Hall. You are to place yourselves here, at the door, and greet your date as she enters. Miss Delacour will be first, as she is a champion, followed by Miss Chong, Miss Granger, and Miss Dubois. It's time to go. They all stood and trooped out, and hit their designated spots. Harry's mind was going 100 clicks a second, trying to remember how to dance. They entered the Great Hall, and took their spots. The light in the area was somewhat subdued, and Harry suspected a subtle notice-me-not charm. The music was quiet and generic, and there were people milling about, drinking and talking and gossiping. Dumbledore came out to the center of the hall and cast a sonorous welcome. Welcome to the Yule Ball. Welcome each and every one. Hogwarts welcomes the staff and students of Beauxbatons, the staff and students of Durmstrang. We welcome you. He waited for the applause to die down. This evening is a celebration of the Yule and of the champions of each of our institutions. Without further ado, I give you the champions. He gestured towards the entrance, and a spotlight shone on the entryway. Just inside the door, Roger Davies was there to meet his date, Fleur Delacour. She stepped forward like a queen, or at least a princess. The music playing was a flourish, with a lot of horns and trumpets. The couple linked arms and stepped gracefully towards the dance floor. Cho Chong stepped forward and was met by Cedric Diggory. She was dressed in a silk robe, very smooth and snug, with an oriental look to it. He held out his arm and they stepped gracefully as well, taking their place. Victor stepped up. Hermione entered the hall, and there was a gasp at how beautiful she was. A beautiful blue dress, her hair smooth and precise, not a single hair out of place. Harry was dumbfounded, shocked, stunned. My gods, you're beautiful. Her eyes met his and she smiled. He was still stunned when she mouthed the word, Jen. He picked up quickly and stood straight. Jen Dubois stepped into the light. Her hair shone like a halo of coppery gold. Her dress was the perfect color. Her everything was exactly right. Her smile was there for many reasons. She was destined for greatness, because of her association with the right people. Her new friends, her impending apprenticeship, her life was almost perfect. The Yule Ball kicked off with a bang. The champions were all front and center on the dance floor. The music was starting up and he was expected to dance. He had taken Jen in arms and immediately forgotten everything he knew about dancing. Mentally he heard Hermione's voice counting off. 1 2 3 1 2 3. A step, and they were in motion. Hi, hello, Ari. Her accent was showing a bit. She and Fleur had been jabbering in their native language for the previous 4 hours. You are quite beautiful this evening. I hope the dress serves you well. You make it look good. You are being a flatterer, I think. Besides, look at your girlfriend. She is very beautiful this night. Harry looked in the direction that Jen had indicated. Yes, she is, and I will always treasure that. But tonight, I am here with you. He looked her in the eyes and could sense a certain feeling, and pick up some thoughts. This is no mere boy, but his heart is hers. He shook himself at that incident. What is it, Ari? She looked worried. I think I just picked up your thoughts. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It is acceptable. My thoughts are my own, but with a friend, I will share. I am a mere 2 years older than you, and in the real scheme of things, that is insignificant. You are quite a desirable catch, and any young lady would be blessed by the goddess to be with you. She blushed. I have no chance with you, Ari, even though I believe we could be good friends. Your heart belongs to Hermione, completely. Any woman can see that. Another dance had started, and the other dancers had invaded the floor. The crowd whirled and swirled. Harry caught glimpses of Victor and Hermione dancing not 10 feet away, but there was at least 3 couples between them. He dragged his attention back to the older girl with him. How are you certain about Hermione and me? He asked curiously. I have been with you both when Fleur purposely used Ervila Allure, and you didn't even flinch. You were sitting with me, and you glanced at her, it was like it wasn't there. He frowned. When was this? When we were in the pub. Yes, after we were fitted at the clothier. Harry remembered that day, a week ago, and didn't recall anything odd happening, except for Cormac McLaggen getting out of his booth by climbing over the table and falling on his face. Realization struck. So that's why McLaggen was. She nodded in assent. Every male in the pub, even Victor, was affected in some way. But not you. She is part of you, Ari, as you are part of, Never lose that. She held him closely and kissed his forehead as they danced. The music came to an end, and everyone clapped, and some left the dance floor, some did not, so there was more space to work with. Jen looked up and to the left as the music for the next dance began. I wish to dance with the Bulgarian champion, do you mind? Harry just nodded. He was still stunned when he found Hermione in his arms. Oh, hello, you are looking quite beautiful tonight. Hermione had remained silent until he spoke. Thank you, Harry, I feel different. I would say so. You are dressed in the best. You are more lovely than any other woman at the ball. He had to interrupt her protestations. I said it. I mean it. You are dancing with the champions of this misbegotten tournament, and that has to mean something socially. You are with friends. Yes, I suppose so, but opinions are so subjective. She gave him a lopsided grin. Well, lovely lady, your opinion is the only one I care about, now or in the future. She blushed and leaned into him, her head upon his shoulder. What are we going to do about the old man and the greaser? She spoke quietly into his ear. Keep doing the daily backups of your memory, like Andy showed us, do your meditation and keep control of your memories. They had both taken to doing this so they didn't lose anything to obliviation. Have you lost anything lately? No, he seems to have backed off a bit. Well, keep acting as if you are obeying his orders and you will probably be all right. I hope so, Hermione, I hope so. The dance went on. Various partners danced together, but kept coming back to their first partner. Ginny was in heaven, dancing with Neville, and they were on the floor almost every single dance. Ginny looked over Neville's shoulder and saw Harry and Hermione molded together and turning to the music. They look right together, don't they? Neville was about to raise the question, and Ginny inclined her head toward the couple. His eyes followed them as he and Ginny did their own turn. I believe you are right, Miss Weasley. Actually, I think they have been together since the first trip on the express. She quirked an eyebrow at this. You know, it's my fault they met. Really? How? You know I have a toad, Trevor. She nodded. He had gotten loose again and Hermione had offered to help me find him, and we entered the compartment that Harry and Ron were in. Ron was eating all the chocolate and treats Harry had bought, and Harry was looking a bit stunned, to tell the truth. When he came here the first time he was scrawny and small, and looked broken. Ginny shook her head. I have heard some stories about his relatives. Did you know that the twins had to break him out of his relative's house? They had put bars on the window, like it was Azkaban. Ginny, I don't want to talk about Harry, he's as good as a brother to me, but I want to think about you. I know I asked you here as a friend, but I would like to someday be more than friends with you, if you will let me. All thoughts of Harry went out of the young girl's mind as she looked into the eyes of the heir of Longbottom. Dumbledore watched as the students and champions danced and swirled. He noted who his pawns were dancing with, he noted how long and how close they seemed to be. He was somewhat concerned that his weapon, that is, his pawn was close to the other champions and there was no apparent contention between them. He needed to sow seeds of discontent, to force strife and break unity. He had a plan that had to succeed, and he couldn't afford for his pawn to be too powerful. He gestured and the blank-faced Ginger came and stood by the headmaster. How dare she go and dance with Crumb, he's the enemy. She is yours, you need to fight for her, so Harry doesn't get her. This way you'll get something Harry wants, but can't have. He is rich and famous and you have nothing but second-hand junk. Harry is your best mate, he's supposed to be with Ginny. The words filled in the emptiness in the young man's head. The tall boy stared blankly at the dance floor and his eyes focused momentarily on the dancing couple. Adrenaline and anger surged through his veins. He grew red-faced. He stalked around the edges of the dance floor in his ancient maroon robes with lace around the collar, and sat down heavily beside a beautiful South Asian girl who was angry at being ignored. He sat and glared at the couples on the dance floor. Parvati Patil was quite angry. She had known better than to go to the ball with Weasley. She was not completely sure how she ended up accepting his invitation. In fact, she didn't remember his invitation, just that she was there, wearing last year's formal gown and was to be escorted by a pureblood. She knew something was up, because she would have worn this gown to the Yule ball. This was an autumn dress, not a winter dress. It was all wrong, and the shoes didn't match. She needed to talk to her friend Lavender. When she was finally fed up with the proper pureblood that she was saddled with, she got up and left. She saw Lavender dancing with Terry Boot. Lavender and Terry got along well. They had different interests and different houses, but were willing to overlook that in order to go to the dance. Lavender had picked Terry out, because he was the right height and coloring to match her dress and accessories, plus she had known him since they were in primary school together. The current dance ended and they strolled over to the tables at the sides and an elf brought them some drink. "How are you two doing? Having fun?" The mixed house couple nodded, wondering why their friend looked angry. "What's up, Par?" Lavender asked gently. She could see her friend was upset. "That useless Git the Weasel has been ignoring me all evening. We've been here an hour and I haven't danced once. All he does is sit there and glare at Harry and grumble, and when he looks at Hermione, well, I don't like the look on his face." The girl was crying now. "I don't know how I got here. I don't remember being asked to the ball. I don't. Well, this dress, you know." She held her foot up so Lavender could see the shoes. Her friend flinched, looking at the shoes. "That's an autumn dress, and the shoes. You would never." "That's right. I don't think I did. If I don't remember being asked to the ball, I don't remember getting dressed, then what else has happened that I don't know about?" Terry had listened to the rant and pondered the words. He was no dummy. He was in Ravenclaw for a reason. "Parvati, what do you remember?" She sniffled and wiped her eyes and blew her nose. Terry had handed her a nice linen handkerchief. "Thank you. That's how a gentleman should act, not like that useless Git." The couple rolled their eyes. "I've seen him eat. I wonder how you Griffs can stand to be around him." Terry snorted. Lavender spoke up. "It's worse in the common room. He doesn't have any hygiene to speak of. I hear he steals from his dormas, and whenever Harry's not around, he's badmouthing his friend. Supposed friend. Sounds like a Ginger Malfoy to me." The trio laughed. "Well, Parvati, if you think something might have happened, I would advise visiting Madame Pomfrey for a checkup, for one, and you might want to talk to one of my housemates. She's a third year, but her gift is beginning to show." "Who? What gift?" "You might think she's a bit odd, but Luna Lovegood, she has a gift as a seer, and is getting special training with an unspeakable. She's not taking divination. No, you can't teach a seer. Either you have the gift or you don't. All Trelawney can teach you is the methods of seeing, divining, cards, tea leaves, scrying, techniques." This statement made an impression on both girls, and somewhere deep down inside, they understood something they had not before. "I'm still concerned about where my time went, who did what to me, it worries me, and why anyone would think I went to the ball with an idiot like that." Lavender looked over at the ginger boy. "You heard him ask Fleur Delacour out to the ball. She put him down, hard." The other two nodded. "If he ended up here with you, that means someone is using him for some reason. He's never shown anyone any respect or thanked anyone. Why is he even here?" Parvati answered part of that question. "Hermione has been nice to him. If it weren't for her, he would have flunked out both first and second year, maybe even third." Lavender nodded. "I've noticed that both Harry and Hermione are avoiding him as much as possible, and yet he still pursues them as if he's their best friend." The girls looked at each other, then to Terry. "Do you think he's a psychic vampire?" "Well, he does make me weary to be around him. He used Harry's fame to bully people around. I don't know if Harry realizes that." The three drank their drinks. "Tomorrow morning, I am going to Madame Pomfrey to make sure I am not damaged or something, and then I am going to stay as far away from that prick as I can." Lavender nodded in agreement. "We'll have to go early. I think Madame Pomfrey is taking some days off for holiday." "Who will be in the infirmary over Yule break?" "I hear they are sending interns from St. Mungo's by the day." They sat silently for a bit. Parvati turned to Lavender and pointed to Terry with a questioning look on her face. Lavender spoke up. Terry, will you be a dear and dance with Parvati? The Ravenclaw boy smiled. I would be glad to, my lady. He stood and accepted her hand. Lavender watched as the couple danced and swirled around the dance floor. Harry was once again dancing with the French girl. What was her name? Dubois. Jeanne Dubois. They looked elegant together and moved well. Miss Brown gathered her Gryffindor courage and captured Harry's eye as he moved by, and gestured, "You and me, dance." He nodded on the next turn, and whispered something in his date's ear. The older girl's eyes swept across the Gryffindor girl. She smiled and invited the younger girl to join them. Lavender stepped out on the floor and found herself in a threesome whirling and moving. Jeanne, this is Lavender Brown, a friend of mine. Lav, this is Jeanne Dubois, from Beauxbatons. Hello, Jeanne, pleased to meet you. Lavender, you are very pretty today. Where is your date? He's over there dancing with my friend Parvati. Her date was a dud. Harry raised an eyebrow. Ron. Harry rolled his eyes at the answer. Jen continued. You might do me a favor, Lavender, please. She nodded. Please dance with Harry for a while. I am tired. I am not an athlete as he is, and I have been dancing for almost 2 hours straight. I think that Hermione has created a dancing monster here. They all laughed. I will. Thank you for sharing him, she answered primly. Jen bowed her head and stepped out, seating herself at the table where Lavender and Terry had been sitting. So, you and Hermione. He nodded. We are keeping it quiet, so please don't spread it around, okay? I won't be the one spreading stories about you, Harry. Your mate over there does quite a job of it on his own, especially when you are not around. Anger flitted across the young man's face. I know, I am working on fixing that, and if I have to, I will fix it permanently. So, you and Terry boot. I've known Terry since we were little kids, he's a safe date, and he loves to dance, so it's all good. I heard he doesn't. That's his business, he's still my friend, and in spite of being in Ravenclaw, he is loyal to me. I might say better than the git. Harry noticed the anger in the girl's voice and the stare pointed toward the ginger. Parvati doesn't remember being asked to the ball, by him or anyone else, and the dress she is wearing is all wrong, and the wrong accessories, it's like someone who doesn't know fashion dressed her. I'm worried that our minds are being messed with, and who knows what else. They twirled a few beats of the music. Harry made a decision. Lavender, do you trust me? She thought about it a moment. Yes, I do. I want to do a little check to see if you have been obliviated. What I am going to do is look into your eyes and scan your memories. I won't dig, but I will be able to see if there are any spots where something is wrong. He blushed. If I see anything I shouldn't, you have my word, I will never tell anyone without your permission. This was potentially embarrassing, but she girded herself. Scan me, Harry. He had decided to try and use the emerging talent. Shala encouraged him. He looked deeply into her eyes. She felt a light brushing on her thoughts, as if a light breeze had come through a summer window. Harry skimmed over the surface thoughts and memories of the girl. He didn't notice anything untoward. No big gaps or missing spaces in the way he visualized memory. There was a slight pressure that seemed to be coming from over there. He banked and flew over to the area, and there, lying on top of the memory banks, was something that obviously didn't belong. Shala, what is this? It looks like a command. Or a compulsion. What do I do with it? Cast it out, drain the magic. Out of it. He did so. He took the object, which was broadcasting on a low tone, and made the magic flow out of it, and directed the magic to the girl's core. He listened to the intent of the thing speaking. The dead husk of the command he banished, and then he looked around for more. Not finding any, he pulled out of the girl's mind. He looked at her face, trying to see what she was thinking. Are you all right? They had kept dancing the whole time, not missing a step. Lavender followed without thinking, or understanding where she was. She came to herself. What did you do? I feel different. Different good or different bad? I'm not sure. I feel somehow lighter, like there is no pressure. You know, like walking into the wind. I do indeed. What was there was a compulsion someone planted on you, and I drained the magic out of it. That's why you feel a bit more energetic now, and banished the compulsion. She looked scared. What was the compulsion? It was to be nosy and gossip about everyone and everything, and a particular attention to myself. He frowned. Someone set you up as a spy without your knowledge. The pretty girl frowned. Anger crossed her features. She stopped dancing and stood there glaring at Harry. I want to know who did it and I want blood, that pisses me off. Harry took her in arms and continued to dance. I think I know who did it, and trust me, Lavender, I will make him pay. He paused. But for now we have to wait. We are only fourth years and we need to gain power, both magically and politically. Let me give you some advice, pretty lady, this is for you, and Parvati, and any of your friends. Never look Dumbledore or Snape in the eyes, they are legilimancers, they can read you and control you with their minds. She looked him in the eyes, parsing what he had said. She smiled and nodded. I trust you, Harry, thank you. Are you and Hermione going home for the holidays? Shaking his head, and catching up with the conversation he spoke. She is going with her family to France, I am staying here, I have no family. Relatives, yes, family no other than Sirius, I have no family. Everyone had heard the story of Sirius Black by now. How he was still being held by the ministry, still without a trial, and the real perpetrator of the crime had confessed under Veritaserum. It was front page news in all the magical papers in the world, except the Daily Prophet. The reason I ask if you are going home, is that Parvati and I are staying here for the Yule holidays, and I want you to check her out just like you checked me out. I'll be glad to do that. In fact, I see Parvati and Terry right over there, shall we switch? They did, and Harry found his arms around Parvati, but not before the blonde girl had spoken to her friend. Trust Harry, he will fix your mind, he did mine. I thought she was mad at you. I saw her face when you two stopped dancing, she looked really angry. The Indian girl looked cautious. I scanned her mind for obliviation and the like and found a compulsion charm there, pushing her to do something she normally wouldn't. What kind of compulsion? It was to spy on me and others and gossip about it. Someone was using her as a spy. I suspect if you think there are blind spots in your memory, then you have likely been obliviated as well. Can you remove it, or retrieve my memories? I don't know. We probably should have you looked at by a professional. I would like to think of you as my friend, and because of that, I certainly don't want you hurt. Will it hurt to look? No, I don't think so. You should be all right. Okay then. Do that thing you do. Check me, scan me, I need to know. Harry looked the beautiful girl in the eyes and was taken into her mind. He skimmed across the surface, not looking at the thoughts, but rather looking for absence of thoughts and memories. His perception noticed a few blank areas that could be in obliviation. It seemed as if something had been there but was now missing. The surrounding bits seemed to be like feelers, looking for their connections. He paused at one particular spot, where he could see the ghostly outlines of something, like a parked car covered with ice. He could see it there, but it wasn't defined. Using the ice metaphor, he imagined some radiated sunlight melting away the ice. The whitish substance receded and melted away into vapor, leaving the frozen memories dripping and thawing, and soon they looked as healthy and vibrant as the surrounding growth. He pulled back as soon as he was sure things were progressing as they should, and looked for any more spots of damage. He let his senses flow and detected a compulsion much like the one that was on Lavender. He followed it to its source and there was much the same, a compulsion sitting there, like a turd on a tablecloth. He did as before, drained the inherent magic in the thing and banished the remains. He looked about one more time and withdrew from her mind. Parvati's body was going through the motions of dancing, but she was obviously working on some inner situation. Harry slowly, gently eased her over to the table and set her down in a seat, and sat there with her, and Jen, and shortly thereafter Lavender and Terry. What's going on? Parvati didn't answer. She was still working on something. Hermione and Victor wandered over with a question on their lips. Harry asked for a privacy charm and Jen provided it with a flick of her wand. He gestured for his friends to lean in. Lavender and Parvati have been hit with a low-level compulsion, and Parvati has been partially obliviated. I don't think there was anything physical done to her, just that she was guided to join Ron at the ball and wear this dress. The gathered people were shocked and gasps and anger were heard. That is unlawful. If it had happened to a citizen of France, the perpetrator would be arrested. Victor nodded in agreement. In my country they would be whipped as well. Harry looked around to his countrymen. Terry seemed to know something about the law. It is as well here in the UK, but someone seems to think they can get away with it, but who? The youngest champion's face grew hard. The one who seems to think he is above the law. Both Lavender and Parvati looked angry. Terry reiterated his earlier point. As I said, you should see Madame Pomfrey or someone who has skills in the mind arts. Do we know anybody? Terry spoke again. I believe that Luna is seeing someone that is helping her. Terry had a soft spot for the odd third-year girl. Harry looked at his best friend and mentally pushed a thought toward her. We need to learn how to block the old man and the greaser. She nodded silently, not saying anything. Her mind pushed a thought back toward him. Luna has gotten better. We need to talk to her, soon. This was the first time they had communicated this way. Harry glanced around the group. For the present time, let's have fun at the ball, and over the holidays we will work on what needs to be worked on. Hermione, can you give Lav and Parvati some basic instructions in meditation? The brunette Gryffindor nodded. I'm going to France for holiday, but I will have 2 days before I have to leave. Jen perked up at this. You are coming to France. You must visit my home. We will show your family a French magical Yule. Fleur nodded in agreement. If you can, I would like to invite you to my family estate as well. Hermione was astounded at the offers of the two French women. I must ask my parents, but I would like to, very much. Hermione felt blessed that the Gallic women had taken a liking to her. The ball came to an end, and the night resolved itself as couples went off to quiet hidden places. Harry and Hermione walked Fleur and Jen back to the great carriage that doubled as a mobile school and dorm, all the comforts of home. They walked quietly back up the path toward the castle together in the dark. The snow lay about, covering everything and glistening with a cold blue light of the partial moon. Smoke rose out of chimneys of Hagrid's hut, of several of the castle spires and towers. Midnight had come and gone, and the stillness in the air surrounded them. The young couple held each other closely, great woolen cloaks surrounding them, and the warming charms on their clothing holding back winter's chill. Harry leaned back and Hermione leaned back into his chest, his arms around her. They gazed up at the stars flung across the sky. There were quietly whispered words between them, and after a while of watching the stars and the icy mist slowly moving over the surface of the lake, the couple stood and went into the castle, the door closing solidly behind them. Albus Dumbledore stood at the top of the astronomy tower, his heart as cold as the stones of that tower. He was looking down on his domain, thinking about who he needed to influence to do his will, to reach his goals. He had 2 of the Hallows in his possession, the wand, taken from Gellert, and the cloak, currently in Harry Potter's trunk, but still in his control. He would be the master of death. He would find the resurrection stone. He was sure it was at the Gaunt property. That's why he had purchased the property those years ago, so he could control access. For now he had to run a tournament and bring back his former student to power, his biggest potential creation, and biggest failure, Tom Riddle. He was tuning the young Potter as his tool to be used in his rehabilitation of Tom. Potter was the dead end of an old line, and Albus had his sights set on all that money and power. The loss of one boy was acceptable. The problem of Pettigrew and Black was the foremost in his mind. Pettigrew was necessary to set up the ritual, as his young defense teacher Barty Crouch Jr. was occupied portraying Moody. Maybe he would have to let the boy go and replace him with Severus this year rather than next. He had let Severus actively recruit from the ranks of students for Tom, let them learn dark arts on the sly, because when he brought Tom back into the fold, he would need minions to do his dirty work. He came to a decision. He would let the ministry free Black and kiss Pettigrew, and as soon as Black was free, he would meet an awful accident, before the end of the next year. I have to bring the prophecy to the fore, somehow. Didn't the Black fortune include some properties in London as well? Somehow if I can control those as well. It is so very hard when a person has no convictions other than his lust to remain in power. This described Albus Dumbledore to a T. He was just as driven as Tom Riddle was to gain ultimate power, the power over death, immortality. Dumbledore would use people, as well as governments, nations and entire races to achieve his ends. He would sacrifice any magical creature on his altar of whim, and had, many times in the past. The wizarding world was convinced of the old man's publicity machine that claimed his affiliation with a phoenix was a sign that he was of the light, that no phoenix would associate itself with a dark wizard. This was not the case. Just about anything and any creature could be confounded, as shown by the Goblet of Fire. There were a great many things taught at Hogwarts that did not align with truth or even logic. The truth was, there was more, much more going on in the world than the average witch or wizard was aware of. Much of what was going on was all choreographed by one old man. He would sacrifice his old friend, Nicholas Flamel, on a whim. One thing he didn't know was that Nicholas and Pernell Flamel were in hiding, and had not handed over the real stone, but one of the close but not quite versions. If he ever used the stone and expected results, he might be in for a surprise. One secret that was being suppressed as often as possible was the access to the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was there as a habitat for all magical creatures, and it currently was being used as an incubator for a spider army. He had found that it was possible to control the beasts as they were not all sentient. He had to only control a few, Aragog and his female mate. All the offspring would follow behind blindly. Few knew that Dumbledore had brought the female in when he had banished Hagrid's pet back in 1945, ensuring the creature would breed and grow. The young couple held each other tightly before they entered the common room. Sighing, they let go and stepped apart. "Remember to back up your memories of today," he reminded her. "I think that today's memory will be one I keep forever, so, of course I will." Her smile made a warm place in his heart. He gave the password and held the gateway open for her to enter. Ron Weasley was furious. The Git, as he was thought of in his mind, was holding on to his girl. Probably taking advantage of her. It was bad enough that she went to the ball with the enemy, and the Git went to the ball with the French tramp. Ron always thought in superlatives, and had assigned titles to all the players in this story. The thought of Hermione as his girl, the enemy was Krum, the French tramp could be more than one woman. His little mind pondered. My girl is with the Git, was with the enemy, she's a mudblood, and everyone knows they are easy, so all I have to do is. Images rushed through his mind, thinking of what he wanted to do with the girl. None of it acceptable in polite society. Neville and Ginny walked slowly through the halls back to the common room, almost holding hands, but not quite. "I had a really good time. Neville, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for the dress and everything, it's beautiful, and." Neville stopped and faced the petite redhead. "It was my pleasure. I had a wonderful time as well. Can I be bold enough to ask you to Hogsmeade next term?" The girl looked a bit shy and whispered, "Yes, I'd like that." She threw her arms around him and held him tightly for a moment, laying her head on his shoulder. He slowly, almost clumsily raised his arms and enveloped the small girl. She leaned back and looked him in the eye, darted forward and kissed his cheek and ran off, opening the portrait door and disappearing inside. Neville stood there in the hall, stunned, his hand to his cheek. Colin Creevey was working furiously in the darkroom he had been given a key to. He was processing multiple prints of couples who had gone to the ball. His favorite was the one of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. She was wearing a royal blue silk gown that was both complex and simple, elegant. Harry was wearing a custom-fitted tuxedo robe which would look good in either world. Hermione's hands and arms were covered to the elbow with an astonishingly thin pair of gloves, also in royal blue to match her gown. Harry had a cummerbund and bow tie that was charmed to match the dress color of any partner he was dancing with. Colin was quite indebted to Harry, for shortly after the ball was announced, Harry had made a deal with Colin. He would pay for the equipment and chemicals for the processing, and Colin would set up and charge people for photographs of the ball, portraits, and images. Colin had taken the opportunity to upgrade his equipment and set up a professional-grade processing station that would serve him well for the remainder of his tenure at Hogwarts. The payment for this was not too egregious. He had to submit any picture he wanted to publish to Harry's solicitor, who also worked as his publicist. No one else was permitted to take any official pictures of Harry except Colin, and as such, the young man had a lock on his career for the future. There was also an ongoing photo album of every shot that he took of Harry and his friends, that was to be updated weekly. This evening's haul was at least one of Harry and every which he had danced with, which was quite a considerable number. He had also shot a group portrait of the four champions and their dates. Colin had noticed while shooting this shot, there is good matured ribbing and friendship among the champions. He wondered, because according to Harry's roommate, they should all be enemies, at each other's throats. This would be a private photo, only shared by the champions and their dates, and friends. There was a tiny French girl who was Fleur Delacour's sister, there was a handsome man who was Crumb's trainer. He called him, the other French girl that Malfoy's curse had hit, and where was Davies? Colin shrugged. He didn't know what was going on with who. All he was concerned about was making sure he made enough prints to go around before morning. The Hogwarts Express was leaving in less than 8 hours, and if he wanted to get paid, he needed to get these done. Colin worked steadily. His brother Dennis handed him the next set of negatives with a list of requirements, and while Colin did his chemical magic, Dennis packaged up the photo orders and labeled them appropriately. The next morning, at 10 am sharp, they set up at the entry hall of Hogwarts and each customer picked up their picture orders as they left the castle. Colin sorted and dealt with the customers, while Dennis kept the till, and checking off customers from his list. In that short hour, the two brothers made enough money to pay off their investor, and have enough left over to get all their school supplies for the next year. Harry himself strolled up as the last of the departing students left, leaving the photo packages for the students remaining over the holidays. So how did you guys do today? Did you make a profit? This was an expected question, as Harry was their initial investor. Colin nodded. I can't give an exact number right now, but we exceeded expectations on this project. He said this as he was pulling out the thick stack of pictures for his customer. Each set, I have put your dance partner's name on it, and these, he handed over a separate envelope, are the champions group shots. I made up 4 separate packets for this one. Harry looked it over. Very nicely done. Colin, Dennis, very professional looking. Did you put the copyright charm on them like I showed you? The third-year entrepreneur nodded. Harry had given him a runic stamp that made it impossible for the photo to be copied and published without permission. It looked like a rubber stamp, but the runes embossed the picture with the correct charms and spells to block unwanted distribution. He had learned this one examining many books and artifacts that had been copyrighted. Harry took the photo packets and held out a bag full of galleons to the two brothers. Take a break, guys. You look as if you have been up all night. They all laughed, as the whistle of the Hogwarts Express went off, indicating the train was pulling out of the station. That evening, the remaining students all went about their business, and no one noticed the absence of Harry and his friends. Hermione, Luna, Padma, Parvati and Lavender were all hidden away, up in the Gryffindor Tower, eating and drinking and generally being friends. Dobby came and went at will, making sure his friends were well fed. Luna, what can you tell us about this unspeakable who is helping you? Harry asked, opening the line of conversation he wanted to follow. Luna, being quite intelligent, answered the question he didn't ask, that is there something you can share with us to protect our minds from invasion and obliviation? Mr. Cromwell is a very nice man who works as a consultant for the Unspeakables. He specializes in the mind arts, in how to protect yourself, how to build shields, organize your mind, legilimency, occlumency and telepathy. The gathered people all looked impressed. He also has some interest in oracular speaking and identifying seers, and helping them with their training and mental protection. The blonde girl looked at her hands in her lap. That is why I am seeing him, because of my gift, which if left untrained would end up being a curse. Lavender, being a big fan of divination, asked, how do you see Luna? Luna pondered how to explain her gift curse. She stood and moved to a blank chalkboard, and drew a circle. This is my mind's eye. I look toward a subject or situation and I see all the possible ways that situation could go. I see a man sitting in the chair behind his desk. In one version, he reaches out and takes a drink of tea. In the next, he does not. In the next, he puts his hands behind his head and leans back. From there, in one version he falls over, in the next he does not. While back here in the reality where the man drank his tea, he is either poisoned or not. He either spills his tea, or not. 1. By this time the board was covered with circles, decision points with lines from each and every one, until the right side of the board was covered with hundreds of circles and lines. Luna sighed, and walked back to the left side of the board and pointed to her hypothetical man's decision point. The man drank his tea and was not poisoned, thus that reality disappears. She flicked her wand and that thread disappeared from the board. Here he does not lean back, so he does not follow either of those paths. Another flick and several more threads evaporated. Now we have the man who drank his tea, was not poisoned, did not lean back and did not fall out of his chair. A flick, and more potential threads gone. He then opens his drawer and reaches in, and pulls out. She stopped speaking, and looked at the circle of friends. Do you understand why I act like I do now? My inner eye is always seeing things that might happen, could happen, both good and bad. She turned to Harry. I don't want to lose my friends now that I actually have some, but Harry, you are at the junction of almost everything that happens between now and when the war is won. Or lost. Tears ran down her face. I can't bear the thought of what. She broke down and cried, almost falling over. Harry and Hermione reached out and enveloped the third-year girl in their arms, not allowing her to fall. It was unlikely for that to happen anyway, as she had clung to them like ivy to a brick wall. This revelation about how the gift manifested in the girl opened the eyes of Lavender and Parvati, as they were big fans of Trelawney and her class. After a while the younger girl calmed down, and the couple were able to place her between them on a couch. Lavender and the Pottle twins were nearby, trying what they could to make their friend feel better. Hermione thought of the right way to help her friend. Luna, sweetie, did Mr. Cromwell give you any exercises to help you control your gift, or at least make it less painful? Luna visibly focused herself. Yes he did, and I need to teach all of you how to do it. Come. She took the hands of Harry and Hermione and indicated that they should take the hands of the other girls in the room, forming a circle. They sat quietly in a circle as Luna spoke. What Mr. Cromwell is teaching me is a form of occlumency, a way of protecting my mind, to control my thoughts. She looked directly at Lavender and Parvati. This should also help you too with retrieving your memories, and protect you from anyone doing it again. She looked at everyone, one tear still glistening in her eye as she felt the appreciation and concern of her friends. First, you need to clear your mind. This is how I was taught. The day was profitable to the group, because they were set on a path that would set the world on its ear. The next day Hermione went to McGonagall's office and used the flow to meet her parents at the Leaky Cauldron, and from that point they drove directly to Heathrow and a flight out to France. Jake and Miranda loved their daughter very much, and were willing to meet new friends in the magical world, and had agreed to meet both Jen Dubois and Fleur Delacour, and be their guests for a day each. Hermione was very happy to spend time with the older girls, who she had began to trust for advice and encouragement in her newfound relationship with Harry. As a Christmas gift to his Muggle-born friends he sent each a set of wardstones to use that would protect their family property, and allow the students themselves to practice their magic, within limits. He included very specific instructions on how to set the wards up. The week between Yule and New Year's was quiet. Harry spent time working out, reading and working on his plan, vague as it was. One thing that he had added to his daily workout was the mind-clearing exercises that Luna had taught them. He decided one of these days to dedicate to the organizing of what he had to work with, to clean and sharpen his tools as it were. He wrote these things out on several pages as he worked them through his mind. So far, a fourth-year Hogwarts education, which has been quite lacking in many areas. He was being realistic, so he might as well be honest with himself as well. I seem to have picked up a reasonably good grip on runes and what I can do with them. I have learned warding, shields, almost all the wand spells that I have learned from classes. A bit of arithmancy, so I can dissect and interpret the spells into runes. I have made some telepathic contact with my friends. I don't know if this is legilimency or occlumency. It might just be a matter of definition. His dragon friend spoke in his mind. Don't forget me, Harry 1. How could I possibly forget you? You might think the goats and cattle are too costly. Not a bit, your island is more useful to me if you live there. And I do owe you my life, literally, so whatever cost, it's worth it. You amuse me. Glad I could be of use. Yes, I mustn't forget I have a dragon as a friend. There was a snort of derision over the mental link. A string of 4 uninhabited islands in the Orkneys. A notebook full of properties and businesses that have been owned and run by the Potter family for up to 600 years. I haven't had a chance to look at this just yet. Friendship with the other 3 champions of the tournament, and friends with several others of their group. I am patron of a budding runes master. She will be useful someday, over and above being a good friend. A pretty good working relationship with the goblins and Gringotts. A 63-foot basilisk carcass. Padfoot. As soon as I can free him again. Andy and Ted Tonks. Profe. Mooney. And most important, Hermione. On the negative side of things. The old man is doing something, trying to control me. My response. Daily backup of my memories, learn how to shield my mind. Snape is still a greaseball who has committed crimes against my family. My response. Shields and more shields, check everything for potions. Make a list of what he has done and forward it to Madame Bones, for if I suddenly die or act weird. I am famous. I am the BWL. Question. Who created the mythos of the BWL? Who profits? Why? There is the prophet who speaks daily, and never asks me anything before quoting me. I have never willingly given an interview. My response. Do as Andy says and let her be my publicist, and let her take legal action against all who use my name without permission. I have taken first step and given Colin authorization as my official photo source. He sighed and sat back from his writing. How could I forget? Tom wants to kill me, by any means necessary. He has some way to think himself immortal, but what? The diary was something special, unique even, someone must know how and what that was. Everyone in the school and out are ready to turn on me in a minute. It happened in second year when they found I was a parcelmouth. Today I am a hero, a champion of the TWT, but tomorrow, who knows? I thought that Ron was my friend, but I am not so sure. These days he just glares at me with anger in his eyes. He has threatened Hermione, and I think he may be using potions somehow. Potions? That's another subject entirely. I have a unique mix of things in my blood. Basilisk venom, phoenix tears, who knows what else. Madame Pomfrey has a whole shelf of custom-made potions just for me. I think I may need a full-time personal healer before all this is over. Maybe Madame Pomfrey will retire from Hogwarts. Must ask. The Ministry is not my friend. They forced me into this bloody tournament. They are the ones who are keeping Sirius prisoner. They are the ones who put the bloody dementors around the castle last year. I wasn't even to Hogwarts before my life was threatened last year. Good thing Mooney taught me the Patronus. He threw down his pen in disgust. This line of thinking was getting quite depressing. I need to think about good things, anything, Dobby. The elf appeared. He looked much better than the last year, healthier, stronger, clearer in mind and eye. Yes, Harry, could you do me a favor and get some of my headache and sleep potions from my shelf in Madame Pomfrey's office? Dobby turned to pop away, but stopped when Harry continued. And some tea for you and I. I need to talk to a friend. Dobby nodded and popped away, returning shortly with the goods and tea. Harry set the things on the table and sat, gesturing to the chair opposite. Dobby flopped down and added something to his tea, sniffed it and took a sip. Ah, that's good. Harry raised an eyebrow. What was that? He indicated the spice or powder that Dobby had used. It is what you would call a spice, like you use lemo, or milk. We elves like to add this to our food and tea. He handed the small tube to Harry, who opened it and sniffed, wondering what kind of spice it was. It felt like napalm burning out his sinus passages. Aaghk. His eyes watered, his nose was running, he felt as if his brain was on fire. He bent over gasping, searching for breath. It was several minutes before he could form coherent sentences and speak. What in the bloody hell was that? Dobby sat calmly drinking his tea, looking at his small container of hell on earth. Wizard food is so bland, needs some spicing up, I think. Could you get me some more of that? It would make one awesome offensive weapon. It can be had. There is some difference between this and something to be used as weapon. This is Jalakia pepper from Far East India. There is hotter to be had from there as well. Hybrids, Mr. Neville could explain, I think. Man, that stuff is. Wow, all I did was sniff it. What would happen if I got it on my skin? It would probably knock even a giant down. We should test it somehow. If you want, I will get you some. How much you think you need? Let's start with a couple kilo, okay? Next time I go out for grocery duty, okay? Okay. Grocery duty. Yes. 3 times a week there is a shipment of groceries from various suppliers. We elves go and pick it up from warehouses, and bring it to Hogwarts. Dobby occasionally slipped with his language skills. Really? Who are the usual suppliers? You should be aware of this one, Mr. Harry. You own the major meat supplier for magical people of UK. Chickens, turkeys, beef, pork, goat. They are also suppliers of animals for your dragon friend. I see. I suppose I had better go through that notebook of businesses, It seems that you need to. Yes. So who supplies veg and fruits? Well, most veg is imported, by way of magic, of course, otherwise the costs would be too high. The Greengrass family controls most of the veg and greengrocers. The Bulstrode family supplies much beef and cattle to your company, Gateshead and McNally Wholesalers, the biggest supplier on either magical or mundane side. Gateshead and McNally. Wonder where that name came from. If I recall, your father bought out several other wholesalers and created a bigger company, and used 2 of the names. Oh, I see. More of my history I don't know. I better write that down, huh? He bent and wrote some notes on his lists, adding it to the 3rd list, as the pro and con list was getting quite long. Dobby watched as his wizard friend wrote notes. While we're on the subject of groceries and such, who else controls what in the wizarding world? The Pottle family imports many spices, it is they who I will get the gelakia from, and many other things. I suppose I should talk to the various students about business things sometime. I could stand to learn something. He looked out across the fields and forest blanketed in snow, wondering how Hermione was doing, while visiting Jen and Fleur. She had also said something about skiing in the French Alps. Harry shook his head at the idea. He had seen snippets of people skiing and couldn't imagine Hermione on skis, since she hated flying. Dobby, I have to figure out the way to rescue someone for the second task. It's fairly soon, and I really don't have a clue, just yet. The task is to rescue a person in 1 hour or less from the bottom of the lake. Dobby spoke of this as fact. I suspected as much. It will be either Hermione or Jen for me, and I want to get either of them out as fast as possible. Any ideas? Dobby drank some more tea and thought. Well, you could tell water to move aside, like ancient prophet Moses. Harry was a bit stunned. The idea that a house elf, even one restored like Dobby, would know of Moses. Instead of interrupting him, the wizard jotted down a few notes to talk of later. I don't know that I could do something like that just yet. It seems like I would need to be a water elemental to even think of trying. He had read up on the various types of magic earlier in the year. Well, in the air, you fly like a bird, in the water you swim like a fish, no. That makes sense. Thank you, Dobby. I appreciate your help. Happy to help. I have to go. Winky needs me. He popped away. Harry pulled out his sketchbook and doodled, making assorted water runes and drawing fish, making as many notes on the whole idea of the task as he could think of. Tiring of this, he set it all aside and pulled out his mirror, the original one given to him by Sirius. His father's mirror. He looked at the thing and thought of the conversations that his father had used it for, and the thought that he might have used it to talk to his mum. He stood and looked out at the sun, which was moving down the sky towards the west. Looking east towards France, he wondered again, held the mirror to his face and whispered, Hermione. A few moments passed and the screen cleared, showing Hermione's face, puffing steam out her mouth, her cheeks bright red with the cold and dark sunglasses on her nose. A smile spread across her features. Hello, my Harry, what are you up to today? He peered at her. My Harry. Hello, pretty lady. I am well, writing lists and thinking. Where are you? Well, I am here with my dear friends, Jen and Fleur, and we are skiing near Chamonix in the Alps. She spoke this in a French accent, almost a parody of such. Hold on a minute. She pulled at the mirror to expand it, and turned it to face the other 2 witches as well. They were all 3 bundled up in warm parkas, knitted hats, warm gloves and dark glasses as well. The picture of the three was something that Harry would remember forever, the stem rising from their breath, their hair, brunette, blonde and coppery red splayed out across their shoulders. Hermione continued in her false French accent. I am here with my dear friends, you know Jeanne, and Fleur, and this little one here is Fleur's sister, Gabrielle. Ladies, I assume you all know, my Harry. Bonjour, Ari, mon ami, how are you, this day? The women and girl all greeted the wizard and flirted across the connection with him. He looked in the background, and saw they were on flat land. I thought you had to be on a mountain or hill to ski, it looks flat there. It is, we are cross-country skiing, there are parts where we glide, there are parts where we go uphill, but it is a lovely way to see the country, we are having an incredible time, you should have come with us. All the ladies nodded at this one. Maybe next year, we'll see. They all spoke of simple things for a few moments when Jen looked up and got the attention of the others. Hermione scanned the sky and turned back to Harry. We need to get in out of the weather. This storm coming in doesn't look good. I will call you this evening, okay? She was facing away from the women with her, and he saw an eyebrow lift from behind those dark glasses. At the same time he felt something come across the mirror connection. He nodded ever so slightly, and sent back his own feelings toward her. She bit her lip as the ladies all waved goodbye. Just before the mirror blanked out he saw Fleur unfurling a velvet rope that was obviously a portkey. Later that evening, his mirror buzzed and he snatched it up, answering it. Hello, my pretty woman. He smirked at the statement, then his eyes focused on the image in the glass. Hermione apparently had her mirror levitated over her pillow and she lay in bed. Her hair was splayed out across the pillow and over her shoulders like some kind of chocolate torrent. There must have been a candle or lantern off to her right, on a nightstand, because she was warmly lit from that direction, with soft shadows defining her features in a fine relief. Harry could see the top of her nightgown covering her shoulders, and as much skin showing as was seen on her Yule ball dress. She had the covers pulled up to the point where he could see a hint of cleavage. The girl in question smiled gently at him. She purred. Hello, my Harry. I have missed you this last week, worrying about you being all alone there without me. Her quiet smile made his heart race. Air. He lay back on his bed and did as she had done, placed the mirror at arm's length, and holding it there with a spell. My gods, Hermione, you're beautiful, what are you doing, letting me see you like this? She put a pouting look on her face. Don't you want to see me like this? Oh, yes, indeed, I do. Don't stop, please, I do want to see you. His voice trailed off, he was stunned speechless. The couple could feel emotions from a distance, and they just lay in their beds looking into each other's eyes. Hermione began speaking quietly. I met you on the train those 4 years ago. I had read some of the stories that were told about you. I somehow expected the boy with the name to be somehow bigger than life, powerful and confident, experienced somehow. I met you and found you to be as clueless as I was, and grasping at straws trying to find a new life. I was a bossy little know-it-all, but you know me well enough now that it was just a facade of my uncertainty. He quietly nodded, but said nothing. In the intervening years, I have found you to be an honorable young man, one whose word I can trust, one whom I respect and one whom I think I can find love with. Harry started to speak, to reply, but she stopped him. You saved me from the troll, and I owe you my life for that. You saved the whole school from the basilisk and truly, every person in the school owes you a debt of gratitude if not a life debt for that fact. She looked at him with concern. I want you to be part of my life, Harry. I want you to be with me as long as I live, but I know I cannot make that demand of you. But, let me say my piece, please. She looked at him with a pleading look on her face. I have spent a few days here with Jen and Fleur and even Gabrielle, and they all speak of you as, my Harry, as if it is a foregone conclusion. And as they are doing that, I realize they are right, in a way, I think of you as mine, I want you as mine, I desire you as mine. That statement shocked Harry to his bones. I want you, Harry. Not the boy who lived, not as Lord Potter, rich and powerful, I want you as more than my boyfriend. I don't care if you have magic or not. I don't care if you are rich or poor. I don't care if the whole world knows you are anonymous. I want you. She looked shyly aside. This brings up a bit of a problem. I figure you probably will respond to me in one of a couple ways. You will be embarrassed and avoid me, because of your upbringing, and the fact you are uncomfortable with being personal with anyone. Or, you will reject me outright. Truly, I don't think that will happen, because deep down you are polite and a gentleman, and would not deliberately hurt my feelings. Harry had trouble controlling his face and his mouth, but he wrestled them into submission. Are you and I will come to some kind of agreement as to how to proceed from here? She turned and faced him with a hopeful look on her face, clutching the sheet over her to her chest. Harry took all this in and pondered it for a moment. He knew he had a tendency to jump before thinking, and he also realized that this was probably the most important conversation he would ever have in his life. All that running through his mind, he took a breath and spoke.
Harry took a deep breath and spoke. Let me start by saying this. I will never reject you, never run from you, never do anything to deliberately hurt you. He paused to gather the words. Hermione. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were special. At the time I didn't understand how to describe what that meant, but I knew in that instant that I wanted to be your friend and confidant. In the 4 years since, I've grown, and hopefully matured. I have met and dealt with a lot of people in a lot of situations, and in all of it, in every circumstance, you have been there for me. You have supported me and you have given me your trust and love. Yes, love. I am not so clueless to not recognize something when I see it, and there can only be one response to the trust and love and support you have shown me. Hermione Jane Granger. I love you with everything I am, with my life, my magic, with all my worldly goods. I am selfish enough to want you, in every and any way you will let me into your life, and in return, I will give you everything I am without any limits. To me, your mind is a treasure. Your wit and intelligence are to be held in the highest regard, and in my eyes you are a truly beautiful woman, lovely to behold, and that's what I really want to be doing, to be holding you. His lip quirked at the pun as a smile grew across her face. He continued, once I get free of all the people trying to control me, kill me or make money on my back, I want to spend the rest of my life doing one thing, that is, making you happy and fulfilling your dreams. He looked into her eyes. Hermione, will you let me do that for you? Will you let me fulfill your dreams? Let me hold you close? Let me kiss you and love you like you deserve? Please? The girl in question lay on her pillow in France, tears running from her eyes as pure joy flowed through her heart. Yes, yes, yes. I want to be there for you, my love. I will do everything in my power to give you what you want and need. I know your heart's desire is to have a true family, and I will do everything I can to make that dream come true. Yes, Harry. You can fulfill my dreams and wishes, because my dreams and wishes are to make yours come true as well. The young man in Scotland was relieved. He finally returned to breathing as she answered. Harry James Potter, I give you my heart, my mind, my soul and my body in this life and the next. There was no glowing light, no bonding of souls, no magical binding of the two teens, but there was the start of a lifelong relationship right there. The entirety of the bonds between the two were based on their love, friendship and respect. The newfound telepathic connection they had made during the Yule Ball was based on their communication with Shala, and the natural exercise of the gift made it come to fruition. They spent the next hour whispering love to each other, blocking out the rest of the world and its troubles. Their next meeting in the flesh would be a memory forever. 2 days after his midnight conversation with Hermione, Harry decided to get serious out of the ministry's grip. He sent a message to Rita and asked her to meet him at the Three Broomsticks, and she agreed to it. Andy was to be there also, as his solicitor and publicist. Andromeda Tonks showed up. She looked tired and worried. She had been working at a rapid pace trying to cover everything, everywhere. But the Potter holdings were so extensive it was becoming overwhelming. Harry and Andy and Ted Tonks were sitting quietly at a backroom table, waiting for Rita to show up. You two look beat. What's going on? Are you okay? Ted Tonks answered first. You have so much work that needs done, Harry. We have to deal with 14 years of neglect and back taxes and all the things needed to run your businesses, plus the things that we need to do just to stay even, let alone get ahead. I'm afraid that we will slip and miss out on something. Andy hasn't slept properly in months, and I'm almost about to drop. Harry looked at the two whom he trusted with all his business. Okay. Here's what we are going to do. The Potter holdings have been running on automatic for 14 years. Stop with messing about with those except for the most essential, and only then if it is something that will help the bad guys. The only priority right now is Sirius and getting him free. I want you to publish every proof and transcript we have in every magical publication in the UK and Europa, and have the public put pressure on the ministry's lack of action. Embarrass them into action. They have a habit of bribing people to get out of their problems. Make those public, as discreetly as possible. Take the people out of power who are stopping Sirius getting free. If I have to, I will challenge Crouch to a duel or something. What can we get on him, is what I want to know. The second thing I want you to do, is stop doing it all yourselves. Delegate some work. Hire the people you need to do the jobs that need done. Surely you don't have to do it all yourselves, in spite of the traditions of the wizarding world. Start treating Potter Holdings like a corporation. Be the CEO at the top of the management team. Let other people do your bidding, and just approve or deny actions. Hire the Muggleborn who are disaffected from the wizarding world because of pureblood bigotry and nepotism. Hire squibs or muggles who are related to magicals. Not everyone has to be a wizard or witch to do the work, right? The couple nodded, realizing they had been too close to the forest to see the trees. Hire some good people and get them under oath to do what's best for all of us, and schedule some time off for the both of yourselves. You are no good to anyone if you are worn out and sick from the pressure. He pondered for a minute. Do we have any evidence or suspicion of people who are guilty of bribery or other crimes? Both Ted and Andy nodded. Good, here's what I want. See Mooney, and we're going to set up a private Auror force of Lycans. The couple was shocked at this. Don't be surprised at this. We are in control of billions of galleons of property and businesses. We need a security force to protect it. There are a lot of Lycan people out there who cannot find work because of bigotry. Who better to track and find criminals than Lycans? Who has the endurance and stamina to do some of the things that need done? Who would be more loyal than a bunch of people whose life you change for the better? I will contact Mooney right after this meeting.
Oh, hello Rita, welcome, have a seat. The woman in question had just entered the room in an awkward position. There was an anti-animagus ward over the door. They knew her secret and planned ahead. She had flown into the door, seeking private information, and when she crossed the barrier, she was knocked out of her bug form into human form. Harry had greeted her as she found herself sprawled on the floor.
Harry took the initiative as the frazzled woman tried to make herself presentable. She sat and was about to pull out her notepad and quill. A proper dictation quill this time. She had learned her lesson. Harry pulled a dossier out of a large folding file and began to read. Amorita Emilia Skeeterson, born June 8, 1946, to Einar and Marie Skeeterson of Nordlångo, Sweden.
Graduated from Svenska Magiskolan in 1964. Here is a copy of the Gets Grundexamen I Trollkonst. Attempted writing of novels for 3 years, but found no publishers. 1969. Worked in the softcore POE/N industry with actress Yushi Dygard, best known for her roles in Russ Meyer films. Acted is 71 films with titles such as Little Oral Annie, Anal Freak Show, and Honeypot. He turned a page and riffled through some photographs. In 1972, left the POE/N film industry to attempt writing again, this time doing shot pieces for Scandal Sheets, under the name Annie N, telling of various actors and celebrities say.ul shenanigans. That year also wrote a series of novels under the name of Annie Oral, which are still selling today. Volume 38 due out in March. He frowned and continued. Translated into 7 languages. He looked up at the shocked woman. Need I go on through the 80s? She slowly shook her head in the negative. He inserted the paper he was reading into the dossier, complete with color pictures, and tossed it across the table to her. Work with us and this will never be known by anyone, at least, not from us. Work against us, and every magical person in the UK and Europa will know your complete biography and your status as an illegal animagus. He leaned back and crossed his arms. We can make you known worldwide if you want, under whatever name you want, even your birth name. We have had professional editors read your first attempts at novels and find that they had promise. The problem you had was that the editor you brought them to was looking to get in your knickers. If you had gone to another publisher, you might have had a different career. Rita was still aghast at the facts that had been revealed. Harry continued. By the way, your mother says hello, and why don't you write? The meeting went on and Rita kept an eye on a folding file that had many folders in it, and she squeaked out a question. Are all those dossiers? Harry looked to Andy and Ted. They nodded. He pulled it to himself, flipped through the lot and pulled out a few. These are the files pertaining to the Sirius Black case. Here is Peter Pettigrew, Barty Crouch Sr., Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort, Severus Snape. That's enough for now. We want you to release the Black files in toto, and peruse the rest for background information. Also release the entire interrogation of Pettigrew, as recorded by the Ministry's interrogators. Here also is a statement by Director Bones of the DMLE stating her desire to release Black immediately, since she has evidence he is innocent of any wrongdoing, and her list of those who are pushing back in the Wizengamot, barring her from releasing him. These files are the background we have on those Wizengamot members and several of the bribes they have taken, their associations, etc. He gave her a smile. Isn't it fun to make big, scandalous headlines with truth rather than lies? She agreed to put together an article and distribute it to all the UK and European publications, and they were heading out the door, when Harry stopped her. You know that there is now a ban on any published photographs of me that have not been approved, so let me get Colin here to shoot a couple pictures for your articles, okay? She was happy for that, because the deal was she couldn't bring Bozo with her to the interview, she would have to be happy with what she could get. Colin set them up in front of the 3 broomsticks, with the pub's sign in plain view. Rita and Harry stood side by side. Harry grinned and put his arm around Rita, his hand on her waist, and just as Colin clicked his shutter, his hand slipped down and pinched her right butt cheek, making her jump. He hastily said his goodbyes and she found herself standing on the street in Hogsmeade, her head spinning in a front-page story in her notes. Mooney. Remus John Lupin groaned and rolled over. He was still stiff and sore from the previous night's transformation. He shook his head and stretched, assorted bones and joints creaking and cracking. Mooney. He picked up the mirror and activated it. Morning Harry, what do you need? He wasn't quite awake yet. Your investigative skills paid off. Rita, I mean Annie Orrell, didn't know what hit her, so good job on that one. What I want you to wake up and get over here to Hogwarts, have lunch with me and sit with me in an interview with Professor McGonagall. What? Why? I have my reasons. I need someone who is objective and cannot be obliviated easily, plus I have a new business to start, and I want you to run it for me. Obliviate. Business. Oh, all right, give me an hour to wake up and get dressed, I will see you at the gate. I'll be waiting. They signed off. He took a shower and got dressed, had a cuppa and stepped out of his cottage to apparate away. Harry had been out with his firebolt flying around the grounds, swooping and leaving rooster tails of snow as he skimmed the surface at excessively high speeds. Colin took advantage of the situation to get some pictures for his ongoing albums. Mooney appeared at the gate of the school, which stood open during the day. Harry arrived at the gate within seconds and the two of them flew up the hill together, avoiding the climb in the snow. They entered the front doors of the castle and kicked off what snow they had on themselves, and Argus Filch stood nearby and frowned. Harry shrunk his broom and put it in his pouch. He took out his wand and started to do a spell, when Filch jumped out. No magic in the corridors. Harry turned to the caretaker. I was just going to clean up our mess, okay? He didn't wait for an answer and vanished the snow and puddles and the assorted mud tracked in by others, leaving the whole entryway spotless and dry. He was about to walk away, and turned and looked at the entry door jambs and woodwork. He stepped back out and looked at the stonework outside the entry. Hey Mooney, what do you think? A Scourgify rune here and here on the doorway. It would eliminate people tracking mud in, no. He indicated a few spots on the stonework. Filch stood by watching. Mooney considered. I think you need to tie it in with a water rune, otherwise you might damage someone's shoe or foot. Okay. A water detection rune, that will identify if there is mud or water or snow coming across the threshold. Tie it to a Scourgify, angled down so it is no higher than 6 inches. In most cases that should eliminate the tracking in of mud, water, and snow. He turned to Filch. Would that help you keep this area cleaner? It should eliminate at least 90% of whatever people track in. What do you think, Mr. Filch? It might make your job easier. Filch was stunned. Not one of these students ever showed him respect, or asked his opinion. Dunno. I can't do magic, so I can't make it work. He was quite gruff. You don't have to do magic. I will set it up so it is self-powered, it will draw magic from the castle, and every person who goes by, no one will ever feel a thing. In fact, I could make you some of these to put on any doorway that you think people might track dirt out of, say, the greenhouses or Myrtle's bathroom. Filch grunted in surprise. That would be a good idea, there's always water standing in that corridor. I'll get these done in the next few days, Mr. Filch. If you think of any other places that need it, let me know, I'll be glad to make something up. The old man looked suspiciously at the young wizard. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Your father and this one used to do that, you know. Actually, I don't know, Mr. Filch, everyone tells me I look like my father, but no one ever tells me anything about him other than he liked to prank people. I have found out more about my parents from house elves than people. Come to my office sometime, I'll tell you some. Let's see if this works. Filch shuffled off, followed by Mrs. Norris. Harry watched thoughtfully as the couple walked away. I'll have to put in an animal exclusion clause to the sequence. A Scourgify powerful to clean feet and boots would hurt an animal. An animal detection ward, or a human detection ward. If it's human, it works, if not, it doesn't. Harry looked to Moony as they walked toward the Great Hall for lunch. Define human. Ah, there, you got me. What might work for you and me, might not work for Professor Flitwick, or Hagrid. They sat down to the lunch table and enjoyed themselves, discussing all manner of things, before the appointment with McGonagall in her office. So, Mr. Potter, why have you asked for this interview, and why is Mr. Lupin here? McGonagall sat behind her desk, with her fingers threaded together in front of her. It was a pose that students had feared and fretted about for more than 50 years. Parvati Patil has been obliviated by someone before the Yule Ball. She does not remember Ron Weasley asking her to go to the ball with him, nor does she recall getting dressed for said ball. She is worried that she has been, say, ally assaulted, or otherwise taken advantage of. Harry left out the part about Parvati going to see Madame Pomfrey and getting checked out, finding she was still versus Ginal and had not been obviously assaulted, other than her mind. McGonagall took off her glasses and laid them on the desk. Why is Miss Potter not here on her own? I know she is in the castle at the moment. Because she doesn't trust anyone right now other than myself, not you, not the headmaster, not the prefects, just me. That sounds somewhat suspicious, Mr. Potter. A young lady who only trusts a boy in her same year. The first thing the Aurors would do is check her for compulsion charms and potions. True, but I swore an oath to her that I would protect her and her sister, not as Harry Potter, but as Lord Potter. He held up his right hand and let her see his head of house ring. My honor demands that I respect and protect her. When did you take up the headship of your father's house? Does that matter? Your ministry wants to force me to participate in a tournament that is specifically for people of age 17 or older. The old man and the ministry's flunkies insisted that I participate. Therefore I am recognized as an adult. He smirked. You can't have it both ways, you know. I see. Well, then, as an adult, I suppose I must let you know what happened. I think I should tell Miss Potter as well. Shall I call her? No need, I'll get her. Parvati. Lavender. He looked as if he was speaking to the air, or calling a house elf. A knock at the door, and McGonagall waved it open. There stood Parvati, Lavender, and Padma, waiting to be invited in. Lavender was slipping something into her pocket. Why are Miss Brown and Miss Potter here as well, Mr. Potter, and how did you call them? Miss Brown has had a compulsion on her for at least a year, set by someone, as a spy, in fact for someone to use her as a spy watching myself. I am offering the protection of the House of Potter to Lavender as well. As to how I called them, I have my ways. Harry rose and offered his seat to the three girls. They stepped in and sat, saying nothing. How do you know that Miss Brown has a compulsion on her? Or did you say, had? And if so, how was it removed? Harry stood behind the girls and put a hand on each of their shoulders. Again, I have my ways, that doesn't matter right now. Please tell us what you know, and then we will decide how much we can tell you. Minerva McGonagall didn't like to bargain with students, but this was a situation where she didn't have a choice. She had to have the trust and respect of her students. Or fear and respect. One or the other. The headmaster wanted to be sure Mr. Weasley had a date to the ball. I do not know his reasons why. but from your tone of voice and the lack of respect you showed the headmaster, you have some clue as to what is going on. She looked at the girls. I would not permit him to obliviate you as much as he would have liked, so I stayed with him the whole time he was there and supervised. He cast a compulsion to have you go to the ball with Mr. Weasley, and to get yourself dressed in an appropriate manner. I knew that the dress and accessories that you wore were not correct, but I let it go, hoping you would realize that something was wrong. Apparently you did. For this, I am glad. I wish I could have done something about it, but I was powerless, so I did the best I could under the circumstances. Miss Brown, do you have the compulsion still on you, or has it been removed? Lavender spoke. Harry found it and removed it. I owe him, and I will back him up in anything he asks me. McGonagall looked between the two and asked, are you two in some kind of relationship? No. Other than friends and housemates, no. Lavender answered this. Harry didn't speak. MCG turned to Lupin. Why are you here? He decided to answer honestly. I'm a Lycan. I cannot be obliviated, and it would take someone with quite a bit of power to take me down, as you well know. Minerva had seen Moony in combat training. Very well. Well, Mr. Potter, what are we going to do about this situation? I want to know. Whose side are you on? Mine. Dumbledore. The Ministry. Minerva leaned back and covered her eyes with her hand, as if she felt a bad headache coming on. She sat up straight and looked Harry in the eyes. My first loyalty is to Hogwarts and her students. I have been fighting the Ministry for years about many things and I have very little respect for those old fools. I have sworn oaths to various people in the fight against evil and I cannot speak of them, so, at present I shall not. Harry, seeing into her eyes, saw the truth of those statements. He skimmed the surface of her mind and found evidence of several compulsions and the threads of something leading off to somewhere. In his quick surveillance he noticed multiple obliviations and pulled out. You have compulsions on your thoughts and mind. What? How? I have my ways. You are not a Legilimens. I didn't feel anything. I have my shields up. So you know occlumency. Of course, it's an essential tool in being a teacher and administrator at my level. It was part of my mastery. I don't use those skills. As I said, I have my secrets. What kind of compulsions? I don't know. I didn't slow down to look. Can you remove them? I did for these ladies. Please do so. Before I do, I promise that anything I see, I will not speak of without your permission. He held up his right fist and she saw the glow around his ring. Proceed. Harry dived in, scanned and found the most recent. Examined it and did as he had done before, drained the magic out of it, and banished the debris left behind. He moved to the next, and repeated the process. 6 more times and every compulsion he found was gone. He scanned again and found the scarring left behind where there had been something, an old curse or obliviation or something. He didn't know what to do with it and just laid a mild healing charm on it. He looked about for gaps where memories had been obscured, and set the warmth of a magical sun into those areas and thought about how he had been taught in herbology, loosen up the soil and fertilize and water the plant, and possibly you could bring it back. While he was at it, he did more of the healing charms where he could. He watched as the withered dendrites slowly became more flexible and filled out. Satisfied, he did one more all-over scan and withdrew. Remember anything new, or old? I seem to be regaining some memories. Whatever you did, I think it's helping. Good. I want to go again after I do some research on oaths and links. He pointed to the scar on his own forehead. That evening, the express arrived and the school was flooded with students returning from holiday. Harry stood by the front entrance watching the students unload from the carriages and enter the front hall. It was a dual task. He was waiting for Hermione to arrive, but he was also monitoring his new door runes as they cleaned the feet of all the entering students. A few pets crossed the threshold and the runes properly ignored the creatures. So, Mr. Filch, what do you think? The old caretaker stood nearby watching the throng enter, Mrs. Norris cradled in his arms. He growled. It seems quite a bit better, Potter. Usually there would be a trail of mud in here, up the steps and halfway to the Great Hall. Better. Thank you. You're welcome, but I think with one small addition we could probably eliminate it entirely. What? How? Harry stepped outside the entrance, indicating the old man should follow him. They stood watching the area where the carriages were pulling up. The entire area was a sea of mud that extended all the way back to Hogsmeade Station and the town itself. Why is this the only area within several miles that is unpaved? If it were paved, that would eliminate the entire muddy situation. The old man nodded in agreement. The reason it is not paved was because a disagreement between the headmaster at the time and the local turnpike trust. It's in the files somewhere. Harry looked at the old man with a question in his mind, but the last of the carriages was pulling up and he could sense Hermione's presence. Mr. Filch, I have to go, but I would like to talk to you sometime on this and see what we can figure out, that is, if you have the time. That'll do, Potter, go, she's getting out. He indicated the carriage. Harry turned to see Hermione stepping out of the carriage, not wanting to step into the mud. Hermione, hold up, quickly unshrinking his broom and was at her side in a trice. Your ride awaits, my lady. She gamely held on to the carriage and swung a leg over his broom and settled in front of him before letting go. Her body was stiff, her hands holding tightly. Loosen up, sweet, I won't let you fall. Come on. He nuzzled the back of her neck and with one arm drew her in tightly to his chest, all the while whispering in her ear. She kept her eyes closed, not wanting to know how high they were, and he could feel that across the growing link. She was no longer afraid of flying, but she could feel his excitement and desire to really fly. She was still new at it, and was worried he might OD something reckless. He kept one arm snugly around her torso, and she savored the full body contact, even if it was her back. Open your eyes, sweet. She cracked them open and was shocked that they were no more than 10 feet above the ground and moving slowly. She had expected he would fly them up to the tops of the towers. His whole purpose was to avoid the mud, and to hold her. They landed gently on the grass, beside the main door. The last of the stragglers had gone into the castle, and they were alone. The carriages had moved away, their duty done, as they rolled back down the hill to the stables. If either of the couple had bothered to look, they would see Hagrid taking the harness off the invisible creatures pulling the carriage. The young wizard spirited away his girlfriend to their private place as soon as they could get away. He had spent the entire holiday up here in the hidden tower, studying and reading and working on projects. He was quite excited about showing her how far he had gotten on several levels. Between the show and tell, they spent time curled up in front of the fire together, exploring their kissing and touching skills, and expanding their repertoire. It took 2 days before Harry called a temporary hold on things. I have to prepare for the second task, love, we need to go over the ideas I have here. She sighed and reached for his sketchbook, for she knew that every idea was there in some form. Show me. He opened to the correct pages and began the commentary. Each idea had a small drawing illustrating the idea. The first was a little man standing at the edge of the lake, and the waters parting as if it were the Red Sea. The note scribbled under it read, "Too flashy." The next was the same little man in a submarine with arms. The note for this one was, "Too much to do before task." The next was a variation on that theme, a swimming man being pulled by a fish, a big fish. This note said, "Possible." The next 5 drawings were variations, one with a scuba kit, one with a bubble head charm, one with gillyweed, and the last picture showed the little man on an underwater broom. Beside this one was a series of arithmancy and runes written and marked out, as if he had spent a lot of time thinking about it. Hermione asked questions about the different ideas and they discussed them from several angles, and between them they decided on a combination. Harry was pretty good with transfiguration, and they discussed the possibilities of transfiguring a large fish. Harry dug around in his pile of materials and found an appropriate piece of wood, and carved out a fish, tied a piece of string through its mouth and carved a series of runes on its fins and belly. He laid it on the floor and pushed some magic toward it with his wand, and it grew to be several feet long with a thick rope trailing out of its mouth. Another silent spell and the fish was animated, swimming through the air as if it were water. Harry took the rope in hand and pulled on it this way and that, and he was physically dragged around the room as the couple laughed. Finally they shrunk the fish back to its carved size, and while they were talking out the rest, he worked on the thing, refining the form and making it pretty as well as functional. In the end, they decided to learn the bubble head charm, and have some gillyweed on hand, as a backup in case of a failure of the charm. Between the toefish and the charm, they figured they had a good chance of winning the event. What about the water? It's sure to be freezing. The task is in February, after all. Will warming charms work underwater? It took a few days, but they came up with the magical equivalent to a wetsuit, using a silk body stocking and the warm water charms that the castle showers used. The water came in through a scoop under Harry's chin and was warmed by the inscribed runes to 37C, and circulated through the suit, being expelled from his toes. That way no part of his body would drop below a comfortable temperature. The only problem was that he couldn't wear anything over it, so while wearing the suit, he was virtually BPD, just about everything was visible. The final design was that he would have a harness slung over his shoulder with his wand and tools in it, knife, extra gillyweed and a shrunken cloak to throw over himself when he came out of the water. They slipped down through the portal where they had come in on the boats before their sorting and Harry tested out the equipment. The suit worked fairly well, but both teens were blushing when he crawled up onto the ledge. The water made the skin tightness very much so. Much practice in creating the bubble head, silently and quickly, practice in activating his toefish silently as well, that was done with runes on the tow rope, so the thing wouldn't swim away if he lost his grip. 2 days before the second task, they went down to the lake one last time, and Harry took his tools for a final test run, going out into the lake, and doing some time runs from point to point, estimation how far they would have to go to do the job. He passed under the Durmstrang ship a few times and did a small bit of snooping. He saw Victor jumping into the water and turning into a man-shark, and hustled out of sight as quickly as possible. He also saw Fleur practicing once, wearing a light blue bodysuit. During heat time they were working on the fish and other projects. Hermione told of the time she had in France, the kindness and friendship of the two women they had become friends with. Jen lived with her mother, and they had a lovely flat in Paris. Her father had been killed in the line of duty several years before, as he had been an Auror. Jen's mother worked as a warding specialist for the French magical ministry, and had a fair income, but not enough to support her daughter in her quest as a runes master. The gift that she was given by Harry's patronage was like a miracle from the gods. Evangeline Dubois was stunned when she had heard of her daughter's good fortune, and was asking for someone to arrange a meeting between herself and her daughter's patron. Harry had agreed to it when it was found that Jen was to be Harry's hostage for the second task. It was scheduled for the next day after the task, and Harry was looking forward to it as he had questions to ask Mrs. Dubois concerning wards and uses of runes and wards in that field. Bill Weasley got wind of the impending conversation from the twins, and he was at the school visiting for the weekend. He inquired into the possibility of meeting Mrs. Dubois also, since she was a minor celebrity in the warding field. Once this was all arranged, Harry had a smirk on his face as he sent Hedwig on a special mission to deliver an invitation to a friend of his. The day of the task was at hand. The wards on Hermione's room had triggered shortly after midnight and the tracking charm they had constructed activated. Harry sat up watching the cluster of dots on his map go from Hermione's dorm to the infirmary, and then the cluster broke up, leaving Hermione in an infirmary bed, with Jen next to her, Cho next to her and Gabrielle on the end. He looked at the dots on the map and wondered how they had gotten permission to use the 8-year-old girl as a hostage. Had they gotten permission, and if so, whose? It didn't seem right to just take someone and put them at risk. He sat for a long time and looked at the dots, wondering. The morning was cold, biting cold, and the spectators were gathering for the event. The 4 champions were huddled together, wearing great robes to keep them warm, and they were talking amongst themselves. I don't see how this is going to be interesting for the spectators. Watching a half-frozen lake in February seems kinda dumb to me. Harry spoke this thought. The others shrugged. That's the way it is. Most magical peoples have their quirks. The English seem to be lacking a certain something, I think. Fleur put this forth. Cedric grinned. Miss Delacour, what are you saying? That my countrymen are not quite right in their minds? How could you think that? He spoke with mock incredulity. I mean, the whole concept of staring at dark water for an hour, it's just brilliant. He held off his snort of laughter for almost 2 whole seconds. They all laughed, and Victor dourly spoke. My own people, I think, might take themselves a bit too seriously. He nodded his head back and forth as he rolled his eyes, not letting his headmaster hear him speak. There was noise behind them indicating something happening. Before we start, guys. He winked at Fleur. At 2 tomorrow, I am hosting a lunch with Jen's mum, in a private hall. Bring your mates, bring your friends, it will be private away from the press, just us, okay? The champions agreed, and before they split up, he added. I have invited a very special guest, you won't want to miss it. Good luck everyone. They all waved and went to their designated spots. Cedric went first, followed by Harry, Victor and Fleur. Each champion set on about their method. Harry pulled up his hood and activated the water heating runes and set a bubble head in place, and to the view of the spectators, he swam out and down. The last thing he did before starting off was to activate his mirror, which was on feeding to every single mirror he and Hermione had created. There were a great many people watching the live feed from Harry, and many of the spectators crowded around the holders. Once he was out of sight, he deployed his fish. The suits, water heating runes worked perfectly, and Harry could feel the warm water flowing along the inner surface of the material. The fish pulled him along effortlessly through the water. He watched his tracking charm which pointed towards the center of the lake. He skimmed about 10 feet below the surface of the water, avoiding the bottom dwellers and any tangleweed or problems. Once he was at the center, he went straight down and in very short order was there with the 4 hostages who were tethered to the bottom by ropes fastened to their ankles. Hermione's robes billowed out as did her hair. He circled her, drinking in her beauty. He tried to link to her consciousness, but couldn't get anything useful. He circled around Cho and Gabrielle, and finally Jen. Jen was wearing a pure white robe, and under it a skinsuit similar to his, although it only had a warming charm on it. Harry had insisted that Hermione have one also, not knowing exactly what was going to happen, or if he trusted the people running the stupid tournament. The merman moved around, cautiously to make sure that Harry took the correct hostage. He indicated that he was just looking, and he understood them a little. They had an odd singing-like voice. It was not in a language he understood, but he did understand it. It was a side effect of messing about with Shala's training and communication with telepathy. Take yours only. I understand. You speak some little. Come visit. I will. Daughter, they safe? Yes, we will protect. I come back later. Yes. Harry cut Jen free and started to move away when he saw Victor swimming in his shark persona, and Cedric somewhat farther away, but coming. He set his toefish in motion and went towards the stands and the finish of the event. Jen, he slung a strap under her arms and across her back, and he had the other over his shoulder. He skimmed across the bottom, keeping an eye out for Fleur. He took Jen up to the surface and lifted her up onto the platform. The girl was awoken and taken in to see Madame Pomfrey to be dried out and checked over. He yelled to the judges, Fleur is in trouble, I can't find her. He didn't wait for an answer and dove back into the water, following a point me. Several minutes later he found Fleur, tangled in a mess of strangler vine. She was moving sluggishly, as her suit had been penetrated by several of the poisonous spines. He cut her free, and swiftly moved to get her to the surface. She was barely conscious, and he had to recast the bubble head around her before they even left the floor of the lake. He handed the young woman up to the waiting hands and flipped back to retrieve Gabrielle. He came to the merman's area and the young girl was all alone. I have come to retrieve the girl. You cannot. You have taken yours. Her person was injured. We were told to stop you. I am here now. I am taking her. As you wish. He cut the bindings and retrieved the small girl. He was beginning to feel tired. With one last heave he brought her to the surface and then heaved himself back to the deck. He lay there, worn to the bone, but happy he had survived the event. He felt hands lift him and dry him off, and wrap him in a warm blanket. He felt the mental warmth of his girlfriend nearby, worrying over him. He sent a warm embrace back over the same connection. Colin was ecstatic. He had figured out how to photograph the mirrors and was waiting back at the castle with a series of pictures to be approved for sale. These would end up being the only known pictures of the underwater event, and this, quite valuable. They had found that the mental connection was a product of the little dragon from the first task. As long as he had it with him, he could send some limited mental messages to Hermione, but no one else. They had tried putting the small dragon over Hermione's shoulder and she had tried to contact Shala, tried to contact Harry, and nothing happened. It was something they would have to explore later. The judges had tallied their points and posted them. Victor was first at 37 minutes. Cedric was second with 41 minutes. Fleur was DNF because she did not bring her hostage back. Harry was last because he took 59 minutes. When various people protested, the judgment was left standing, because he had not gotten out of the water when he had brought Jen up. Therefore his portion of the task was not finished. Many people were angry about this, especially at the headmaster, because he was seen as not supporting his own student. Cedric threatened to go to the Wizengamot about it, or at least ask his father to do so on Harry's behalf. He gathered in the other champions and their hostages. Please don't. It's just more of Dumbledore's games, he's trying to control me, somehow. Just let it be. Please, he sighed. I got what I wanted out of it. I survived, and didn't make too big of an ass out of myself. With that, he picked up his gear and left, heading back to the castle, flanked by Hermione, Neville, Ginny and Luna. That evening he was in his tower with his friends, discussing things. He quashed any and all complaining that his victory was stolen. I was forced into this stupid tournament by the old man, and I am just using it to take advantage of the situation. I finagled a full-time pass to the restricted section from the moody guy. I am learning more magic from him this year than the last 3 together. He sighed and slumped in his couch, pulling Hermione close. I am playing to survive, not to win. He waved around, indicating the tower. I am sure that the old man knows that I am using this tower. I probably couldn't get away with that any other year. You guys are enjoying the use of the potions lab, right? The twins nodded. They were in heaven. Harry had hired their services at learning potions properly, as well as many projects he had in the works. They didn't realize it, but he was trying to wean them off pranking full-time and do something constructive as well as profitable. Their current project for Harry was figuring out how to store magic. He had explained to them how an automobile worked, that you had to put fuel into it to keep it running. He wanted to create some things that he could set in motion and ignore, that is, not keep supplying magic to the thing. It was all fine and good to add power runes to something, but the power runes worked slowly. They were ideal for long-term things like wards and cleaning enchantments, that kind of thing. High-energy things, like animated animals or statues, needed more magic quickly to work. Harry nodded as they were talking and rose, wandering around his shop, looking for something. He found it, an old butterbeer bottle. He transformed it into a half-dozen glass discs, and put a silver canute on the pile of discs. Another bit of magic and there were half a dozen silvery mirrors 2 inches in diameter. No one said anything. They kept their conversation and time together pleasant, eating and drinking, but everyone kept a quiet eye on the dark-haired wizard. He dug around some more and found a wood rod about 3 feet long, as thick as his thumb. He cut it into 3 pieces and set them on the bench. He took a disc mirror and fastened it to the face of the rod, actually made the wood flow out and grasp it on the tip like a claw or something. What are you doing, Harry? Hermione had gotten off the couch and came up behind him. She hugged him from behind, looking curiously at his work. Could you get me a book, sweet? Sure. Which one? A bug book, one with pictures of flying bugs in it. Bees, flies, dragonflies, that kind of thing. She nodded in assent and went to his trunk, which was always open to the book section. She scanned through several shelves, until she found the necessary books. Laying them on the bench where he was working, they both flipped through the pages, until they found some nice color plates illustrating various dragonflies and other closely related things. He continued with his crafting, but paused to pull out an older sketchbook and flipped through it to the section on mirrors. Here, put the first 3 charms on the mirror: the view, transmit and sound sequences. She set about doing this. There were 11 sets of spells on the first pairs of magical mirrors they had been given, and they spent many hours figuring them out, and converting them into the proper runic sequences. For a simple test subject though, casting the spells with a wand were sufficient. Their tower workspace had evolved since the first of the year, and by now it had many of the comforts of home. One comfort was a large mirror mounted on the wall, that could be tied into any of the small mirrors that by now, just about everyone carried. Harry was working on some fragile-looking wings and a very complex joint where the 4 wings tied together. Hermione finished the charming of the mirrors and was poking the stick here and there, using the mirror end as a pointer. She looked into the mirror and the large wall mirror showed a distorted brown eye looking back at them. Someone took it from her and was poking it various rude places while everyone was giggling and having fun. Harry, noticing the laughter, looked up from his project and grinned at the antics. This was what he wanted: friends and family, a place to be. He finally finished and took one of the bodies and fastened the wing assembly to what looked like an appropriate place. He took some wire bits and bent them into legs and inscribed the joints with the appropriate runes, the same ones he had used to make a prototype spider. Finally, he added a set of controls that led back to a handheld box. He was familiar with Dudley's attempts to fly a remote control airplane, as he was the one who had to retrieve it countless times when his cousin had crashed it. The remains of the plane now resided in the smallest bedroom, and on some boring nights, Harry had turned on the electronics and made the various parts move. Mentally, he had designed the dragonfly's controls something like that, copying the control sequences from Luna's broomstick. It looked something like her broomstick, in fact, so when the first flight was taken, he gave her the controls and told her, "It's as close to your darter as I could get, give it a try." Everyone watched as the blonde Ravenclaw deftly controlled the flying device. It rose from the bench and hovered, a bit shakily, lifted up above head height and circled the room. Luna was torn between watching the big mirror, which showed the viewpoint of the artifact, and watching the thing itself. She kept up a commentary describing the feedback from the controls. "Obviously not the same as my broom, Harry, the balance is off, but it is acceptable. The response is a bit sloppy when I do this, or this, but I think it can be fine-tuned. I want you to build me some of these, but we need to improve the eyes. Daddy and I will love to use them for our creature hunts. We need to create a better way to control this. The mirror is no help, really, unless you have a wider field of vision." She went on at length, explaining the need for binocular or more vision. Harry had a dictation quill taking all this down, and everything was helpful in building the device. The friends were rapt, watching the girl maneuver the device around the room, and had fun with the one-eyed visual feed. Just watching the big mirror could be disorienting, but everyone could tell it had potential. Hermione had made a huge contribution to their education, based on the copyright charm that Sirius and Moony had sent them. The idea was a recording variant of Specialis Revelio. An example of this was seen when Harry had examined Luna's broom, the Van Hull darter. He laid a large sheet of parchment on his work table and cast the charm, along with the proper modifiers, which allowed recording. The charm looked at the broom, and it then made a perfect line drawing of the artifact, along with a complete listing of every spell, charm, rune and enchantment on the object. It also showed the alignment of the different magics, as well. When he was done with the sequence of diagnostic charms, he had a large, well-rendered picture of the object, along with the magical breakdown of every part. The interesting bit that it was completely inert, and would not affect the scanned object in any way. This allowed some rather volatile things to be scanned. There were problems with this bit of magic, though. Hermione had described it as working with computer coding. You could have 10,000 lines of code in a program, and if one line is wrong, the whole thing might or might not work. Late that night, the young couple were in their beds, talking quietly with their mirrors. "What's bothering you, my sweet?" Hermione's face showed worry at the pain Harry was showing. He thought about it for a moment, trying to come up with the words. "It's just that, I'm only 14, love, I should not have to do all the thinking and planning. It's like once you have entered the wizarding world, you check your brain at the door. No one uses any common sense or logic. We need to do something. I know that, but why does it have to be us? Why me? Who is responsible for putting this target on my back? Who made this whole boy who lived myth and tied it to me?" He rolled his eyes. "We both know that one, but the question is why?" Anger crossed his face. "Who is writing all those books about me and who is making money off them?" Instead of answering his questions, Hermione just looked sad. "I wish there was an easy answer to that one, sweetie, but I don't know what it is, I'm sorry." Harry continued on. "Andy and Ted Tonks. They are wonderful people. Ted is Muggleborn, but I think he forgot that somewhere along the way. He was trying to run the entire Potter Holdings by himself. That's just not possible, even with a time turner. So what did you tell him? Them. I told him to stop most of it. The business has sat idle or running on automatic for 15 years, it can go one more. I want them to concentrate on getting serious free and clear, and to concentrate on the business of business to hire the right people to oversee the various parts of the holdings. And then take a vacation. You're a good man, Harry. I don't want to have to. I want to have a life. I want to just be a fourth-year student and learn and have fun with my girlfriend. Why should I have to do all this, just to survive? I swear, Hermione, I feel like going as far from here as I can, as far as is possible on this planet. Concern and no small amount of fear crossed Hermione's face. You stay right there. Don't move, he nodded as she cut off her mirror. She sat up and pulled on her robe and called Dobby. The elf appeared in a few seconds. Yes, Miss Hermione, he was whispering, since it was quite late, or early. Please go and get Harry's invisibility cloak. Dobby popped away and returned with the item. She slung it around her shoulders and was about to pull up the hood, when Dobby made a comment. You know there is a tracking charm on the cloak, right? Her brow furrowed, as suspicion filled her mind. She pulled out her wand and did some diagnostic charms, the ones she knew, anyway, and came up with something, although she couldn't tell exactly what. What kind? I can't seem to find it. It is set by old Greybeard, so he can follow Mr. Harry wherever he goes. Hermione's concern turned to anger. Is it possible you can remove it? Oh, yes, where shall I put it? She thought for a moment. Put it on. Ronald Dumbledore should always keep track of his spy. It shall be done. Dobby did some odd hand gestures and it looked as if he were pulling a rope. An orange haze gathered on the cloak and pulled off with a silent plop. He popped away and returned momentarily. It is done. Please look at all of my and Harry's belongings and remove any tracking or monitoring charms you find. I would very much appreciate it. As you wish, Miss Hermione. Dobby moved around the girls' dorm and did a few things, looked in her trunk and in the armoire that she hung her clothes in. He nodded to her and popped away. She pulled up the hood of Harry's cloak and left the room with a silencing charm on herself. She ghosted over to the boys' side of the dorms and slipped inside. She saw Dobby working through all of Harry's clothes and belongings. There seemed to be tracking and monitoring charms on virtually everything he owned. Harry sat there on the edge of his bed watching the elf going through his belongings, and was quite amazed at the number of charms placed on himself. Harry had quietly dug out a piece of warding stone that he was planning on carving, and he had Dobby attach all the tracking charms to the stone. Finally Dobby was done, as Harry felt a body sit down on the edge of the bed beside him. A hand slipped out of nowhere and took his as he felt warm breath in his ear. I asked Dobby to remove any and all tracking and monitoring charms on both you and I. What are you going to do with the stone? I don't know. Throw it in the lake and disappear. They will think I drowned and then leave me alone. Maybe, but let's just save that one as a last resort, please. Yes, dear Pratt. That's right, I am. Sometimes. Thank you, Dobby. If you find anything else, please let us know. I will. Dobby seemed hesitant to leave. Is there something else, Dobby? Dobby stood there for a moment looking at Harry's face. Harry realized the elf was looking at his scar. Not just looking at it, but glaring at it. Is there something attached to his scar, Dobby? Hermione asked. Yes. There is a thread. It goes to where the evil one is. It can go both ways. I cannot cut it. I do not know how. But one of the old ones might. Who are the old ones? Naturally, the one with the first question was Hermione.
Dobby looked uncertain. The old ones live in the world between. It is the place where the dead are sent, before they're gone. The young couple pondered this statement. Like a spirit realm or something? Harry came up with this one first. Yes, between the worlds. Miss Luna can see them. Realization dawned. In between the alternate realities. The myriad ways she was talking about. An excited look built on his face. Maybe if I talked to that Mr. Cromwell she was talking to. He could give me a hint, help, something. He frowned. If you say there's a thread from me to him. His eyes met hers. Then there's a bit of him in you, she finished the sentence. I need to make an appointment with this guy as soon as possible.
Hermione's heart skipped a bit and then she focused on the idea.
Hold that thought, we will take it up first thing in the morning. They turned to Dobby and thanked him for what he had done. Dobby popped away and Hermione silently cast silencing charms on Harry's bed and pulled him in, closing and sealing the curtains. Neville's eyes shone in the dark, and he lay there awake for more than an hour, thinking about all he had heard and seen. Realization dawned. In between the alternate realities, the myriad ways she was talking about, an excited look built on his face. Maybe if I talked to that Mr. Cromwell she was talking to, he could give me a hint, help, something. He frowned. If you say there's a thread from me to him. His eyes met hers. Then there's a bit of him in you, she finished the sentence. I need to make an appointment with this guy as soon as possible.
Hermione's heart skipped a bit and then she focused on the idea.
Hold that thought, we will take it up first thing in the morning. They turned to Dobby and thanked him for what he had done. Dobby popped away and Hermione silently cast silencing charms on Harry's bed and pulled him in, closing and sealing the curtains. Neville's eyes shone in the dark, and he lay there awake for more than an hour, thinking about all he had heard and seen. The next day, Harry had arranged for a catered dinner, using Madame Rosmerta's dining facility. She had rooms to rent upstairs for the casual traveler, a nice cafe and bar in the front, and in the back, private rooms that could be used for meetings, dinners, receptions, all manner of things. Rosmerta was very glad for the opportunity to do something for the latest Potter. She owed the Potters a debt of gratitude, as Charles and Doria Potter had set her up in business some 30+ years before. She had been a student at Hogwarts, and when she graduated, she was working at the local pub, which at that time was named the Wyvern Inn. The owner at that time was stingy to the extreme and paid the cooks and serving girls the least he could, and it was not unusual to find unusual things in your food. The owner of the Wyvern was making his money selling addictive and illegal potions out the back, so he really didn't pay a whole lot of attention to the running of the hostelry side of things. And the place was banned to students of Hogwarts. One night the owner, a man named Giles Greenwick, was feeling a bit randy and decided that Rosmerta, just 1 year out of school, was just his type, and she could have the honor of taking care of hauling his ashes. She declined the opportunity, and turned to leave, by way of the back door of the pub, and was hexed for her trouble. She suffered several hexes and curses, fought back as well as she could, but was soon beaten down, physically. Greenwick wasn't that good at magics, and used up all his magic quickly, so he resorted to the tool of bullies in any language. He started slapping her around, and trying to force herself upon her. Charles and Doria Potter were walking down the road from Hogwarts and heard Rosmerta screaming, and Charles sprinted to the back of the pub as Doria covered him. He popped through, after vanishing the door, and stunned and captured the criminal, leaving Rosmerta gasping for air and trying to pull herself together. Doria was through the door only seconds after her husband, and pulled the young woman into herself, letting her cry into her shoulder. Charles embraced them both, but not before sending a Patronus messenger to the head of the DMLE. And they expected Aurors to arrive in the next few seconds. Charles and Doria had an ongoing friendship with Rosmerta. They had worked as a team for 3 years, as they were all chasers on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the Potters for their 5th through 7th year, and Rosmerta in her 3rd through 5th year. They knew each other's moves, attitudes and ways of moving. They were quite good working together on the pitch. They were very good friends, as well as teammates. The Aurors arrived, and took Greenwick away, charging him with assault, attempted beep, abusing a pureblood witch. The Potters were purebloods, and didn't really care about such things, but did use the laws to their advantage. Investigators found evidence of the illegal potions and drug sales going on, found various proscribed items stashed around the place, and charged the ex-innkeeper accordingly. The Wyvern was closed, and all the criminal evidence was hauled away, leaving holes in the walls and the place a mess. The inn itself was declared closed by the local Hogsmeade Town Council, and was to be sold at auction. Charles and Doria made Rosmerta stay with them at one of the Potter properties to recover, as she was their friend, and wanted the best for her. She had no family left, since they were killed in the actions surrounding Grindelwald, so Charles took it upon himself to see that things were done right. He had an agent buy the pub at auction. There were only a few bidders, so there wasn't much trouble getting the property. He and Doria hired some contractors to refurbish the pub. He found 7 house elves who were at odds looking for work, and asked them to hire on at the pub, keeping it clean and maintained and cooked. Doria made them uniforms which would have the logo of the pub once a new name was decided. It was a Thursday in August. The Potters asked Rosmerta to go flying with them, just as they had often done while in school together. The trio had a grand day out, threading between the trees, chasing clouds and generally enjoying life. It was early afternoon and Doria made note that they were near Hogsmeade. "Let's stop and get something to eat at the pub. I hear there's a new place in town." Rosmerta looked between the two, and was suspicious. "They didn't let Greenwick out, did they?" Charles made a face. "Oh no, he's in Azkaban for a good long time, you don't have to worry about him." He gave a grin that told her that he was up to something. A small crowd of townies were waiting around the former Wyvern Inn, now painted with bright cheery colors, clean windows with nice curtains and new furniture and fixtures inside. The trio landed in front of the crowd, and laid their brooms up against the wall outside the front door. Doria took Rosmerta by the hand and they faced the building. "Rosie, we love you and want you to be happy, and be able to take care of yourself. We know your family didn't leave you anything, and you have to work for a living, so we decided that we want you to have a good start. Charles?" The head of the ancient and noble house of Potter pulled out a folder of paperwork, and handed it to Rosmerta. "Here is the title and deed to your new pub, an inventory of what is in the coolbox and wine cellar, and the keys." He placed the pile on her hands, as she stood there stunned, her jaw hanging in shock. "So, Rosie, what are you going to name your pub?" She gawped for a moment, trying to wrap her mind around the situation, looking from the pile of paperwork, to the pub to the couple who were grinning like a couple of monkeys at her complete and utter shock. Doria broke first and began laughing and threw her arms around their younger teammate, who was still speechless. She handed the keys and the papers to Charles, who just grinned and unlocked the door. Finally the two women disengaged themselves and looked around at the cheering people. "First, you need to name the place. Rosie, got any ideas?" Rosie looked at her friends and at the gathering crowd. She turned and looked at the front of the pub. Her eyes landed on the 3 broomsticks. Charles stood back and filled out a paper in the stack he was holding. And the sign over the door flowed to match the writing on the paperwork as well as the elves' tunics. Doria and Rosmerta entered the pub and Charles followed, but not before he turned to the crowd. "The 3 broomsticks will be open for business within the hour." The townspeople cheered, since they wanted and needed a pub that wasn't surrounded by goats. More than 40, closer to 50 years later, Rosmerta told this story to Harry and his friends, and showed them the pictures of Charles and Doria standing with her proudly in front of the pub, and also a picture of James and Lily standing with her a mere 20 years before. Harry made a call, and before the day was out, he had Colin take the same exact shot, this time with Rosmerta and Hermione. "We can't go back on a Potter tradition, now can we?" The newest version of the picture was posted on the picture wall right beside the pictures of Harry's parents and grandparents. The lunch was set for 2 in the afternoon the day after the second task. Harry and his friends all arrived and were met by Rosmerta and her staff, who directed everyone to the large hall attached to the back of the pub. This hall had a low stage at one end, which was sometimes used for local and traveling musicians to ply their talents. It was set up as a long oval of tables with enough place settings for everyone, and once the doors were sealed, the unused spaces would disappear, so everyone was comfortable. All of the invited friends and family were there. Bill Weasley was talking to Evangeline Dubois about warding and some of his adventures. Jen and Hermione were whispering about something and Fleur was speaking to her parents, and Gabrielle was playing a simple finger game with Luna. Hedwig entered the room and landed on Harry's shoulder, holding out a small parchment. Harry read the note and grinned. He spoke up. "My special guest will be here in 1 minute. Before he arrives, I will tell you a few things. He is considered the best in his field, and his family has been the leaders in their chosen profession for over 800 years. Ladies and gentlemen, wizards and witches, I give you my friend, Jack Gollenard." With a flourish, he waved his arm toward the stage, and with a blink and a flash of a portkey, the older man appeared along with his assistant, Jay Bernheimer. The applause was energetic, although a few among them were stunned. The man rarely made public appearances. He went around and was introduced to everyone. When he was introduced to Mrs. Dubois, he bent and kissed the back of her hand. "Mrs. Dubois, I have heard of some of your endeavors. I was impressed with your solution of the catacomb problem. The Denford Rochero gate in the hidden tunnels. Elegant, my dear. Elegant? Mrs. Dubois blushed at the praise. We shall speak more on this, my lady. He kissed her hand again and was quite interested when he heard of Jen's upcoming runes apprenticeship with Charles Sheffield. I know Charles quite well. He worked with myself and my father some 40 years ago. You will be learning quite a bit from him. He only takes on the best, so you must be quite good. Thank you, Master Golinard. Jen curtsied to the older man. Tell you what, Miss Dubois, work with young Harry here and have him show you his whirly-gig wards and write them up with your ideas on how he could improve them. He can send it to me, and I will have a word with Charles, okay? Yes, Master Golinard, I shall. How soon do you want it? When are you scheduled to go to San Francisco? I begin August 1st of this year. Save your report for the end of June. That way any improvements you two come up with can be used immediately. Yes, sir. The older man leaned in and whispered to the French girl. I think you may be in for some stiff competition from young Harry here, though. Harry blushed at the comment. They moved on and soon Golinard was speaking with Bill Weasley. I hear you are working for Gringotts. Yes sir, curse breaking and some warding. I just returned from a year-long project in Egypt. Yes, I heard about that one. Wasn't it the Temple of Set, with all the snakes and traps? Yes sir, it was a fairly intense situation. If I had known that Harry here was a Parseltongue, I would have put him on retainer, just for translating some of the traps, because it seemed that everything we did had something hissing at us. This intrigued Harry. Is there any way that you can replay the memories of those? I might be able to help you. The group looked at Harry. Golinard whispered to his assistant, who whirled away with a portkey and was soon back, carrying a stone bowl in a carrier case to protect it. Here you go, young Harry. William, put your memories in here of one of the wards, and I will show you the enchantments to project the memory. Hermione handed Harry his camera, that he used to photograph the runes carved into the bowl, inside and out, and quietly summoned Dobby to get him a large roll of parchment that was spelled to use with the copyright charm. Harry quietly laid the parchment on a round table in the middle of the room and called Bernheimer to place the pensieve in the center. Master Golinard, may I copy the magic of the pensieve to study? Golinard looked at him questioningly, and came to a decision. It won't hurt the pensieve, will it? You know that they are extremely rare and expensive. No sir, the spell is non-destructive, and inert in relationship to the object being scanned. I have even used it on a vial of erumpment fluid without incident. Very well, you may, but I would like to know the spell for my own interest, agreed? Harry glanced at Moony, who subtly nodded. The creator of the spell has authorized me to tell you, so, yes, agreed. They shook on it and Harry cast the copyright spell. The pensieve was scanned and the image was drawn out on the parchment, and the entire remaining area of parchment was covered with small writing in arithmancy and runes. It was incredibly complex, but in years to come, they would find it to be very complete as well. Bill Weasley came up to the pensieve and drew out a memory and placed it into the stone bowl. Everyone watched as the image of Bill and his co-workers wrestled with the powerful wards around the tomb of some ancient king or prince. They heard the words and spells and chants used by the curse breakers, who spent as much time protecting themselves as they did trying to break down the warding. Over all the sounds and action was an ongoing hissing noise like snakes arguing. Harry leaned in and listened closely. That's interesting. He watched the images in the memory as they touched different parts of the stonework around the chamber they were working in. See there, when you touch that marking, hieroglyph. It says. Given, some of the watchers flinched as he spoke the word. They only heard a hiss. Harry reached for his bag and Hermione handed him his ever-present sketchbook. He looked closely at the mark and drew it out, looked closely at it and spoke it. Given. He peered at it as it writhed on the page. Not given. Has given. This time the drawn rune moved differently. Those who were proficient in the runic mastery were startled. The character that Harry had drawn in his sketchbook was obviously a rune, but not in any language or futhark that any of them recognized. And it had changed. In front of their eyes. The character had to be a rune, it held power, and that was the definition of a rune. A written, drawn or carved character that held power. The memory that Bill had shared with them was over, and Harry had photographed and drawn as many of the runes as he could see, and while he was at it, gave Bill a basic translation of what they had been up against in that ancient tomb. Were you and your team able to enter or bypass that ward? No, we never did. We tried to access the chamber from every side, even the bottom, and we were never able to enter. From what we can ascertain, there is something quite powerful inside that chamber, and the goblins want to get access. Harry looked dour. Master Golinard, in your teaching of apprentices, do you ever make a point that there are some doors and wards you just shouldn't break? Why yes, there are. It can mean your life and very soul if you make a wrong move. Sometimes the truth is that you should just pack up and go home. Harry returned to Bill. Do you have any NDA or oaths prohibiting you from sharing the complete memories of this project? He gestured towards the pensieve. Bill looked a bit worried. I would have to get permissions from Gringotts, as they had hired me to do this task. I would kind of like to work for them full time, so I don't want to piss them off. What is the pay rate that they are offering, if I may ask? Bill was a bit stunned. Here was a fourth-year student asking him about pay rates and commissions. I was offered 1,500 galleons a month and a percentage of whatever I could find. I see. Tell you what, I want you to work for me. The base pay is 2,000 GA a month plus bonuses to be negotiated on a per-job basis, and it is a lifetime job working for the ancient and noble house of Potter. Bill looked shocked again, and then thought about what he had seen today, held out his hand and shook on it. Harry projected a thought. Shala, check me on this please. As you wish. Good. Now to tell you what the wards you were trying to break said. The demon within is given the power to destroy all life. The risk to your world is too great, do not release the demon. We'll be back as soon as we can. Close enough? As far as I can tell. Yes. Harry continued talking to Bill and the other listeners. The demon within is bad enough, but the thing that worries me is the last line. We'll be back as soon as we can. Who is we, and how long have they been gone, and more importantly, what are they going to do when they come back? The group was quiet for a time, pondering the possibilities. Jack Golinard made a note to follow up with his contacts in the North African Ministries of Magic, which covered a fair area of the Middle Eastern countries. Well then, let's not have the potential destruction of the world cast a pall on our party. Eat up, drink, dance. Harry laughed. Who knows, I may be completely wrong. Who do I have to check me? There are no other Parseltongue speakers around at the moment. Evangeline Dubois was stunned at the goings-on around her. The Master of Wards here for a light lunch. An up-and-coming young wards and curse breaker just starting out what looked like an amazing career, working for one of the oldest and richest families in the magical world. Her daughter on the fast track to an international mastery and potential for a career that would be world-renowned. Her own work recognized by the best, an assortment of people who had the potential to literally change the world, all sitting here in a small pub in a small village in backwater Scotland. In years to come, Harry's lunches were much sought after by many, but somehow, the only people who were invited were those who wanted to make the world a better place. These lunches were also known as places that multi-million-dollar, pound, yen, euro or galleon businesses were set in motion, and virtually everyone that kept their original vision continued to prosper and share the wealth. These lunches were also the source for a great many of the new spells and charms that spread across the world, since the local ministry had pretty much clamped down on new spell development, citing traditional values. At every single one of these lunches, for the next century plus, there were 3 people: Harry, Hermione and Luna. During the lunch, each champion was asked about their experiences thus far, how they came to their own method of solving the task, and problems they had. This was in no way trying to one-up, it was just friend helping friend. Karkaroff would have been furious at his champion for fraternizing with the enemy, and would have banned Victor if he had known about it. Dumbledore was concerned about his control slipping, again, if he had known of it. He would have barged into the lunch and obliviated the entire group. If he had known. Curiously enough, Madame Maxime encouraged her champion and friends to join the group, for she had a farther-reaching vision than the average wizard. In other countries the power is frequently gathered in by a certain group, not necessarily the most populous group, but almost always the group with the biggest financial stake. An example would be South Africa. There were a white minority that had ruled over the majority black people for years, and the country had suffered for it, in so many ways. In any country, in any nation, in any community, there are those who seek power and those who cannot. There is an unfortunate situation where the lust for power overrides any and all agendas, any and all racial, cultural, religious or personal boundaries. In the community that was magical Britain, there were two powers: Dumbledore and Voldemort. Dumbledore had created Voldemort as an experiment in social engineering, and now he was playing with his lab rats, pitting them one against the other, trying to breed better rats. He had a control group, the purebloods, who learned the basics and the culture and lived within the parameters of tradition. He had the outsiders, the mundanes with natural talent, and forced them to rise to the top on their own merits, only to smack them down when it became apparent that they might succeed. The truth was, if he had not Tom Riddle to experiment with, then his next two most promising subjects were Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. If it had suited him, he would have put both of them in a so-called dark family and raised them the way he wanted. In fact, Harry was an experiment to see if the nature versus nurture conundrum was viable. The boy had shown himself to be adaptable and worryingly independent. It was a lovely Sunday afternoon and there were a number of people not visible in the castle. He checked his map. One that he had stolen the original from Harry's father, and improved for his own benefit. This was how he always knew who was outside his door, and appeared to be all-knowing. He scanned the map which he always held visible to him, and noted that he could not find Harry or Hermione, mentally shrugged, and gave the boy a little rope. He could interrogate his subject with the special Veritaserum later. A thought crossed his mind. Ah, I must have Severus brew more potions for Harry, what with his unusual blood. While Dumbledore was making his plans, Harry was with his friends, and he was posing a question. Here's the situation. There is a person who is willing to obliviate anybody, dose them with potions at will, use compulsion charms, imperious potions, anything at all to get his way. This person has an untouchable reputation, both in the public and private sector. He looked at many of the people in the group, and they all had a thought as to what had happened to him or themselves. The thing is, we don't know what his goal is, and what he will do to reach that goal. What I need is some way to protect myself and my friends, and most importantly, do what's the best for all of the magical people in our nation and world. Some thought he might be talking about a new Dark Lord. Some thought he was talking about a government official. They were both right. Severus Snape lurked around the back of Rosmerta's, trying very hard to hear what was going on, and for some reason all he could hear was the sound and commentary from a Chutney Cannons vs. Appleby Arrows game from last year. He was as usual, following the orders of his master. His mind wandered to another time that he was lurking around the back of an inn. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Snape had known the entire prophecy the whole time, but as usual he obeyed his master, and passed the first two lines to the target. After the events of the 31st October 1981, Severus Snape knew the one assigned the role of the one, in this scenario, the son of his one true love, Lily Evans. He grudgingly thought of her as Potter, but didn't like it much. When it came time for the boy to come to school, Snape did as he was commanded. He was rude, sarcastic, demanding. Somewhere deep inside he wanted to hold the boy, to give him everything he was not allowed to give to Lily. That someone, down, deep inside, had been suppressed, bound and gagged, and would never be allowed out, ever, for his mind was not his own anymore. A few days later, Bill and Harry, you need to protect your mind. How? There is a skill, occlumency. I can already walk through someone's mind and repair some of the damage done by whomever. How did you get this skill? And if it's not legilimency, what is it? Hermione and I were talking, and we think it's a form of telepathy, and I am not sure, but it doesn't seem to use magic, at least not in the normal way of looking at things. Can you show me? Sure, I won't dig, but I will skim over your mind. Okay, do it. He dove in, his inner dragon flying over the landscape. There were what appeared to be mountains on this plain. When Harry swooped near them, he could sense masses of knowledge, that one had large amounts of information about warding. He swooped left and saw another mountain which contained. Harry blushed and flew away. The images and thoughts coming from that one were more than he needed to know for right now. A great deal of the images he saw were intimately related to his friend Fleur. He swept through the virtual air around the far side and saw something unusual. What looked like armor covering parts of the mind. This is probably why Bill can withstand the Vila allure as well as he does. I need to look at mine. Harry pulled back. Did you feel anything? You mean you did it already? I didn't feel anything. Huh. Did any thoughts of Fleur pop up? Yes, why? I saw an area that looked as if it were armored by dragonhide and there was an intense feeling. Harry blushed saying this. I saw some images of Fleur. Did you do no? Forget I asked, not my business. He looked away, determined to not see anything. No, I haven't done anything with Fleur. Yet, I have yet to ask her out, and not just because she's beautiful and part Vila, but because she's brilliant, smart, intelligent and very powerful magically. Hearing this, Harry made a decision. Well, if you want to get to know her, I could put her on retainer to teach me what? He looked a bit sly. Bill caught this immediately. Well, with your various businesses, you will need people who are well versed in finance and international economics. Yes, that's right, I do. Let me call her. Bill started to protest, but was cut off by Harry's call to Fleur. Hi Fleur, I was wondering, your specialty and goal is international finance and economics, correct? The mirror muffled the sound a bit, but Bill could hear the voice. Yes, I am working towards my mastery, and will probably end up working for the French Department of the Economy. Why do you ask, Ari? Because I will soon be in charge of all the Potter holdings, and if I am not mistaken, I have the GDP of a small country myself. I need people I trust and respect managing all that. Are you interested? What are you looking for, someone to follow your orders, or someone to make policy? I don't know, Fleur, that's why I hire the people who can explain it to me, like yourself, so I can make the right decisions, what's best for the holdings, what's best for my family, and what's best for magical beings everywhere. There was a pause before she answered. I think we need to talk. Can I come over? You certainly may, Fleur. Bill Weasley is here with me discussing the mind arts. You can tell me what you know of them also. Certainment, I shall. 10 minutes? Sounds good, I'll have some wine sent up. As you say. She signed off. Harry set the mirror aside and called Dobby, asking him for tea and wine. So, Bill, here's your chance. Use it well. Thanks Harry, I won't let you down. Okay, before she gets here, let's look at the schedule you have. Hire a team of warders to work with you, and check out every property, home, business, everything. Take along a scribe to keep track of the reports. You are too important to be writing reports. Dictate, delegate. Once summer is here, I will spend a week at the Dursleys to mollify the old man, and then we are going to one of the warded properties, and you are going to teach me everything you know about warding, curse breaking, apparition, portkeys, the works. Sounds good to me. Will there be anyone else there? I am sure Hermione will be, probably Luna, a few of my friends from school. Ronald? Unlikely. He has shown me nothing but jealousy and anger. I hate to say it, he has stolen from me, lied to me, told tales about me. I suspect he is Dumbledore's pawn. Whether he's a willing pawn or not, I do not know. I guess I will have to investigate. I'll let you know. Bill, I know he's your brother, but keep him away from me. You won't like what I'm likely to do. Bill's answer was cut off by the arrival of the lovely French champion, along with her friend Jen. Harry greeted them and sat them in comfortable chairs in his social area. Excuse me, I need to call Dobby to get us some food. The elf appeared and Harry made his requests known. As the elf nodded, he whispered, Get Hermione and Luna up here please, I need them. With a subtle nod, Dobby popped away. Harry sat on a couch and they were talking about things, and he felt a voice in his mind, quiet, and barely discernible, but there, nonetheless. Harry, can you hear me? Yes, Hermione, is there something wrong? Dobby says you need Luna and myself up there. Fleur is here talking to Bill. I'm setting them up. Matchmaking, you? Making an opportunity, but she brought Jen, and I don't want her to be grateful to me. I see, you want me to protect you from the big bad French witch. Don't mock, I only have eyes, hands and whatever else for you. Giggle, just make it look real, please. He tried to make his mental message have a pleading sound to it. We'll be there in a few minutes. Good. The conversation in the tower was covering some ground in the sector of financial management, protection and warding against losses, When on the balcony 2 witches sat down on their brooms. Luna on her Venhull darter, and Hermione on the nimbus he had bought for her. They entered through the wide doors, laughing and flush-faced, still breathing steam from their cold lungs. "Hello all. What's going on? Anything interesting?" She spoke while untying her scarf and winter cloak, tossing them aside. Fleur turned to Harry with a sly look on her face. "Oui, Ari, what does you say is interesting going on?" Harry took this opportunity to turn red and look elsewhere. Fleur rose and embraced Hermione and Luna. She had become friends with both girls, and kissed them on their red cheeks. She stepped close to Bill's chair and touched his shoulder lightly. "Ari, are you trying to be a... what is it, arranging?" Bill sat in his chair, stunned. Fleur stepped forward and took Hermione's hand and one more step into Harry's space. She took his chin in her hand and made him look her in the eyes. "If you are my friend, you will tell me." He stood taller and looked back. "I like Bill Weasley, he's a friend, and he made mention that he was fascinated by you, not because you were beautiful or because you're Vila allure, but because in his own words. Because she's brilliant, smart, intelligent and very powerful magically. From what I can see he would be a good match for you, because he can see past what most men see." "I see. She looked to Hermione who subtly nodded and then turned. "So, Mr. Weasel, you are not affected by my magical heritage?" Bill stood and bowed slightly and took her hand. "No, Miss Delacour, I am very affected by your beauty, intelligence and wit. How could any sane man not be affected?" He smiled with a crooked grin which had worked on the ladies of 3 continents. "But your allure, I can fend off better than most." "Oh, really? We shall see." She quirked an eyebrow and began projecting for all she was worth, to the point of affecting people not in the tower, but down below in the Gryffindor common room and dorms. There were a lot of oddly acting males in the tower that day. Harry stood and watched. He could feel the pheromones and allure flow over him and around the room, and grinned as Bill was just starting to sweat a bit, before Fleur shut it down. Fleur took Bill by the hand and waved a wand over the chair he had been sitting in and widened it just a little bit, and pushed him into it, and then sat on his lap, one arm around his shoulder. "So, William, tell me about yourself." Later that evening, Harry was spending some quiet time with Hermione, not doing much but being together. "That was a nice thing you did for Bill and Fleur, you know. It seemed logical. If they continue in the relationship, it will be based on respect and thinking, not just hormones and pretty faces." He looked at her with a bright look on his face. "Lycus, I respect your mind and intelligence as well as your beauty and grace." Hermione's response was not verbal. The next morning the Daily Prophet came out with banner headlines. "Sirius Black is innocent but still considered a criminal." In smaller type below that, the subheading said, "Has the ministry tried to cover up their mistakes?" The students and staff all had papers open and were reading and discussing the story, and all the smaller stories that went with it. In a sidebar was the full text of the letter written by Amelia Bones, stating that she had full evidence of the real culprit, testimony under veritaserum and magical oath, and her desire to free Sirius Black with a full pardon. The letter went on to describe the machinations of the Minister of Magic and his cohorts in the Wizengamot who were blocking her attempts to fulfill justice, naming names and other potentially damaging information. The thing that was the most damaging was an open letter to the wizarding world, written by Harry himself, decrying the short-sightedness of the government in place, and those who held power, and that justice had never been done, and because of that simple fact, the magical world was sharing the responsibility for the crime. Rita had done a good job, using only facts and figures that could be checked, and not one bit of assumption or rhetoric. Harry was proud of her. She had shown that she could do it, so he made certain that he would reward her later with another exclusive. Harry had finished the drawings for his spider vending machine and had sent them to Remus to be taken to a fabrication shop to be made up. He would install the magical bits later, once the summer came around. He had much to arrange, with the animal suppliers and a huge set of wards put around the target island. There would be no accidental visitors and no escapes from that island. The only exclusion he was planning to put into place was for Shala to be able to visit, since there was no creature normal or magical that could endanger her. He wanted someone he trusted who could keep an eye on things. Shala seemed to be happy with her island. She had carved out a nice nesting area on one of the rocky crags and was making it feel homey, in dragon parlance. There were rocky crags 300 feet above sea level, almost straight up, but at the bottom was a large greensward that was made up of rolling hills, covered with grass, perfect for grazing animals to make their home. There was a belt of trees and shrubbish around the base of the cliffs, enough to provide cover from the weather for those creatures that needed it. Other than this, the island was deserted. On the south shore was the remains of a fishing trawler that had been driven ashore in a storm some 30 years before, a hulk with no real value, other than a landmark, or scrap price. Her island was the second in a short chain of 4, all owned by the Potter clan since some centuries before. The northernmost was just as rocky, and the cliffs were somewhat higher, over 1,000 feet above the water, and on the peak of that one, a home was carved into the stone. You couldn't see it from the air, or from the sea, but it was there. The house was made with stone and rock, and it was decorated with wood and tile and fabrics, and large expanses of glass facing in all directions. There was a walk on top, that had a telescope to watch out to sea. The third island had no name, and was only about 10 miles across, and would be the site of the new spider colony, once the wards were in place and operating. The fourth and most southern, had no uses planned yet, but there was a small fisherman village in place, currently unoccupied, but it would be the start of a community in time. 40 miles out to sea, was another island, one no one wanted to visit, Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic was inundated with letters, owls, howlers, flow calls, all demanding the release of Sirius Black, unharmed. The ones holding back didn't want to back down, and the DMLE had its hands tied. Cornelius Fudge was rapidly losing whatever political capital he had, trying to keep things as they were, and was immensely relieved that Headmaster, Grand Mugwump, his main advisor, Albus Dumbledore, came calling. "So, Albus, what am I to do? For years we have claimed that Black was a criminal, and people were content to believe that he was the perfect patsy to blame everything on. It's like he delivered himself to us. That day when the tournament was started, was like a godsend. He walked right into our arms. I should have had him kissed the moment he was in the cell downstairs." He shook his head. "I would like to know how he escaped, who helped him." Dumbledore pulled out his patented, wise elder look number 3. "Now, Cornelius, you must remain calm and be deliberate in our dealings. Sirius Black is, however, annoying, the head and lord of the ancient and noble house of Black, and we all know how extensive that fortune is, and the potential for power and abuse of that power." This silenced the short fat man. He stammered a bit, losing some of his political prowess. He was always a little cowed when around the ancient wizard, as he had been while back in school. Albus picked up his tea and sipped, and asked a quiet question. "And what do your other advisors suggest you do about Black?" The other advisors in question were one man, Lucius Malfoy. "Oh, yes. Lucius suggests that I wait a short time while he has his people convince Black to sign a binding agreement naming his son Draco as the Black heir. By rights it should be the boys, as he is the next male in the Black line, but for some reason they want it in writing. He also said that there may be an accident or something that we have no control over that takes Black from our midst, and once Draco has control of the Black fortune, then we will share it with the proper people." Fudge didn't know he was speaking so truthfully. It was Dumbledore's practice to spike the men's tea with veritaserum whenever they spoke, and it made dealing with the Minister of Magic so much more pleasant. The fact that Malfoy did the same thing whenever he spoke with the man also was not lost on the great manipulator. As long as Malfoy followed the plan he had laid out all those years before, then Dumbledore would not kill him, as long as it was convenient. He had considered letting Harry have him 2 years before, let the boy vent on the blonde patriarch, and dispose of the body with the acromantulas, but for the moment, the pureblood's life was safe. For the moment, you should probably agree to Amelia's wishes and release Black, make a public apology to him and blame the minister of the time for his incarceration, and defer prosecuting him for any crimes. The man has suffered enough for the moment. He tapped his fingers together in an ancient wise mage number 6 style. "I'm sure that Mr. Black will not be a hindrance to the proper operation of the ministry. In fact, he will disappear into obscurity." And he continued that sentence silently. "As soon as I kill him off and take his fortune. Your wisdom in declaring Mr. Black innocent will bring young Harry around to having more appreciation and respect for you, Cornelius, and let me remind you, when you have the grateful respect of the tournament champion on your side, as well as that of the boy who lived, well, that's precious political capital, is it not?" Fudge rapidly agreed to this plan of action, and he called his head of the DMLE and ordered her to file the proper paperwork on Black immediately, berating her for pursuing the man unnecessarily. Amelia just rolled her eyes once she had left the minister's office. At the request of Harry, Sirius met with Amelia Bones. She had him submit one more time to Veritaserum, and an oath that he did not commit the crimes he was never actually charged with, and he passed all the tests. Amelia signed off on a series of papers and had him sign them as well. She sighed and sat back, with her hands folded in front of her. Black, you're free to go, but before you do, come to my office, please. Sit, please. She waved to a chair and then she did a bit of security magic, involving 2 charms, a spell and 3 runes. He looked on curiously, watching and recording this all to memory, wondering what he could use and how. Finally she was done. This room is now secure from all forms of magic, scrying and recording. Whatever is said in this room, while these are up, will only be within our minds, and cannot be legitimized or pulled out with Veritaserum. That said, I want to warn you, the old man and Fudge are up to something. Listen to this. She played a recording of the conversations that had just occurred in the minister's office. Sirius listened with interest, but made no comment. He just watched her face, looking for any clue as to how she was thinking. She had been his trainer when he was in Auror training, and after that her junior partner in the field. The recording ended, and she sat back. Well? He tilted his head and the bones cracked audibly, making him flinch. I'm a mess. Amy, my body is failing me from 12 years of no exercise and shit food. 12 years of dementors ragging on me, making me remember the horrible things that happened in my life, the gaps in my memory where, I don't know, where I'm just wore down. He closed his eyes. There have been studies about people who have animagus forms. Sometimes they retreat into their form and never come out, just go be a faithful dog and curl up on the hearth, no worries, no pain. Amelia was quite worried at this point. Sirius was a friend and she was berating herself for believing he had been guilty of the murder of his blood brother and wife, his family. She wondered if at some time she had been obliviated or confounded by the old man. She opened her mouth to speak but was cut off by Sirius continuing on his speech. Harry is all I have left, him and Mooney, my only anchors in this world. It would be so easy to lay it all down and walk away, find a nice hearth to sleep on. He shifted in his chair and sat up straight, his black eyes boring into hers. But I am not going to let the old man railroad him into his own death, not by trick or by deception. If I have to, I will kill the old man outright to stop him, but before I go to that extreme, I will do what I can legally and ethically. His eyes burned with determination. I will send you weekly updates on what I find out and what I do so you can build a case against him, and no matter what, I will protect my own. He stood, towering over her desk. I intend to adopt Harry as my own son and make him heir of the Black family and teach him everything I can about being the head of the Potter family. Sirius' face turned softer. You know I love you, Amy. You took me from an untrained, uncouth teenage punk and made me into a person that I should have been that day. But I slipped, Amy. I messed up and lost my focus and blew it. She said nothing, but her heart was breaking. I will do what I can to earn your respect once more, Amy. I will do what's right, and I will do it for my son, Harry. Amelia rose from behind her desk and came around and hugged the tall, dark man. I know you will do what's right, Siri. I know your heart is in the right place, and I will do what I can to make things right. Please do something for me. He stayed silent but nodded. No matter what you do, stop and think. Even if you think it might be a life or death decision, stop and think. Leave me a message. Tell me what's going on. Even if you are going to do something against the law, I won't jump to conclusions. If you have a good reason for breaking a law, I'll listen. She handed him a packet of papers declaring his innocence, kissed his cheek and stepped behind her desk once more. She dropped the wards she had placed and punched a button on her intercom. Hannah? Send in the reporters, please. Yes, Madam Bones. The door opened and a passel of reporters tromped into her outer office, where she met them. They arrayed themselves around the open end of the room as Sirius and Director Bones stood at the other. Hello all. I have called you all here to witness the freedom of a man who has been wronged for so many years. He was accused of betraying his blood brother, and due to circumstantial evidence, thrown into Azkaban for 12 years without trial. The reporters were writing at a swift pace and getting ready with their questions. Sirius Black has funded a program supplying the DMLE with a permanent supply of veritaserum to be used to question every suspect in every crime, without regard for blood status, social or financial status, magical or mundane. He wishes to prevent the things that happened to him to happen to anybody else ever again. Sirius Black has committed no crimes, and I declare him to be a free and innocent man, and any person who harasses him or commits a crime against him will be arrested. The Minister of Magic has decreed that Sirius must be freed, after consulting his advisors, and finally allowed the DMLE to serve justice this day. This was said with a subtle dig at the minister, implying he couldn't make any decision without someone telling him what to say and whose pocket he was in. She gave Sirius the floor. "Mr. Black, what are you going to do now?" Sirius spoke. "If you please, Lord Black. I am going to go and do what my brother James would have wanted me to do 14 years ago. Go and take care of his son Harry." "Mr. Lord Black, sorry. Are you saying that you are going to be guardian of the boy who lived?" "No, I am going to be the guardian and godfather of Harry, my godson." "Lord Black, does the use of your title indicate you are going to use your vote in the Wizengamot?" "Yes, Lord Black." A follow-up. "Are you to align yourself with the traditional families or the modernists?" That was an unsubtle way of asking if Sirius was a blood purist. "Wait and see. I will decide on a vote-by-vote basis." "What about the chief mugwump and his plans for the course of our community?" "Albus Dumbledore is one man, and can do what he wants. I may or may not follow his lead, depending on the path he is taking." "Lord Black. Lord Black, Mr. Black, what about?" "Sorry, no more questions. I have nothing more to say for now. I will schedule a press conference in a week. I have a godson to attend to." He wrapped his robe around himself and nodded to Amelia and activated his wristband portkey, whirling away into the ether. Sirius took a drink and laid back on the couch, his feet up. He had to be clever to get into Hogwarts without Dumbledore knowing, and currently he was hiding in the Gryffindor Hidden Tower, also known as Harry's Lab. Sitting with him were Harry, Hermione, Luna and Dobby. Winky was lurking around somewhere as well, but she was still somewhat fettered by her desire to be a proper elf and not be seen or heard. "Okay. I have been living as Padfoot for 5 months, and though the Grangers are a wonderful host family, I need to be in with my real family, and Harry, that's you and Moony. So, tell me what's been going on, who, what, why, how and where." He peered at them under dark eyelids. "And don't lie to me. I can smell you if you lie to me." "You first, Patty, tell us where you are at." Harry was trying to distract his godfather. "Why did you run into a room full of Aurors and the minister?" "Ah, if that's the way you want to work it. I have spent 12 years in Azkaban, and survived it because I knew I was innocent, but being affected with Dementors daily can take it out of a person. I still have mental lapses, things I have forgotten. I tend to be a bit impulsive." Harry snorted. "That's what Moony said, that you always were impulsive." "That's true, but back then I tempered it with what the military or Aurors would call situational awareness. I don't know if you are aware, I was an Auror with your father before all this happened. We were partners in many things." "Yes, I knew, so your barging in was a slip of your situational awareness, then?" "Yes. I was worried about my godson, who had been entered in a godforsaken tournament without his knowledge." "Ah, I see, thank you for that, Patty, I do appreciate it." "Well, on my end, I asked Andy Tonks and she told me I could legally walk away from the TWT at any time without any problem, but we decided that there is someone who entered me against my will, and I want to lull them into thinking that I am under their control, somewhat." "So who did it?" "We don't know yet, but we suspect Moody." "Moody? He's one of the good guys. We used to think that of Dumbledore too, remember?" Harry reminded Sirius. "Is it possible that Moody is an imposter?" "Maybe, but how could we tell?" "Capture him and interrogate him?" This from Harry. "I suspect Moony could do it if he surprised the man, but Moody is as dangerous as he is paranoid. We need to find out somehow. Hermione is working on something." "What?" "She is doing something with the map and some medical charms." "So what will you do once you identify the imposter?" "Capture him, interrogate him and kill him." "That's a not too clever a plan. Are you willing to kill someone?" "If it's a Death Eater, it wouldn't be killing, it would be justice." "How so? What do you know about the initiation to be a Death Eater?" Not much, but I have been out of circulation for some years. The short version is that you have to kill an innocent in cold blood, use all 3 of the unforgivables on them in the process, and make it entertaining for Voldemort. Horror crept across Sirius' face, thinking of the situation. It came out in the interrogation of Pettigrew. He was responsible for the disappearance and death of Edgar Bones, Susie's dad. Sirius looked pale. I knew Eddie, he was a good guy, no a great guy. Before he was burned out, Amelia stripped his mind of every memory that she could get and is building a database of knowledge about Death Eaters and their methods. Harry looked serious. When we capture and execute Day, we will be ripping their minds as well. You shouldn't be messing about with those people, Harry, let the Aurors do it. Didn't my father ever tell you about the prophecy that Dumbledore set in place? I knew of the prophecy, but I didn't know exactly what it said. I never took much stock in prophecies. They only come to pass if you work to make them come to pass. Harry looked to Luna, who just smiled serenely and nodded slightly. Well, Patty, I know of someone who can give me some idea of the futures that are possible, but for the moment we will not worry about such things. He looked at the floor with a dark look on his face. The problem is that I don't believe in prophecy either, but the other party does, and so I have to work on the assumption that it will potentially come to pass. So the other party is Voldemort, Harry spat, or rather, Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood bastard son of the Gaunt line, and thus heir of Slytherin, at East technically. I see. What's Dumbledore doing about this? As usual, keeping me in the dark and obliviating me whenever he thinks I'm getting too nosy or not following his plan. Anger welled up on Sirius' face, but Harry stopped him before he could begin to boil. We have it mostly under control, Patty. We all back up our memories every day, and the most we could lose is that day, so we can reconstruct whatever was lost. Plus we are maintaining a low profile, going with the flow as it were. The old man thinks I am under his thumb, doing what he wants me to do, and like a good soldier I hop to. But along the way I have recruited quite a few more soldiers to watch my back, and stand with me in battle as well. Who? How? Well, the first came on the day you were captured. Jen Dubois got in the way of a curse sent at me by Draco. When my father hears Malfoy. As an apology for the British Empire, I offered her a gift to help her achieve her heart's desire, a rune's apprenticeship with Charles Sheffield. You know who I mean? Sirius nodded. Sheffield was the Michael Jordan of runes. And on the plus side, because Malfoy's curse hit Jen, he was arrested by French Aurors and now resides in the Bastille. And Lucius cannot go and retrieve him because anyone with the name Malfoy is arrest on sight in France. That is awesome, brilliant, quite fortuitous. This last from Luna. Yes, all of those. Sirius was astonished at the situation, and then he got a sneaky look on his face, one James saw many times in their youth. So if someone hands Lucius a one-way portkey into the DMLE of the French ministry, he might be staying there for a while? The students looked at each other with wide eyes and thoughts racing through their heads. Well, that is something that might be worth thinking about. Everyone laughed at the way Harry said it, all innocent-like. After there was food brought up, and Winky finally was coaxed out of hiding, she spoke of her situation with Barty Jr., and how she was freed against her will, and how she was not a free elf, freed from the curse laid on the elves centuries before, and how she was a lady's maid to Hermione and Luna and a few of the other girls of the Smart Girls' Corner. Sirius got a faraway look in his eyes. Your mother, Lily, was a member of the Smart Girls' Corner, you know. She was one of the ones who set some of the ongoing wards in place back there. Wards? What wards? Sirius focused on Hermione's question. The table the girls use is the one back in the southwest corner, by the window still. She nodded. It was a good place. The sunlight streamed in and the breeze at the right times of year. Lily put up wards that kept out all males except those with Potter blood, once she fell for James, of course. Have you ever noticed that no males ever come by that corner? Hermione and Luna looked at each other and back at Sirius. Now that you mention it, no, when Harry came to our table, we didn't even think of it. The only ones who did were Victor and Sergei, but we invited them. She told me that there was another ward she put up. It involved carving runes in the underside of the table and it would protect those who were there from mind control spells and potions. Luna spoke. I think, Hermione, that we need to lie on the floor and take a look at these runes, and soon, because they might be helpful. You know, she was trying to transmit a thought without saying it out loud. Harry answered the unspoken statement. If they work, I want those runes on every bed I sleep in, every room I enter, every table I eat at. I have enough crap in my life and I need every bit of armor that I can get. An agreement went through the people present there, that these things would be done as soon as possible. Sirius broke the silence. So you decided to participate in the tournament? Yes, the first task involved dragons, and I went out a couple weeks before and met Charlie Weasley in the forest setting up a site to house the dragons. He tells me that the orders all along were for 4 dragons, not 3. I find that suspicious. Sirius growled. Me too, Charlie said the original request was for 4 dragons, not 3. In any event, I went to look at the dragons a few nights before the first task and talked to them, and came to an agreement with one, the biggest, most dangerous one. I would give her what she wanted, and she would let me live. Quite a show we put on, I think. Well, from what I saw in the Prophet the next day, you gave me a heart attack, you know. Sorry, we didn't want to blow your cover as a family dog, so, sorry. Your mother is quite clever, Hermione. She put the paper down on the floor under my food dish, so I could read as I ate, and no one would suspect a dog of reading a paper. Your father is pretty awesome too. We worked out together, and he showed me the area as we ran, all the possible ambush points in and around your family home. The kids had to wrap their minds around the idea of a dentist and his dog running. Sirius looked mildly offended. What, I had to build up my body after 13 years of neglect, and Jake is ex-sass, he knows his stuff. Hermione looked off, remembering what she had learned at the World Cup that night. So tell me about this dragon. Harry petted the small dragon that sat all the time hidden in his collar, maintaining the connection to Shala. Her name is Shala, and she wanted to be free, not chained down to a dragon reserve. She said most dragons are content to stay there, but she was not. I went into the arena and we danced a bit, putting on a show, and I modified the runes on the chain holding her down. Then I summoned my broom, and we took to the air. It was wonderful. He closed his eyes in remembrance of the flight. And Harry came back to Earth. And she flew off to one of the Potter Islands to live, and I see that she has adequate livestock to feed on. There is nothing holding her there but her own desire to be private and protected. She tells me she wants to raise some young, and possibly expand her people. How can you talk to her? I'm a Parseltongue, remember, and the dragon language is close to the Parcel language. Actually, it's the other way around. Harry won. What? You mean I'm not a Parseltongue? Yes, yes. What's that mean? Yes, you are not. I am not? Another time Harry won. I am stalking a big fish. What was that? I just had a conversation with Shala, that's her name, and she tells me that I am not a Parseltongue, but I speak dragon first, and the Parcel second. After 5 months of continuous contact with Shala in his mind, he was beginning to see some of what she could see. He was circling out above the ocean, stalking a pod of orca, who were stalking their own prey. In his vision he dove, by furling his wings and swooping down and opening them just as she came near the water, snatching a medium-sized whale out of the water, and with a powerful flap of her wings, gained altitude and off to her mountain crag.
He was sitting there in the tower, his eyes unfocused as he took in this vision, and shook his head as he cleared the connection.
Wow, that was awesome. He was still stunned by the event. His friends waited for him to continue. We need to get a pensieve, that was so cool, I need to share that one. Hermione, what's the black whale with the white belly? I forgot. Orca, the Orcinus orca are commonly known as a killer whale, although it is really of the dolphin family. He cut her off. Shala swooped down and snatched an orca out of the water. It had to be 25 to 30 feet long, and just flew away with it in her claws. Wow. Harry was still stunned at the event. Shala sent a thought. Tasty too. He was stunned from the momentary transmission of a dragon's eye view of an apex predator eating another. So what do you do up here in your tower? It looks like a workshop and a lab and a library exploded. Well, we study, and create and experiment and prepare for the tasks, and no one bothers us. No one of the staff has been up here since we moved in. I think it is protected somehow that I don't quite understand, but for some reason I feel safe here, and the only people who come up here are those I personally allow. Not one person has come up that I didn't invite. Sounds useful, but not knowing who controls your wards is a potentially dangerous thing. Luna spoke up, reminding Harry of something. Remember, you were the only one who could pull Gryffindor's sword out of the hat. This is likely Gryffindor Tower for a reason. He looked at her. So you think, because I am a descendant of Godric Gryffindor, that I can access this tower room? Most likely. I do not foresee anyone entering here without permission. You are safe here, Harry. The evening went on, and they showed Sirius the improved dragonfly, and he had some fun flying it around the grounds, looking at various things. This brought back an ancient memory, at least for him. He was flying through the stables and saw his old motorbike alongside the carriages. Harry and Luna's improvement of the dragonfly was by making the controls more practical, and improving the eye tremendously. They bathed the eye into a ball, covered with several hundred little triangles of dark mirror, so as to not attract attention, and the receiving end was a comfortable chair with a dome over it, which gave the viewer a three-dimensional view of wherever the remote flyer was going. Sirius was poking around the carriage house and stables, and there in the side of one of the stalls, covered with dust and cobwebs, was his bike. Once he came out and landed the drone, he asked Harry for a favor. If I am going to stay up here, I need something to keep me from going barmy. I will monitor the map, and we will create more maps as well, and I want to get my old bike back into shape. It's in the carriage house. Go down there and shrink it when you get a chance and bring it back up here, please. He was quietly desperate. The Bonnie represented the freedom of his youth. What about Hagrid? Won't he notice and report to Dumbledore? Take some scrap iron and use the copyright charm. You are proficient with it now, aren't you? Hermione's better. I can do the scans quite well. He gestured to the wall hanging parchment with various magical objects. A pensieve, Luna's broom, the firebolt. Hermione is a master at transfiguration. My work is not quite as good. On the other hand, I could make a fake of the Bonnie, but it would never run. Hers would. It's up to you, pup. If you think you need her, I won't argue. I will fly your dragonfly about to keep watch and warn you if need be. They had already collaborated on a new invention, an earpiece that Sirius could talk and receive audio from and to the others. This worked well for silent mode as the earpiece could pick up subvocalization. The only problem that had come up so far was that Sirius could hear what Harry was muttering under his breath at Snape, the old man and others. The pickup of the Bonnie went smoothly. They had detected a notification spell which the switched to an old horseshoe nailed to a wall, and did a quick switch and took the original motorcycle back up to the tower. Spring was beginning to sprout between the snowbanks. People were getting antsy from being cold all the time, even with the fires always going. Harry was excited. He had received word from Moony that his spider vending machine was ready to be shipped. The fabrication firm had made it up according to the drawings that he had painstakingly worked out, and supplied the necessary parts for the feed mechanism that he still needed to engrave with the proper runes. Steel and iron didn't take magic well, at least under normal circumstances. Since Harry was making the magic work with runes and not based on a single person's magic, it was both harder and easier. He had to pull the magic to run the charms and spells from somewhere, and that meant he had to tie the magic to a power rune, that is one that drew on the ley lines that encompassed the earth. One of the reasons that the Potter clans owned the 4 islands in the chain off the coast of Scotland was that those 4 islands were perfectly aligned with a ley line, and there was one crossing in an almost perpendicular direction, one that intersected with Azkaban. Since the Potter clan had held the islands for over 700 years, there was no one who could contest their ownership. Harry and Sirius slipped out of the castle one early March day and met with the lorry carrying the construction. A crane lifted it off the bed of the lorry and placed it in a fenced area near the docks. Sirius signed the papers and the lorry and driver left, Harry closing and locking the gate behind him. They climbed into the access port and knelt down around the intake portal, and Harry laid out his notebook showing the arrangement of the runes. I am going to do these from last to first, and this final one will be the power rune. He pointed out the various parts of the scheme. Sirius had never seen a portkey target laid out this way. Every target stone he had ever seen was directed to a point. This one was strung out around a 2-meter circle, and the actual portkey target point was at a virtual spot in the center of the ring. Below the ring was a slippery slide, with nothing for any person or creature to get a grip on, and at the bottom was a door out, that would not let anything in. The other end of the machine was the triggering mechanism, which would not trigger unless a certain weight of spider silk was placed into the hopper. The tricky part was that the creatures on the delivering end were likely smart enough to figure out that if you added a rock, you might get away with less work. So there had to be sorting spells keeping the rocks and debris out of the mix, and even more importantly, nothing living could go through this portal. It wouldn't do for some unsuspecting shipping and receiving clerk on the other end receiving a full-grown spider before lunch break. It took almost a whole day to engrave and power up the runes and test them out. Harry had gone flying the week before and went out over the nesting area of the acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest, and with summoning charms, had managed to acquire almost 40 pounds of spider silk webbing. He had used this extensively in the testing process, and setting the sensitivity of the trigger. They set the trigger at 5 kilo for one goat, 10 kilo for a steer. The livestock side of the equation was a stockyard near Malag, which was made known that if you had animals that you couldn't sell because sickness or injury, you could get a fair price for them, not the top meat price, but something. This started a cottage industry amongst the young boys and some girls, who got some goats and bred them and hired the goats out to clear brush and thorns and hedgerows, and the excess were sent to the new livestock buyer. This little ploy worked well to help a lot of people on the lower rungs of the financial spectrum. Each animal was fitted with a stick-on portkey, that when the trap was triggered, they were whisked away and dropped down the chute. Sirius and Harry were laughing like fools when they triggered the input hopper and a goat or pig appeared and wandered around the dockyard looking stunned and dizzy. They then experimented with the other half of their project. The day before they had gone to the island and set up another portkey target. This one was a standard portkey target, engraved on a 3-foot wide piece of granite, and anchored firmly in the rock of the island. While they were there setting it up, Shala came to visit, flying over from her rocky home. "Hello Harry 1 Hello Shala. How are you? It is a pleasant day to fly. I know what you mean after I finish here, I will come by your home. Who is your friend? This is Sirius Black, my godfather. He looks frightened, of course he does, you are a scary dragon." Sirius ducked behind a rock when Shala roared and Harry just stood there looking indignant. "What's so funny? You should be afraid of me Harry 1. I could eat you in one bite but you won't, who would laugh at your bad jokes? You got me there, I'll let you live for now thanks, I think. Introduce me." Harry shook his head. "Sirius, come out here. Shala won't eat you, at least not before she eats me." "What? Why would she eat you, or me for that matter?" "Sirius, this is Shala. She's a friend of mine. Shala, this is Sirius, he's my godfather." The great dragon looked at the two wizards, as if looking through them. "You have been over there, with the soul suckers?" Harry translated. "Yes, I have. I escaped last year and I'm trying to get better." "I know. Your darkness impedes you." Harry looked quizzically at the dragon and translated anyway. "What's that mean? Being around the soul suckers has worn his soul thin. He needs to feed and build it up. Like yourself, if you want to get stronger, you must exercise and eat meat. He needs to exercise his soul and eat to feed it." "What kind of meat? You yourself know, as with you and your mate. She fulfills your realization," dawned my soul, I see. "Thank you Shala, very much." Shala flapped once and was in the sky, winging toward her rocky crag and home. "Pup, what was that about?" Harry watched as the dragon shrank into the sky. "Shala gave me the answer to some of your problems, Patty." He looked at the older man. "She told me how to fix your mind." They were setting up the livestock vending machine and chasing the loose animals around the enclosure. They were practicing banishing portkeys at the creatures. Whenever one hit a live animal, it triggered and sent the hapless creature to its new island home. They sat on top of their creation after having sent all the goats and 3 cattle to the island, and Harry looked dour. "What's wrong, pup? I have fallen into the trap, Siri. I'm thinking like a wizard." "Is this a wrong thing?" "Yes and no. This thing?" He banged on the steel of the machine. "This thing is too complex, too expensive, too easy to break or need service, too easy for the spiders to trick." "What do you mean?" He stood and walked from one end to the other. "I didn't use logic or common sense here, I just did what any whacked-out wizard would do." Sirius heard Harry mumbling to himself, "Bloody fricking." He came back and sat down next to Sirius and pulled out his notebook, the one that was always there. He drew a pair of circled one inside another, and wrote a series of runes between the two circles. He looked at it and conjured a large circle of paper about 3 feet across. He cut across the circle and flipped the strip and fused it, invisibly. He held it in the air and set it spinning. It fell to the ground. He picked it up and drew 7 runes spaced equally apart. Spun it again, and it floated in place. At a perfectly even rotation, the Mobius strip went round and round without stopping. He stopped it and wrote several series of runes, and set it spinning again. Now it hummed quietly. He picked up a rock and tossed it in the top of the spinning circle. The rock vanished silently.
He modified it again. Harry picked up a bit of spider silk, wrapped it around a rock and tossed it into the ring. The rock fell to the ground. The silk vanished. There, the sorting spell is working. He looked around by the dockside. Accio rat. A rat or two sailed into the enclosure and was stunned before it hit the ground at their feet. One live rat. He tossed the stunned rat into the ring. It hit the ground, and shook itself awake and scampered off. Step 2. Live subject barrier in place.
He stopped it and modified the ring one more time, this time adding portkey target variables. Once more into the breach, he tagged the remaining rat with one of their sticky portkeys and activated it. The rat vanished and fell out the bottom of the spinning ring without going into the top. There, add one more thing. He stopped the ring and added the last set of variables. Sirius couldn't see how he was doing it, but the runes all spaced themselves perfectly equally around the face of the ring. The single face, inasmuch as the ring had one continuous side.
There, now it is adjustable for size, no matter how big a target is coming through. Sirius looked at the spinning ring. Sure, it was made out of paper, but it worked and it was elegantly simple, like a fine machine. Form follows function. What his godson had just created there in that spring weather was a far cry from the now obsolete multi-ton behemoth. Aluminum won't corrode too much, will it? This question was directed at Sirius as they climbed up into the machine and stripped the magical parts out of the thing. Not really too much. You saw the Bonnie when you retrieved it from the carriage house. It only took one polishing charm after setting there for 14 years. Here, hold this. He pushed a large iron ring into Sirius' hands. How hard was it to put enchantments on the Bonnie? I will admit, your mum had a lot to do with it. There are runes all over the thing. If you pull off the rubber tires, the rims are inscribed all the way around. She was a master at it, almost as good as she was at potions. Harry climbed out of the ledge he had been under, pulling out the target disc. He levitated it, and floated the thing out into the sunlight and followed it, with Sirius tagging along behind. We are going to sit down soon, and you and Mooney are going to tell me everything you can about my parents, not just that I look like my dad with my mum's eyes. I want facts, memories, the works. Sirius couldn't dispute this idea, because it was quiet but forcefully given. So what are you going to do with this? Nothing for now, but I am going to set up the portal ring for Spider Island today. How? You just stripped the magic out of your... He gestured towards the huge first draft of the spider portal. Watch. Harry spent a few minutes setting his paper drawing and portal ring in motion. He stood back to look at it. Satisfied, he nodded at it and turned towards a fenced-in area about 100 yards away, piled high with scrapped aluminum and steel and rubber, a pile of shredded automobiles heading for some faraway port to be turned into new Toyotas and Hyundais and Daewoo's. Accio copper. Threads and bits of instruments and circuit boards came flying and landed into a pile at Harry's feet. He did it again, calling aluminum to another pile. He reached into his bag and pulled out the new and improved sorting hoop that he and Hermione had experimented with those months before. This one was made with an alloy of copper and aluminum, and they had found that no matter what load they put it under, it dispelled the heat as fast as it was created. He adjusted the parameters on that hoop and dumped the copper bits through the ring as it spun. There in the receiving bucket was a fine ground up copper powder. He ran it through one more time and it was soon as smooth as liquid and shining like a bright penny. He sat that aside and did the same with the aluminum and soon had a bucket of liquid aluminum. The dross landed in a neat pile to one side, and was slowly being blown away in the breeze. Stay upwind of that, it will make you sick if you get it in your lung. Right. Now I am going to transfigure the paper portal ring into copper, and plate it with aluminum. Sirius watched in amazement as the spinning paper portal slowly gained a coppery sheen and the level of the bucket went down, leaving only a smidgen in the bottom. He peered at the spinning portal and could see all the runes as clear as they were when they were drawn on the paper version. Would you put one of those portkeys over there on that? He gestured toward the obsolete machine they had commissioned. Sirius walked over to the thing as Harry called out. Set it for 1 hour from now. He did so and checked his watch for the time. It will activate in 60 minutes at 1600 hours. Harry nodded and gathered up his tools and bag. He deactivated the ring and shrank it into a disc 6 inches across and stuffed it into his bag also. Let's go. With a pop, the fenced-in enclosure was empty, except for a bit of coppery dust dissipating in the wind. This island has been in the hands of the Potter clans for almost 700 years. They stood on a rise overlooking the shore where a half-sunken barge was beached. So what are you going to do? I am going to set up my portal ring here on this grassy area. That way, any incoming animals can graze if they want to. That is if the spiders let them. He hefted his bag and dropped the iron target disc that was destined for the vending machine. He used a bit of magic and placed it in a low area, and covered up the area with a large slice of stone from a shoreline outcropping. He then modified the grass to always show where the target was centered. That way no one would accidentally set up camp in an incoming zone, if there ever was anyone foolish enough to stay on the island. Time: 1550 hours. Good. Stand back. He set the portal ring to floating and spinning and moved it out to an area over the sunken barge, up about 60 feet in the air. And now we wait to see if it works. They stood watching the shiny ring hum as it spun, hovering there above the beach. The thing rippled and colors began to fill the opening and it expanded to a ring almost 40 foot across. The dark shape of the abandoned machine fell out of the ether and crashed on top of the barge and split a weld, collapsing into a pile of crumpled sheet metal and angle iron. The floating portal ring shrank back to the original 3 feet and went back to a quiet hum. Harry floated the ring back to the grassland they had chosen and anchored it to the megalith beneath the island. There was nothing now short of the apocalyptic movement of that island that would shift the portal from its location now. It floated an even 6 feet above ground level, and was steady in its rotation. Harry looked around to verify that things were ready and flipped open his mirror. We're ready here. Send through about a dozen animals, and tomorrow we will begin the hunt. They watched for a while as several goats and sheep appeared in the portal ring and landed, not too hard, and none the worse for wear. The animals scampered off, not too far off, but away from the people, and began to nuzzle around in the grass and look for something tasty to eat. The group of friends were gathered at the invitation of Harry. There were all 4 of the champions and their friends from their own schools, there were several of the instructors from all 3 schools, there were townspeople from Hogsmeade as well. The word had gone out that the removal of the Acromantula nest in the forest was imminent. Harry had sent a message to the centaurs, because they were the most immediately affected, as they lived in the same forest as the spiders. Harry addressed the herd chief, Megorian, and asked several things of him. Herd Chief Megorian, I would like to ask some things of you, history mostly. Yes, young wizard. Chief Megorian, have there always been the spiders in this forest, and if so, how many? What I am trying to find out is their population natural or were they introduced, and if so, when? Young wizard, has not your grand mugwump told you of these things? No, Chief Megorian, he is not. He has kept me ignorant of many things, and what I know of the history of this forest is what I have read in old books, for the modern editions of those same books tell a different story. What do the older books tell you that the newer ones do not? That this forbidden forest was once a magical creature sanctuary, and many different magical creatures lived here in harmony with one another. And the books now, they say it is forbidden and not one tells why. Megorian looked up at the sky. There are those who would tell you one thing to your face and another to your back. And that is why I have come to you, Chief Megorian, because whatever you tell me would be the truth. Your trust is commendable, young wizard, but be careful whom you put your trust in. Yes, Chief Megorian. The truth is in the stars and planets, young wizard, but what is written in your older books is more correct than the newer. My people's lands were in the forest, but now we must be satisfied with the hedges and meadows at the edge. This is why I wanted to contact you and your people, Chief Megorian. I have been commanded to take on the spiders to make all of us safer. Megorian turned away from his contemplation of the skies and looked closely at the young wizard. Who could give such a command? Dumbledore. No, the old man would want the spiders to be here. He's the one who had the books rewritten. He has some kind of plan, and I'm afraid it isn't a good plan. No, my command comes from the moon's child. We will help you, Harry Potter. Good. I have my people making portkeys that are used to transport the spiders away, and we have to figure out a way to deliver them. I thought since your people are so good with your bows, that it might be a good way to do it safely. Harry reached in his bag and pulled out a fistful of arrows and showed them to the chief. Here, they will only work on contact with a living thing, and it has to contact at a certain speed, so if you accidentally touch one, then you won't be transported to Spider Island. He demonstrated by touching the tips of the arrows. I know the balance of the arrow isn't the greatest, but I thought your warriors could overcome it. What will your people use, since your people are unusually inept with the bow? Harry grinned. Not all Englishmen are inept with a bow. We had a bit of a victory at Agincourt. He grinned. Every English schoolboy knew about Agincourt. We will be using crossbows. And as many as possible we will be using our brooms. I know it seems unfair, but we want to get as many as possible as quickly as possible. What I am giving your people these for is to catch any stragglers and to protect yourself. I have here 25 boxes of 100 each. I hope it will be enough. I will see to it that these are distributed appropriately. Perhaps you should give instruction as to the use of these. Let me know when is a good time for your people and I will be there. He dug in his bag again and did something to the item he pulled out. Here is a mirror to communicate with me or any of the people who carry mirrors. Perhaps you know Remus Lupin. I am familiar with the Wolf Man, he is acceptable. He handed the mirror to the centaur. To call myself or Lupin, just hold it up and say our name, like this. He opened his own mirror and called Moony, Lupin. The mirror fuzzed and Moony's face was visible. I have given the portkey arrows to Megorian, and he will call either you or I when he has his warriors together so they can receive instruction. Bring your longbow. As you say, Harry. Chief Megorian, thank you for working with us. Yes, Lupin, we will meet soon. Without another word, Megorian turned and cantered away into the forest, the 25 boxes of arrows following behind on a levitation pallet. The gathered hunters, the champions, everyone armed themselves. Remember, if you are accidentally hit with a portkey, run straight toward the shore. There is a warded area for about 60 yards around the shipwreck. You will be safe from the spiders and whomever might be lurking about. Also, there is my dragon friend Shala. She is no danger to yourselves, so don't attack her. She is your protection while on Spider Island. If you accidentally fall into the forest here, hit your bug-out portkey as quickly as you can. It will take you to a medically secure area. You will be stunned and in stasis for your safety, and it will be a bother to our medical staff, so don't fall into the forest, please. He didn't say that if they fell into the forest, they would be stunned in case they brought a spider along with them, and for safety's sake, it was a blanket decision. Carpet riders, mount your carpets. Broom riders, mount your brooms. Flyers, stay above the reach of the spiders. Gunners, target carefully and don't waste your portkeys. There were over 50 teams launching and flying slowly over the forest, 10 yards above the tops of the highest trees. They had some practice loading and cocking their crossbows while in flight, and they had liberal use of sticking charms, tie-downs and plain old rope to do the job. There were 5 carpets up and behind carrying more ammunition, and 2 gunners on each, while the flyer piloted them on their desired course. Every person had Sirius earpiece in, which transmitted voice communications, and only 3 had the ability to broadcast to every team and every person. Harry, Sirius and Moony. Harry opened his mirror and called Moony. Hey Moony, tell the chief that we are beginning now, and to be careful, we don't want to lose any friends, centaur or not. Will do, pup, on it, be careful. Moony had gone to spend time with the centaurs, and he had taken his longbow, based on some examples that had been found in the Black and Potter vaults. Moony had worked hard with his people. He now had people. He hired an Olympic gold medalist archer to help him with basic training in how to use the thing. He practiced for hours, and even though he was not up to the standard that he would have liked, he was every bit as good as one of Arthur Pendragon's archers. Suffice it to say he could put an arrow through a quaffle at 30 meters. In the time of his training he had gone through quite a few quaffles. Chief Megorian, Harry and his teams are taking their places and have given us the warning, so your warriors should be prepared. We will do our part. Wolfman, we will do our part, for Mars has stood on the horizon and is ascendant. He looked over his warriors. This is a good day to fight for our lands. The clans of the centaur herd moved back to safe locations, defensible locations, but the warrior moved forward. They had blood in their hearts to take back their lands from the eight-legged invaders. There was movement in amongst the trees, the spiders were moving over and through the branches and bushes, generally in one direction, away from the onslaught to the east. These were mostly smaller spiders, though there were some larger ones herding their younger siblings. The centaurs fired when they saw any stragglers, and every arrow hit, and stuck firm. The impact of the arrow triggered the portkey charm and each and every spider hit was whirled away into the ether. Mooney saw a huge spider moving alone, surprisingly fast, heading toward the centaur village. He pointed this out to Megorian, who nodded. A few barked words and the warriors moved to contain the threat. Their hail of arrows continued to fall on the exodus of arachnids, and more spiders disappeared, enraging the large spider. The warriors did not draw on this huge invader, because it was still out of range. Mooney took up an arrow, and raised his angle, held his breath, and when the right instant came to pass, released his missile. The arrow arced up, far above the trees as he absently nocked another arrow. The missile hit the huge spider dead center of its thorax and they could all hear its scream of anger as it whirled away into the between. The assault teams lifted off and moved forward, the foremost firing at targets of opportunity, taking out the leading edge of the spider colony rather quickly. The carpets were piloted by Padma and Parvati and Lavender and two girls from Hufflepuff. They kept up and behind, and when one of the forward gunners was running out of bolts for their crossbows, that broom peeled off to the back of the line and moved up to the carpet to reload, as the next broom flyer and gunner moved up to do their time at point. Each carpet serviced 10 brooms and they had 50 broom riders and gunners. The commands came down from above. The military equivalent would be a FAC, a forward air controller, who spotted spider infestations and herded them into clumps. The gunners rained down their fire from above at the order of the FAC, and the whole thing was overseen by Harry and Sirius, who flew like seekers over the whole situation. Oi Team 4, you have someone getting too close. One of the spiders almost leapt high enough to get him. The pilot of the carpet called her gunner and flyer to pull up and get to the back of the line as her two onboard gunners kept watch with crossbow and wand. The action took out almost 7,000 spiders that day, and the island was swamped with them in short order. There were no losses of either the flight teams or the centaur warriors, although one of the carpet pilots had broken a nail. The endgame came when there were less than 100 spiders left in a small section of forest, some medium to large spiders surrounding the small, whom they had herded into a small cave, protecting them. There was one though, the largest of the large. Aragog. Harry came down to speaking height, beyond the reach of any spider leap, but within hearing. Aragog, your people are safe. I have sent them to an island where you can live in peace, and raise your young. What do you mean human? You have killed them all. No Aragog, I have not. I have sent them to an island home where no human can visit, and I will provide food in trade. You lie. Well then see for yourself. He gestured and hundreds of arrow portkeys cleaned out the last nest in a few short moments. Okay people, look around. Egg sacs, living spiders, whatever, burn it all. I want no spiders living here after today. Gunners, lock down your portkey ammo and follow procedure we discussed. The fighters congregated around the center of the empty spider's nest. In the area around there were fires being set, burning things that were probably not too pleasant to look at. There was evidence of more than one human who had fallen prey to the giant arachnids. Sirius had someone gather all the bones and put them into one container, to be dealt with later. Harry was interested in the small cave in the center of the nest. It looked somehow unnatural. He sent most of the teams back to Hogsmeade for debriefing, that is, turn in their weapons and ammunition, and go to Rosmerta's for a party. Lavender was enjoying herself with her team. She was wearing a perky all-leather flight outfit lined with soft cashmere fur. She kept on the cute helmet and put the goggles up, and in so doing looked like some 1930s aviatrix. Parvati and Padma wore the same outfit, and didn't quite pull off the cute and perky look. Instead, with their dark skin and Indian cheekbones, managed to look exotic and say, why, almost dangerous. This had quite a few of the boys lined up to dance with them, get them drinks, debrief them. Whatever they wanted. Meanwhile, Back in the woods, Sirius and Harry landed, after they knew the area had been cleared, and walked around the stone outcropping with the cave. They found it was indeed not natural, it was the entrance to a tunnel. At the back of the cave was a door, and nothing any of them tried made it open. There were bones. Many bones lying about. Spider parts, hollow tubes of chitin that had been their exoskeletons, bones of centaurs, bones of all manner of livestock and creature. There were even bones of a hippogriff. I think I know what this is, Sirius. What is it, pup? I think it's the back door to the Chamber of Secrets. Why do you think that? Look here, this rock outcropping, doesn't it look as if something has been dragged across it? Now that you mention it, yes, it does. But what does that prove? Well, I assume that the basilisk didn't sleep the entire 1,000 years it was down there, and it had to eat something to make it so big. Right. I suppose you're right. Does this mean there's a basilisk behind this door? One way to find out. He stood in front of the door and hissed at it. Open. Smoothly, silently, the door opened, pushing the bones and detritus aside like autumn leaves. The doors stood open, and the tunnel led into the darkness. Another time we should investigate this, and retrieve the basilisk if we can. He spoke one more time. Close. The doors did so, sealing with a hiss of air. I need to hide this, from Tom, from Dumbledore, from everyone. He pulled out his mirror and called Bill Weasley. The red-headed cursebreaker answered while in a loud room, a party, actually. He and Fleur were arm in arm laughing and grinning. Yeah, Harry, what can I do for you? You can sober up and get over here to do some quick warding, bring Fleur if you want. Gimme 10, okay. Harry nodded and shut the mirror. This is an asset we cannot let be found. This leads right under Hogwarts. This can house 1,000 troops without anyone knowing about it if we need to. Not to mention, basilisk parts are bloody expensive, there's pure money laying down there on the floor of the chamber. You hope there is, Harry, the old man could have gotten down there, if what you tell me is true. How? He sent Fawkes down with the hat and sword, correct? Yeah. The hat anyway, the sword he didn't know about. So Fawkes has been in the chamber, correct? Yes. Then Fawkes can bring anyone into the chamber that he will. I see. I wonder. Fawkes. A moment later the red and gold phoenix flared into being and perched on Harry's shoulder. Hi Fawkes, how are you? The bird tilted his head, and Harry got a general feeling of, not bad, you. I'm pretty good, Fawkes. We just eliminated the spider threat, and it feels pretty good. Again he got a feeling from the Firebird of surprise and maybe a little pride, a job well done. What I asked you here for, is this, have you taken Dumbledore or anyone else down to the chamber since you pulled me and the others out? The bird visibly shook his head no. Has anyone asked? Sirius asked the creature. This time he got a nod. Dot and Harry got a clear picture of the headmaster. Why didn't you take him down? Fawkes didn't answer, he just looked sad. They were interrupted by the arrival of the now sober Bill Weasley and his girlfriend Fleur Delacour. They watched, stunned as Fawkes headbutted Harry and then flew off in a flare of light. Harry just stood there, looking stunned and sad. He shook himself and came out of it. Hello, Bill, hello Fleur. He gave Fleur a slight bow of respect. Allo Harry, what is it up today? Bill just smirked, enjoying the sound of Fleur's voice. Well, Miss Delacour, I was about to have Warder Weasley show me how to do a specific charm, and teach it to me. And what charm would that be, Mr. Employer? I believe it is called the Fidelius charm. Can you do it, and teach me how to do it? Yes, I believe so. What do you want to put under a Fidelius? Harry turned around and hit the door behind him. This door, I don't want anyone to know or remember that this door is here, in any way. Well then, let's get to it. I want to spend time with my pretty girlfriend. Me too, Bill, me too. It was an interesting experience learning how to forget something. They did a few trial runs, making different things hidden via the charm. Bill demonstrated by hiding a clump of spider webbing covering a dead Ford Anglia that looked as if it had died in battle. He made Fleur the secret keeper and she told Harry where the Ford was, and he could suddenly see it. So do you remember who and what when you cast the charm? Of course, I have to remember, or I couldn't cast it. So, if Dumbledore cast the charm on my family's home, he would know where it was and who the secret keeper was. Of course, everyone knows that. I see. So then, I know the charm and I need to practice it first. Can the charm be put on a person or living thing? No, it has to stay inert. If it moves about, the charm won't stick. Won't stick. No, that's the best way I can describe it. It is explained fairly well in Gallinard's book, you should read it. I did, that's why I want you to explain it to me. Maybe later, let's try this. Harry cast the charm on the dead Anglia and hid it from view, and kept the secret within himself. He could still see it, but there was a certain haze over the thing. Bill and Fleur couldn't see it. Fleur could see that there was something there, for she as Avila had perception out of the normal human realm. Lupin and a few of the centaurs wandered into the area, looking for Harry. They came upon him as he finished the charm. Okay, since you two are not entirely human, extend your senses around the immediate area and tell me if you sense anything unusual. Lupin looked around closely and sniffed the area without moving. He listened carefully, as his ears were somewhat more sensitive than the average human's. There is something over there. I cannot tell what it is, but something. He pointed directly to the area where the Anglia was hidden. The centaur confirmed the location. Bill was the only one in the group who couldn't see something there. Well then, that seems to be a waste of time. He dropped the charm and the fort became visible to the eye and mind once more. How about a layered approach? Bill was thinking. A combination of concealment charms, notice me not, and then the Fidelius on top of that. Harry thought about it and nodded. He strode over to the Anglia and banished the assorted weeds and webs from the thing and drew a series of runes on the sides and top of the car. He then stepped back to the group and activated the runes and then cast the Fidelius. Now see if you can sense it. The three non-humans in the group did their level best to detect the vehicle sitting there. I do not detect it. Fleur was first to speak. Nor do I. Mooney was next. I detect a negative, a something nothing that I cannot define. The centaur, who happened to be Bane's younger sibling, spoke. Good, that should be sufficient. Harry dispelled the charm and the hulk of the car sat there inert and ignored. They conjured up a picnic table and had one of the elves on staff bring out a lunch and buffet for the assorted people working in the area. Harry sat with Bill, Fleur and Lupin munching on a sandwich and talking. So what's behind the door? That's the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk had to get out to eat sometime and this was her way out. The door has a partial open and close command. Maybe it's an automatic close, I don't know. He got up and strolled over to the door and hissed for it to open, and it did so. He looked at his watch to note the time and sat back down to lunch. They spoke of several things, and Harry was asking Bill and the others about password access to doors and the like when the great doors silently closed of their own accord. He glanced at his watch and noted the time. 12 minutes. He turned back to Bill, who was explaining how to put a password lock on any door or opening, and the steadily harder locks and charms, including blood wards. Harry wrote down a bunch of notes and took one more drink from his lunch and stood. Time to try out what I have learned. He went to the great door and drew some runes on the door and etched them into the material, which looked much like the surrounding stone. He then said a voice password in the hissing language he was known to use. He then activated the hiding runes on the door itself, and to the observer, the door faded into the surrounding rock. Finally, he cast the Fidelius charm over the door, making everyone but the secret keeper, himself, forget the door was ever there. He moved out of the opening in the rock face and with the help of his friends, transfigured the local stone into a convincing hillside that completely concealed the existence of the entryway, let alone the door. The only way to get to the back entrance of the Chamber of Secrets now was to know exactly which bit of rocky hillside to vanish, a Fidelius over the door, hiding runes, and password protection, guessing a Parseltongue-based phrase. Satisfied that a good day's work was done, Harry and his compatriots cleaned up the area and went home. The spiders were milling about the island, looking for direction, looking for their leader, looking for food, or just looking. A few more adventurers took off toward the shoreline and would eventually follow it all the way around, and report this fact to their leader. Aragog landed and flexed his 8 legs and looked about, calling his children to order, where he could. He saw that there were trees and rocky outcroppings toward the center of the island and directed some of his older sons to make their way toward that area and find places that could provide shelter. Aragog himself thought of the home he knew in his youth, before he had been snatched from the jungles of the Amazon and thrust into this cold and forbidding environment. His children reflected the climate in which they grew up. They had more fur on their bodies, and were more compact, allowing less surface area to be exposed to the weather. He slowly worked his way toward the human standing there, unbeeped toward the shore side of the arrival point. Sirius Black stood in a warded area anchored by the wreck of an old barge. This one was no longer able to be waterborne, with huge gaps in the hull, rot and decay everywhere. The spiders crowded around, stopping short at the borders of the wards, their legs and mandibles arcing with painful electricity when they tried to cross. As a reference point, there was a row of rocks defining the ward barriers, and the spiders quickly learned how far they could go. Aragog loomed over the point where Sirius stood watching. Human, what have you done to me and my children? I have saved your lives, Aragog. What do you mean? If we had not removed you to this island, we would have been forced to destroy you and all your children. Why? Because you are becoming too numerous and too uncontrolled. You were eating everything in the forest. We hunger. Everything does. How will we eat here? I will see to it that your children are fed. In trade. Trade. What kind of trade? Your webbing silk is strong and light. We will trade you a goat for 5 kilos of silk webbing. What is 5 kilos? A ball of webbing this size. He held up a ball about the size of a basketball and tossed it to Aragog. The great spider snagged it out of the air with one foreleg. He felt its weight. How will this get us a goat? Have one of your children put it through that spinning ring over there. Sirius pointed toward the floating shiny ring that was 10 yards away. Aragog handed the ball of silk to a smaller, but still quite large spider, and there was a quiet chittering. The ball was passed from claw to claw, each sensing the mass and weight of it, and then finally lifted up and dropped through the ring. Every multifaceted eye for 100 yards was fixed on the ring. The ball of silky webbing went into the ring and disappeared from sight, and out from the bottom side of the ring, a adolescent goat appeared, landing on its feet and looking about with some fear in its eyes. The goat was snatched up and handed across the waving sea of legs and claws and mandibles, and as it went, it was wrapped in a cocoon of silk, completely covering it, its cries getting quieter and quieter as it was carried off toward some destination. Attention was returned to Sirius, who stood there watching this action placidly. 12 years of exposure to Dementors inured a person to pretty much any horror. Sirius spoke once more to the gathered arachnid audience. If you come up with a 10-kilo ball of webbing, we will provide a larger animal, cattle, or a boar. He tossed the 10-kilo ball to one of the spiders, and the process was repeated, and they were rewarded with a fairly large pig, who once again was captured and carried off to some distant location. If someone thinks to add weight with stones or whatever, the package will be rejected. He tossed a ball of silk with obvious rocks in it to the ring. The package just fell through to the ground inert. We have no wish to have your people starve. We will provide a certain number of animals a day to maintain your colony, but if you want extra, you will have a way to do so. Off in the distance, a column of marching spiders could be seen coming, each carrying a ball of webbing, all tidy and neat. The mass of spiders took no notice, and the marching column marched right up and over its brethren. A relatively steady stream of incoming silk made for a steady collection of animals to be encased and taken to some faraway place. In truth, the animals were being placed in the nursery of the spider hatchlings. Sirius gathered the attention of the spiders at hand. If you get any ideas about escaping this island, by whatever means, look at this. He indicated a wooden boat they had conjured and was floating out to sea on the tide. Imagine this as a learning experience. A shadow passed overhead, like a bird, only quite a bit bigger. Sirius leaned back to see the majestic wingspan of Shala the huge dragon, who swooped around the floating boat, which in relationship to her, seemed insignificant. She did a perfect point turn around the boat, and her flaming breath washed over the floating object. When her flame receded, there was nothing but steam and a few floating bits of charcoal on the water. This demonstration was felt on a primal level by all the spiders watching, but only Aragog had enough age and intellect to know that in spite of the agreement they had thrust upon them, they were now on an island prison. Shala landed with a crunch on the gravelly beach, her feet displacing rocks as the claws gripped. The spiders in her immediate vicinity moved away, as far out of range of her breath and reach as possible. The spider population could sustain a few individual losses, as there were only a few who were sentient enough to be individuals, and that came with age and experience, such as Aragog and his mate. The youngers were just spiders, working wholly on instinct to eat and breed, and trap their prey. These new instincts, those of gathering webbing and depositing it in the ring to get access to an animal, would spread throughout the group. If one knew it, they all knew it. The demonstration with Shala was not lost on the spiders with enough experience to think, and ideas were set aside. One last thing. What is it human? If any intelligent being comes to this island and is deliberately injured, we will cut off all deliveries of animals. You will make any person who comes here to this island come to this point and they will find help. If you do this, you will be rewarded. If you do not do this, we will stop all animal delivery, regardless of how much silk you put through the ring. What is intelligent being? Centaurs, goblins, house elves, humans, werewolves. If the person can talk to you or me, it's considered an intelligent creature. It was strange sight to see a spider pondering. Very well, we shall escort any beings to this spot, and you will see to it that our food keeps coming. We will swear an oath to that effect, Aragog. Very well, our business here is finished. Aragog bent his legs in a slight bow, and turned away. The life of his children was assured for the moment. All was well. The whole spider roundup had been waiting for weeks to occur. The single holdup was one man. Albus Dumbledore. Harry and his advisors wanted to wait until the old and was out of the country before they did their task. It was somewhat along the same lines as, it is better to ask forgiveness than ask permission. Harry just wanted to quietly take the spider colony away without anyone noticing, and let it be a fait accompli. Dumbledore was in France looking out after the welfare of one of his students, one Draco Lucius Malfoy. The boy's own father couldn't retrieve him, as the name Malfoy was persona non grata inside French borders, and the Aurors were instructed to arrest on sight. That particular order was put in place due to some particularly underhanded dealing against the Crown of France, and the monarch of the time decreed that the ruling shall be in perpetuity, thus, the arrest on sight order. As it stood, the only way that Dumbledore got Malfoy out of the Bastille was if he swore an unbreakable oath that he would not let the young boy enter French lands under any circumstances again while he was underage, and that the young heir of Malfoy would not raise hand or wand against any French citizen. Those promises made and a hefty fine paid, Draco Malfoy was freed into the hands of his headmaster. Dumbledore did not find out about the loss of the spiders until 2 days before the third task, because Hagrid had to go out to the forest to collect 3 mid to large spiders to be used as a part of the maze sections. Hagrid went deeper and deeper into the forest, searching for some likely targets and found nothing, only long abandoned nesting area and some stray bits of webbing trailing from a few trees, and the dead zone created by the massive presence of that many spiders. Huh, I wonder where they all went. I ain't believin' it. Better tell Dumbledore. Great man Dumbledore. Hagrid mumbled this litany all the while he was tromping around the forest, looking for spiders. In the short time the arachnids had been gone from the forest, there were several rare and endangered species of plant life returning as it grew into the bare patches. There were indications of some animals making a comeback also. The removal of the alien species was tantamount to a forest fire, burning away all the undergrowth, and allowing some of the young trees a chance at the sun. Harry, why didn't you use the portkeys to send the DEs to Spider Island? It would solve the problem of the DEs and keep the spiders fed. Sirius was truly wondering why his godson was adamant about this rule about not eliminating a problem and taking care of an expense at the same time. After all, it was something his own family would approve of. Sirius, in the real world, if a pack of dogs have tasted human flesh, they are put down. The same with lions and tigers and bears in captivity and in the controlled environments like wildlife preserves. Once they have tasted human, they don't differentiate, and any of us could be next on their menu even if we are not wearing black robes and white masks. The spiders are driven by instinct. If one of us accidentally gets dropped into their area, we are free game for them. It will only take a few short generations to retrain the spiders. Humans are more problematic, he frowned. It seems that generations of purebloods still haven't realized that inbreeding is bad for them, and it is our duty as the Sane to keep them separated from themselves, or the entire wizarding world will end up sub-moronic and all mutants with gumped chins and big ears. Sirius looked at the young man trying to translate what he had just said to something he understood. Mooney punched him in the shoulder to get his attention. What he said is once you've had human you won't go back, and since we are human, it's best to keep the livestock coming. We want the spiders dependent on us, for food, for shelter, for protection. We can breed out the violent among them. Sirius looked forlorn. Not even one. Mooney and Harry both barked. No. As Sirius got hit in the face by a couch pillow. Later that day, Mooney was thinking. Harry, what do you think? An object lesson. Harry glanced at the idea his quasi-uncle was projecting. Okay, sure, but not before I am there waiting on my broom, and disillusioned. 3 days later, while they were working in the forest repairing some of the spider nest damage, Sirius picked up a portkey arrow that had missed its target. He was caught by surprise as it unexpectedly activated, whirling him away to the island. He awoke, flat on his back, surrounded by spiders. Huge, scary, large spiders. Hi. The spiders chittered and rustled, their mandibles clicking and joints creaking as they acted as if they wanted to take him as a meal. The largest spider in the bunch came forward, and made a sound as if it were talking. It took a few tries, but Sirius understood. Follow. Follow. Yes, follow. The largest spider turned and started ambling away as the group with him turned as one to march toward the same destination, forcing Sirius to move or be run over. They walked for almost a mile, and Sirius had to scramble a bit over obstacles and rocks the spiders ignored at will. Finally they came into sight of the shore, where he saw Harry and Mooney standing, waiting for him by the wreck of the old barge. The spiders delivered him into the others' hands, and were rewarded with a steer in compensation. The steer was herded away, its protestations ignored as the spiders behind it poked and nipped at its haunches. Harry and Mooney stood there silently, waiting for Sirius to speak. He finally did. Point taken. Harry nodded. Good, now remember this lesson, I won't teach you this one again. Sirius felt like a child reprimanded by his father, but somehow glad that someone was looking out after his well-being. And that's why they won't be feeding Death Eaters to the spiders. Dumbledore didn't find out about the spiders' disappearance until 2 days before the final task. Hagrid had been sent out to the forest to retrieve 3 mid to large-size spiders to be used in the task, and kept going deeper and deeper into the forest, looking for his prey, and finding none, in any form. He did enter the former colonies where the spiders had nested, and the ground and trees were dead of any vegetation, just blackened stumps and sticks. Nothing wanted to live where the concentrated poison of half a century of toxic spider shit lay. There were, however, signs, like crocus or daffodil popping up in between the snowdrifts in spring. Some of the hardier plants were burrowing through the layers of dead organics and finding root down beneath, their green and colorful shoots against the dead gray of ash. If a naturalist had come by to examine the area, he would liken it to the aftermath of a volcanic eruption or a forest fire. Hagrid strode amongst the trees, his feet kicking up puffs of debris and rust from the ground, streamers of old webbing trailing from the branches like ancient flags. He neared the center of the area. He recognized it from the shape. A swath curved across the forest floor and was shielded from weather by an overburden of rock and stone, literally the foundation of the mountain range to the east of the castle. There in the deepest part was the remains of an old blue Ford Anglia, apparently the same one Harry and Ron had flown in back in their second year. It looked quite unrepairable. Hagrid looked high and low and shook his head, wondering how the spiders all left and why. The headmaster told him it was for the greater good that the spiders resided in this forest, as they were to be protection for him in Hogwarts. He came upon a group of centaurs working in a protected area, clearing the grounds, planting and setting up shelter. Oi! Hello, what's going on? The eldest male of the herd stood between Hagrid and his mares, protecting them from the unknown human. Stay away, human, you and your kind are not welcome here. What do you mean, my kind, and why can't I come here? This forest belongs to Hogwarts. Hagrid was interrupted from behind. Firenze and his band of warrior philosophers surrounded Hagrid, keeping him from going anywhere. The fact that all of the warriors had a bow or spear right handy was not wasted on the half-giant. This forest is the heritage of my people, and all the magical creatures that have traditionally inhabited it. The spiders were an alien invasion that corrupted and killed many of my people, as well as many of the other creatures who live here. Firenze looked Hagrid straight in the eye and spoke. The one who released that plague upon our lands has much to atone for, and shall. Hagrid uncharacteristically said nothing. I need to go and tell Dumbledore, he should know this. He feinted toward leaving in the direction of the castle, but was stopped. Hear me, O Rubeus Hagrid, your fealty shall cost you more than your life, but your heart also. You should reconsider who you let hold your chains of obedience. Not understanding, Hagrid just got a look on his face and moved forward, knocking two of the equine warriors aside. Firenze shook his head in sadness. He does not know he is being used as a pawn. They watched as Hagrid ambled away, pausing to scoop something up off the ground and continuing on out of sight. What do you mean all the spiders are gone, Hagrid? The old man peered at the half-giant, his eyes twinkling. It's like they all up and disappeared. I couldn't find a one, even in the deepest part of the forest. I don't know what we will do about the west corridor, we need those spiders. Hagrid was speaking of one of the traps in the maze, as if it were the whole point of the conversation. Leave that to me, Rubeus, I will take care of it. Did you find anything that would indicate how and where they went? Did their trails lead off anywhere, up into the mountains or? Well, there was one trail where I was following when I ran into Firenze and his troops. This got the old man's attentions. Troops. Were they armed and aggressive or were they hunting? I'd say they was talking. Over the territory, homesteadin', there was a young family buildin' a home and plantin' crops, when Firenze and his boys surrounded me, claimed the land was theirs by right and the aliens had been driven off. I didn't stick around to ask too many questions since they had all drawn on me. Centaurs are tough to take down one-on-one, let alone 15-on-1. The old man looked pensive, having scanned Hagrid's mind as he was speaking, and observing the memories as Hagrid recalled them. Well, then, perhaps I should go and talk to Megorian, see what he has to say. Hagrid mumbled and shuffled a bit. He still felt like a third year when he was in the headmaster's office, a feeling that was renewed anytime he was in contact with the headmaster. What is it, Rubeus? Did you find something? Hagrid had stuffed his hand deep in one of his coat pockets, and froze, the expression on his face again, that of a third year in trouble. He drew out his hand and the arrow clenched in his fist. And laid it gently on the desk. I found in the brush, sir, it doesn't look like a regular arrow, it looks magical, and centaurs use handmade arrows. Dumbledore peered at the arrow, lifting his glasses to look at it with his bare eyes, then dropping them in place to see what they revealed. If anyone knew what runes he had on his glasses, and what he could see with them, he would be run out of town on a rail. One of the enchantments engraved, as such, showed magical auras, the magic within an object. It came in handy for finding hidden things, invisible people, ambushes, and recognizing magical people in the mundane world. This arrow has a portkey charm on it, a sticking charm, and something else. I wonder. He pulled out his wand and was about to scan it, trying to find out the magical signature of the arrow, who made it and where it was targeted, when the thing dissipated into a wisp of inert dust, leaving nothing. It so happened that at that exact moment on Spider Island. Why are we here again, other than you want to teach me a lesson? Sirius whined at his godson. They had just pranked Sirius and dropped him unarmed into the middle of a herd of ravenous acromantulas without any defense, to illustrate the reason why there would be no feeding Death Eaters to the spiders. Moony, Harry, and Sirius converged on the target stone that every portkey arrow had been tied to, and the same target to which every spider had been sent. The earth over the target stone had been churned up for a radius of 30 yards from the thousands of eight-legged claws that had landed there, and milled about in the vicinity until they were given direction by their elders. Harry and Moony magicked the slab of stone up out of the ground and pulled up the target stone, and Harry shut it down. It would now no longer draw the remaining portkeys or their payload to this spot, and when the power to the runes controlling the target was shut down, every portkey arrow that had been made evaporated into nothingness. This action made it that much harder for Dumbledore to track the spiders or determine who had taken them, his ready-made army of unstoppable frightening beasts, away. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, disgruntled and angry. His gaze swept up the half-giant and the old man. Eeped. In shock as he slammed his eyes closed and removed his glasses. He looked down at his lap as he disabled the charm, thinking to himself. My gods, he's Harry. The third task was just days away. Harry had sent out flyers, scouting out the maze and the likely traps. The defense professor, Moody, had given him several hints on how to get through the maze quickly, and even hinted that he would be glad to help him. Harry didn't respond, just agreed that he would consider it. Harry and Hermione were up in the tower working on the Marauder's map, trying to determine how it was made, testing it and figuring out the charms and enchantments on the old parchment. They had been studying this thing for hours and finally took a break for lunch and to hit the library for some reference books when they ran across their defense professor. Potter, are you ready for the task? Moody snapped at the young man. Harry nodded and mumbled, as ready as I'll ever be. He turned to go back to his tower, when Moody grabbed him by his arm and turned him face to face. It is imperative you win, Potter, by whatever means necessary. You have to win, cheat if you have to. Harry could feel the magic pumping out from the older man, he just adopted a glazed look and nodded. The scarred man looked closely and nodded himself and walked away. Hermione had been watching this confrontation from between the stacks in the library, and came up to her boyfriend. Harry dropped the glazed look. Something's wrong about that man, he just tried to use power words on me, he should know better than that doesn't work with me. Both were familiar with power words, the technique of pushing magic into the words you speak, a skill that many great orators had used over the centuries. I don't know, Harry. Let's get back to the tower and see what we can find out. They made their way up to the hidden tower and looked over the map which was open on Harry's worktable, along with several of their own tries at replicating it. One variation that Hermione had created had diagnostic charms on it to be used in medical situations, where a healer could do a quick triage on a waiting group of injured to see which ones needed to be dealt with first. This map, though incomplete, was a wonder of charms, and Hermione had spent quite a bit of time with Madame Pomfrey working on it. Harry sat and watched as Moody walked the corridors, at least it looked as if it were Moody. The name on the map was B. Crouch Jr. Harry was about to point this out when Hermione gasped in surprise. That's not Moody, that's a Death Eater. She was looking at her medical version of the map, and saw that beside the name was an overlapping name. Over the name, B. Crouch Jr., was the name Alistair Moody and in brackets Polyjuice. Harry was pointing out his discovery just as she was pointing out her discovery. Their eyes followed the corridor the spy was traversing towards the professor's rooms and saw the name Alistair Moody and in brackets under the name, Draft of Living Death. Hermione had created a database of the top 200 potions the average healer would deal with in an average year, and the twins were quietly providing her with a database of their own creations in thanks for her support, and for her not hexing them to bits when they deserved it. Harry looked at the names and potions. His eyes went over the map looking at other people's names, and here and there he saw various girls with Witch's Comfort, a monthly medication he recognized the name of, and of some of the older girls, there were contraceptive potions, and several of the boys with various enhancers and mildly illegal potions, or, in some cases, how much alcohol was in their system. Can you tell how long? Hermione nodded and tapped her wand on the real Moody in the office. The date readout said he had been stunned and in a potion-induced stasis for more than 4 months, since the Christmas holidays at least. The fake Moody entered the door to the office and Hermione did a diagnostic readout on him, and found that his last dose of Polyjuice was almost an hour before. Their eyes met. We need help. Harry pulled out his mirror and called out, Padfoot, Moony, emergency. There was a fast rustle and both men's faces appear in the mirror. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Sirius was on the verge of frantic. We're safe in the tower, but we found out that Moody is an imposter. According to our maps he peered at the map, Barty Crouch Jr., using Polyjuice as Alistair Moody, and we found Moody in the defense professor's office. According to Hermione's map, he's been stunned and dosed with Draft of the Living Death for 4 months. Plus, not a half hour ago, I was told by the fake Moody that it was imperative that I win the tournament tomorrow. He used power words, Sirius, Mooney. Harry gave the men a look. I'm a bit nervous about this, guys. If I have to, I will go up against this guy, but I'd rather not. We'll be there within the hour. Pup, meet us at the front gate, okay? Sure thing. Later, Sirius and Mooney arrived at the gates. Harry let them inside the wards, and handed each a broom. Disillusioned, the three flew up to Harry's tower and settled down to see what the ruckus was about. The two marauders were amazed at the pile of map fragments and experiments the two teens had gone through. They had collaborated with Jeanne Dubois on several parts of the process, and the French girl was taking the knowledge with her back to Beauxbatons, as a learning exercise, as well as practical use, making battle maps for anywhere that Voldemort might attack. The teens and the marauders pored over the parchment in its various forms and found some odd things, passageways that they didn't recognize, different passwords and the like. Lupin was curious. How did you fill in these places? We were never able to access these areas. Hermione's eyes lit up. It was one of Harry's inspired ideas. She leapt up and bounded over to a bench with various vials and glass jars on it, picked one up and carried it gently over to the table. She placed it proudly in front of the two older men. They peered into the glass container, then looked at her with concern. Flies. Yes, flies. Each fly is artificial, just like the dragonfly. She gestured over to the dragonfly that Harry had created. They don't have eyes good enough to transmit, but they do have some special tracking charms on them. Each is tied to the map, here, and the data is compiled as each flies into a new area. They peered at the flies in the jar again with newfound respect for their godson and his girlfriend. So you could infiltrate any house or building with these and they could transmit enough data to create a map like. Sirius gestured at several of the maps. The teens nodded with big grins on their faces. Sirius thought of the possibilities, but reality came back to the fore. You called us because. Harry's face fell, and he looked sad. He pulled two maps out of the pile and showed them the professor's quarters, pointing out the real Moody and the fake. On the medical map they showed the potions mix. As they watched, the fake Moody, or rather Barty Crouch Jr., changed and was listed as having polyjuice in his system. The fake headed out the door and left the castle headed, they assumed, for points unknown. We ought to go rescue Moody now. Does anyone know the antidote for Draft of the Living Death? Hermione's face turned determined and she headed into the potions lab. They planned a quick sting. Get in and get out. Steal the trunk entirely that Moody was incarcerated in. Use a levitation pallet to lift it out the window, and be gone. Mooney would stay in the tower with Hermione, and watch the maps and handle communications, just as it was handled for the Great Spider Roundup. Harry and Sirius would use their brooms in a levitation pallet, basically a stiff flying carpet, but stronger. They would enter by the window and just pick up the trunk, Moody and all. Harry asked why they couldn't just shrink the thing and stick it in their pocket, and the answer made more questions. Moody's trunk has 7 compartments, and there is a lot of stored energy in that. Compressing it small enough to pick up would probably damage the contents, not because of size, but because of overlapping magical fields. Also, and more importantly, you can't shrink a person without special charms. It can really hurt a person. There is a specific charm you have to use to make a person say a foot tall, but it's not the same charm as if you wanted to make them 6 inches tall. This was all from Mooney, who was quite adept at charms and spells and transfiguration. Sirius kicked in. You can do it, but it takes time, and we don't have time ready. I suppose. The third task starts in 3 hours and we need to get this done quickly. Before they left, Sirius did what he was told to do by Amelia Bones. He called her and told her briefly what they were doing and asked for advice. You can be extremely vigilant, because Alistair is quite paranoid. He has the right, he does have people out to get him. She then gave a password phrase that only she would know. In order to make it private, Sirius had Amelia tell it to only Hermione, who they had decided would be the best person to wake Moody up. They got their brooms and pallet and disillusioned the lot. Harry took his invisibility cloak and stuffed it into his pouch, and they took off, circling out of sight of any windows. Reaching the particular tower where the professor's quarters were, they slid vertically down the wall, slowly, so as to not attract any attention. Finally, they reached the window of the defense professor's quarters. They peered inside, looking around corners and being cautious, vanished the glass and frame of the window. Sirius checked for wards and traps, as Moody was known to be paranoid, and there was no reason to assume that his Death Eater doppelganger was any otherwise. There were several wards on the window and Harry stayed outside the room, controlling the pallet which was too big to fit through the opening. Sirius levitated the trunk out the window and Harry stuck it hard on the pallet. Sirius re-established the wards, and replaced the window, then they left the area like shadows. Once well above the points of the turrets, they swung around to their home tower and gently flew into the room where Moony and Hermione waited. While Sirius and Harry were doing their extraction, Hermione and Moony were fretting about several things up in the tower. As the potion done? Almost. Another 5 minutes. Moony watched the maps as Sirius appeared inside the professor's quarters and quickly disappeared along with the unconscious Moody. Hermione watched the moving dots and pursed her lips, thinking. We need to extend the maps so they see outside the walls, too, not to mention having them show creatures. It wouldn't do to have people go out when there's dementors, or something out there we can't see. This was Hermione's nature. If she couldn't do anything about the current situation, she worked out possible ways to improve their intelligence or chances. In short, creative fidgeting. Moony went to the balcony and leaned out, looking for them and quickly guided them back over the edge. They floated the pallet into the center of the tower room and placed it gently on the floor. Dobby had brought up a bed and set it up, assuming that the old ore would need some recovery time. They gathered around the trunk and looked to each other for direction. Hermione's face set firm. Right then. Open it up. Sirius did something with the lock and stepped back, assuming the worst. They gazed down into the open room where the real Moody lay in a potion-induced stasis, gray and unkempt. His keeper had not been kind to the old man. They looked to each other and Hermione took charge. She climbed down into the trunk with her pouch of potions and medical supplies. She looked about the room, crinkled her nose at the smell, and got to work. Kneeling next to the grizzled man, she did some diagnostics that Madame Pomfrey had taught her, as an ongoing thing, while waiting for Harry to wake from his various injuries. She dictated her findings as was proper procedure. Adult male, age approximately 92 years, 62 kilos, missing one leg, one eye. The girl went on for a while classifying and listing the various medical specifics. Okay, I'm ready. She looked up to Harry who was waiting for encouragement. The older men moved out of sight and Harry nodded. He had some answers for questions that the old Auror might ask, and he wanted to keep things simple for the moment. The young woman took a measured dose of the potion antidote and worked it into the Auror's throat, then set the vial aside. She put her wand away, slipped up her left sleeve, and waited. Slowly the weak man struggled into consciousness. His one remaining eye darted around the small room and focused on Hermione, with a fierce glare. Mr. Moody, I am going to pull out my wand and give you my oath, please remain calm. She did so and slowly slipped her wand out of the sleeve of her jumper and held it up. I, Hermione Jane Granger, swear on my life and magic, that I am who I say I am and that I mean Alistair Moody no harm in his time of recuperation. In order to make you feel safe, I will repeat the oath I took while training with Madame Pomfrey primum non nocere, which means, first, do no harm. Madame Pomfrey has had me declare the Hippocratic oath while in my training, and I swear on my life and magic that I mean you no harm. She pulsed with a blue glow. This seemed to calm the old man quite a bit. I'm going to do a quick body cleaning spell. Please be patient with me, sir. She did the spell, and the grayness of the old man's skin faded and left him looking a bit healthier. By this time he could speak and did so. Thank you, miss. Some water please. The girl poured a glass of water, and took a drink from it before she handed to him. Constant vigilance, I believe is the saying. The old man almost smirked and took a drink, as he leaned on his elbow. Who's we? He took another drink. Myself, my boyfriend and his godfather and uncle. Amelia Bones also knows of your situation and is awaiting your call. By this time the old man was able to sit upright. If you will permit me, I will whisper the passcode Madame Bones gave me and me alone. Moody tilted his head cautiously to the young witch. Hermione cast a silencing ward around themselves, and then whispered it into his ear. The old man visibly calmed down after heard it. She dropped the ward. So, Names, please. Well, my boyfriend is Harry Potter. You remember him as the son of James and Lily Potter. His godfather is Sirius Black and the uncle is Remus Lupin. Black. He's a. No, he isn't. He was found innocent. Harry stuck his head over the edge of the room to look in. Are we ready to lift him out, Hermione? She looked up, nodded, and started to transfigure the bed into a chair, but Harry had an inspiration. Don't. Check the bed legs for traps. Her wand stopped in mid-swish and she stepped back, and looked under the bed frame, doing several diagnostic and warding spells. She looked up to Harry, scared. There's something here. If I move it, I think there'll be something, an explosion. That sounds like Crouch. All right, check the springs for a weight sensor. Harry jumped into the room and gave the old oar a small wave. Hi, I'm Harry. Turning to his girlfriend, he continued, back off there. Hermione, let me at it. Bill taught me how to deal with this. Hermione slipped back and stood, looking worried as Harry slipped down and halfway under the bed. He did something and was back out in a jiffy. There, let's get him upstairs. Between the two teens, they did a body lift spell, a gentle one used for the aged, and sat Moody in the chair that was lowered down. Once the old man was properly in the chair, they lifted him out of the trunk into the tower room and gently set him down. Moody was sweating now, with an oily sheen, as the potions in his system were being forced out of his body. He shook and sweated from the effects. Poppy Pomfrey was sitting in her office making notes when her medical notation quill started writing. She used the medical notation quill when working with a patient anywhere within the castle and grounds, and one was always present wherever she was with one was back in her office as backup, so as to not miss anything. Every student, staff, and random patient she had ever tended to had a record of everything ever done for them. Harry's file was quite large already, along with the notes and official recommendations she had sent to various people as to his care and treatment. She had noted, for instance, the first time he was within the walls of the castle, that he was woefully undernourished and sickly looking, and had set a regimen of potions for him to repair the damage done by his family. She had started keeping multiple records because the interference of the headmaster, who seemed to think he had the right to sanction the abuse of the boy and as such, obliviate Pomfrey. She stood over the quill and watched as it wrote. She had taught Miss Granger the spell to start the dictation quill to work, and apparently forgot to mention that it made 2 copies. Well, Miss Granger, let's see if I taught you anything. Date, correct. Name Hermione Granger, healer trainee. Very good, Miss Granger, shows ambition. Patient, Alistair Moody. What's he into? Yes, that's right. Age 92, yes 62 kilo. He's lost too much weight. What's this? Pomfrey read the next line out loud. Preliminary diagnosis. Patient has been unconscious for at minimum 118 days under the effect of draft of the living death, held prisoner by Barty Crouch Jr. The shock of this revelation went through Pomfrey with a chill. The quill kept writing. Plan of action. Administer antidote. Approximately 3 cc per stone. Patient is approximately 9 stone, therefore 27 cc. Administering 25 cc for caution's sake. The quill paused as the trainee healer was doing her work. She obviously began dictating again once the dose was administered. Patient is severely dehydrated, and his color is not good, very gray, and he had obviously lost weight. Rehydrating the patient will be a long process. I wish I could use an intravenous line and a saline bag like the mundane hospital does. The quill picked up conversation in the room, but didn't write it down. It did, however, catch Hermione's side of the conversation. An IV, Harry, you use a large bore needle and stick it into a vein, and then that is hooked to a sterile tube, and hanging up there is a bag of sterile saline solution, which will replace the liquids and electrolytes that he needs. A pause, then it began writing again. Because his body metabolism is significantly slowed down, hooking up an IV would drown him from the inside. His vein would fill up like a water balloon and force the blood up and down the vein. It could be deadly to have free saline in the vein. It needs the heart beating at least 15 beats per minute. At present, his heart rate is 1 every 3 minutes. So I can't, not until he is awake and coherent. Another long pause. Mr. Moody, I am going to pull out my wand and give you my oath, please remain calm. I, Hermione Jane Granger, swear on my life and magic, that I am who I say I am, and that I mean Alistair Moody no harm in his time of recuperation. In order to make you feel safe, I will repeat the oath I took while training with Madame Pomfrey primum non nocere, which means, first, do no harm. Madame Pomfrey has had me declare the Hippocratic oath while in my training, and I swear on my life and magic that I mean you no harm. The quill scratched on, recording the conversation between Hermione and her temporarily mute patient. I am going to do a quick body cleaning spell. Please be patient with me, sir. Pomfrey saw her incantation of the gentle body cleaning spell used on patients while bedridden. Moody spoke aloud for the first time since the procedure started. Thank you, miss. Some water, please. Constant vigilance, I believe, is the saying. Pomfrey called for the infirmary house elf. Dilly. Yes, Madam P. Miss Hermione Granger is somewhere in the castle with a patient. She is also with Harry Potter. Will you see if you can find them? I need to talk to her urgently. Yes, Madam P. The elf popped away and was gone for several minutes. She had recruited a dozen of the school's elf staff and they had covered the entire school in a very short time. Madam P. We have searched entire school and cannot find these people, they are hidden somewhere. Thank you, Dilly. The elf bowed and went back to her work. Pomfrey thought for a while, watching the patient's record expand one line at a time. And the accompanying chart showed steady increase in heart rate and respiration, temperature rising to normal levels. She had an epiphany, opened her office window, and called out, I need Harry Potter's owl familiar. In short order, Hedwig flew in through the window and perched on the stand present for owls' use. I assume you are Hedwig, Harry Potter's owl, I have seen you with him. The great owl nodded once. I need to get him a message urgently and he is in a hidden place, do you think you can find him? Hedwig turned her head this way and that, then pointed in one direction, toward Gryffindor Tower, and nodded again and held out a leg. Pomfrey sat at her desk and wrote out a note. She rose and was about to tie it onto Hedwig's leg as she spoke. Harry is with Hermione Granger, somewhere, and they need my help. They have to tell me where they are, please take this to him. Hedwig nodded and leapt out the window, and out of sight. Hermione continued to care for the old man, giving him a few ounces of water at a time. When he had reached a certain point in his recovery, she gave him a flushing potion to force out the remains of the long-term draft. His body shivered, shook, and exuded an unpleasant ochre mud which she cleaned off as quick as it came out. I'm sorry, Mr. Moody, we haven't retrieved your eye, wand or leg yet, we're working on that. The old man grumbled, but said nothing. Harry brought Hermione another pitcher of water and set it on the side table where she was working. I think that's enough water for now, Mr. Moody, let your body absorb that and we'll get you some real food, I suspect you are hungry. The old Auror's stomach growled and sloshed. He looked decidedly uncomfortable as the shakes finally stopped. So who are you really? How did I get here? And what's Crouch doing with my body? You were dosed with draft of the living death and stuffed inside your trunk downstairs, in the professor's quarters, and the fake Moody, Crouch Jr., has been impersonating you as our defense professor. Surprisingly enough, he's actually a pretty good teacher, except for the lesson on the unforgivables he gave. Hermione cringed at the memory. Harry just stated the facts. From what we can figure out, you were captured by Pettigrew and Crouch on or about August 30th last year, and Crouch took your place as professor of Dada here at Hogwarts. You have been unconscious for the last, how many, Hermione? 118 days at least according to the diagnostics. Harry was about to speak when Hedwig flew into the room and lighted on his shoulder. A note. From who? He opened the message and looked at it, and handed it to Hermione to read. Miss Granger, I have been watching your treatment of Mr. Moody and I would ask that you let me come to wherever you are, or bring him to my infirmary. It is imperative that I see Mr. Moody very soon. Pomfrey. By this time Moody was sitting up and shaking his head. No. I don't want to see her, but if I have been trapped here for a year, then I had better. Let her come, please. Harry went to the tower's flow connection and called the healer. Madam Pomfrey, can you hear me? Even after 4 years of being the wizarding world and seeing the flow being used regularly, he was still amazed and a bit leery of the fire travel method. She answered the call and he permitted her passage to the hidden tower. She stepped through gracefully, clean and soot-free, and greeted Harry. Mr. Potter, it's good to see you uninjured, and with Miss Granger as well. I suspect she's a good influence on you. Harry blushed and nodded. Miss Granger, I am quite impressed at your use of your healer training. Everything you did her has been just right, and well thought out. Hermione's face turned red at the praise, and her smile lit up her face as well. Pomfrey turned and faced the old Auror, who was sitting on a comfortable chair, still in his long johns, but with a blanket over his lap. What happened to constant vigilance, Dad? In the office of Mr. Cromwell, tutoring Luna Lovegood on the art and science of occlumency. So, Miss Lovegood, how have you survived these past 4 years without your mind shields in place? Any so-called normal seer would have gone insane at the exposure to so many minds in such closed spaces as a school. Luna's hand brushed against her radish earrings that she wore almost continuously. My mother made these for me when I was 8, and they help block quite a bit of the background noise, and when she was taken from me, we were learning about the runes to increase the power of my mental wards, and as a teaching exercise, I made this necklace. See, each bottle cap has runes on it, and each connects with the rune on the next one. She was obviously proud of her work. Sadness crept across her face. I would like to take these off and put them away as keepsakes of my mother, but as yet, I need them to protect me. I understand, Miss Lovegood, very well. He did not say so, but much of his body was tattooed with runes doing much the same thing as Luna's jewelry. We are going to start a new exercise today. Miss Lovegood, I will cast a Legilimens spell on you, and once we are connected mentally, I will draw you back into my mind, where I have some interesting things to show you. Luna's gift flashed through her mind, showing her several of the potential outcomes of this exercise, and most of those potentials were overall good and useful. Yes, let's begin. What shall I do first? Do the meditation I showed you, the one you were teaching Mr. Potter and his friends. Hermione was ensconced in the hidden tower room with Mr. Moody, monitoring his fluid intake and talking to the old Auror, filling him in on what happened over the previous 9 months. So you say Potter stole a dragon? No, actually he just gave her the opportunity to follow her own path. That's bollocks. This was said with a big grin on his face. Hermione couldn't help grinning along with the old man. So where is the dragon now? On her own island off the coast of Scotland, approximately 40 miles from Azkaban. It's one of several sitting right on a ley line. A memory floated to the surface in Moody's mind. I recall talking to James about some island somewhere, where there was a house. Actually more like a fortress overlooking the ocean. The couple should have stayed there. No one would have ever found them. If I recall correctly, they were planning to, but somehow Dumbledore convinced them to stay at Godric's Hollow. The old man sighed. I taught James better than that. He was an awesome fighter and brilliant in so many things, the things he and Lily could have done. Hermione could almost see her charge falling into depression. Mr. Moody, what should Harry do about Crouch? Stay clear of him. Don't let the bastard get near him. He's setting your boy up for something. Did you hear that, Harry? Hermione's voice went out and into Harry's ear. On the big screens that showed each champion, they saw Harry make a seemingly meaningless gesture that the brunette girl recognized as an affirmative. One of the things that the Marauders had taught the teens was their old hand language that they had used in their own years as pranksters. The champions were all standing at attention in the opening parts of the maze, waiting for their leave to start. Bagman or some other ministry bag of hot air was blathering on and everyone wanted to get on with it. Moony and Sirius were out there with the participants, scanning the crowd, watching for the knock-off Moody. Amelia Bones had been notified as well, and the Aurors were watching closely. The opening comments were finished, and the champions were in their places. Every one of them had heard of Harry's story of the fake Moody. And were appropriately warned. Harry was first into the maze and he ran ahead to make way. He really didn't care much if he won the tournament or not, but he did want to challenge himself against the obstacles. Basically, he was treating it as a training exercise. He came to an intersection and turned left, following the path that was reasonably direct toward the center of the maze. He came suddenly upon a hazard, a swamp, which had quicksand in the middle. He didn't even break his stride. He cast a weightless charm on himself and leapt over the hazard, tucking his legs up to go farther. His rune-inscribed glasses revealed some kind of magic in the logical landing zone. He tucked and willed his trajectory higher, and landed beyond the magic, hitting feet first and then rolling quickly. He quickly turned to scan the area for threats, finding none. He paused. There was a moment and he checked his map, nodding, put it away and set out on a run again. There was a corner with a cul-de-sac right nearby, and when he passed the opening, a Dementor appeared and moved forward, grisly hands reaching for him. Instead of stopping to fight the thing, his left hand slipped into his pouch and pulled out an item the size of a robin's egg. He glanced at it to make sure it was the right one and tossed it towards the Dementor, along with an activate. The small egg hit the Dementor and whisked it away to a point unknown. He picked up the pace and heard spellfire from 2 hedgerows over, Fleur's voice. Harry couldn't discern the spell as it was shouted in French and somewhat garbled, but the thing he heard translates in any language: fear, and no small amount of panic. The friendship of the French girl was far more important than any tournament, so Harry cheated, just a little. He used the weightless spell and leapt straight up and over the hedge, landing in the next aisle, bouncing again and landing in the aisle where Fleur was. Revilo. His eyes were drawn to a lump of writhing devil's snare. He realized that it was Fleur, semi-conscious and losing rapidly to the vines choking her. He sliced away at the vines around her throat, letting her breathe, and commanded her to close her eyes tight. Lumos Solarium. A very great light shone in the narrow path between the hedges, and the devil's snare retreated from the light. He had remembered the things from first year when he and Hermione had jumped into the trapdoor under Fluffy's paw. Fleur sat on the path, gasping for air, painfully swallowing, as the vines had cut deeply into her flesh and the damage was going to cause her trouble. Can you stand? She nodded and she forced herself up. Shall I send up the distress call? No, I am going with you, she hoarsely whispered. Very well. Watch our backs, I will watch our front. She nodded and smacked him on the back of his shoulder, indicating she was ready. Harry was talking to Hermione by way of his throat mic. Fleur is hurt, she was choked by devil's snare. Tell Madame Maxime and Madame Pomfrey, this was panted out as he kept running. Fleur kept pace, running along with him. He slowed and pulled out the map again, showing it to the Beauxbatons champion. He pointed to a path and she looked closely and nodded, pointing to a few spots where there were likely traps. Okay, we will go with caution. They set out once again and were in a stretch without any side exits, when Fleur slapped him on his shoulder, as her voice was too painful to use. He turned to see the biggest blast-ended Scroot ever. It must have been Hagrid's pride and joy, either that, or it was magically enhanced and enlarged. Harry suspected both. He heard a noise behind him, and turned to see its twin. They were trapped between Scylla and Charybdis, a rock and a hard place, somewhere they didn't really want to be. Shala spoke in his mind, as she was monitoring the events of the task as well. Harry won. They are creatures of heat and fire. Send them home. Fire. Oh, got it. Okay, here's what we're going to do. You can't cast because your voice is damaged, and I am not going to leave you behind. He could leap over the beast as he did the swamp, but he really didn't know how to do it for both of them at once, at least not safely. He pulled open his bag and pulled out 2 of the eggs. He ran toward the closer Scroot and threw the egg, activating it as it flew toward the creature. It pulsed blue before it hit and the Scroot vanished in a whirl of light. He pulled Fleur past him so she was on the now open side of the path, and he didn't have to rush the Scroot as it was rushing towards him. Again, the egg pulsed blue and the Scroot disappeared. Harry leaned over, his hands on his knees as he caught his breath. Are you well, Ari? She forced the words out as she cared for her younger friend and future employer. He stood and shook off the adrenaline rush and looked around for any new threats. I'm okay, Fleur, I'll be all right in a mo. What you do? Looked Lee. Pokey Fleur's voice was now just a hoarse whisper, and it obviously hurt her to talk, as the damage to her throat was severe. Don't talk, or I will send you back to the castle. Harry had to be stern with the older girl. He took her by the hand and they walked briskly toward their goal. I portkeyed the Scroots to Etna. He spoke as they walked. Shala told me they were creatures of heat and fire. I guess that's why they always acted irritable in our classes, they were cold. I'm surprised that Hagrid didn't teach us that little fact. Back in the tower room, Hermione had to stop herself from saying anything, as the truth was, that Hagrid had indeed told them that fact. But Harry was off in the infirmary that day, and Ron, the git, was supposed to take Harry his notes and homework. What is it, Miss Granger? Moody asked Hermione as her face contorted in anger at the betrayal from their ginger friend. I shouldn't say. It's not polite. I think you are causing yourself stress where you don't need it. I suppose. A tear escaped her eye. The git, Ronald, was supposed to take Harry his notes and homework the day we learned about the Scroots' habitat. It's obvious he didn't because Harry would have known that. It's obvious. So is this git, Ronald, Harry's friend or not. He was supposed to tell Harry that the first task was dragons, but he didn't. He obviously shirked his duties in this case also. What's that? Her eyes were drawn to the mirror showing Harry's paw. Fleur paw mirror showed Harry's back, which was no doubt entertaining for some of the female viewers. The view in the mirror was of the path widening out into a circle, with a low pedestal in the center of the circle. It was the creature on the pedestal that got Hermione's attention. A sphinx, a female sphinx. Hello, how are you this fine night? Harry stepped forward to speak with the girl, for that's what she was. Even if she had the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, she looked as much a girl as Lavender Brown back in Gryffindor Tower. She looked bored and angry and like she wanted to be somewhere else. Oh, it's you. I guess I should do what I was hired for. You were hired for this. Yeah, they said. Go to Scotland, see the sights, make some money, one night's work. She looked angrily at her claws, sharpening them on the stone. The Sphinx stood and began to ask her question when Harry stopped her. So where are you from? Egypt. The girl Sphinx laughed. Oh no, I am from Nevada in the States. Las Vegas. Realization dawned on the two champions. They had both heard of Las Vegas, who hadn't? So you live in. I live and work in Las Vegas. Big stage shows, productions, 100 dancing girls, the works. I answered an ad in Variety, a casting call. They offered me decent money, free transportation. All I had to do was one night's work, ask some people a question and let them pass or not, depending on if they answered correctly. A dour look on the girl's face was apparent. And what's the problem? Well, they said that if the person didn't answer right, I had to try and kill them, and I was raised better than that. I'm a good girl, I don't go around killing people. She was sitting up now, her front arms, legs crossed angrily and a pout on her face. Well, if it makes you feel any better, someone is trying to kill me every year I have been here at the school. It sounds like you have the luck of Harry Potter. I would suppose so. I am Harry Potter after all. How do you know about me? You're famous in the papers and on the vid. All my teachers tell about the things you have gone through and survived. It's like you're unbreakable or something. The girl shivered. They also didn't tell me that the costume I was wearing would be so skimpy, and it's cold out here. Harry and Fleur looked at each other in surprise. It's June in Scotland. It's actually fairly warm right now, by comparison to winter. Didn't anyone offer to give you a warming charm? The girl shivered and shook her head no. A few blonde hairs slipped out of her play. May I? She nodded. Please. I am from Nevada. It never gets below 80 during the day and usually it's quite warm at night also. Harry cast warming charm all around the girl, and as each area was warmed, the girl purred in contentment. Thank you. I thought I was going to freeze. Harry turned to Fleur, and back to the now smiling Sphinx. I'm sorry, I have been quite rude. Miss, this is Fleur Delacour, of Beaubadens, France. She cannot speak right now, as her voice was damaged, but she is as pleased to meet you as I am. Thank you. I am called Hera. It is a traditional family name. You are Vila. How was your voice damaged? Fleur tried to speak, but could not. She was waving her hands around her throat, as if trying to describe something. Wait a minute. I think I have something here that can help you. The Sphinx girl pulled a large bag out of somewhere and was digging in it, a common sight among women of the world, everywhere, peering in, pulling things out and placing them back in some semblance of order. Down near the bottom she cried in victory. Aha! Here it is. She pulled out a spray pump bottle, an old home remedy my auntie worked up for the sore throats and colds we got from going into and out of the AC in the clubs. It's a common ailment, Las Vegas flu. You spray it on your throat and it repairs the inflammation and damage from coughing and whatnot. It should work fine on you, Vila girl. If you were human, I would not offer, but you should be okay. Fleur was dubious at first, but took the bottle and gave it a hesitant squirt. The mist hit the outside of her throat and the angry welts that were there because the binding vines visibly faded. She worked her jaw a couple times and rolled her head, stretching out the strained muscles and tried a few words. Merci, that helps a bit. I thank you. I am Fleur Delacour. I am pleased to meet you. And I am pleased to speak to you. The two girls lapsed into rapid-fire French and Harry was lost except for about every fifth word. All this was going on and Hermione could hear every word back at the tower, but the big screens that the spectators to the task had no sound, and the judges assumed what was going on was negotiation with the Sphinx to solve her riddle and get by, as was required by the task. They watched as the Sphinx demanded that the French champion solve some problem, because they talked on for several minutes. The second English champion, Potter, seemed to charm the female creature and was passed by fairly easy. The spectators were whispering amongst themselves about what was going on. The screen showing Cedric of Hogwarts was inert, not moving at the moment. The screen for Victor of Durmstrang was wandering, seemingly at random, that is until Victor stumbled, literally across Cedric, who was sprawled in a heap on the ground, the obvious victim of an attack. The impact of landing face first on the hard ground woke Victor out of his stupor. He shook himself and called out to anyone for some kind of reference point. He looked back to see why he was face first in the grass and found Cedric there, obviously in pain and semi-conscious. He cast an enervate on the Hogwarts champion and woke him. Cedric. Cedric. Can you function? Victor spoke with a hoarse rasp which accentuated his natural Bulgarian accent. Ah, my head, my body. My ow. Cedric collapsed limply on the ground, where Victor was kneeling next to him. Cedric looked up at the Durmstrang champion and the young man who had become a friend. Victor. Watch your back. He gasped. The pain made him weak, so he lay there limply, looking up at the sky. Someone jumped me. Used a crucio. Never felt so much pain in my life. We need to warn Harry and Fleur. There's someone in the maze with us. Cedric forced himself to sit up. Pozvalet mi da vi izvika lakar. Victor had slipped back into his native language. Let me call you a healer. No, I'm not a healer. I'm a student like you. A seeker, but you're better. Victor laughed as he held the young Englishman upright, as he had struggled to his feet. I like you, Cedric Diggory. Let's find Harry and Fleur. They staggered off, supporting each other, heading toward the light. Fleur and the Sphinx finished their discussion, and Fleur handed the young lady a note and said her goodbyes. Harry handed the Sphinx a portkey he had made. He was becoming quite proficient at it, to her as well. When questioned where she wanted to go to, Harry had to ask a few embarrassing questions, the first of which was, how much do you weigh? He then had to explain that if he didn't set the ratio correctly, she would spin outrageously fast the entire trip, and the more accurate he could gauge the speed and distance, the more comfortable trip. The second question was, how will I set you in a place that I have never been? I want you to put me in a place that you will recognize from the books and pictures you have seen. My uncle and auntie live in Egypt, and they have their home very near the statue of my great to the nth grandfather Spiro. Spiro. Yes, you know him as the Sphinx, right next to the pyramids. It should be easy to recognize. I do recall several pictures I have seen, so, your weight. I won't tell anyone. The young quadruped whispered, 480 pounds. Ah, 32 stone exactly. That's convenient. If it were 31 stone 7, the calculations are a bit more tricky. Hermione's voice was in Harry's ear. Her bag, Harry. He looked down and guessed. Excuse me, may I? Hera nodded. Harry lifted the bag and guessed the weight and whispered, at least a stone. Hermione calculated the sums quickly and added in the distance point to point and gave him a sequence of numbers. Before you go, have you been paid by the organizers of this farce? Realization crossed the girl's face. No, they haven't. Well, when you get there, contact the local branch of Gringotts. I will see to it you get your fee, okay? Thank you, Harry Potter. She lunged forward and hugged him, before stepping back and activating the portkey. The watching crowd saw on the screens a raging sphinx leaping forward and tearing into an innocent boy, and many screamed as they were sure they saw his impending death. When the screen cleared, the sphinx was gone and Harry was walking calmly down a path toward the light, with Fleur at his side. Hera traveled through the ether between the in-between and landed softly at her destination. She walked out of the Pizza Hut and disappeared into the desert carrying a large flat box. Harry and Fleur walked carefully along the path toward the light glowing fairly close by. According to his map, this was probably the cup and the goal of the competition. Fleur, what was that you gave Hera before she left? My email address, so we can stay in contact. I see. Before this is all over, you will give me your email as well as address and phone, correct? If you give me yours, as well as your Hermione's. That's up to her, but I'm thinking we will be quite close for the next 100 years or so, what with you working for me and all. Do you really want me to work for you? They had come on another trap and Harry stepped gingerly around it, so as not to trigger the thing. He held out a hand to keep Fleur from falling as well. It was the polite thing to do. Yes, I do. I know that you will rise to whatever you need to make the job work for you. I have found out a great deal about my family holdings, and as far as I can tell, nothing has been done with them for 15 years. My father was busy fighting a shadow war against Voldemort and didn't have time. My grandfather and grandmother were killed about 2 years before I was born. The Potter family holdings are pretty much in stasis. I have my solicitors checking things out, but they were running themselves into the ground trying to keep up, and so I told them to put everything on hold except the essentials until I could work with them full time on it. I want someone I can trust to be honest and forthright with me overseeing this. I know you want to go into economics, and from what I can see, that means a government job, but without the benefits of working for a big corporation. I have a big corporation in need of someone to run the economics division, to see that it is run efficiently, honestly, profitably, and most importantly, in a way that helps the magical peoples of the world. Fleur stopped dead in the path and faced Harry. Peoples? Which peoples? People like you and I. Like Hera and Moony. People like Hermione as well as the Weasleys. People like Dobby and Winky. It doesn't matter the species, the race, the bloodline, none of it matters, but the magic within us. Even the mundanes. He looked far into the distance. I'm afraid that to make this work, I am going to have to destroy the world as we know it, and quite a few people are going to be very unhappy with me. Her eyes widened with a kind of fear and not a little excitement. Destroy the world. Yes. The magical government in the UK is corrupt beyond redemption, run by the inmates in the asylum. It's a bloody miracle that the magical world is not exposed in full view to the mundane world on a daily basis. Even those in charge in the ministry think of muggles as quaint and harmless, but they don't realize the power that those muggles wield. Come on. Let's get out of this maze. He turned and walked away. Fleur stood there for a moment, stunned. Luna sat in a comfortable chair in the office of Mr. Cromwell. That's all the names she knew of him. No first name, no honorifics, no Dr. Cromwell, Healer Cromwell, not even Unspeakable Cromwell. Mr. Cromwell, it is happening again. Yes, Miss Lovegood. What can you see? The threads are shifting. Many are being trimmed away and ending. Many are beginning. In her mind's eye, the golden threads of probability were moving, as she described. I can see a massive nexus approaching. It is so confusing, so many potentials, it hurts to look at it. The glare from the potential realities was quite bright, like the exploding stars at the core of a galaxy. So many would go off, setting in motion a chain reaction, causing others to go nova, thus destroying that potential reality. How do you think that you can affect the outcomes, Miss Lovegood? I don't know that I can. Only that I have to try. Harry is my friend, Hermione is as well. If they don't survive, none of us will. This was all delivered in a calm, even voice, and Luna's eyes were focused inwards, watching the potential mayhem or deliverance. Attempt to strip out the effects of the other players, Miss Lovegood, pare it down to the bare essentials. Luna concentrated and worked at eliminating the distractions of the multiple threads, and as each player in the drama was removed, the plot became simpler. The mass of threads was less overrun, and still quite complex, but in comparison, quite a bit simpler. I have eliminated all the inessentials, and the main players are present. Her unseeing eyes gazed into the distance. Can you name the players, Miss Lovegood? Harry, Hermione, Dumbledore, Tom, Snape. She paused for a long while. Sirius. Can you remove the influence of any of those names? I don't think so. Very well. Remember the exercise that we did? Yes. Inside the space that was Luna's mind, compartments began to form. Each and every thread was anchored there in its own individual box. Harry's thread was intertwined intimately with Hermione's, and so they were right next to each other. Dumbledore's thread was off to one side and it had vines growing off it trying to violently force Harry's thread into a path, a channel of sorts. That channel was intersecting on down the way, with Tom's channel. Tom's thread was firmly placed in the channel chosen for him, and the one that Harry was being guided toward had several intersections before they both came to an abrupt end. Luna could see points where threads would intersect with Harry's thread and either push or pull him this way or that way, sometimes toward the channel carved into the solid rock of fate, sometimes well away from it. Luna also saw that if she could intersect herself with a word or an action, she could make manifest different paths. If she looked back on her own thread, she could see all kinds of chaos and a strange kind of order. In spots, she saw clearly the points at which someone was cruel to her, and when someone was kind to her. She turned and looked towards the intertwined pair. Any place that they were separated forcibly, by outside sources or situations, Harry's thread would dive perilously towards the carved channel. The intersection with death and destruction, the inevitable potential of all things. Luna's task was to keep that thread alive and heading towards the light, past the end of potential. Past the end of everything. Tonight, in a few hours, there was a nexus. A point at which everything changed, and it was unavoidable. Luna's eyes opened wide, and she came back to reality. I need to talk to Hermione. She grabbed her bag and darted out the door, and then stuck her head back in for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Cromwell. I will see you Tuesday. And she was gone. Mr. Cromwell sat pondering what he had seen. This girl was as important as was all his patience, even more so, because her gift forced her to deal with things outside the current reality. Potentials, she called them. He looked inward and wondered what he could garner from the girl's mother. He walked down an endless hallway of doors, finally stopping at one. He knocked, and then entered. Hello, Mrs. Lovegood. I have been talking to your daughter, Miss Luna Celine Lovegood. The door closed behind him. Harry and Fleur exited the maze and entered a wide circular area patrolled by a large spider, which upon closer inspection was an enlarged and enchanted regular spider, not an acromantula. Harry ended that threat by casting several overpowered finite charms on it, and stepped on the bug once it was its actual size. They saw in the center of the area, the Triwizard Cup, sitting on a pedestal, waiting to be claimed in victory. He and Fleur made their way up to the cup and stood there looking at the thing. I'm not touching it, it's a portkey, and I don't know where it goes. Harry spoke this aloud. How can you tell? He took off his glasses and handed them to her. She put them on and saw the glow of magic around the cup, and though she couldn't identify the type of magic, she took Harry at his word. She looked about at various things with his familiar round black NHS special glasses, the cheapest around, of course, and saw the magic that caused the hedges to grow, the various creatures and traps hidden in the maze, the stepping stones they were to use, or to miss. She handed the glasses back. So you really don't need them. She indicated to his eyes. He put the glasses on and spoke. No, I haven't for a year now. I got my eyes fixed and keep the glasses as a distraction to any opponent. Plus, they're useful to find things hidden. What about Quidditch? Isn't that cheating? I have a standard blank pair for Quidditch. I don't need to cheat. Fleur had suspected this, that he was unyieldingly honest, even at his own expense. Yes, I will work for you, and if you say that the cup is a portkey, I will also not touch it. There was a rustle behind them and they turned to see Cedric, being half carried by Victor, make their way up to the pedestal where they were standing. Cedric looked a bit better. He was standing on his own, now, but still quite weak. So, why has no one taken the cup yet? Because Ari says it is a portkey to an unknown place. No one told me it was a portkey, and I don't trust portkeys I didn't make myself. You can make portkeys yourself. I made most of them for the spider hunt. Is that legal? This was from Cedric. I am head of an ancient and noble house. Ah, I see. Well, what shall we do? You two were here before us, and you refused to touch it, therefore we cannot, in good conscience, do so. I then assume that this ends the tournament. I suppose we should call in and find out what's going on. Harry pulled out his mirror and called in. Sirius, we're here at the end of the maze, and it's a portkey. I'm not touching the thing, I don't know where it goes. Sirius was at the judge's stand with Dumbledore, and the others. Bagman was there. Percy was there in the stead of Crouch Sr. Madame Maxime was there. Karkaroff was present, but not paying attention. Dumbledore spoke. Take the cup, my boy, and win the tournament. No, I don't think so. Did you make it? No, I did not. Are you sure it's a portkey? Yes, very. I will not touch it, and the others are refusing also, since I got here first. I concur. Fleur spoke up, so she could be heard. I also. This is over, Victor rumbled. I trust Harry. I'm done, Cedric. With those words, the fire in the cup went out and the tournament was over. Dumbledore looked to the other judges and resigned, said, very well, return to the judging stand, we will award points on how well you performed. Harry nodded and put away his mirror, and was about to return to base when he sensed motion. Rushing out of the darkness of the maze, Barty Crouch Jr. came up behind the quartet of champions, and tackled Harry, dragging him toward the cup. Harry, since he was hit from behind, staggered forward and hit his head on the pedestal, and Crouch grabbed the cup with his arm around the fallen champion. The three older contestants tried to separate the two, and lost their grip as Crouch whirled away with his unconscious captive. The scene in the tower was chaos. Luna had just arrived and Hermione was shocked at the situation. Moony was poring over his maps trying to find Harry, wherever he was in England. If he was in England. Moody watched this confusion for a moment, and then poked Hermione in the side. Missy, can you contact Jamie's boy? He pointed to his ear. Realization crossed her face and she was spurred into action. She spoke quickly into her end of the comm device, a mirror-based mic of sorts. The receiving end was stuck deep in Harry's ear, and he had a throat mic, so he could subvocalize if he needed to. Harry, can you hear me? Harry, answer me if you can. Harry, can you hear me? She sounded on the edge of desperate. A grunt and a mumbled Hermione came across the link. Harry, listen to me. You have been captured by Barty Jr. We can't find you yet. Are you hurt? There was a moment of silence when the grunt returned. It hurts. Teed up. Did you say you were tied up? Wipe. Look at your mirror, Missy. Moody pointed out the obvious. They looked at the broadcast mirror that Harry and the other champions wore that showed where they were in the task. The other three champions' mirrors showed where they were, surrounded by students, teachers, officials. Harry's mirror showed a dark place, and what looked like a mausoleum and gravestones. Is that a cemetery, Harry? Wipe. Harry was replying as quietly as he could, so as to not attract attention. He felt around, mentally and magically, via his glasses. He could sense the presence of a powerful evil nearby. He was stuck upright, against a stone, he assumed a gravestone of some type, with a statue. There were stone arms embracing him, keeping him from escaping, that and a sticking charm. A figure was moving about just out of the periphery of vision on his right. He could see a large cauldron with a bluebell flame under it, simmering away. The cloaked figure next to it put out the flames and muttered some magic over it, using a wand. The figure then stepped back and assumed a waiting position. Barty Crouch Jr. was pacing back and forth, between the cauldron and Harry's position, trapped by the stone angel. I know you're awake, boy. Raise your head and face your death. Barty's words were clearly heard by the people in the tower. Moony did something with the mirrors and all four champions' mirrors switched to be the screen broadcasting Harry's situation. He also turned on the sound, so the spectators to the task and everyone tuned into this broadcast could hear it. Raise your head and face your death. The words rang out across the stands and arena. Gasps and screams were heard. Amelia Bones stood with Kingsley Shacklebolt and Gawain Robards watching. That's Barty Crouch Jr. I thought he was dead. How did he get away? I do not know, Madam Bones, but I will begin an investigation straight away. The tall Caribbean-born Auror rumbled in his Jamaican accent. Luna sat in the tower with Hermione holding her hand tightly. Moody watched intently, recognizing his captor. Okay, you got me. I'm awake, so what are you planning to do? Harry stood as tall as he could, within the stone arms of the angel. He had wandlessly finite the sticking charm and was gathering his magics to break free as soon as he could. Shala, can you help me? I will be there as fast as I can, my pet. Question mark. Pet. Later. Yes, my pet. Shala launched off her precipice on her island and with a great flap of her wings accelerated to unheard of speeds. At a military command base, alarms went off as an object appeared, heading on a course across mainland England. Tornado fighters were scrambled to intercept. The Americans based at RAF Mildenhall launched an AWACS plane as well as a trio of A-10s as backup, a purely precautionary measure. At RAF Lakenheath, the fighter squadron was on alert. Let the ritual begin. The cloaked figure, in all black, with a blank white mask, raised its arms and began an incantation over the cauldron. He threw in various bits of matter, and fumes and whatnot roiled on the surface. Barty came to a position to the right of the cauldron and with a sharp knife, cut off a finger and let it fall into the cauldron. He acted as if he didn't feel a thing, his eyes wide and pupils dilated. Flesh of the servant freely given. The tall master of the cauldron did something and Crouch's hand stopped bleeding. The next thing into the cauldron was a vial, poured. It sizzled when it hit the surface. Venom of the serpent. Barty came over to the still-bound Harry and sliced his arm open with the knife. The blood poured out and was gathered into a vial, and taken over to the tall figure. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. This was poured into the cauldron. It hissed and bounced like water in a hot greased frying pan. The dark figure overseeing the brew did some subtle adjustments and then Barty came, carrying an object on a pillow. Harry's scar burned in pain, blood and ichor seeped out. He grunted in pain and the magic in him thrust out and broke the arms off the embracing angel. He fell to his knees and panted in pain for a moment. The dark figure lowered the homunculus body into the cauldron. While Crouch was concentrating on this, Harry got his bearings and scrambled around the back side of the mausoleum and slumped down for a moment, figuring out what he had to work with. His mirror was gone, so he couldn't call in. He had lost his bag with his spare portkeys and tools. His wand was absent from its sheath up his left arm. He looked around the corner of the stone edifice and saw the figure lowering the small body into the cauldron. Hermione, can you see this? No, we can't. Harry, your eye is pointed toward the ground. Gimme a sec. He pulled off the mirror eye he had attached to his collar and held it up, and around the corner, so it could get a full view of the proceedings. Harry crept up behind a low wall that was along the side of the mausoleum. He glanced back and saw the name on the facade. Riddle. What? What Riddle? No, I am in the Riddle family cemetery. Tom's Muggle father. If we knew where that was, that's where I am. Albus Dumbledore stood tall in the crowd of officials, watching the actions on the screen. People were asking, who's Tom Riddle? That's not a magical family. Dumbledore was grinning inside. His plans were coming to fruition. Luna sat beside Hermione, holding the other girl's hand tightly. Her internal eye was watching the Nexus move through its possible paths. The cauldron overflowed with a mist and a tall, gaunt figure rose from it. Robe me. The dark masked figure gestured with his wand and the gaunt figure of Voldemort was clothed in black silken robes. My wand. The wand was handed to Voldemort by Crouch. Voldemort waved it, just like a new wizard at Ollivander's for the first time. Ah, it's nice to have a body again. Arm. Barty stepped forward and bared his left arm, exposing the dark mark. Voldemort touched his wand to the mark and called his faithful. They began arriving and as they were, Voldemort turned to the masked figure and nodded. You may go. The masked figure bowed and apparated away. Crouch knelt at his master's feet. Who was that, master? My most faithful, you should emulate him. Yes, master. Figures began appearing in a circle around Voldemort, apparating in ones and twos at a time, until no more appeared. Each was robed in black, their masks firmly in place. As one they knelt before their master. Remove your masks. They were all removed. Voldemort strolled around the kneeling circle. My faithful. Where have you been these past 13 years? Have you been living in the laps of luxury, enjoying the fruits of my labor? Why have you not sought me out? Did you think I was defeated by a mere boy? Harry crouched behind the wall, watching the happenings. He thought about bugging out, but his bug-out portkey was gone, as was his wand and bag. He whispered, Hermione, get Sirius over to your parents' house now, have him reset the target stone, Crouch has my portkey. Do it now. Hermione blanched at the idea of Voldemort having access to her parents. She got out her personal mirror and called Sirius, sending him on the mission. She then sent a message to her parents to tell them to get out of the house and far away until she contacted them. Her mother told her where they would be. We will be at the Manchester, where the dance was last year. Hermione nodded. Yes, mother, I understand. The Dentists Association dance was not at the Manchester the previous year, it had been at the Oxford University Hall, and they had stayed at a Holiday Inn across the way from the university. Relieved that the situation was taken care of, she returned her attention to the screen. As she was watching, her personal bug-out portkey evaporated into nothingness, indicating that Sirius was successful in his task. And her heart was lighter. Lord Voldemort continued to berate his inner circle. And you, Lucius, when I was residing with my most faithful for these last 3 years, where were you? Playing politics with your boy Fudge. Do you still have to buy his favor, Lucius? You should command his obedience, not have to bribe him. And you, Pusey, what have you been doing? The rants went on for a while. Harry considered bugging out physically. He saw his bag and with an effort, was able to wandlessly retrieve it from where it had been dumped. He dug around inside and pulled out a box with a dragonfly in it. He tapped it with his finger, activating it much like he did with his runes. It grew to a foot-long body and a 2-foot wingspan, and launched, flying up and away, circling the area, staying out of sight of the angry Dark Lord below. Moony caught the broadcast and located it on the big map of England. He's in Little Hangleton, the Riddle family had a manor there. The dragonfly swept up and circled around, marking the various points of interest on the newly created map of the area. This had been a tool Harry was going to use in the task, but had not needed it, as he had bowled through everything without it. Shala sped through the night and was amused when 2 raft tornadoes intercepted her speeding across the sky over Avebury. She smirked and slowed down a bit, circling the ancient stoneworks below and accelerated off in a different direction. The tornado pilots spoke to each other as the creature went far out of sight, beyond the limits of their afterburners. Kings 1, did you see what I saw? I don't know Kings 2, what did you see? I saw a big dragon Kings 1. So did I Kings 2. Did you happen to get any video of it? I had it in my sights for 2 seconds, maybe the gun camera. I hope so, I don't want to report this to the commander. Me either, Jerry, me either. Meanwhile, back at the cemetery. The boy lives, capture him alive. Voldemort pointed to where Harry was hiding. At this point he thought he may just have screwed up, and should have left when he had a chance. He might have been over a mile away, running by now. It was a rout, 1 4th-year student, no matter how good or well trained, against 30 or more full wizards, Death Eaters who didn't much care for legal spell casting. They did have to work for it, though. He was dragged before Voldemort and thrown to the ground. Impressive, young Harry, quite impressive, one boy without a wand against my faithful. I suppose some of them will learn from this exercise how dangerous a muggle can be. Harry had inflicted several wounds upon the attackers, and at least one was still unconscious with a fractured skull. Hello, Tom. I would appreciate that you not use that name, I have left it behind. If you say so, Tom. Do they know? Some. But they know better than to anger me. So their loyalty is based on fear and pain, as the old man's is based on deception and lies. Possibly. Who has your loyalty? No one you know. Ah, Miss Granger, your mudblood and the red-headed clan. I know them. In fact, I was their professor for a while. Probably the only honest thing you have ever done, Tom. Crucio. Voldemort held the curse on Harry for a few seconds. He fell to his knees but did not cry out. Quite the will of iron there, young Harry. He turned to Crouch. Give him his wand, I will duel him. Master. Do it. Crouch jerked Harry to his feet and stuck the wand in his hand. Harry was still stunned somewhat from the crucio, so he didn't fight back. He shook himself off and straightened his cloak, made a point of cleaning his glasses and putting them back on. He adjusted his cloak pin, which was the eye that broadcast the images to the waiting world. Back at the arena, the watching crowd was awestruck as they saw Harry straighten himself to duel Voldemort. One screen was broadcasting from the dragonfly hovering overhead, so the overall scenario could be seen. Back at the tower, Mooney was frantically assigning names to dots on his map, and keeping an eye on the vid feed while trying not to panic that his brother's son was about to go into battle with the most evil person in recent history. He had sent a team of security personnel to Little Hangleton, but had them keeping their distance, with orders to capture and incarcerate any stragglers they could, but not get involved in the main event. As it was, they were kept a click down the road, none closer than that distance. The security forces were armed with bags filled with combination runic potion-based stunners, pods which stunned and bound any target they hit, and were unaffected by an enervate. Their delivery method was legal, but unorthodox, a folding contraption of metal and surgical rubber, commonly known as a wrist rocket. These guys had experience with their weapons, they could take out a rabbit at 20 yards with them. The three champions were huddled together, watching their friend prepare to fight for his life, and were protected from the crowds by Madame Maxime. Victor's headmaster, Karkaroff, was unconscious because he had refused to go when his master called him. Cedric's headmaster was more interested in his own games, and ignored everything around him. Maxime was the only one who apparently cared about the students and their safety. Jen was with the champions, and they were discussing what they could and would do. This whole tournament has been a farce. Ari should, Avenue never been put in this position. E is my friend, but East should not, Avenue been, air. Fleur was adamant about her statement. She was still hoarse from the affect of the devil's snare. Da, I agree, I will support my friend, Ari in whatever his plans. I think they should keep silent until they talk with Ari. Cedric nodded. Victor is right. Once Harry escapes this trap, we will support him 100%. This whole tournament has been some kind of trap and game to get to him. The champions nodded and they made their plans. Harry won. I am nearby. Thank you, Shala. Shall I burn your enemies? If you think that's best. Don't get hurt yourself. I need my friends. As you say, Harry won. The niceties must be followed. First we bow and then we duel. Harry bowed ever so slightly and then dodged as fast as he could, because a stream of spells was coming his way. He cast several bludgeoning spells, a few diffindos and the like, those fell on shields or were batted away effortlessly. 20 miles away, a trio of A-10 warthogs were flying over the nap of the earth, just barely above the treetops. Shala swooped in and flames swept across the cemetery, scattering the gathered Death Eaters. Some were on fire, some were knocked out. Most were fleeing this way and that. The Lycan personnel crept up closer to the action, and were fanned out around the perimeter of the cemetery, 100 yards out. Weapons at the ready. Harry cast an Expelliarmus as Voldemort cast a Crucio. Their spells met and there was an arc of magic in the air. The contact point of the spells was a writhing mass of magic, two brother wands fighting each other. This all showed quite nicely on the multiple screens of the judging platform. The spectators were all in awe of the young man fighting against the ancient evil. Dumbledore was practically dancing in his shorts, as his scheme was coming to a head. The trio of A-10s came over the horizon line and the glare from the flames of the dragons and the brightness of the magical discharge blinded the pilots looking through their HUD. The two outer pulled up and off to their own sides and the center aircraft went up and over to swing around on the far side. This was something like the training in dealing with nuclear explosions they had all gone through. Luna speaks. This is the nexus point. This is the point at which the future comes or the future dies. Send forth our love for Harry, give him strength, help him survive. Hermione began speaking into her mic, her words were in Harry's ear. Harry, I love you, Harry you can do it, I know you can, Harry don't leave me, I need you. I love you, I want you to be mine forever, I want to be yours Harry. Don't leave me, I love you, we love you. She clasped Luna's hand as she spoke. Harry's spell rammed forward, pushing aside Voldemort's spell. The closer to the evil wizard's wand the spell came, the more fell out. The shade of the caretaker came out. He looked at Harry as he pushed. The shade nodded and went on. Then a woman came out. It was the missing Bertha Jerkins. She had been killed by Voldemort while in Albania. The spells came perilously close to Voldemort's wand. A lithe shade came out. Lily Potter, followed closely by James Potter. You can do it, son, we love you. Don't give up now, you've almost won. Shala swept in from the west after having driven the still-standing Death Eaters into the waiting arms of the Lycans. Get ready, my pet. We will talk about this. I am ready. Voldemort was pushing hard to survive. Harry gathered what magical reserves he had left and pulled his wand up while he dove aside. Voldemort's curse flew by Harry, hitting a stone and exploding it. Before the evil one could cast another spell, Shala came in for a landing in flame and claws. Harry dodged behind the mausoleum and waited for the flames to retreat. When he peeked out, Voldemort was gone. The evil one has fled. Thank you, Shala. You are welcome. Would you like a ride home? Since I do not have my broom, yes I would. Shala leaned down and Harry climbed up on her back and found a spot that seemed appropriate. The metal ones approach. We better leave then. Shala leapt into the air and did a point turn, and headed toward Scotland. The A-10s had regrouped and were approaching at about 300 knots from the east. In the distance they saw the flames and the ethereal cage of light, and when they were close enough, the gun cameras picked up an unusual sight. When they returned to Raff Mildenhall and the video was reviewed, they would see a human figure climbing up onto the back of a mythological beast, and that beast flying away. Luna sighed and slumped in relief. Hermione did also, and the girls clung to each other, tears streaming down their faces. Moody watched as they got themselves back together. Moony called his troops back to their barracks along with their prisoners. Of the 30-plus Death Eaters, they had 13 captive, one of which was Barty Crouch. Before transport, Lupin had them dose the captives with draught of the living death. They had learned a lesson from Crouch, and did not trust the Ministry for anything. Luna went to a quiet corner of the room and worked on her meditation. Her inner eye was watching the Nexus pass into oblivion. There were others, in fact there were some big ones coming, but Harry had survived this one, and that was enough. Hermione was in another quiet corner crying. The stress of the evening had been quite a bit too much for her. She was talking to Harry as he flew across England. Moony could hear her end of the whispered conversation. Yes, I know. Yes. No, I won't. Sniff. He smiled and thought of some conversations he had heard as a young man. Shala reached Hogwarts in under an hour. In that time all manner of theory and supposition was discussed as to what it was that they had seen that night on the screens. There were those who claimed that the Dark Lord had returned, there were those who said it was impossible, there were those who claimed it was all a hoax to bring into power the new Dark Lord. Then there was discussion that the new Dark Lord was Harry, some said another, one even claimed it was Dumbledore. Fudge, that is, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was of the opinion that it was all a hoax, that he who must not be named could not possibly be back. But then he was also of the opinion that Peter Pettigrew was innocent and Sirius Black was guilty. After all, it was Fudge himself who had snapped Black's wand those years ago. Black, however, was standing right there, as live as could be, in spite of the Ministry's declarations. A great shadow passed overhead and people were aware of something. The shadow swooped down and landed in the center of the arena, the backwash knocking many over. Screams and people running to get away were the order of the day. Harry stepped down from his perch on her back and gave her nose a hug, as that was the smallest part of the beast. There were those who were stunned at the actions of the young champion. There were those who were not in the least surprised. Thank you, my friend. You are welcome, Harry won. Shala leapt into the air once more and left the sight of all present, and headed back to her rocky crag. She was heading along, minding her own when she saw some familiar faces, so to speak. The two RAF Tornadoes were heading back to base and she eased up behind them. The aircraft were a mere 54 feet long with a 28-foot wingspan. Shala was over 100 feet fully stretched out, with an 80-foot wingspan. Shala could literally take the aircraft under each wing without any problems. She moved up between the two aircraft and waited for them to notice her. Kings 1, we have a visitor. I know. If I ignore it, maybe it will go away. I don't think so, it just winked at me. Base, we have an unidentified visitor here. Can you identify? No. Is it an unmarked aircraft? It isn't an aircraft, it's a dragon 100 feet long. Say again. It's a bloody dragon twice the size of our birds keeping up at Mach 1, that's what. A new voice came over the comlink. Kings 1, Kings 2, you are authorized to scan with FLIR and video, take no hostile action. The Rio in Kings 1 took action and began the active scanning process. As the aircraft kept pace, the Rio, backseat co-pilot, weapons officer, etc., went on the private internal channel. Mike. I know what that is. The pilot made a gesture that indicated he wanted answers. My nephews are special. They have skills that lets them go to a special school, and I have seen in their books. That's a Hungarian horntail dragon. A female if I guess right. This had the pilot's attention. And what else do you know that you haven't told us? I am forbidden by oath not to volunteer information, but since it showed itself to us. Oath to who? To HRH the Queen. Oh. Lieutenant Creevy, we will be having a private discussion when we get down. Just we four. Yes sir, I understand sir. Shala was listening in on the conversations and decided to poke them. All 4 officers in the aircraft heard this. Catch me if you can. You might want to contact my friend, Harry Potter. Shala slowly accelerated away. The aircraft kept pace up until they reached their operational limit. They were at 40,000 feet at Mach 2.3 and Shala just faded away, leaving the aircraft heading out to sea. Info from Wiki Panavia_tornado. Harry had stepped down from Shala's back and faced her. He bowed formally and she accepted it like the queen she was. As she flew away, his friends, that is to say, the champions, encircled him. Madame Maxime set in place a ward used to protect people from crowds, one that Harry would learn as soon as he could. The small group ignored the surrounding people, and kept their focus inwards. We saw. What happened? Are you hurt? Was that really him? The questions tripped over one another, as his company champions sought to know what had happened to their friend after he was taken from their company. Poppy Pomfrey trooped into the closed circle, followed by the healers for the other schools. Poppy scanned Cedric and Harry, giving both Cedric and Harry an anti-cruciatus potion, and healing the slash on Harry's arm. She consulted with the French healer on the damage to Fleur's neck, and they decided that the potion the Sphinx had given Fleur while in the maze was just the thing, so they encouraged her to continue using it. Jen had joined the group and was whispering in Fleur's ear about something. Sergei, Victor's trainer, had joined also. Harry thought it interesting that Dumbledore just sat in his seat, attended by his ever-present potions master, who at this time now had a frown on his face. Harry got the distinct impression that Snape was upset that he had lived through the encounter with Voldemort. Harry was speaking with Hermione by way of his throat mic and sub-vocalizing, and she could speak to him by way of the earbud. If anyone had been listening, they would have heard some private talk, nothing unusual for young people their age. Fudge, accompanied by Oars and Percy Weasley. Maxime allowed the intrusion at the nod from the champions. Potter, what's the meaning of that display of foolishness? What are you trying to do? Incite panic? Harry looked at the fat politician. You saw. What you saw was what happened. Voldemort is back. He cannot be back. He's dead. You killed him 13 years ago. What we saw was some kind of trick. Who knows what those moving pictures show? It's some kind of trick. Fudge pulled himself up to his full height and made an announcement. You know who is not back. The ministry declares it, and that means it must be so. Fudge threw a bag containing 1,000 galleons at Harry's feet. However it happened, you took the cup, therefore you won the tournament. With that, Fudge turned and marched away, followed by his guard. Percy slipped up behind Harry and whispered in his ear, "Contact me," and then followed the entourage with an appropriate sneer on his face. The champion stood there looking down at the bag at Harry's feet. Harry looked at his friends. I will not take this. Not only was this entire tournament a farce, I cheated my way through it, just to survive. Here's what I am going to do. On the platform, the officials posted the points accrued by each champion. Harry demanded that his points be stricken, because he had not entered of his own free will. Victor dismissed his own points and stood aside with Harry. Fleur and Cedric did also, leaving the officials of the tournament with no idea as to what to do. Harry threw the bag that Fudge had given him on the floor in front of the officials. Fudge declared me the winner. I am donating the entire winnings to a charity we have agreed upon, and matching the 1,000 with another 1,000 from the ancient and noble house of Potter. He threw another bag next to the first. Victor stepped forward. The clan of Crumb will also match this amount. He placed his own bag with the first two. Fleur brought a bag also. La House of Delacour will also join in this action. Cedric stepped up. The House of Diggory agrees with the other champions and will also join with gladness. Cedric's father Amos beamed at his son's dedication. Harry stepped up again. This is 5,000 galleons that will be given to Madame Durr for the care of the children in her home for magical orphans. Everyone was aware of Madame Durr's home for magical orphans and sometimes threw her a bone, or a few coins, but for the most part the whole idea was ignored. Harry had found out about the home in his 3rd year when he saw some ragged children in Hogsmeade, and followed them to a run-down home where it was quite poor, but there was love. This had been a possibility for him to escape to, and he was going to support this cause to his last dying day. In his 3rd year he had given Madame Durr, call me Charlotte, dear, all his spending money and had kept up a steady stream of small gifts and things to the home. Hermione was the only other to know of this. He had not spoken of it to Sirius, Moony or anyone else. The goblins, however, knew, and Harry had them make a weekly sum available to the home, along with a note that they will never want. Harry and Hermione had both spent some weekends and evenings in the home, teaching the children basic magic and potions. During the tournament he had more time to get out of the castle and visit the home, and had spent time with the children there. He was sure if he had been placed with Madame Durr, he would have been just fine. Rita beamed. This was a story which would be printed worldwide. She did indeed remember who held information over her head, and was pleasantly surprised that she could still write a straightforward news story. The story would be accompanied by pictures of the events of the tournament, the ritual that the Dark Lord had used to bring himself back, the aftermath. Harry landing on the back of a huge dragon, and the shocking outcome of the Tri-Wizard tournament. She was quite excited about the prospect of a new life, actually being respected for her work, for she knew deep inside that people didn't respect her for her trash journalism, but they wanted to see the dirty laundry, and it didn't matter whose. She made a note to go to Madame Durr's home the next day to see what changes would be wrought, and if there were any stories there to be had. Suffice it to say, there would be an eye-opening on the morrow. Late that night, in the tower, Harry was quietly speaking with Sirius and Moony, and he had included Mad-Eye Moody into his circle of trust. Hermione had nodded off, a book in her lap, and Luna was close behind, her half-open eye barely focused on the men sitting at the fire. She knew that what Harry was saying would have a tremendous impact on not only the war, but the health, education and welfare of every magical person in the UK. Okay, here's what we need. Those prisoners. We need a way to keep them separate from their master, and pump them for any information we can get. We need them to be away from each other, from any contact of any sort. Work on that idea. The 3 older men nodded, accepting the younger's orders. Harry looked serious. I need to know, this summer, can you take Snape? They looked shocked. I mean, kidnap him, and take him prisoner without damaging his mind. I don't particularly care about his body. I need his mind, and his memories. And we will need some special way to extract information from that mind, since he's pretty powerful at the mind arts. Moony and Black looked to each other. Information passed between the brothers in arms. Yes, we can. It will take a bit of planning, but we can do it. We may need a bit of bait for the trap though. The young man looked thoughtful for a moment. Will some 1,000-year-old basilisk parts do? This got everyone's attention. I'd think so. But you don't want him to think we're involved. Maybe if we can import the parts from China or somewhere. I can help you there. Moody inserted. They all looked at the old man. I ain't up to much until I recover, and Poppy releases me. Yeah, about that. Another time. I have some contacts in Nocturne who can be a go-between. As do I, Moony put forth. As a werewolf he had to sometimes skirt the edges of propriety. Good. We'll make plans for, say, mid-July to capture him. First we have to prepare his prison. Prison. Where? Harry pointed straight down. There are only 2 people in the UK who can access the chamber, myself and Tom. And he cannot get into Hogwarts without some effort. Sirius looked worried. I should be remembering something here. I have the back entrance under the Fidelius. Bill Weasley cast it for me. Memory flowed across his godfather's face. How will we get the prisoners in and out? You can't portkey underground, or apparate, to get inside the chamber. It would be the same as trying to apparate into a mineshaft. Leave it to me, please. Remember that our prisoners are not going to be conscious when we are transporting them. So their comfort is not important, or even desired. Harry would say no more on the subject. He had spent several hours the week before learning a stone drilling charm, and modifying it. He remembered the situation back in his second year, and the sound of the great snake moving through the walls, and the pipes that allowed this to happen. He went to a quiet area where he had heard the sound and did some exploratory drilling, with the idea that there could be access from somewhere other than the second-floor girls' bathroom. He did find a passable tunnel, one in which he had to crouch a bit, but it went all the way down to the chamber in a fairly direct path. Along the way, he found several doors leading into various places. 3 days before the third task he had a door which could be sealed with a Parseltongue password. Tom is a wanker. He would be doing something similar in the Forbidden Forest, at a site obscured by rock and undergrowth. He would need the assistance of Neville for part of the project, but the idea was solid. Luna closed her eyes, and slept, satisfied that the next turning point had been successfully passed. Ted and Andromeda Tonks were finally rested after their near breakdown, trying to do everything at once. Their client, Harry James Potter, had commanded them to delegate as much of the task as possible to others, and they were to take only a supervisory position, to hire the best people for the job and let those people do their job. The preference was for magical people to be employed in positions where there was magical business, such as the real estate owned in Wizarding Britain and Europa. And then there were all the businesses that the Potter clans had invested in over the years. It was quite an extensive list. They had found that they needed a full-time economics person, a financial business manager, and were able to find someone they could trust. It turned out to be a cousin of Arthur Weasley's, a near squib of the Weasley line. Nolan Weasley was near the end of his work career. I intend to retire from full-time work in 5 years, so you better be finding a replacement for me now, capiche? Nolan had worked for a few years in Sicily and had picked up some Italian idiom. He was a dapper man, wore white linen suits instead of robes. He could pass quite easily in either world, with his red hair, dark glasses and leather briefcase. Ted Tonks looked at some papers from his employer, and his eyes lit up. Nolan, how would you like to take on a young woman as your apprentice, to train her up in the way things should be done? It would be a great opportunity. Who is it? Is she ugly or a troll? I don't think that is possible. The young lady in question is the eldest daughter of Jean Delacour, the minister of the magical department of law in France. His daughter, Fleur Delacour, is top in her class and very interested in the economics ministry, and is seeking a position in that ministry. Ted paused. It seems our employer has asked if she wants to join our ranks and work her way up to your job. Weasley frowned and thought deeply. Jean Delacour, isn't he married to a Vila woman, or half Vila? Are you sure our employer is not just confounded by the Vila allure? Ted laughed. No, Nolan, I can't think of anyone less affected by her charms than our employer. Once you meet him, and his mate, you will see why. His mate. How old is the young man? He will be 15 this coming July, but he is far more mature than many twice his age. I want to meet him, and soon. There is much to discuss about his business interests. I will set up appointments. Thank you, Theodore, and I would also like to speak with Miss Delacour as well. I have her CV here, with flow address, email and tele number. A witch with an email. Unusual. She has the ability to cross over between the worlds at will. We shall see. The year-end feast came and went. The students all picked up their goods and went home for the summer holidays. Harry took the train back to London and watched out the front of the train as well as the back, as he had noticed something odd. Neville, what do you know about this? Neville stood and leaned out the window and looked at what Harry was pointing at. They were on a curve and they could see the tracks being uncovered as the train advanced at a steady speed. They looked to the back of the train and saw the ground cover sliding back over the tracks and hiding them from sight. How good of cover is the whatever this is, and can you detect the tracks up close? Neville pulled his head back inside the coach and spoke. The species is a fast-growing vine, a relative of the devil's snare, but it is trained to remain in a specific place. There are magical controls on the front and back of the train which make it move whichever way it needs to, and once it covers the track, you cannot even find it, even close up. Sounds perfect. Where can I get some? I don't know about the control runes, I can look them up, as I had a great-granduncle who worked on the train line a couple hundred years ago, the vine. Just accio a clipping or two and plant it where you need it, since you will have to train it to obey your command runes anyway. Okay, cool. He leaned out the window and summoned a few sprigs of vine, actually about 3 meters worth, and pulled them in the window. He looked at the vine as it writhed and tried to get away. He reached into his ever-growing bag of surprises and pulled out a container. He cut the vine into foot-long pieces and laid them into the box and put the lid on tight with a burp, sealed it. He was gathering up the remainder to dispose of it when the door of the compartment slammed open. Potter, I'm going to thrash you. Draco Malfoy stomped into the compartment, and had his wand out, pointing it at Harry, who didn't even bother looking up. Crabbe and Goyle followed their leader and stood there, looking threatening. Malfoy stuck his wand in Harry's face. Harry snatched it out of his hand and threw it over his shoulder, and Cedric caught it. He was a seeker after all. Harry's other hand shot out and grabbed Draco by the throat and squeezed, cutting off the air as well as the blood flow to the boy's brain. Malfoy thrashed and tried to free himself, but Harry calmly kept his grip. Vincent, Greg, you might want to rethink your alliances, who you work for, and that kind of thing. Your esteemed leader, here is going to get you killed one of these days, and it won't be worth it, to save his sorry ass. Malfoy had stopped his struggling and was turning red and gray before Harry dropped him in a heap on the floor. Every member of the group in the compartment had their wand out and pointed at the two minions. Draco here will spout off about when his father hears, the usual yada yada yada, but nothing will happen. Lucky Lucius will attempt to bribe or coerce someone in the ministry to try and limit me, attack me or kill me, just you watch, and that attempt will fail. You know why. The two Slytherin boys shook their heads no. I have beat his master 4 times now in face-to-face combat. I have destroyed a basilisk as big as this train car. I have a dragon as a friend. Do you think that his Dark Lord will stand up to that? Harry answered the question for them. No, he won't. It will come down to a time when I am the one facing Voldemort, and I will kick his sorry ass for the last time, and anyone associated with him will go down with him. Now you two have been sorted into Slytherin, which is supposed to be the house of the cunning and the ambitious. Now in 4 years I have not seen the least bit of cunning out of you two, just following along behind this git, and looking threatening. Don't you have any ambition of your own? Greg Goyle was the first to speak. Don't have a choice, we got to serve the Ponce, he's got us in a lock. He held up his arm and showed them a bracelet which was a tight fit, engraved with a series of runes all around it. What does this do? Vincent, do you have one too? Crabbe held up his arm and nodded, but said nothing. Family debt. Me family owes Malfoy and they took this in payment. We have to stay with him. He looked at the unconscious Malfoy in disgust. If it weren't for him I would go into business as a farmer. I know a girl I like and I want to raise crops. Goyle shook his head. As long as this git is alive, we have to hang around and support him. If it weren't for us, he would be near squib. Shock ran through the group. You mean those are magical power drains? Hermione was the first to speak. Crabbe spoke for the first time. I think they called leeches. I have heard of these things from my father. I believe they are restricted devices used to keep prisoners from doing magic. Cedric spoke. Harry pulled his trunk out of his pocket and handed it to Hermione. Get my camera out, will you, sweet? She nodded, resizing his trunk and digging around in it for the item. I am going to photograph the runes on these and then see if I can disable them, is that all right? The large boys nodded, not knowing what to expect next. No one had ever treated them nicely or asked their opinion, they had just been told what to do. What do your parents think of this? My ma hates it. My da, he just looks at me sad. I think he was in the same for Lord Malfoy. I know he doesn't do much without the big pawns, okay? Crabbe nodded in agreement. Luna pulled Crabbe down and made him sit on the bench next to her. You and Gregory are at a turning point in your lives. If you make the right decisions, you will have lives you would not have had. Harry photographed the runes on the bracelets and then began to search Malfoy. First he stuck the blonde pawns to the compartment door with a sticking charm, and did a magical scan using his glasses and then a revelio using his wand. It became apparent that the ring that Malfoy wore was the receiving end of the leeches. Harry photographed this as well, was not able to get it off, but was able to see the runes on the outside as well as the charms that hid them. He did a shrinking charm on the boy's hand and the fingers shrunk to the point where the ring fell off. Harry looked inside the ring and found the control series and copied that down as well. He did something to them in both of the large boy's side, as if being allowed to breathe. Gimme your arm. Crabbe offered Harry his arm first. The bracelet was easy to remove now, and once that was done, Harry neutralized all the runes in the thing, making it inert. Here, put it on, and don't say anything, let them think that the Ponce is to blame for messing with his ring. Goyle held out his arm and his bracelet was neutered as well. Okay, you two go back and look like you are doing your job, backing up Poncy boy here, and I will be in contact, okay? Greg, you want to be a farmer, how are you with herbology? I'm not as good as Longbottom, but I am right behind him, the only class 1 I'm passing, what with all my time, he gestured to the wall ornament. I may have a job for you. By the way, is the girl interested? She sure is, but we didn't know how to get out of this. All we could hope for was that the idiot killed himself, as that's the only thing that would have freed us. Call her up and tell her the good news, but don't let it spread, okay? Vince, what are your dream job? Smith. Vinny doesn't talk much, he wants to be a magical blacksmith, and set up a shop and make magical iron goods. That's not an easy job, do you have someone you can train with? Vinny's uncle is a maker, in fact he is one of the best makers there is. His great-great-grandfather was the first of the makers, Alvin Maker. Crabbe looked shy and blushed. You should be proud, Vin, it's good to have someone to respect in your family tree. He nodded and mumbled, thanks, to Harry and averted his eyes. Harry, Malfoy is waking up. Harry dug in his still open trunk and found something. He closed the trunk and Hermione shrunk it again. Malfoy, wake up, you fainted. Harry spritzed some of the Sphinx bruise balm on the boy's throat, removing the evidence of his choking. Wah, you fainted, Malfoy. Are you eating right? I mean, if your sugar gets too low, you can faint like that. Shall I call Madame Pomfrey? You choked me, I should. No, I didn't. You came in here with your minions and you said something and fell over, right, Goyle? That's right, boss, you just fell over, had me and Vince right worried. Harry stood Malfoy on his feet and brushed him off. Cedric politely handed him his wand and Harry asked, do you read and speak French, Draco? Draco's old self came back, full force. Of course, you cretin. I am a civilized person, not like some of you. Good. Harry interrupted the diatribe. He slapped a book into Malfoy's chest, and the Ponce grabbed it. You should read this, and memorize it, you will need it for your career advancement. Harry turned him and thrust him out the door, clutching the book. His minions followed dutifully and the compartment door slammed and locked behind them. Inside the compartment, the group was laughing their asses off at the look on Malfoy's face. He doesn't know what hit him, does he? Cedric asked. I don't think so. It might be a while before he realized he doesn't have any extra magic on his own. If we can help Vin and Greg disappear. Harry sat down next to Hermione. Neville was sitting with Ginny and Cedric was sitting with Susan Bones, who was somewhat astonished that the Seeker had eyes for her. Sue, can you drop a hint to your auntie about the bracelets and ring? I am quite sure they are considered dark artifacts. It shouldn't be too hard, I think. The Hufflepuff girl looked a bit sly. I'll just tell Auntie that Malfoy came in our compartment and while he was insulting us, his ring glowed and he collapsed, and whatever it was affected his two thugs. They all nodded. That sounds plausible. I think that's pretty good, Sue. Do that. So, who do you think the girl is? Pansy. Nah, she would never dirty her hands on a farm. Daphne. Greengrass. I don't think she likes guys, she never seems to give them the time of day. Hey now, Daphne is one of us, remember, she's a member of the SGC. Hermione reminded her companions. Luna spoke quietly. Greg is with Millicent. Her family raises livestock, hence the name Bulstrode. Huh. Takes all kinds, I guess. Among her people, she is considered quite beautiful. A strong woman is a prize in some cultures. Her people. Oh, yes. She is part giant. Her father is as big as Hagrid. Her mother is almost as tall as Madame Maxime. Realization crossed the faces of everyone in the group. I would guess that she is not well treated in Slytherin. Harry questioned. You would guess correctly. Luna confirmed. What was the book, Harry? Ginny asked. La Cage aux Folles, the script for the play. I stand behind my earlier statement. Malfoy has a future in gay theater. He will need to know that play. There was much laughter. Harry returned to 4 Privet Drive under the cover of his "Notice Me Not" shirt. Vernon grumbled about things as he was driving back to Surrey. He couldn't remember why he went into London and King's Cross. Somewhere deep inside he was wondering if he was losing it. His father, after all, had lost it when he was around 50, and his grandfather before him. Harry watched his uncle with his magically enhanced glasses and saw that there was something on the man, a leech-like something riding the man's neck. Quietly Harry cast a finite at the magic. It didn't leave immediately. It wanted to stay, at least that's the impression he got. He pulled out a blank piece of parchment and drew in the parameters for a simple medical chart, as Hermione had shown him the charms she had used on the Marauders map that night. The parchment lit up with numbers and words, most of which he understood, but some he did not. I wonder. Harry pulled out his mirror. The thing had become a mainstay of all their communications, secure and flexible beyond anybody's dreams. He activated the thing in text mode and began writing the equivalent of an email. To Pomfrey. I am attaching a simple medical scan of my uncle, Vernon Dursley. I suspect he has been dosed with some sort of potion, and wonder if you recognize it. I will be looking at my books to see if I can figure it out, but you are the first person I thought of when I saw this. Harry P. Harry applied the parchment to the screen and the data was sent. He put the mirror away and returned his thoughts and magic to watching Vernon. The vehicle made its way through the streets of the housing estate and pulled into the drive in front of number 4. Harry cast some minor magic and a silent, calm Vernon Dursley sat behind the wheel of the parked car. Vernon, we need to talk, you and I, we need to come to an amicable agreement, for both our sakes. Vernon's eyes moved toward the rearview mirror. You have been a victim in another's game, a mere pawn to be used and thrown away at will. A pause. You have been used by a master manipulator, and he is your enemy, not me. I am just as much a victim in this game as you are, and I for one intend to get my revenge. Green eyes met blue. I am going to destroy the Sonophaby.ch who did this to you and me, and I would like your help. He released the magic which stilled the fat man. If you work with me you will be rewarded greatly. You go against me, I will destroy you, and your family. Dursley started to open his mouth to speak. I own Grunnings and the parent corporation you work for. I own the mortgage on this house in full, and I know about the £2,500 a month you receive for being my guardian. I am an emancipated minor now. I have all the rights of an adult, with the legal firm of Tonks and Graphite, and I can do things you cannot conceive of. Work with me, Vernon, and we shall see our enemies crushed before us. Harry got out of the back seat of the car and opened the driver's door, with the respect due an elder. Vernon sat there in the driver's seat for a moment thinking. He got out and closed the car door. Let me think about this and we'll talk tomorrow. Vernon was an astute businessman. After all, as a director of Grunnings he was responsible for making it a profitable company in a hard economy. Harry watched the big man walk away. That went better than I thought. Harry was sitting in his room working on a project when his mirror beeped quietly. A message appeared on the screen, written in Madame Pomfrey's precise hand. To Harry Potter. From Pomfrey. Mr. Potter, what are you getting yourself into now? Wrestling dragons, overthrowing governments, changing history. Really? I have analyzed your medical diagnostic, and if it were cast correctly, I have no doubt Miss Granger made sure you knew how to do it. If it were cast correctly, your uncle is severely overweight, suffering from coronary artery disease and at risk of a stroke at any minute. If you care anything about him, you should encourage him to see his own healer and follow that person's instructions to the letter. Your uncle is a seriously sick man, and it is not helping that he is being dosed with a disinhibitor potion that is quite dangerous to do to a mundane. It can be used for a short time, but long term it is very dangerous. If you have any questions, call me immediately, and I will see what we can do for him, as magical treatments do not work very well on mundane people. P. Pomfrey. She had added a list of potions that should help Vernon recover from his potions-induced problems and dosages. Harry set the mirror on blank parchment and set it to print mode, another of the brilliant collaborations between Moony and Hermione. Moony had taken Harry aside one day and told him that working with Hermione was very much like working with Lily, except Hermione was even more brilliant than Lily had been. This made a surge of pride rise up in Harry's chest, the words spoken over his best friend. The next morning Harry was doing something and went through the house to the kitchen for a drink when Petunia stopped him. Harry. Yes, Aunt Petunia. What did you say to Vernon yesterday? He has been very quiet and thinking. It's not normal when you're here. I told him we are on the same side and I would like him to be an ally instead of an enemy. What do you mean? He and you are being used as tools, as pawns against me, and I asked him if he wants to help me in getting revenge. Sit and explain this to me, please. This was the most polite she had been to Harry in several years. I will return in 1 minute. I need some things from upstairs. He ran quickly up and got the messages from Pomfrey and the diagnostic in his bag. He grabbed his mirror and went back to the table where Petunia was drinking tea. He began to lay it out. I was placed here against my parents' will. Mum knew that Vernon was uncomfortable with magic and everything to do with me. It says specifically in their will that I was not to be placed with you. This statement shocked and perturbed Petunia, but somehow she understood. I was dumped on you by the old man on the night my parents were murdered, and you were coerced into keeping me, and your behavior was modified so that you and your husband and son would treat me like a South Avenue, beat me down and generally make my life hell. This was all said with a straight face. Petunia closed her eyes in pain and embarrassment. You and your family were pawns in a manipulative old man's games, without any regard as to your needs or wants. I am going to run a diagnostic piece of magic now. You won't feel a thing. Petunia just closed her eyes as if she were going to cry, and just waved her hand in a general, get on with it, kind of wave. He had arranged with Madame Pomfrey to make sure he knew the charm correctly, and he ran it the way she had taught him. The parchment filled up with data, and he looked it over, his face paled. Aunt, I need to call my healer, Madame Pomfrey. She can help you, I think, I hope. Harry called his healer, and when she answered, he wrote a few short sentences, and forwarded the chart to her to look at. He gave her a few moments to read the information, and wrote some more. Do you see what I see there? Yes, I do. Your aunt will be crushed. In fact, I am sure she knows something is wrong. Can you do anything? I will try. I will be there within the hour. Thank you. I will inform my aunt. Harry put the stylus down and turned to his aunt. Madame Pomfrey will be here within the hour to give you a proper checkup, and will have a few potions that will flush out the old man's potions. What was I given, and when? It appears to be a disinhibitor potion, which makes you susceptible to mental suggestion. It makes you open to manipulation. Who would do that? Who would poison people with potions and mess with their minds? Snape, for one. He loves to screw with people's minds. Snape. Severus Snape. Yes. Do you know him? Yes. Your mother and I grew up in Spinner's End and he lived there. He is the one who told Lily she was a witch. She looked sad. I think he did something to me back then, because after she had gone to Hogwarts for a few years, all of a sudden I was horribly jealous of her, and I never understood it. I loved my sister. Do you remember the circumstances? I think so. Tell me. Harry slipped into her mind using the gift Shala had bestowed on him, and as Petunia told the story of her life with her sister, and how they had met Snape and the events that happened over the years. He watched as the sisters grew apart almost overnight, and the dark presence of Snape lurking nearby. In those memories he saw Lily bring home James as her boyfriend and his friends Remus and Sirius. It was as if he wanted to take her away from everyone and keep her for himself. He always looked quite possessive. Harry nodded. Understanding of several facts and statements became clear. Pomfrey arrived and Harry let her in. She opened up her old-fashioned doctor's satchel and pulled out a series of potions and healers. Paraphernalia. She had Petunia hold a pair of copper handles that were similar to the ends of a jump rope with electric blue threads that went into a platinum and gold box. Pomfrey's medical dictation pad was scratching away and she finally sat down. Mrs. Dursley, Petunia, I have been a healer for over 60 years and I have never seen a mundane such as yourself so abused by someone, and still be sane. What you have been exposed to and been through is concern for the Aurors, and those who did this should be arrested. Pomfrey turned to Harry. Can you get her husband here? She will need him, I think. One moment. He mirror called Moony. I need you to go and collect Vernon Dursley from Grunnings, and treat him well. He has been abused by the old man. His wife will need him very badly in a few moments. I will call him on the telly to warn him you are coming. Will do, pup. Harry went to the phone and called Vernon's office, and shortly he was transferred to the man himself. What is it? I said we would talk tonight. The man sounded irritated. Petunia needs you, and it's important. I am sending someone to pick you up right now. I know it's a freakish way to travel, but Aunt Petunia is more important than that right now. What is it? Is she all right? Shall I call the E&A? No. My healer is here, and she will explain it all. Just trust my friend Remus Lupin, he will get you here safely. Vernon didn't sound so sure, but for the sake of his wife he agreed. Harry made another call, this time to the office of Tonks and Graphite. Ted Tonks took the call, and Harry explained the situation, and Ted told him to await his arrival in the hour. So, Mr. Dursley, what we are offering you and your family is a way out and a chance to start over with a new life, a new name, everything. A job will be provided and you can raise your son as a proper boy and not what he has become. You and your wife can have a chance at more children if you want. In other words, a second chance to make up for what Dumbledore did to you. Vernon looked quietly into himself and didn't like what he saw. He saw a person he would have not liked to know when he was younger. The person he was when he had met his wife was far different than the one he was now. His son had turned into a criminal at best and had the potential to be even more out of control if given half a chance. Ted sorted through the documents he had created for the Dursleys and then started going over the persona that they would create for the former Dursleys, when a knock came at the door. Vernon had to get away from the table for a moment to think anyway, got up and answered the door and was shocked to see 2 police officers there waiting. Mr. Vernon Dursley. Yes, that's me. What can I do for you, officers? Are you the father and guardian for Dudley Darren Dursley? Yes. Is he all right? Vernon craned his neck to see what was going on. There were 2 police cars out front and a police van as well. Will you come with us? Sir, your son has been arrested for criminal damaging and assault, as well as attacking a member of the town council. The events of the day had already messed with Vernon's mind quite a bit, and this was the last straw. The blood vessel in his brain popped and he had a massive stroke on the spot. He fell to the floor in a heap as he turned quite gray and his body refused to obey any of his commands. Petunia screamed as the police called for a rescue squad to pick up the fallen man. Harry asked Madame Pomfrey quietly if there was anything she could do, but she was not able to help, as Vernon was a muggle through and through. Magical potions take magic to work, and if you have no magic in your system, well then. Harry offered to help by supplying some magic, but by the time he thought of that, Vernon's nervous system had shut down and the man was dead. Petunia collapsed and Harry had to hold her up. He had Pomfrey cast a mild sleeping charm on her as he discussed the situation with Ted Tonks. Can you find out what Dudley has done and if you are able get him out of jail? Ted said he would pursue it and gave Harry the papers they had been discussing before and asked him to keep it in mind. Meanwhile, Dudley was handcuffed and strapped into a seat in the back of the police van, his clothes spattered with paintball residue and spilled food and drink. The medical personnel came and looked Vernon over and declared him dead on the spot, but picked him up anyway to be taken to the town coroner's office instead of the hospital. It was a fairly slow day in Little Whinging, other than that fat boy coming through town shooting everyone with a paintball gun and breaking down doors and windows as if he was fighting in a video game. It was dark, and Petunia woke up. Harry had a cup of tea for her before her eyes were completely open. She looked around in a daze, wondering what happened. All she saw was her nephew Harry looking worried. The young man had set aside a mirror in a frame and a notebook. Petunia, look at me, let me see your eyes. She looked up into her sister's eyes. Lily, is that you? What have I done? It's me, Petunia. Harry. What do you remember? Thoughts slipped across her face. Anger, worry, fear, disgust and defeat. Vernon's dead, isn't he? Her statement was flat. I'm sorry. Yes, he is. Dudley's in jail. My solicitor is taking care of it, as well as the arrangements for Vernon. She was quiet for a long time. Harry did not peer into her mind even though he could at will. Does the M2 de-ages really work? Yes, it does, and it is permanent. You will be de-aged to the desired target and then you start over again from there. She raised her face from where she had it in her hands and looked to him. Can you still do it with myself and my little boy? I can, and you will never lack for anything. You will have a new persona, a new home, a new life, and a steady income. You can teach Dudley how to be a proper boy from 10 months on. A new life. Dudley is really as bad as they say he is. Sorry, but yes, he is a thug well on his way to a second-rate life, and eventually a prison sentence. Harry did not say it, but he had seen the police records concerning Dudley, and an idea of what would happen to him if he were ever arrested. Such as today. Please rescue my baby son and give me a new life, Harry. Harry made a call and things were set in motion. Dumbledore was out of the country for his post-school year holiday and thus he didn't know that the tracking spells on 4 Privet Drive vanished without a trace and he had no more control over the Dursleys, for the Dursleys were no more. The old man was sitting on a beach wearing a swimming outfit that hadn't been seen since the 30s, and he got odd looks from the passers-by as he peered back from behind his round dark glasses. He sipped a fruity drink congratulating himself on another year well done. Harry contained as he was supposed to be, the ministry under his firm guidance and his other experiment, newly reborn, flexing his legs and seeing what he could do. The experiment in question was Tom Marvolo Riddle and he was counting his followers, drawing what magic he could from them via the dark mark. It wouldn't do to have any of his followers get any ideas of overthrowing him, and declaring themselves to be the next Dark Lord, now would it? He was somewhat perturbed that his inner circle had been captured in the graveyard when that blasted dragon had tried to roast him. Singed he was, blistered, and scarred even, but he had gotten out just in time. He had called his most faithful who appeared in a dark hooded cloak and stood there silently awaiting orders. You did well on my resurrection ritual, I am grateful. I now need burn ointment and potions, for mine enemy has sent a dragon after me. Voldemort's voice did not show any signs of stress or pain, and the dark-cloaked figure bowed and spoke 2 words. 10 minutes. He turned and apparated away. Once gone, Voldemort let out the breath he had been holding in a scream of release. Holding in that scream was strenuous. The elf that was serving him popped in with a drink, and placed it on the arm of his throne, and popped away. Tom didn't curse the elves anymore, for he recognized their power and respected it. Using his dark arts skills he could see the dark spells and cures that wrapped around the servant creatures and wondered what an army of elves would be like. Certainly not so much talking back and thinking as he got now, with these pureblood fools. 10 minutes on the dot, the dark figure appeared bearing a tray of various ointments and potions. Bring them here. The dark one did, and put the potions in the correct order to be taken, followed by the appropriate ointment. Tom Riddle remembered the healer at Hogwarts from when he was there as a student. Arthur Egan. The old healer took an interest in mostly the younger wizards and attempted to take young Tom back into his office more than once. As far as Tom knew, he had never made it there, but he grinned inwardly as he remembered the time that the new healer Madame Pomfrey was brought in. A young woman of about 20. The older boys were lining up to see her, and almost all regretted it. The woman took no prisoners. He found out later that Madame Pomfrey was married to a Muggle Special Forces officer in the Royal Army, and even worse her father was Alistair Moody, the Ministry's top hit wizard. Needless to say, Tom Riddle avoided needing her services. The Dark Lord threw back the potions and made no comment, although he could feel the magical liquids permeating his system. He opened his robe and let it fall around his waist as the burned parts of his head, shoulders and back were exposed. The dark figure gently daubed the ointments on the blistered and cracked skin. You make these well, my servant, it as if you were practicing. I must make specialized potions for the boy, since he is the old man's favorite project. In every potion or ointment I have to make for him, the dark figure snarled the last word. I must take into account basilisk venom and phoenix tears, it pushes the limits of an average potions master's skills, however I'm far above average. Voldemort reset his robe over his shoulders. That you are. My servant, that you are. Thank you, my lord. You may go. The dark figure turned and disappeared. The young couple glided along silently in the breeze, not really flying anywhere, just being in the air and being together. Hermione was still getting used to her new broom. They were over Wiltshire, with themselves and their brooms charmed with both, notice me not charms and disillusionment charms. Since it was early summer, Hermione was wearing only jeans and a denim jacket, with her school book bag slung over her shoulder. She was dressed as if she was taking a ride on the back of a motorcycle. Harry was dressed in a similar manner, but he had on a dragonhide vest over his clothes as well. His bag contained all manner of things, as well as a picnic lunch. They were sailing in a generally westward direction, over villages and motorways, secure in the knowledge that they couldn't be seen. Where are we going, Harry? I have something I want to show you, I think you will be interested. What? You have me stirred up, you, holding secrets from me. She acted mock angry, baring her teeth at him, and he laughed. Okay, I will give you a hint. Do you think that magic pops up in families spontaneously, or is there more likely an ancestor who was magical? She pondered for a moment. Well, the odds for there to be a magical ancestor is more likely than spontaneous change in the genetic makeup. I suppose the gift of magic is likely genetically traceable, that is, once the entire genome project is deciphered. Harry knew better than to ask questions when she was talking about things he had no idea of. It tended to drive the conversation off track. Look, here we are. Do you see anything unusual? They hovered over a small village, looking directly west. There was development all around. The motorways, the roads, housing estates less than 50 years old, built after the war. A shopping parade at the intersection of two major motorways, complete with a Tesco and a petrol station. That area looks different somehow. She was pointing at an area that had a ring of old-growth trees around it, with a rise in the middle, an open green area with a jumble of large rocks sticking up in the middle. It was as if an outcropping of rock had shoved itself up through the ground and forced everything back and away, a broken bone thrust out from the flesh of the earth. If you were a muggle, you would not be able to see that at all. The forest would be quite forbidding and very few people, if any at all, would find their way in or out. Put on your glasses. Hermione's bag held quite a few items. She had a pair of non-prescription glasses with all the runes that Harry's had. The runes allowed her to see magical traces, and objects hidden, and ward lines. She clicked through the various settings, finally settling on one which showed a variety of ward lines surrounding the area, which was close to a mile across. So, a warded pile of rocks, protected by some quite dangerous wards, I see. She was peering at the various threads that surrounded the area. Muggle repelling. Confundus, something that looks as if it were blood-related, I think, if what Mr. Gallinard taught us is correct. It is correct, Hermione. There are indeed blood wards here. No one who is not of black blood can cross the wards without black permission. If you were to be inside, you could get out, but not back inside. How do you know about this? Sirius and I visited here over Yule break, while you were in France. How did he find out about it? He has taken up the head of Black, and now has access to all the family records. He turned. Let's take a lap around, look at the rocks and see if you can detect what is unusual here. They circled around at about 1,000 feet up, looking the rock formation over, both visually and with the magic sensing glasses. Okay, tell me. I'm hungry. Let's have our picnic and I will explain it to you. The couple glided to a hillock overlooking the village and the rock formation. Both of the teens could feel a general magical pressure from the direction of the rocky hill, but it wasn't too oppressive, so they ignored it and spread out their lunch on a blanket underneath a chestnut tree. Harry pulled out a book and this got Hermione's interest. Sorry, you can't read it, but I can read it to you. Black blood only, sorry. He pricked his thumb on the cover and it opened. How? You aren't a black, Harry. He held up his hand and showed her a ring. Sirius made me his heir and thus, a black, unless he has a son, I will be the heir of black. If he does have a son someday, I will be his older brother and advisor. This way, it keeps Malfoy out of the list of potential heirs to the black headship. Her face showed understanding in this explanation. He began to read. The Black family had in times past been in the shipping business, of sorts. They ran a fleet of several privateers, smuggling ships, whatever paid the best. They had no care of whose side they were on, just as long as they took a profit from it. They were only muggles after all. The prize of the Black Empire was an island. This was no ordinary island, this was an island that was never found, an island that was permanently hidden in an obscuring wreath of fog and confundus charms. This island was also the inspiration for that literary island in the Jonathan Swift story of Laputa. The island of the Black Clan had been mobile, it floated above the ground and ocean at the various altitudes of ground level up to a few thousand feet. The ground level part was useful in crushing political upheaval, rebellion, or business competitors. The problem was this. Sometime in the early 1700s the island had disappeared, no one knew if it got lost, broke up over the sea, or what. Sirius had an idea, as he had read a book hidden in the recesses of the Black Library. The Black Library had many dark tomes, many books on obscure magic, many rare and out-of-print books. But it also had history. The histories of the great, ancient and noble House of Black, and the houses that the Black had destroyed or swallowed up. It was a given that the great, ancient and noble House of Black was ruthless in their pursuit of profit and any contract they wrote was in their favor. In fact, the goblins had taken some lessons from the Black. Whenever a lesser house was swallowed up or joined to the Black, all magics, all lands, all secrets were taken as well. The original idea for Black Island was from a lesser house, who was married into the Black. When the concept was formed, the head of the Black Empire said to make it happen, and Black Island was built. Much of it with South Avenue labor, and indentured servitude. The Black, at the time, was under contract to the Ministry to serve as the prison of choice for the wizarding world, before Azkaban. It took nearly 10 years, and much money, to build the technology and create the magics that made the island work. It was a proof of concept. They took a section of a mountain range in a part of Africa, a small mountain, a quarter-mile long ridge, and had the dwarves excavate a flat seam, separating the top from the bottom. The flying mechanism was installed and the control runes put in place, and one day in July 1606, the top of that small mountain cracked off and hovered over the hills. For the next 100 years, the island moved at will, capturing ships, crushing cities, whatever the most profit or power was to be had. The controller of the island called himself the Invincible, and in many ways he was. It came to an end one wet, rainy October night in 1737. The ongoing maintenance had fallen by the wayside. The current leader of the Blacks was off taking his pleasures with some South Avenue girls, much to their displeasure. One of them had a hidden wand that he didn't know about, because he assumed his current crop of Avs were all muggles. This witch had a sense of justice and anger that forced her to risk her life to rescue her mundane friends, and when the opportunity arose, she took it. In the history of the Black Island, which Sirius had read as a child, it said this. The events of October 1737 were brought on because of the treasonous actions of one Jane Puckle, who in an effort to free the servants of our Lord Black, used magic to cause him to change course overland, and once having done so, did cause damage to the front gimbal, thus destroying the balance of the island, causing it to crash most horribly. The ship was destroyed and resides there still near Wiltshire. What the history did not say was this. Jane Puckle survived the crash, along with her friends, and made her escape, and they went to the town of Oxford, in Oxfordshire, where she went on to be a social activist and teacher of the common man, which in itself was a revolutionary act. Her descendants would later include one Hermione Granger. A local historian, pondering some journals and papers from the 18th century, came across this. On this day 17 years ago there was a great and terrible storm, with lightning all about, we feared for our lives. At about 1 in the morning, a screeching sound was heard that echoed across the valley, as if metal upon metal, and then a great wailing, which rose in intensity from a basso profundo, causing our teeth to hurt, and rising in pitch until it was a banshee shriek. Many of those that heard this evil sound are now partially deaf from the demonic sound. The sound went on and out of the range of our hearing, although the children heard it longer than the elders, and then a horrible crashing, as if the hammers of the gods were smiting their anvils. The earth shook, the hills rolled as waves on the sea. Our manor was knocked asunder, all the goods inside scattered on the floors, the turrets knocked off and the walls were shaking as if kicked by giants. After a time, the shaking stopped, and all became calm. The dogs hid under the beds, the horses kicked and whinged in their stalls. But the sky was silent, and the wind had stopped. The rain quit at dawn, and the sun rose above the horizon, peering through the misty morning light, and it appeared that the horizon had changed. Off to the east of our abode, was what appeared to be an outcropping of rock, some 300 feet high, and 2 furlong. Where his rock ridge had come from was a mystery, because yesterday, that field was in pasture and barley. We all came out and watched as the new ridge of rocky hills steamed and smoked. We saw movement. Out through the sheaves strode a woman, followed by a retinue of other women, some injured, one on a stretcher. This woman said her name was Jane Puckle, and she had escaped from the clutches of an evil man, and advised us to not explore that new outcropping, as ungodly evil had dwelt there. I spoke with the local council of this and they all agreed that we should stay away from this place. That event took place, as I said, 17 years ago, and now as I lay dying, I decided that I should have this written down. In those early years, some tried to enter the caverns of the new mountain, but somehow we are always forced back. I have a cousin who is sensitive to these things and tells me it is a form of witchery. This remained for 3 years, and since that day 3 years after the arrival of that mountain, it had disappeared and there now is an impassable forest around the old pasturing and barley field. No one goes into that forest now. I do wonder if that woman, Jane Puckle, was a witch, for she seemed quite confident. If this were an airliner crash site, they would have found a few interesting things. The Black Island had 2 supporting devices which we shall call spindizzies, for that is what they looked like. The spindizzies carried the weight of the structure which was the island. They were connected to the control room and to each other by runic engravings. The special thing about these runic engravings was this: they did not follow the Nordic futhark or any commonly known style. The special thing about these runes were that they were written in parcel and as such could only be read by certain people, one of which was Harry. Harry closed the book and handed Hermione a copy of the testimony of the dying man for her to peruse. Her eyes skipped over the ancient writing, looking for additional clues. Harry, do you think? I asked your mother last month if she had any information on her ancestry. She says that there was an Alphonse Puckle in her forebears, and he was married to a woman named Jane Raven. Jane Raven? I have never seen those papers. She will show you when you get back to the house. You do know that the family seat of the Puckles is Oxford, correct? That's where my daddy met my mum. They were there together in medical school. Harry vanished the remains of their lunch and put the picnic basket away. He got on his broom and had Hermione shrink her broom and get on the back of his. Shall we explore Laputa? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.